On the eve of the college entrance exam, the homeroom teacher actually demanded I drop out to make room for the son of the wealthiest man. I looked angrily at his expression, yet I had no strength to refute him. The mockery of my classmates and the indifference of my deskmate made me taste the harsh realities of the world. Everyone thought my life was over, but they didn't know that the top-secret blueprint in my hands was enough to shock the highest levels of the nation, even make the whole world tremble for me. My name is Lin Hai, and I am a high school senior about to take the college entrance exam. I should have been striving to get into the National Defense University, but a single remark from my homeroom teacher, Yang Bo, shattered my future in an instant. Lin Hai, your mock exam results rank last in the entire school. According to school regulations, your college entrance exam qualification has been revoked. You must voluntarily withdraw from school. Yang Bo's icy voice echoed through the classroom, piercing my eardrums like a knife. He looked at me with disgust. I knew he had long disliked me. And the one who took my place, as he mentioned, was the prodigal son of the wealthiest man in the country, who had transferred back from the United States. Just because of a little money, they wanted to ruin my entire future. In this world, the college entrance exam gives everyone only one chance, and I absolutely cannot let this happen. I stood up angrily and demanded to know what gave him the right. He sneered mockingly, with grades like yours, you wouldn't even get into a third-rate college. Just like your parents, you're destined to haul bricks for a living. The classmates around burst into jeering laughter, eager for me to drop out so they could curry favor with young Master Wang. Even my deskmate Lee Moore, the school's top genius, urged me to give up. The college entrance exam isn't the only path forward. That's right, the college entrance exam isn't the only path. I still have my system. Just moments ago, I awakened the sleep god system and obtained the first half of the design blueprints for the Chinook heavy transport helicopter. The system's mission is to gain admission to the National Defense University, which will grant you the complete blueprint. In my past life, I was a top researcher at a prestigious institute. These past 2 years of being at the bottom of the class were just me sleeping to activate the system. If I could submit these blueprints to the state, I might qualify for exceptional admission to the National Defense University. I couldn't sit still any longer, grabbing my backpack and heading straight out to the internet cafe. I answered Lee Moore's question without even turning my head. Behind me, my classmates burst into laughter, mocking me for being so rattled that I'd go to an internet cafe to prepare for the National Defense University exam. I rushed to the internet cafe near the school at top speed, booked a private room, turned on the computer, and immediately started typing furiously on the keyboard. Record all the vast blueprint data in my mind. The director of the National Defense University Research Institute, Li Xiuchang, was deeply troubled by the inability to replicate the country's Chinook heavy-lift helicopter. Over the years, experts from country M, relying on their technological superiority, have continuously mocked us. Yet we were just one crucial step short: engine technology and single-axis drive. The assistant looked at the white-haired Li Xiuchang and advised him to get more rest. Li Xiuchang could only sigh. Our fundamental science still lags far behind. In the meantime, I stayed in the internet cafe for several days and finally finished organizing all the materials. After checking the National Defense University submission email, I didn't hesitate to send the document over. After finishing all this, I lay on the desk and fell into a deep sleep. I hope the experts from the National Defense University can see it as soon as possible and not delay my admission time. Li Xiuchang's assistant was conducting the routine check of the submission inbox as usual. When he saw an email titled Manufacturing Technology of the Chinook Armed Helicopter, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Thinking it was just another prank from the public, he nevertheless opened the email as per protocol. Just a quick glance was enough to shock him with the precision of the designs. The data blueprints were even more detailed than those from the Technical Institute, with every dimension and assembly process clearly annotated. He immediately realized this might be real. Excited, he copied the files and rushed straight to Li Xiuchang's office. Li Xiuchang initially didn't think much of it, but when he saw the unfolded blueprints on the computer screen, he froze completely. This data was even more precise than their measurements, even compensating for errors caused by wear and tear and temperature differences. My God, isn't this exactly the detailed manufacturing blueprint we needed? Li Xiuchang was so excited he became incoherent, immediately instructing his assistant to pull up the most crucial engine section. After confirming that this technology was genuinely reliable, he immediately notified all technical personnel to come overnight and demanded strict confidentiality. At the same time, he dialed the phone number of the National Security Department, instructing them to locate the sender as quickly as possible and provide protection. When the assistant mentioned that the sender might be a high school student, Li Xiuchang was taken aback but quickly dismissed this absurd notion. Suspecting the other party might have impersonated someone, the researchers arrived one after another, and when they saw the drawings, their skepticism turned into astonishment. The data was so precise that it could be directly used for production. However, they soon discovered a major issue: the drawings were incomplete, with crucial parts missing. Li Xiuchang's heart instantly tightened. He had to find this person, no matter the cost. At that moment, his phone rang, and the caller ID showed Director Zhao from the Ministry of State Security. Chapter 4, You've picked the wrong guy to mess with. Hello, Director Zhao, this is Li Xiuchang. Academicianly, I've completed the investigation you requested. This individual is Lin Hai, a high school student from Jianghai. The materials you mentioned were sent from an internet cafe near the school entrance. Huh? Are you sure? Li Xiuchang couldn't quite believe it. We've reviewed the entire process of this individual uploading the materials on a computer through police surveillance footage. There should be no mistake. He uploaded it from an internet cafe. Li Xiuchang suddenly realized the urgency of the situation. Quickly, you must act immediately. Retrieve that computer as fast as possible. The data on it is extremely valuable. Even the slightest trace left behind could lead to severe consequences. Li Xiuchang said urgently. What kind of data is it exactly? Can you tell me? Zhao Tianlai was curious. Why would an academician suddenly take an interest in a middle school student? I can't tell you yet. This involves state secrets and is extremely important. Zhao Tianlai's tone turned equally serious. Understood. I'll immediately notify the police to seize that computer. No, the fewer people who know about this, the better. I want your team to personally oversee the operation. Understood. I'll dispatch personnel immediately by air. Zhao Tianlai also recognized the gravity of the situation. Since it's a private jet, I'll accompany you. Li Xiuchang quickly interjected. He wanted to meet the high school student personally to confirm whether he had indeed uploaded the documents himself. If that were the case, it would mean the manufacturing blueprints for the Chinook were indeed obtained by this high school student. I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. 10 minutes max. Zhao Tianlai hung up after speaking. Li Xiuchang took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Everyone, listen carefully. All personnel remain here to continue analyzing the data. Once verified, we'll proceed to production at the fastest possible pace. I intend to meet with the person who provided the materials personally. Have you already identified them? The assistant asked curiously. Correct. According to intelligence from state security, it is indeed a student from Jianghai High School. If he truly produced this material, I propose admitting him to the National Defense Academy on an exceptional basis. He represents a critically needed talent for the nation. I agree. If he truly is a genius capable of serving the nation, it would benefit not only the National Defense Academy but also make a tremendous contribution to the entire nation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Moreover, everyone was particularly eager to meet this young man sooner rather than later. Everyone was eager to understand how he had developed such sophisticated technology. Continue your efforts. Head to Jianghai City immediately and bring him back personally. Li Xiuchang took his assistant and promptly notified the school's admissions office. They boarded the state security special aircraft bound for Jianghai City. Lin Hai slept through the entire night and finally woke up. I suppose it's time to head to school and pack my things. Wait at home for news. As long as they receive the materials I sent, I believe it should catch the expert's attention. Lin Hai muttered to himself as he checked out of the private room. Holy crap, this guy is finally leaving. How many days has he been here? Almost a week. A week plus one night. He played non-stop for a whole week without sleep, then slept through the night. He could seriously become a legend at the internet cafe. Impressive. Doesn't he fear sudden death with this kind of play? He's not the one who's been in the internet cafe the longest, but he's definitely the one with the longest continuous online time. People in the internet cafe were buzzing with whispers. Lin Hai could faintly hear the chatter, but he didn't pay it much mind. It was now lunchtime, so Lin Hai returned to the dormitory and saw his bedding pile up in the hallway. His temper flared instantly. He opened the dorm door and stepped inside. He saw several classmates gathered around eating. The food they'd bought was quite lavish. A stranger had joined them, and the dorm mates were all gathered around him, buying to curry favor with their words. Lin Hai noticed that his bed had been replaced with someone else's quilt. Who threw my luggage out? Lin Hai demanded coldly. Oh, so you're Lin Hai, just some academic failure. What's the big deal? You've already been expelled. Who else would you blame for not clearing your stuff out in time? I didn't have time to wait for you. Wang Biao retorted, rolling his eyes. Lin Hai, this is young Master Wang. He's just returned from studying abroad and has exceptional grades, someone nearby introduced. Not only that, but he's also the richest man in the county. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes, glaring coldly at Wang Biao. I don't care if you're some young Master Wang or a rich kid. You left my stuff out there, you better apologize. Wang Biao stood up, glaring at Lin Hai with obvious displeasure. Me apologize to you? Don't you dare look in the mirror? What gives you the right? Back in school, you were a loser, and I was the top student. Outside school, I'm a rich kid, and you're a broke loser. How dare you expect me to apologize to you? Lin Hai, how dare you speak to young Master Wang like that? The guy's worth over $1 billion. You've even lost your eligibility for the college entrance exam. You'll definitely need to find a job. Speak politely to young Master Wang, he might even get you a job at his family's company. A classmate beside them tried to reason. Exactly. You're not good at studying, and you're so clueless. How are you ever going to make it in the real world? Lin Hai, it's just some luggage. Just toss it in the trash. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Wang. There's still some camaraderie between classmates, it'll be good for you. The other students urged him on, while Wang Biao stood there with his nose in the air, looking down on everyone. Not to criticize you, but with your attitude, someone will teach you a lesson out in the real world. You need to know when to back down. Otherwise, you won't even land a janitorial job. Lin Hai couldn't be bothered to respond. If it weren't for his awakening system, he could have easily gotten into a top university just by taking the college entrance exam. He wouldn't tolerate such arrogant, self-important behavior. I'll say it one more time, apologize to me right now, and today's incident will be forgotten. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Wang Biao hadn't expected anyone to refuse to give him face. His expression turned cold. He glared at Lin Hai. I refuse to apologize. What are you going to do about it? Lin Hai turned around, yanked all of Wang Biao's bedding off the bed, and threw it onto the floor. He stomped on them several times. Can't do anything to you? Fine. But I'm a man who believes in tit for tat. You threw my luggage, so I'll throw yours too. You're asking for it. Wang Biao was used to being the center of attention wherever he went. How could he tolerate this? He swung his fist at Lin Hai. Chapter 5, Personal Recruitment Visit. Lin Hai had anticipated the attack and swiftly dodged backward. Wang Biao's foot slipped on the bedding, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. This only infuriated him further. I'll beat you to death today. He scrambled to his feet and began punching and kicking Lin Hai. Lin Hai remained remarkably calm. He enjoyed boxing practice in his spare time to stay fit. He blocked every punch. He even found an opening to land a counterpunch. The sight of people fighting instantly drew the attention of the entire dormitory building. Everyone rushed over to see what was happening. Someone hurried to notify the dorm supervisor. The dorm supervisor then notified the school administration. It should have been a minor incident, just pull them apart and give them a stern talking to. But when the school administration heard that the fighter was Wang Biao, a student under special scrutiny, Wang Biao had donated a substantial sum to the school to secure his transfer here. Moreover, he was an academic star with a strong chance of getting into prestigious universities like Peking or Tsinghua. Such a student was undoubtedly the school's prized asset. On his very first day at the school, the principal had specifically ordered that he be given special protection. Numerous administrators rushed over. The priority wasn't just to handle the fight. Crucially, if they handled it well, they could build connections with Wang Biao. Classmates rushed over to break up the fight. Lin Hai was mostly unscathed, but Wang Biao had taken 2 punches to the face, leaving it red and swollen. You just wait, you bastard. If you've got the guts, don't leave. I'm calling my people right now to take you down. Wang Biao pulled out the latest model iPhone and called his friends outside. The others looked at Lin Hai with pity. He'd definitely get beaten up outside the school gates. How stupid can you be, picking a fight with a rich kid? Who's fighting? The Dean of Discipline was the first to rush over. It's those two. Why are you two fighting? He threw all my luggage outside, and he started it. I was just defending myself. Lin Hai said calmly. He was expelled from school, yet he refused to vacate his bed. I had no choice but to throw his belongings out. He even had the nerve to throw my bedding on the floor. Wang Biao shouted. The dean's heart sank when he saw the bruises on Wang Biao's face. If Wang Biao's father came to the school, that would be trouble. They'd agreed that after Wang Biao got into a good university, he'd donate another sum to the school. If this incident wasn't handled properly, the school could lose millions. Expelled from school, yet still so arrogant, take him to the office. Notify his parents to come pick him up and compensate for all damages. The injuries on his face were from his own fall. Why should I pay for them? Lin Hai couldn't help but feel resentful. Wang Biao clearly initiated the fight. This is blatant favoritism. You're no longer a student here, yet you haven't taken your belongings. If you're occupying someone else's space, they have every right to deal with it. Besides, you came to the school to fight. That was your fault to begin with. If we really pursued this seriously, you might even face criminal charges. The dean said coldly. He didn't meddle in other matters, but this cash cow had to be looked after. After all, the school's college acceptance rate depended on Wang Biao. After all, Wang Biao and Li Moore were the only 2 students in the entire school with a shot at getting into prestigious universities like Peking or Tsinghua. The rest of the school leadership had all rushed over. After hearing the facts, they were all blaming Lin Hai. Lin Hai, I explicitly told you to move out within a day. Why didn't you listen? You're responsible for everything that happened. You must take responsibility. Yang Bo shouted, furious. Lin Hai's academic performance had consistently ranked at the bottom for the past 2 years, causing Yang Bo immense embarrassment. Even his bonuses had been significantly affected. Unbelievably, even after being expelled, he still managed to cause trouble. I told you, I was only here to collect my belongings, and I wasn't the one who started this. Lin Hai remained coldly defiant. I never expected everyone would side with Wang Biao. Not a single voice for justice. Enough nonsense. Take him to the dean's office and notify his parents to pick him up. The principal addressed Wang Biao. Student Wang Biao, rest assured the school will stand by you. Thank you, sir. Wang Biao looked at Lin Hai with a smug expression, his eyes brimming with provocation. I'm coming too. I want to see how this is handled. Wang Biao declared. The administrators exchanged glances, realizing leniency was unlikely. But since Wang Biao's father was someone they couldn't afford to offend, they could only nod in agreement. Alright, you can come over. Lin Hai seethed inwardly at the blatant unfairness of the situation. He clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to suppress his rage. Just as he reached the entrance of the teaching building, 3 Hongqi sedans sped toward him. And they were the top-of-the-line Hongqi L5 models. Their imposing presence drew gasps from students along the route. So imposing that must be the Hongqi L5. Which high-ranking official is visiting the school for an inspection? The dean of students looked around in confusion. Did we get any notice about a visit today? I don't recall any. Everyone shook their heads. We haven't heard anything either. Judging by the scene, this must be a pretty high-ranking official. How come we haven't heard a thing? Just as they were puzzling over it, the principal and vice principal were seen rushing out of the teaching building. Just then, the Hongqi sedan pulled up at the entrance. A dignified-looking figure stepped out. The principal immediately rushed forward, bending low to shake hands. Welcome, academician Li, to our school for guidance. We've come to request special admission for a student and hope the school will cooperate. The principal was overjoyed. It would be an honor for our school to be granted special admission by the National Defense University. Is the candidate you wish to admit Lin Moore or Wang Biao? Wang Biao stood beside them, visibly agitated. His purpose in returning to China was also to enter the National Defense University. Li Moore's chances of special admission were slim, as few women apply to military academies. That leaves only one spot available, his own. It was common for prestigious universities to offer early special admissions to secure top talent. Li Xiuchang had never heard of these two names. He shook his head and said, "Not these two students." The principal was puzzled. Could there be even more outstanding students at our school? This student is Lin Hai, enrolled in Class 2 of Senior 3. At this revelation, everyone froze. All eyes turned to Yang Bo. Because he was the homeroom teacher of Senior 3, Class 2. Yang Bo stared at Lin Hai in disbelief. There was only one student named Lin Hai in his class. And he had been expelled just a week ago. How could the National Defense Academy possibly admit a failing student? There must be some mistake. Lin Hai appeared utterly composed on the surface, yet his heart raced with excitement. It seemed the materials he had submitted were already making an impact, catching the school's attention. He was the one being admitted on a special exemption. Chapter 6, No Mistake, It's Lin Hai. Academicianly, you must have made a mistake. While there is indeed a student named Lin Hai in our class, his mock exam scores were abysmal. He withdrew from school before the college entrance exams even began. Class advisor Yang Bo hurriedly explained cautiously. In his view, with such poor grades, Lin Hai absolutely couldn't have been accepted by the National Defense University. This was simply absurd. How could the National Defense University possibly admit a student with such poor grades? Even if Lin Hai had connections, it was simply unthinkable. Moreover, as far as he knew, Lin Hai's parents were just ordinary farmers. They simply didn't have that kind of influence. Teacher Yang was right. Lin Hai wasn't just academically deficient, his character was equally flawed. He got expelled from school, refused to leave on time, and just now even beat me up. Wang Biao chimed in loudly. The principal knew Lin Hai's name too, because he had to sign off on expelling these underperforming students early. He forced a smile and said, academicianly, could there be some mistake? The two most outstanding students at our school are Li Moore and this student, Wang Biao. Their mock exam results are exceptionally strong, and they even have a chance to get into prestigious universities like Peking or Tsinghua. Lin Hai's grades are simply too poor. He has no chance of getting into the National Defense University. Li Xiuchang couldn't care less about all this. He was now desperate to know whether those blueprints were Lin Hai's doing. Even if he didn't, Lin Hai must know who gave him the blueprint. According to our findings, it was indeed Lin Hai from Senior 3, Class 2. Since he's not on campus, could you provide his home address? I must see this person. The school administrators couldn't fathom why Li Xiuchang insisted on meeting Lin Hai. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Yang Bo spoke up. If you're looking for Lin Hai, there's no need to go to all that trouble. This is Lin Hai. He's already been expelled, yet he still came back to the dorm and assaulted Wang Biao. We were just about to discipline him. Lin Hai said coldly, Teacher Yang, I hope you'll handle this fairly. It was Wang Biao who threw my bedding and luggage outside first, and he was the one who initiated the physical altercation. I was only acting in self-defense. Yang Bo's face flushed crimson with anger. How dare he talk back to a teacher? His nerve was unbelievable. If not for all these witnesses, he would have been thoroughly scolded. Upon hearing that Lin Hai was nearby, Li Xiuchang paid no heed to the other's words. He quickly pulled Lin Hai aside. He scrutinized him from head to toe. He looked like an ordinary middle school student. He pressed urgently, was that blueprint you submitted? You mean the design blueprints for the Chinook armed helicopter? Yes, I researched and submitted them. Lin Hai nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuchang had no further doubts. This matter had been classified as a state secret. No one else could possibly know about it. Suppressing his excitement, Li Xiuchang pressed on. Did you truly draw those blueprints? You're just a middle school student. Where did you acquire such technical knowledge? This question truly stumped Lin Hai. He couldn't very well reveal that he possessed a special system. Even if he did, no one would believe him. They might just think he was mentally unstable and suffering from delusions. Quickly thinking of an excuse, he explained, my hobby is researching military technology, and I'm particularly fascinated by the Chinook armed helicopter. In my free time, I researched a lot of materials and designed the manufacturing blueprints for the Chinook. But this is all theoretical knowledge. I can't guarantee it would actually work. Li Xiuchang listened with utter disbelief. How could a middle school student possibly design something so complex based solely on a hobby? If that were truly the case, then wouldn't all of them scientists who had dedicated their entire lives to research be nothing but useless decorations? Yet the evidence was undeniable, leaving him no choice but to believe. For there was no one else in the nation, indeed, in the entire world capable of independently designing the blueprints for the Chinook. Only the United States possessed this technology. Li Xiuchang then asked several more questions about the blueprints. Lin Hai answered each one flawlessly, without a single misstep. Li Xiuchang was finally convinced. The man standing before him was a genius of unparalleled brilliance. Simply by researching online, he could design blueprints for a world-class attack helicopter. If such a person were properly nurtured, couldn't they crack all of M Nation's advanced weaponry? The thought sent waves of excitement coursing through Li Xiuchang. A genius. This was undoubtedly a genius bestowed upon China by heaven. Li Xiuchang, who had weathered countless storms, found it difficult to calm his emotions at this moment. You only submitted half the blueprints. Have you figured out the rest? Lin Hai nodded. Of course I have. My wish is to advance my studies at the National Defense University and serve my country. Excellent. The nation needs talented individuals like you, both capable and willing to dedicate themselves to the motherland. I now formally announce, in my capacity as academician of the Weapons Research Institute and Vice President of the National Defense University, you are formally invited to enroll at the National Defense University. Ding! Officially admitted to the National Defense University. Obtained the remaining data for the Chinook blueprints. The moment Li Xiuchang finished speaking, Lin Hai heard the system notification chime. Now he could finally relax completely. He could submit the materials anytime now without fear of being exposed as a fraud. The principal and the head of academic affairs watched the two figures murmuring in the distance. They were utterly baffled. After all, it was just admitting a student what couldn't be discussed openly. Once Li Xiuchang was completely certain, he led Lin Hai before the assembled group. He declared solemnly, I have just confirmed it. The student we are admitting on a special basis is Lin Hai. The admission letter will be issued immediately. An assistant retrieved the letter from a briefcase and held it up for all to see. Everyone present was utterly stunned. But more than shock, there was confusion. What on earth was going on? He was nothing but a poor student. What right did he have to be admitted? Wang Biao was utterly unconvinced. But you can't say that. Perhaps his grades were affected, but Lin Hai's research has made tremendous contributions to the nation. For that alone, he could choose any university in the country. Li Xiuchang replied. Li Xiuchang believed Lin Hai's declining grades were likely due to dedicating most of his time to the Chinook blueprints. That was entirely understandable. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, utterly baffled by the situation. Chapter 7, Leaving No Trace. Academician Li, could you clarify? What exactly did he contribute to the nation that warranted special admission to the National Defense University? His grades are so poor, and he doesn't seem to have done any research. What could a student possibly invent? The president looked utterly perplexed. This matter must remain confidential for now. It will be made public in due time, Li Xiuchang said with a smile. Such a crucial matter cannot be disclosed lightly. We must wait until the Chinook is actually manufactured before presenting it to the world. This will prevent sabotage by M-nation spies. Moreover, once we truly master the Chinook technology, we won't just be able to build the Chinook heavy attack helicopter, we'll also develop an even newer generation of attack helicopters. We'll leapfrog M-nation in the armed helicopter field, silencing their arrogance forever. Wang Biao's expression remained unsettled as he pondered deeply. He stepped forward and said, Hello, Academician Li. I studied abroad and have always admired you. I also wish to return and serve my country. My dream is to enroll in the National Defense University. My mock exam scores consistently rank among the top. Could I be considered for early admission? Though the National Defense University may not rank as highly as Peking or Tsinghua, but the requirements for early admission of outstanding students are extremely stringent. It cannot be granted lightly. Li Xiuchang, however, did not wish to dampen the enthusiasm of outstanding students. He offered heartfelt encouragement. Your resolve to serve the nation is commendable. If you truly wish to attend the National Defense University, you must strive even harder to achieve outstanding results. I have no doubt you can achieve it. Wang Biao felt utterly disappointed. He never imagined that even someone as outstanding as himself couldn't secure early admission. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. He was determined to gain access to the university's most advanced technologies. He continued, Thank you for your encouragement, academician. You have always been my idol. If I gain admission to the National Defense University with outstanding results, might I have the honor of becoming your student? There will be an opportunity. You must strive hard. Li Xiuchang neither gave a clear yes nor a definitive no. We must give young people hope to fuel their drive to move forward. Li Xiuchang didn't want to delay any longer. He addressed the principal, I'm taking Lin Hai with me. We'll still need your cooperation regarding his academic records. Though he didn't know what Lin Hai had done to earn such exceptional admission to the National Defense University, having a student admitted to the National Defense University was undoubtedly cause for celebration. The principal promptly agreed, we will fully cooperate. Then I'll take my leave. Li Xiuchang helped Lin Hai into the car. Both he and all the technicians at the Research Institute were already growing impatient. They were eager to see the remaining parts of the blueprints. With the complete manufacturing process and blueprints in hand, they could replicate the first Chinook in no time. The vast majority of components had already been reverse engineered. Only the most critical few components and the engine remained unconquered. Academician Li, could you make a trip to the dormitory? I'll bring the luggage over. Ha! Since you're one of our nation's most outstanding technicians, everything you need will be prepared for you. However, someone will handle the cleanup of your used items. They absolutely must not fall into the wrong hands. Li Xiuchang explained with a smile. We'll take a military helicopter to the National Defense University. All the technicians at the Weapons Research Institute are waiting for you. On behalf of the director of the Weapons Research Institute at the National Defense University, I formally invite you to join us. Are you willing to join the Defense Weapons Research Program? Li Xiuchang extended his hand with a warm smile. Lin Hai shook his hand firmly and nodded resolutely. I'm more than willing. Excellent. The nation sorely needs talented individuals like you, both capable and willing to dedicate themselves to the country. Li Xiuchang was deeply moved and immensely gratified. He could already see the nation's future hope embodied in Lin Hai. At the airport, a military helicopter stood parked. Special forces soldiers stood guard around the aircraft, fully armed and ready. Once aboard, Li Xiuqiang explained, you can rest for a moment. If you'd like any drinks or snacks, just ask. We're still waiting for one more person. Lin Hai nodded slightly and, without hesitation, ordered an orange juice, sipping it slowly. Li Xiuqiang took the opportunity to ask questions about the blueprints, and Lin Hai answered each one. The two began discussing academic matters. In the university dormitory, a squad of police officers burst in. They confiscated all of Lin Hai's belongings. Since betting or used items could potentially yield Lin Hai's cellular DNA, if they fell into the hands of spies, it could lead to serious consequences. The students in the dormitory looked utterly stunned. Police actually confiscating these things? Had Lin Hai done something wrong? After the police finished packing and left, Wang Diao returned looking dazed and distracted. His classmates told him what had happened. Wang Diao was utterly astonished, thinking to himself, Lin Hai must be hiding some secret. I absolutely must get to the bottom of this. National Defense University, I will get in. Outside the school, a SWAT team stormed into an internet cafe, ordering everyone to shut down their computers and evacuate immediately. The owner was startled out of his wits. Occasionally, he allowed minors to use the computers, but this was an overwhelming show of force. Could such a minor offense really warrant criminal charges? Zhao Tianlai led his team straight to the computer Lin Hai had been using. They affixed a seal to the computer and took it away. The owner was brought over, now trembling in fear. Please hear me out. I do occasionally allow minors to use the internet here. I'm being completely honest, I hope you'll show leniency. We're taking this computer. Someone will compensate you for its value. But all the surveillance footage here must be deleted. Hand over the surveillance hard drive. Also, run your business properly from now on. Zhao Tianlai said to the owner. Yes. I'll never let minors use the internet again. The owner hurriedly led the police to the hard drive containing the surveillance footage. Watching them take these things away, the internet cafe owner looked utterly bewildered. This doesn't add up. If they're really going to penalize me, it should be tens of thousands of yuan at least. Why are they just taking my computers and surveillance equipment? The owner couldn't make sense of it, but the absence of a fine had him overjoyed. A computer only costs a few thousand yuan, and a hard drive is just a few hundred. They even reimbursed him for the computer and hard drive. Could there be something important hidden inside the computer? The boss quickly shook his head, refusing to entertain such wild thoughts anymore. Best to bury this matter deep inside and pretend nothing ever happened. Chapter 8, Entering the Defense Research Institute. After chatting with Lin Hai for a while, Li Xiuqiang was utterly astonished. Even now, it still seemed utterly unbelievable that a high school graduate could possess such detailed knowledge of the Chinook's construction. His descriptions were spot on. He even pointed out the issues they'd encountered while disassembling the components at the institute. Seeing Zhao Tianlai return, Li Xiuqiang stood and said, "Let me introduce you to this student, Lin Hai. This is Director Zhao Tianlai from the State Security Bureau." "Director Zhao, hello." Lin Hai said respectfully. "All right, everyone, take a seat." Zhao Tianlai nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to Li Xiuqiang, he said, "Oldly, I brought everything you requested. Now, can you tell me exactly what happened? The person has been found, so I can tell you now. This student, Lin Hai, has researched and obtained the complete blueprints for the Chinook armed helicopter. Moreover, the upper half of the blueprints was transmitted via a computer at an internet cafe. To eliminate all potential risks, we must retrieve the computer and all surveillance footage." Zhao Tianlai stared at Lin Hai in utter disbelief. Lin Hai was still wearing his school uniform. That such a young child could have researched and produced the blueprints for an armed helicopter. He simply couldn't believe it. "Oldly, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Such a young lad, who hasn't even taken the college entrance exam, how could he possibly develop something this complex? Then all those people at your weapons research institute, aren't they all?" Zhao Tian suddenly stopped speaking. His gut told him this matter couldn't be wrong. Otherwise, Li Xiuqiang wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find Lin Hai. Out of respect for Li Xiuqiang's face, he couldn't say anymore. Li Xiuqiang didn't seem angry. With a bitter smile, he said, "It's embarrassing to admit, but after over a decade of research by so many technicians, we still haven't successfully replicated the Chinook. We truly feel ashamed before our nation. However, I'm absolutely certain that Lin Hai is precisely the talent we need, and he has indeed produced detailed blueprints of the Chinook. I believe we'll soon be able to replicate the genuine Chinook armed helicopter. It will be of tremendous value to our military." As Li Xiuqiang explained, he couldn't help but grow excited. Zhao Tianlai stared at Lin Hai in utter astonishment. "You're a genius, kid. No, you're even more than a genius. You must dedicate yourself to serving the nation and become its most valuable asset. Director Zhao, rest assured I will strive with all my might." The three chatted as the plane took off. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the National Defense University. At the Weapons Research Institute of the National Defense University, all the technicians were waiting. Seeing that Lin Haijin was indeed a high school student left them deeply shocked. Li Xiuqiang gave everyone a brief introduction. His expression solemn, he stated, "I've already discussed everything in detail with Lin Hai on the way here. He can resolve all the issues. Let's hold a meeting where everyone can ask questions freely. Let's first clarify the technical issues we couldn't figure out before, and then we'll speed up the production of the Chinook." In the conference room, Lin Hai sat before the computer, listening to everyone's questions. He answered each one in turn. He then sketched out the critical sections of the subsequent blueprints, projecting them for reference. Once they received the correct answers, it all clicked for them. It turned out their entire research direction had been flawed. Replicating the Chinook demanded extremely high material standards. If the material doesn't meet the specifications, even if the dimensions are identical, it simply won't achieve the required performance. Lin Hai wrote down the composition of the new material and instructed the factory to expedite production. Everyone stayed at the research institute, living and working there. The manufacturing plant worked around the clock, supplying every necessary material and component. News of Lin Hai's early admission to the National Defense University spread, and the school began promoting him as a role model. Students were encouraged to work hard and strive to improve their grades in the final stretch. Li Moore was stunned by the news. Lin Hai had always slept a lot and his grades were particularly poor. How could he possibly receive a special admission offer from the National Defense University? Suddenly, she remembered that Lin Hai had specifically mentioned his goal of entering the National Defense University. Who would have thought he actually pulled it off? How on earth did he manage it? Sleeping all day, what possible contribution could he make to the nation? No matter how hard Li Moore racked her brain, she couldn't figure it out. I must strive harder too. I'll aim for admission to the National Defense University. I absolutely must find him and get to the bottom of this. Li Moore silently resolved within herself. Ever since Lin Hai left, his handsome image kept surfacing in her mind, refusing to fade. The principal, accompanied by school administrators, delivered the admission notice to Lin Hai's parents. Lin Hai's parents were utterly astonished. After all, Lin Hai's grades had been steadily declining, and they had long since given up any hope for his academic future. Moreover, Lin Hai was constantly sleepy. They had even taken him to see a doctor for a checkup. The diagnosis revealed that the immense pressure from the college entrance exams had overwhelmed his mental capacity. The doctor advised his parents not to put too much pressure on him, warning that a mental breakdown could potentially lead to psychosis. They had considered withdrawing him from school to learn a trade and find employment. However, Lin Hai refused, as the system's task required him to sleep at school. He remained determined to continue attending classes. When Lin Hai called home, his parents refused to believe him. They thought he was just talking nonsense due to excessive stress. But then, even the school administrators came personally. Now they had no choice but to believe. The villagers rejoiced alongside him. Having a student admitted to a prestigious university was a source of great pride for the village. But he hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. How could he be admitted? Lin Hai's father asked doubtfully. This is an exceptional admission. Only students who've made outstanding contributions to the nation or achieved extraordinary academic results get targeted by top universities, someone explained. This is truly a tremendous blessing. Congratulations, the principal explained with a smile. His attitude had done a complete 180-degree turn from before. Being admitted to the National Defense Military Academy is second only to getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. In some respects, it commands even greater admiration than admission to Peking or Tsinghua. Lin Jin, the principal, said it himself. It must be true. We should celebrate properly. Throw a banquet. The neighbor beside him exclaimed happily. All right, we absolutely must have a banquet. Lin Jin declared excitedly. We should definitely celebrate properly. The official who came to pick him up at the university is an academician of our National Academy of Engineering. Who knows, he might even become Lin Hai's future mentor. Lin Hai's future prospects are truly boundless. The principal remarked. To be personally picked up by an academician means he must have made truly outstanding contributions. That's why the principal personally came to the house to deliver the news. Chapter 9, The Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Lin Hai's future is boundless. Should he achieve anything significant, it would greatly enhance the school's reputation. That's why the president personally came to deliver the news to establish a connection early on. Who knows when they might be able to offer him assistance. The villagers were exceptionally simple and kind-hearted. When someone got into a prestigious university, they all came to offer congratulations. They even pitched in to organize the celebratory banquet. It took Lin Hai's father, Lin Jin, quite some time to finally believe that Lin Hai had truly been admitted to the National Defense Military Academy. Not only would he bring honor to the nation, but it was also one of the top universities in the country. He was overjoyed, unable to stop smiling. Even though he was usually stingy with money, this time he had to splurge big time. He quickly pulled out money and sent someone to buy wine and food to host a banquet in the village. The entire village was abuzz with excitement, especially the children who, upon hearing they could feast, ran about joyfully. A scene of thriving prosperity unfolded. At the Weapons Research Institute of the National Defense University, after 3 days of intensive work, all technical challenges had finally been analyzed. All the technicians were utterly amazed. Every piece of technology provided by Lin Hai proved to be feasible. Moreover, he pinpointed the very reason previous attempts had failed to replicate it. By following these blueprints, a perfect replica of the genuine Chinook could be produced swiftly. Most researchers here held at least a PhD in engineering, with the youngest being 40 years old. Seeing Lin Hai, so young, still felt utterly unbelievable. He had never attended university, yet through self-study and research, he had produced complete blueprints. This achievement left the experts utterly embarrassed. Li Xiuqiang had barely slept for 3 consecutive days, his eyes now bloodshot. Yet his spirit was exceptionally high. He exclaimed excitedly, our technical challenges are now completely overcome. Immediately ramp up production of the Chinook's critical components. We must get our own Chinook armed helicopters soaring through the skies as soon as possible. Let the entire world know that our nation possesses the capability to manufacture heavy-duty armed helicopters. Alright, everyone, give it one more push. The name of China will once again resound across the globe. Everyone raised their fists and shouted with overwhelming excitement. Seeing their fervor, Lin Hai felt his own blood boil. China has long endured suppression from Western nations led by the United States. Reaching this point has been no easy feat. Moreover, as China's rise accelerates, those Western nations sense the threat. Thus, they relentlessly suppressed China in cutting-edge technologies, imposing various technical blockades. This made China's progress in cutting-edge manufacturing extremely difficult. Every researcher and scientist was driven by a burning determination to break through these foreign barriers as soon as possible. They want to show the world that China can never be defeated. In the time that followed, the technicians took a brief respite. Then they resumed analyzing the relevant technologies. Lin Hai, however, found himself with more free time. His current task is to help others resolve issues they don't understand. When difficulties arise during manufacturing, everyone collaborates to find solutions. When Lin Hai has free time, he likes to read news on his phone. The hottest news topic right now is undoubtedly the college entrance exams. With the exam approaching, everyone is pushing themselves to the limit in their final sprint. Most people are cheering on the examinees. Yet there are still those who make snide remarks, dampening the students' morale. Lin Hai finds this utterly infuriating. What's wrong with these people? They look down on their own country, yet inexplicably grovel at the feet of the West. They claim domestic education is overly dogmatic, entirely focused on test prep. They claim domestic research standards are inadequate, far inferior to those abroad. Those with the means choose to study abroad. The fact that so many talents stay abroad and never return speaks volumes. They all claim China will never catch up to the US because its system is vastly inferior and its treatment of scientists is inadequate. It's all just excuses to suppress China and badmouth their own country. What infuriated Lin Hai even more was seeing numerous comments below that strongly agreed with these arguments. Of course, many patriotic young people calmly debated them. After all, those developed nations have accumulated advantages over decades. Their industrial prowess is hardly surprising. Moreover, they lure top domestic scientists abroad with enticing benefits. But now the motherland has grown increasingly powerful, and the research environment has improved significantly. Moreover, the Chinese people are so diligent and strive relentlessly. Sooner or later, we will catch up to the US and become a world-leading developed nation. Yet those Western-obsessed individuals remain stubbornly unconvinced. They even raised a specific question. If China is so formidable and boasts such a vast population, why hasn't it produced a single Nobel Prize of real substance? This question struck a nerve with every Chinese person. Indeed, not a single prestigious Nobel Prize. This is a pain felt by everyone in the nation. China's manufacturing sector has grown remarkably strong, yet it lags significantly in cutting-edge fields. There's a significant gap compared to developed nations. Ding! Host has activated patriotic sentiment. Claim system task. Sleep for 20 hours daily at work for 3 consecutive months to randomly obtain the solution to one of the world's 10 greatest unsolved mathematical problems. Lin Hai was overjoyed upon hearing the system's prompt. The world's 10 greatest unsolved mathematical problems. These are challenges any scientist would dream of solving. Solve just one, and the mathematical Nobel Prize is yours for the taking. Moreover, it would make an immense contribution to global scientific research. Sleep. Lin Hai made up his mind, laid his head on the desk, and fell into a deep slumber. Moreover, the sleep god system's sleep task allowed the host to enjoy an incredibly blissful slumber. At first, the experts at the Research Institute assumed Lin Hai was simply exhausted. After all, he'd been working non-stop for 3 days and nights. He deserved a good rest. But after several days, they noticed that every time Lin Hai came to the lab, he would find a spot to fall fast asleep. They relayed this to director Li Xiaozhang. Li Xiaozhang, deeply concerned for Lin Hai, came over specifically to inquire. Seeing Lin Hai fast asleep, he tapped him awake. Lin Hai, why have you been sleeping all day these past few days? Is something wrong with your health? If you're not feeling well, you must speak up and get checked at the hospital. Lin Hai woke up, his eyes bloodshot. I'm perfectly fine. I just want to sleep. Don't worry about me, I'm okay. With that, he flopped back down and resumed his snoring. Lin Hai had to sleep as quickly as possible to complete the system task. Although the system required a minimum of 20 hours of sleep, exceeding the daily requirement would allow him to complete the task ahead of schedule. Li Xiaochang felt uneasy and summoned a doctor to examine Lin Hai. The doctor confirmed his body was exceptionally healthy. In fact, his physical condition far surpassed that of others. Only then did Li Xiaozhang realize Lin Hai simply enjoyed sleeping, and he finally relaxed. Chapter 10, Test Flight, Outperforming the Original Aircraft. After all, the technical issues had been resolved. The Chinook parts were being manufactured smoothly, and it wouldn't be long before assembly and testing could begin. If he liked sleeping, then let him sleep. As a researcher, they even arranged a bachelor apartment for Lin Hai. Li Xiaochang told Lin Hai to go back to sleep and return to research whenever he felt rested. Lin Hai declined all of Li Xiaochang's kindness, because sleeping at the Research Institute yielded better results. According to the system's rules, 1 hour of sleep at the lab equaled 1 task hour. Sleeping at home required 2 hours to count as 1 task hour. If one slept during a meeting, 1 hour of sleep equated to 4 task hours. Li Xiaochang didn't sense anything amiss. It was still summer vacation, so Lin Hai didn't have to attend classes. All technical issues had been fully resolved. However, to accelerate the pursuit of Western helicopter technology, Li Xiaozhang organized everyone to expedite research on the next generation of armed helicopters. The Chinook heavy-lift armed helicopter boasts a large payload capacity and long-range flight capability. However, its large size made it less maneuverable, and it still had many shortcomings when used on the battlefield. It was imperative to develop a single-rotor heavy-duty attack helicopter that would be more agile and versatile in operation. This would enhance firepower and make it indispensable on the battlefield. Yet every time a meeting was held to discuss this, Lin Hai would still be fast asleep. Some technicians were growing increasingly dissatisfied. Despite Lin Hai providing cutting-edge technology, he was still sleeping during such critical meetings. If he truly needed sleep, he should have taken leave and returned to his quarters for a proper rest. Sleeping in the meeting room, what kind of behavior was that? Over time, discontent began to simmer among the team. Even academician Li Xiaozhang was busy conducting research. It was simply unacceptable for a newcomer to spend his days sleeping at the research institute. Someone beside him tapped Lin Hai awake. "Wake up! We're having a very important meeting." After being roused, Lin Hai yawned. He looked around sleepily at the people around him. "If you have any questions, just ask. If not, I'm going back to sleep." With that, he lay back down and fell fast asleep. This time, he really angered the people beside him. Shini fumed. "Look at his attitude. Sure, he brought the complete set of blueprints, helping us make a breakthrough in helicopter technology. But this behavior is downright arrogant. Doesn't he realize the situation? All he does is sleep all day." Li Xiaozhang frowned. Lin Hai sleeping all day was indeed unusual, but every time they woke him up, he looked utterly exhausted. His sleep didn't seem feigned. Besides, Lin Hai hadn't neglected any responsibilities. Whenever technical issues arose, he resolved them promptly. Perhaps he was simply exhausted from his relentless pursuit of technology. Geniuses, after all, are always different from ordinary people. We should be more understanding. You can't measure these people by ordinary standards. Li Xiaochang explained to everyone. Shini remained unconvinced. The word genius stung him like a thorn. By the age of 33, he had already completed his doctorate and entered the Weapons Research Institute with outstanding credentials. He was involved in such crucial research work. He had been a genius before. But he never had these bad habits. Since Lin Hai's arrival, everyone had shown him all kinds of tolerance. Shini felt a bit displeased, even a touch of jealousy. He was also a student of Li Xiaozhang, yet now Li Xiaozhang clearly favored Lin Hai. Shini had been feeling increasingly sidelined lately. Researching the new offensive heavy attack helicopter, the core technology had already been fully mastered. They could fully draw on the manufacturing experience from the Chinook. The prototype was quickly finalized and the blueprint drafting began. Lin Hai still slept all day. He had practically become a transparent presence. Though Li Xiaochang felt some concern and had him examined by specialists twice more, they confirmed he was perfectly healthy. He advised Lin Hai to exercise more, suggesting it might help. A month later, the college entrance exams concluded. All the examinees were anxiously awaiting their results. All components for the Chinook were successfully manufactured, and assembly was finally completed. On the day of the test flight, Lin Hai was summoned to be present. Every technician's heart was filled with overwhelming excitement. They had waited far too long for this moment. They longed to see the Chinook they had built successfully take flight. Yet they were also deeply anxious about the possibility of failure. All their efforts would be in vain. Standing in the square, they watched the pilot enter the aircraft with bated breath. Lin Hai stood rooted to the spot, yet somehow managed to fall asleep. Everyone shook their heads helplessly. Lin Hai had become the Institute's sleep god, capable of falling asleep instantly in any situation. What once seemed utterly unbelievable had now become routine. After all, Lin Hai had managed to develop a complete set of blueprints. If the aircraft successfully completed its test flight, even a single set of blueprints would guarantee him a comfortable life. At Li Xiaochang's command, the Chinook began to start up. The rotors spun faster and faster as the aircraft slowly lifted off the ground. Then it rapidly gained altitude. Reporting test data. Armed helicopter operating normally, excellent stability. Commencing experimental flight speed test. Lift capacity exceeds original aircraft by 20%, flight speed exceeds original aircraft by 26%. Increased payload capacity by over 50% compared to the original model. Data points streamed in one after another. All the researchers were stunned. They stared wide-eyed at the aircraft in the sky, utterly incredulous. They thought they must have misheard. What? How could the data exceed so drastically? We're replicating the aircraft, its performance shouldn't surpass the original model. This is truly strange. Aside from the engine, the other modifications weren't that significant. Could it be that our engine technology has surpassed that of M country? That can't be right, the test data must be wrong. The researchers themselves began to doubt their findings and instructed the test team to repeat the tests. The second round of test results matched the first exactly. No errors whatsoever. Li Xiaozhang suddenly grasped the crucial point. I know what's going on. Although most of our parts are reverse engineered. But these blueprints were developed by Lin Hai himself. He never disassembled the Chinook's internal structure. Therefore, the engine he developed differs from the prototype. It seems Lin Hai is truly exceptional. The engine he designed outperforms the M country prototype. That's why our replica attack helicopter outperforms the M country model by a wide margin. Li Xiaochang exclaimed with immense excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Hai stood nearby, fast asleep, completely unaware of the commotion unfolding around him. Chapter 11, Reporting to Superiors. Unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable. We've actually built a Chinook helicopter that surpasses M nations. If these data were ever released, it would surely shock the entire world. An elderly researcher wept tears of joy. Every time we met, M country's engineers would mock us. They'd sneer that we couldn't even manage to copy properly. Now we've finally gotten our revenge. Let's report this to our superiors immediately and release these data. Let those foreigners see for themselves. Our Chinese engineers are no slouches. Li Xiuqiang felt immense satisfaction at that moment. Looking at Lin Hai, who was still snoring away, he found him increasingly likable. This man is truly a great contributor to China. Even if he achieves nothing more significant in the future, the mere fact that he developed the Chinook is enough. Moreover, this engine's performance far surpasses that of the United States. If installed on the latest offensive attack helicopters, the results would undoubtedly be impressive. Li Xiuqiang felt immense anticipation, wondering what the scene would be like once the new attack helicopter was developed. Everyone, hold your excitement for now. Conduct more tests to confirm the reliability of this Chinook. Once we're confident there are no issues, we'll report to leadership. After several days of testing, including simulations under various harsh conditions, the reverse-engineered attack helicopter proved remarkably reliable. It surpassed the original Chinook prototype from M Nation in nearly every aspect. This development was immediately reported to leadership. Upon hearing the news, the leadership found it utterly unbelievable. Oldly, this is a major development. We must approach this with utmost rigor. Even after successful test flights, we must conduct multiple reliability tests. If an accident occurs after we announce it, we'll lose face big time. Rest assured, sir. We've conducted comprehensive testing. Moreover, its overall performance surpasses the prototype from Country M by over 20%. This is absolutely the world's most advanced heavy-duty attack helicopter. Li Xiuqiang declared excitedly. Excellent. This is truly remarkable. You deserve full credit for this achievement. The leader was deeply moved upon hearing this. This has long been a weakness for China. The lack of heavy attack helicopters has left us far behind Western nations in rapidly deploying troops. If we were actually on the battlefield, we'd be at a disadvantage. If we could produce dozens of Chinooks, the military's combat capability would surge dramatically. Upon hearing this, the leadership immediately relayed the news to the military region commander. Commander Wang, I have some truly exciting news to share. Fang Huai, what good news could there be at this moment? If you could achieve breakthroughs in new weaponry, especially heavy-duty armed helicopters, that would be good news to me. Of course, if there were technological breakthroughs in fighter jets, that would be acceptable too. Commander Wang said with a smile. China's research institutes have indeed been making technological breakthroughs in recent years. But these technologies haven't significantly enhanced the military's combat capabilities. Commander Wang had long since grown accustomed to this situation. Ha, you're truly the commander, spot on. Long Fanghuai said with a smile. What do you mean? Could it be that the Chinook replica is finally complete? We've been striving for over a decade. Don't tell me we've finally succeeded. Commander Wang couldn't contain his excitement. This is the aircraft the military has long dreamed of. But attempts at replication have consistently failed. Some even predicted that even in another 20 years, replicating the Chinook would remain elusive. This left every military leader feeling utterly helpless. Of course, I wouldn't dare joke about this. President Li called me. They've completed the reverse engineering of the Chinook heavy lift attack helicopter. It has undergone testing, data collection, and reliability verification. What's more surprising is that its performance metrics far exceed those of the original US prototype. I'll send the data to your phone right now. Take a look for yourself. Fantastic. Am I dreaming? If we can truly manufacture the Chinook, it would be a monumental achievement. Hold on, what did you just say? The reverse-engineered helicopter actually outperforms the M country prototype? You're not joking, are you? It's common knowledge that reverse-engineered models never match the performance of prototypes. Unless there's a technological breakthrough using more advanced techniques. That's the only way it could happen. But given the current situation, just managing to replicate it at all is already quite impressive. In Commander Wang's view, achieving 70-80% of the prototype's performance would already be a pleasant surprise. To claim it surpasses the prototype? That's nothing short of a fairy tale, isn't it? It's true. You heard correctly. When I first heard the news, I found it utterly unbelievable myself. After multiple confirmations with academician Li, there's absolutely no mistake. Seeing is believing. I'll take a team to test it immediately. You should hurry over to meet me at the test site. Got it, I'll be right there. Soon, 2 military aircraft landed at the test site. Li Xiuqiang came personally to greet them. Commander, leaders, why have you come in person? Li Xiuqiang asked with a beaming smile. That goes without saying. With such a major incident, how could we not come? Long Fanghuai retorted with a laugh. Let's set pleasantries aside for now. We need to inspect the helicopters you've reverse-engineered, Commander Wang urged. Follow me. Li Xiuqiang led them to the location where the Chinook was stored. He ordered the covering canvas to be removed. Commander Wang and Long Fanghuai stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished at the Chinook that was now their own. Get on board and test it immediately. Commander Wang was already bursting with impatience. He urged them all aboard. He had the pilot he'd brought along take the controls. He wanted his soldiers to test it again. Only by seeing the experimental data with his own eyes could he fully believe it. This whole affair felt utterly unbelievable, like a dream. Li Xiaochang sat confidently to the side, watching them begin the test. The plane began its ascent. The pilot's skills were exceptional. He skillfully maneuvered the Chinook through various maneuvers. Discovering that such a large armed helicopter could be maneuvered with such exceptional agility was completely beyond imagination. Reporting to the commander, this Chinook handles exceptionally well, far surpassing the prototype. The pilot exclaimed excitedly. Are you absolutely certain? Absolutely. I've flown the prototype multiple times myself. I stake my military honor on it. Both performance and handling absolutely surpass the prototype. This is simply unbelievable. How on earth did they achieve this? Chapter 12, awarded first-class merit. Li Xiaochang smiled broadly as he said, at first, we found it hard to believe too. It was the first time a replica outperformed the prototype. But we owe it all to acquiring a talented individual. He provided the blueprints. Because the engine he designed was superior to the prototypes, that's why it performed so well. I've heard about this matter. The talent you're referring to is Lin Hai, right? Long Fenghuai inquired. Yes, that's the man. Li Xiaozhang nodded with a smile. Lin Hai? Which academician is that? I've never heard of this name. Could he be a returning overseas scientific talent? Commander Wang asked with great confusion. Logically speaking, he should know all of China's top scientific and technological personnel. The name felt so unfamiliar that he'd assumed it must belong to someone who'd studied abroad and returned. But that doesn't make sense either. If it were a foreign-trained technician returning home, the media would have made a huge fuss about it. It's impossible he hadn't heard of them. Commander, you're unaware that this individual is one of our own talents from China. And he's an absolute genius. What you'd never guess is that he's just a high school student. He taught himself all these skills. Li Xiaozhang explained with a broad smile. What? Commander Wang was utterly stunned upon hearing this. You've got to be kidding me. A high school student self-taught enough to build a Chinook and one that outperforms the American version? Even if I know nothing about research, you can't pull that kind of nonsense on me. Commander Wang refused to believe it. It's true. I personally picked him up from school. And when discussing technical issues with him, he answered fluently. If he hadn't researched this technology himself, he couldn't possibly have mastered it so thoroughly. Not to mention, as you've seen, this technology has already surpassed the prototype stage. There's no other Chinook like this anywhere in the world. Li Xiaochang said with a wry smile. This story would be unbelievable if told, but it's the truth. All we can say is that Lin Hai is a genius of the highest order. Commander Wang knew Li Xiaochang wouldn't joke about something like this. After a long pause, he finally accepted the reality. A genius, truly a genius bestowed upon our nation by heaven. Such a person must be protected and nurtured carefully. Perhaps he could even develop more advanced weapons. We will give him special attention, though geniuses are indeed different from ordinary people. He particularly loves sleeping, requiring at least 20 hours of rest daily. We were initially concerned about his health, but medical examinations confirmed he is perfectly normal in every way. We even consulted his school administrators. Apparently this pattern persisted throughout his schooling. It's truly baffling. Li Xiaochang explained with a wry smile. Can anyone really develop cutting-edge technology just by sleeping? Genius truly differs from the ordinary. We should be more understanding. Even abroad, aren't there many scientists with peculiar habits? Long Fenghuai found this perfectly normal. You're right, we can't judge geniuses by ordinary standards. We must take good care of him and fulfill all his legitimate requests to the best of our ability. Such individuals are treasures of our nation. Commander Wang stated. After testing all performance parameters, the aircraft landed smoothly. The data obtained matched Li Xiaozhang's report exactly. Excellent. Now we finally have a heavy-duty armed helicopter. It will play a vital role in the military's rapid deployment capabilities. I will report this achievement to the chairman and commend your research institute. Subsequent tests will be conducted in the highlands to verify its endurance under the most extreme conditions. Commander Wang stated solemnly. Everyone present was overcome with emotion, words failing to capture their feelings. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, leadership. Our institute will next focus on developing an attack-type heavy armed helicopter. Based on our current technological capabilities, it won't be long before we develop the next generation of attack-type heavy armed helicopters. This will significantly enhance the combat capabilities of our military. Li Xiaochang stated. Great, fantastic. I hope to hear more good news from you soon. We will not disappoint the commander's expectations. The chairman is still working late into the night. Although Huaxia has developed at an increasingly rapid pace in recent years, the pressure it faces has also grown substantially. Western nations sense China's growing strength and do not wish to see the Eastern Dragon fully awaken. They are suppressing China in cutting-edge manufacturing and other fields. Yet the chairman understands clearly China absolutely cannot concede defeat. We must forge ahead courageously and break through every blockade completely. At that moment, the secretary approached carrying a report. Chairman, Commander Wang of the military region has submitted a report. He insists you review it immediately if you haven't rested yet. Oh, so it must be something very important. The chairman took the report, opened it, and after a moment of reading, his expression shifted to one of astonished delight. He slammed his fist on the table. Excellent. This is truly thrilling news. The secretary beside him was startled. He had never seen the chairman so agitated before. She cautiously inquired. Sir, Chairman, what news could possibly move you so? Haha, this is truly gratifying. It's no secret anymore, so I can tell you. Our engineers have finally succeeded in reverse engineering the Chinook, and its performance now surpasses the original prototype in every aspect. Commander Wang has immediately dispatched personnel to transport the newly manufactured Chinook to the plateau for further testing. If it maintains outstanding performance in the oxygen-deprived, frigid environment, we can proceed with full-scale production. After speaking, the chairman stood up excitedly and paced back and forth. This truly is inspiring news, filling another gap in our military industry. It will play a crucial role in rapidly deploying troops. That is truly excellent news. We've broken through the Western technological blockade once again. The chairman picked up the report again and studied it carefully. Every member of the research institute deserves commendation, especially Lin Hai, who contributed this technology. He is truly a genius of the highest order. Since he has been admitted to the National Defense University through special consideration, he is now a military officer. Award him a first-class merit. The secretary was startled upon hearing this. Even for an outstanding contribution, a first-class merit award was still quite daunting. It's widely known that a first-class merit is an honor typically reserved for those who make the ultimate sacrifice. But based on his contributions, he absolutely deserved a first-class merit. This achievement must be widely publicized, so everyone knows that those who contribute to the nation will receive appropriate recognition. And he was just a high school graduate. The college entrance exams had just concluded. With his example, we can further inspire patriotic fervor among the youth, declared the chairman. Chapter 13, Nationwide Celebration. Academicianly, good news. The secretary hurried over. He handed a piece of paper to Li Xiuchang. The chairman personally ordered that all personnel at our research institute be awarded second-class meritorious service. Lin Hai provided the complete set of blueprints awarded a first-class merit. Really? Let me see it right away. Li Xiuchang eagerly took the commendation order and read it carefully. Wonderful. This is the nation's honor bestowed upon us. It's also the result of our hard work and dedication. Hurry and share this news with everyone, let them all share in the joy. Li Xiuchang exhaled deeply. All those years of effort had finally paid off. The news of the commendation sent the entire research institute into an uproar. They embraced each other and jumped for joy. This is fantastic, the chairman has personally honored us. After all these years of hard work, our institute can finally hold our heads high. Relax, everyone. This is just the beginning. With our advanced engine technology, we'll soon be building even more advanced attack helicopters. Everyone chatted excitedly, while Lin Hai was still snoring away. Ever since the data from reverse engineering the Chinook emerged, no one at the institute openly envied Lin Hai anymore. His first-class merit award was well-deserved. After all, this was genuine skill. Envy was pointless. Unless one could independently develop military engines of comparable caliber. This technology wasn't something just anyone possessed. Someone tapped Lin Hai awake from his sleep. Wake up! You've been awarded a first-class merit. This is the highest honor. Lin Hai lifted his head and rubbed his bleary eyes. What did you say? We successfully replicated the Chinook. The team gets a collective second-class merit, and you personally received a first-class merit. Upon hearing this news, Lin Hai instantly felt wide awake. Really? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Serving the nation was also Lin Hai's greatest aspiration. He never expected the commendation to come so quickly. And it was a first-class merit, no less. This was the highest honor the nation could bestow. Of course, who would joke about something this important? Our next step is to develop offensive heavy attack helicopters. Your technical expertise is widely recognized. We must work together on this. Lin Hai checked the tasks in the sleep god system. 11 more hours to complete the mission. Alright, let me sleep one more day. I'll work hard tomorrow. Lin Hai finished speaking, then instantly fell asleep with his head on the desk. All the experts were stunned by this scene. Could it be that even the excitement of receiving a first-class merit award was so fleeting? Li Xiuchang gave a slightly awkward chuckle. They'd been ecstatic just receiving a second-class merit award. Who would have thought the recipient of a first-class merit would be so unflappable? It seemed they still lacked composure. They should strive to achieve more and earn new honors. Alright, let's celebrate. We shouldn't disturb him. A genius's ideas can't be judged by ordinary standards. Didn't he say he'd sleep in tomorrow and join us in researching the new attack helicopter? Li Xiuchang addressed the group. Academicianly, such a joyous occasion is rare. Let's celebrate properly today. Exactly. We haven't relaxed in ages since we started reverse engineering the Chinook. Alright, since everyone's in such high spirits. Today, I'll foot the bill and treat everyone to drinks. Li Xiuchang said with a smile. The group cheered. Great. Since academicianly is treating, we won't hold back. We're getting a whole bottle of Maotai. I prefer Wolianya, though Maotai is fine too. No need to be polite, I'll definitely go for Guajiao. No problem, drink freely today. But work isn't over yet, let's keep pushing forward. Li Xiuchang led the experts in diligently continuing their research and analyzing the data. Lin Hai discovered he could communicate with the system in his dreams while sleeping. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. System, although I've mastered the manufacturing technology for the Chinook, we're about to develop a new generation of attack helicopters. Is there a way to accomplish this mission? Sleep God System, the missions the system rewards you with are all ones you've mastered. The technology behind the offensive heavy-duty armed helicopter shares many similarities with the Chinook. Moreover, all technologies you acquire have been optimized by the system. This is more than sufficient for developing new technologies. No further missions are needed in this area. I see. That puts my mind at ease. After finishing his communication, Lin Hai went back to snoring away. That evening, the news broadcast reported the successful replication of the Chinook armed helicopter. The announcement was incredibly uplifting. Numerous self-media creators captured this news segment and shared it online. The news went viral that very day. It dominated the top news headlines across major platforms. It even detailed the test data, demonstrating superior performance compared to the original Chinook prototype from the United States. It will soon head to high-altitude regions to test in cold, oxygen-deprived environments. If it can withstand the harsh conditions of the plateau region, it will demonstrate absolute reliability. It will be suitable for any harsh environment. The news's popularity continues to surge, with comments surpassing 10,000 within an hour. And the number of comments is still climbing. Awesome! We finally have the Chinook heavy lift attack helicopter. Cheers to our engineers. China will rise, and we will possess everything others have. Now let's see what those Western-obsessed lackeys have to say. Heh, the Western-obsessed dogs must be fuming right now. The overwhelming majority are sending blessings and feeling immense pride. The long-awaited helicopter has finally been successfully manufactured, filling every citizen with immense pride. But below, there are also some snide comments, even articles criticizing the domestically produced Chinook as worthless. That's a helicopter the US made decades ago. What's there to be proud of just copying it now? All we can do is copy, we'll never innovate. Surpassing the US is pure fantasy. Even if you build it, so what? Is the core technology even yours? Probably just bought parts and cobbled them together. Netizens immediately fired back at such comments with righteous indignation. Ha, you were the one saying we couldn't even copy it. Now that we've successfully replicated it, you claim we can't innovate. Honestly, these foreign lapdogs are beyond belief. Open your eyes, its overall performance significantly surpasses the original model. Ignore those Western-obsessed lapdogs. Once we break through this barrier, we'll soon be manufacturing even more advanced armed helicopters. The day we surpass the US is within reach. That night, the entire nation erupted in celebration, overcome with excitement. Chapter 14, Glory Delivered Home. This news also caught the attention of numerous universities. After all, every university has its own research institutions. Each contributes to the nation's technological breakthroughs. The presidents of prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua paid particular attention to the list of award-winning research institutions. It was truly puzzling. Li Xiuzhan was clearly the director of the National Defense University's Research Institute. Why did they only receive a second-class merit award? This Lin Hai looks unfamiliar, yet he received a first-class merit award. When did our country gain such an expert? I've never heard this name before. Could he be a high-caliber technical expert recruited from abroad by the National Defense University? The top 10 universities are all holding their breath, striving to surpass the others. Tsinghua and Peking universities have long held the top spot in China's rankings, leaving the second-place institution far behind. Unexpectedly, this time the National Defense University has taken the lead and even received national recognition. This put immense pressure on the president of Peking University. He immediately called the director of the personnel department. Director Zhang, have you seen today's news? The National Defense University has successfully replicated the Chinook helicopter. Even more astonishing is that its performance exceeds the prototype by over 20%. This is an extraordinary achievement. Once the US gets wind of this, they'll surely feel the pressure mounting. This indicates the National Defense University has mastered even more cutting-edge technology. I saw it. The entire team received a second-class National Merit Award, and one technician named Lin Hai even earned a first-class National Merit Award. It's been ages since anyone in our country earned a first-class merit. Director Zhang's words were brimming with admiration. After all, this is the kind of national honor even prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua aspire to achieve. That's precisely why I called you. Which top-tier technical personnel in the country are unknown to us? How come I've never heard of this name? Get on it immediately. Where exactly did the National Defense University recruit this talent? We absolutely cannot fall behind. The title of national champion must never be handed over to others. The president of Qingbei University said earnestly. Understood, President. Rest assured, I'll investigate this individual immediately. Ideally, we should recruit him to our university. Exactly. Our university offers the best compensation nationwide. The most elite talent should naturally come to our institution for research. Not only Qingbei University, but several other institutions also mobilized their channels to gather information on Lin Hai. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. None of the higher-ups had ever heard of him. This made them feel extremely puzzled. Even foreign countries had taken notice of this development. After all, they were confident that even in another 2 or 3 decades, China might not be able to replicate the Chinook. Leaving this aircraft in China was a blatant provocation and mockery. They never imagined China would actually build one. And they even dared to release the data. What an act of sheer confidence. Foreign experts have weighed in on this development. They're loudly proclaiming that China stole their technology, posing a significant threat to them. They must strengthen restrictions to prevent high-level talent and technology from flowing to China. For a time, both domestic and international networks were flooded with this news. By the next day, the commendation order had already reached the local authorities. Upon learning that Lin Hai, recipient of the first-class merit award, was a native of the city, the mayor was deeply moved. Producing such talent was an honor for the entire city. Preparations were immediately ordered. A large procession was organized, complete with gongs and drums, to personally deliver this honor to Lin Hai's home. Simultaneously, the news was relayed to the school. Upon learning that Lin Hai had earned a national first-class merit award in just over a month, the principal was stunned. He was stunned into silence, unable to react for a long while. No wonder academician Lee personally came to admit him with special consideration. Lin Hai has truly made an immense contribution to the nation. Yesterday when I saw the news, I thought it must be someone with the same name as our student. How could someone so young gain admission to a national-level research institute? Seems I was being far too conservative in my thinking. The president hurriedly called the university leadership. All department heads and above were summoned immediately. We're heading to Lin Hai's home with the mayor to extend our regards. Meanwhile, a banner was made and hung at the school entrance. Heartfelt congratulations to our alumnus Lin Hai on receiving the first-class merit award. Class advisor Yang Bo felt a complex mix of emotions. Lin Hai was a student he had mentored in his class. By all logic, he should have been overjoyed. Yet he had expelled him just before the college entrance exams. Shortly thereafter, he was admitted to the National Defense University on an exceptional basis. Within a short span of time, he was awarded the first-class merit of the state. The slap to his pride stung fiercely. Both the city and county authorities were vigorously promoting him, urging everyone to learn from Lin Hai. The group arrived at Lin Hai's village. Along the way, many people gathered to watch. Someone from our hometown actually earned a first-class merit. What an honor for us all. I hear a first-class merit is exceptionally hard to earn, and a living recipient makes it even more extraordinary. Lin Hai is truly remarkable. To be from the same hometown as someone like him is such an honor. The onlookers lining the road wore expressions of envy mixed with pride. Now we'll have something to boast about when we go out into the world. The congratulatory procession stretched all the way to the village, where the villagers still had no idea what had happened. They craned their necks to see what was happening. When they saw the people in front carrying a plaque inscribed with "Congratulations to Lin Hai for receiving the National First-Class Merit Award," they were utterly astonished. After all, Lin Hai had only recently been admitted to the National Defense University, and a celebratory banquet had been held in his honor. He had already become a local celebrity. He had become a role model parents used to teach their children. Who would have thought he'd earn a first-class merit so quickly? The emergence of such a heroic figure in the village was nothing short of earth-shattering news. Even the village chief was alerted and hurried over to greet him. What are you all staring at? This is Lin Hai's achievement. Quickly notify Linjin and Mayuehua to come and welcome him. The village chief stomped his feet in excitement, grabbing two young villagers to deliver the news. You're the village chief? This is our mayor, personally delivering the plaque. This isn't just an honor for your village, it's an honor for our entire city. The secretary remarked with a smile from the side. Thank you, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to deliver this plaque personally. Please come to our home first. I know where Lin Hai lives. Certainly, thank you for your kindness. The mayor nodded with a smile. Your village has raised a fine young man who's been admitted to the National Defense University. And to bring such honor to the nation so swiftly. This is no small feat. Yes, Lin Hai has always been such an obedient child. His studies have never caused his family any worry. The village chief heaped praise upon him, finding nothing but good things to say. Chapter 15, Tsinghua and Peking Universities vie for talent. Mayor, I know Lin Hai's home too. When he was admitted to the National Defense University last time, I personally delivered his acceptance letter. The principal said with a smile. Very well, then lead the way. The mayor nodded in agreement. They all arrived at Lin Hai's home. Linjin and Mayuehua had also been notified. Hearing that even the mayor had personally come to congratulate them, the two were incredibly excited, appearing particularly nervous. The highest-ranking official they'd ever met before was the village chief. They never imagined the mayor would actually come to their home. Please come inside, sir. Linjin was extremely nervous. No need for formalities. Lin Hai has made tremendous contributions to the nation and been awarded the first-class merit. What an extraordinary honor. It's also a source of pride and honor for our city. You've nurtured a talent for our nation. The mayor said with a smile. It's only natural. Lin Hai has always been a well-behaved child since he was young. If he truly achieves something remarkable, we'll all be thrilled for him. Linjin is just an honest farmer, not one for fancy words. He's a man of genuine sincerity. Have someone put away the plaque and certificate. The mayor pulled out a check and said, this is the city's award to you. We hope this money can help improve your family's living conditions. Looking at the family's home, it was already quite old and worn. It was hard to imagine that such a family could raise someone like Lin Hai. He addressed the county magistrate and other officials beside him. Lin Hai has served the nation with distinction. His family must be well taken care of. Any difficulties must be resolved promptly. We've taken note, the others hastily replied. This is far too much. It's a reward, just take it, the village chief remarked from the sidelines. Linjin was so overwhelmed he couldn't find the words. His education was limited, and he had no idea what an honor a first-class merit award truly represented. But with so many officials visiting his home, he must have accomplished something significant. Yet in front of these officials, he still didn't know what to say. Linjin suddenly stood up and said, please enjoy your tea, leaders. I'll go buy some groceries. Please stay for lunch this morning. Xiaohai's mother, get the fire going and start cooking. No need to trouble yourself, we'll only be sitting for a moment before leaving. We have much work to do and won't be staying for lunch, the mayor hurriedly added. How could that be? You've come all this way, you absolutely must stay for lunch. Lin Jin insisted warmly. You really don't need to keep our leaders for dinner. They're truly very busy, the village chief quickly interjected. Hearing the village chief speak up, Lin Jin reluctantly gave in. Though the officials didn't stay, Lin Jin hosted another banquet in the village. So the villagers could share in the celebration. Qingbei University finally verified Lin Hai's identity. Director Zhang from the personnel department immediately relayed the news to the president. President, Lin Hai's background has been fully verified. You won't believe it, I still can't bring myself to accept it. What does that mean? Is his background particularly unusual? The president asked, puzzled. According to our investigation, he was just a college entrance exam candidate this year. In fact, his scores were so poor that he was advised to withdraw before the exam even began. But no one could have imagined he'd be admitted to the National Defense University on special consideration. And it was academician Li Xiuzhang himself who personally brought him over. Director Zhang exclaimed excitedly. What? You must be mistaken. Is there really such a talent in this world? It's true. I've confirmed it with my contacts at the National Defense University. Lin Hai is entirely self-taught. He independently developed the design blueprints for the Chinook helicopter. This pursuit delayed his formal education. This led to his poor academic performance. He didn't even qualify for the college entrance exam. But it was precisely because of the blueprints he designed that the Weapons Research Institute at the National Defense University was able to successfully manufacture the Chinook. Who knew such a thing existed? He truly is a rare talent. Such talent is sorely lacking not just at the National Defense University, but even at our prestigious Qingbei University. You must find a way to get him to enroll at our Qingbei University. And the terms we offer must surpass those of the National Defense University. What? He's already been accepted by the National Defense University. And he's already involved in their research projects. How on earth can we poach him now? Director Zhang was utterly perplexed. If we discovered such talent before his acceptance, we could have offered generous terms to poach him. Especially since Qingbei University is the top-ranked institution in the country. If they extended an olive branch, no student would refuse. After all, the top students all aim for Peking in Tsinghua. So what if he's been admitted early? The college entrance exam scores haven't even been released yet. Candidates haven't even applied yet. Even if they've been admitted early, it doesn't count. We can still send out our own admission letters. I refuse to believe that with Qingbei University's prestige and our exceptional benefits, he wouldn't be tempted. Not to mention, our research facilities at Qingbei University far surpass those at the National Defense University. The president reminded him. I understand. I will spare no effort to secure this student. Whatever benefits the National Defense University offers him, we'll double them. That's the spirit. Top students are won through fierce competition. Discuss this matter with the director of admissions. You two will handle this together. We absolutely must recruit this talent for our school. Principal, rest assured I'll spare no effort. News of Lin Hai's first-class merit award quickly spread throughout Zhanghai High School. All the students were utterly shocked upon hearing the news, finding it utterly unbelievable. They initially thought it must be someone else with the same name. But after careful inquiry, they confirmed it was indeed Lin Hai. After all, he was the only one admitted to the National Defense University this year through special consideration. Good heavens, this was simply unbelievable. Where on earth had Lin Hai acquired these skills? Could it be he slept all day and studied all night? Li Moore suddenly understood. She finally understood why Lin Hai slept during the day all this time. He actually used this method to get into the National Defense University and made such a tremendous contribution. He's truly amazing. I'm going to get into the National Defense University too to study alongside him. Li Moore clenched her fists tightly, her resolve set. The college entrance exam results were about to be released, and she felt she had performed quite well. Moreover, after comparing her answers to the official key, she was almost certain of her score. Getting into Tsinghua or Peking University should be no problem at all. Of course, she could also smoothly gain admission to the National Defense University. Li Moore was utterly confident about this. Upon hearing this news, Wang Biao didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he was so furious he gritted his teeth. No wonder Dean Li Xiuchan personally made an exception to admit him. So he had mastered such formidable skills after all. I must investigate him thoroughly. See how he acquired these skills. Lin Hai must be hiding a massive secret. I refuse to believe one person could develop such complex technology. Chapter 16, Developing a Helicopter, Not a Fighter Jet. Lin Hai, oblivious to the outside world, finally woke up from his sleep. He stretched comfortably. Ding! Sleep duration completed. Task lottery activated. Shall we begin the lottery now? Let's do it. Lin Hai agreed. A spinning wheel appeared before him, whirling rapidly. Stop! Lin Hai shouted. The wheel halted, its pointer landing on a reward. Host successfully drew the mission reward, the solution to the Goldbach conjecture. Lin Hai saw the reward. He was completely stunned. This was one of the most famous unsolved problems in number theory. For over 2 centuries, countless renowned scientists had sought to solve this puzzle. Never did he expect to possess the answer so swiftly. His mind was now filled with new knowledge. After reading it, Lin Hai was utterly astonished. He rushed to his computer and began drafting a paper with the solution. Once published, this discovery would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the entire world. Winning a Nobel Prize would be a piece of cake. Such an overwhelming achievement would render any under-the-table dealings irrelevant to the selection process. Lin Hai's fingers danced across the keyboard at lightning speed, his heart racing with excitement. This was truly exhilarating news. Once the paper was made public, it was impossible to imagine the immense shockwaves it would send through the entire mathematical community. Few would dare believe that the solution to this conundrum came from a Chinese scholar. Throughout the mathematical world, it was widely known that Chinese scholars were overly rigid in their adherence to doctrine. Though they excel at mathematics, mathematicians with true creativity are few and far between. They excel at learning, but almost none engage in research on new problems. Especially in modern mathematical competition, Chinese mathematicians still lag behind their Western counterparts. Lin Hai spent half a day finally completing his paper. By then, daylight had fully broken, and the experts at the research institute began arriving for work. The celebrations from the previous day had lasted well into the night. To finish his task early, Lin Hai declined their invitations. He ended up sleeping at the institute until midnight. Lin Hai, you're finally awake. It's time to start work. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Not yet. I was just about to eat. Lin Hai replied without turning his head. Hurry up and eat. You didn't even have dinner last night because you were trying to sleep. You're unbelievable. By the way, I wrote a paper on mathematics. Where should I publish it? That's easy. A paper like this should definitely be published in an international forum. But you're an engineering expert. Why are you researching math? Lin Hai chuckled and explained, purely a hobby, just killing time when bored. This aspect hadn't been given much thought. For a person to dedicate their entire life and reach the pinnacle of excellence in one field is already incredibly difficult. For an engineering expert specializing in weapons to also delve into mathematics, it's simply impossible to achieve significant success in both. After all, no matter how gifted someone is, their energy is always limited. Moreover, all elite talents focus their efforts on a single field. Lin Hai logged onto the forum website and posted his paper. Finally done. Time for lunch. Lin Hai closed the browser window and stretched lazily. Stop researching these trivial matters. Leaders at every level are placing great importance on our development of the next generation attack helicopter. You can't afford to sleep through this. We need to deliver results early. No problem, I've had plenty of sleep. I promise not to hold anyone back. Lin Hai said with a smile. You get back to work. I'm actually pretty hungry. I'm going to grab some food first. Watching Lin Hai's retreating figure, I suddenly sensed a significant change in his demeanor. What's going on today? He suddenly looked so energetic. After finishing his meal, Lin Hai returned to the research institute. By then, everyone had arrived for work. After yesterday's break, everyone seemed in high spirits. Spotting Lin Hai, Li Xiaochang greeted him. You look wide awake today. At least I haven't seen you nodding off. I've had plenty of sleep and plan to join everyone in researching the next generation attack helicopter. After 2 days of thinking, I've come up with some ideas. I wonder if they'll be useful for the development work. Lin Hai said with great modesty. Li Xiaochang placed great importance on Lin Hai's suggestions. Hearing that he already had ideas sparked his keen interest. Excellent. We've been researching this for days without settling on a plan. At today's meeting, you should present your ideas first. Li Xiaochang felt a surge of excitement. If Lin Hai could develop a Chinook surpassing the prototype, what kind of vision might he have for the next generation of helicopters? Immediately summon all the experts to the conference room. Presiding over the meeting, Li Xiaochang stated, we've been discussing the design of the next generation helicopter for days now. But after all this time, we still haven't finalized the final plan. Lin Hai says he has ideas. Let's hear what he has to say. If his design is feasible, we can proceed with the design work as soon as possible. Lin Hai stood up without hesitation and stated, although the Chinook's engine is quite impressive and its performance is among the best globally, I believe it remains unsuitable for an attack helicopter. A heavy attack helicopter demands formidable firepower, superior speed, and stealth capabilities. I believe the next generation of heavy attack helicopters must achieve the following advantages. First, as a heavy attack helicopter, its firepower must be formidable and its payload capacity must be substantial. At minimum, it should carry 3 times the payload capacity of today's most advanced attack helicopters. Second, as an offensive heavy attack helicopter, it must achieve supersonic speeds and possess capabilities comparable to standard attack fighters. Third, it must possess stealth capabilities to effortlessly penetrate enemy air defense systems. It must strike enemy targets undetected by opposing air defenses. Fourth, it must possess sufficient evasion capabilities. If targeted by enemy missiles, it should be able to launch counter-attack missiles to destroy the incoming threats in time. After finishing his statement, Lin Hai added, for now, these are the only points I can think of. I hope everyone will actively contribute any missing elements. After Lin Hai finished speaking, not a single voice stirred. He looked around in confusion, only to find everyone staring at him in stunned silence. What's up? Is there a problem? Why are you all staring at me like that? Did I not wash my face properly today? Lin Hai asked in confusion. He even touched his face to check it felt perfectly clean. Lin Hai, we're researching armed helicopters, not developing a new generation of fighter jets. You need to get that straight first. Li Xiaochang interjected. Chapter 17, Proving Feasibility. The concepts Lin Hai proposed were simply impossible to achieve with current technology. Everyone felt Lin Hai was talking about something out of a fairy tale. Look, Lin Hai, we all understand your eagerness to make a name for yourself. But you can't ignore reality. You're still too young and not grounded enough. Everything we do now must be grounded in science. We can't rush into a great leap forward just for rewards and fame. If we actually submit this plan to the higher-ups and then can't deliver, no one will be able to shoulder the responsibility. Don't let a few successes go to your head. That won't do you any good. Listening to everyone's advice, Lin Hai understood their concerns. After all, the concept he proposed was far too ahead of its time. Forget domestic technology, even the United States doesn't possess the manufacturing capabilities for supersonic helicopters right now. It was simply too astonishing to contemplate. Helicopters possess the ability to hover, an advantage far surpassing that of fighter jets. If they could achieve supersonic speeds, air support would transform into a devastating aerial weapon. However, after conducting my own research and optimizing the technology provided by the system, it is entirely feasible to meet these requirements. Seeing the meeting room growing chaotic, Li Xiaozhang spoke up. Lin Hai, in scientific research, we must be meticulous and cautious. We must proceed based on actual conditions. We absolutely cannot pursue our goals at the expense of the practical technology we possess. I truly haven't made this up. At the very least, I believe these requirements can be met. Lin Hai replied. Oh, that impressive. Then tell us how exactly would you design a helicopter to achieve supersonic speeds? Achieving that would make it virtually unrivaled among helicopters. Lin Hai stood up, walked to the front, and began writing on the blackboard with a pen. Write down the external dimensions of the fighter jet. Then list all the relevant data. I believe the engine for a heavy attack helicopter needs a complete redesign to maximize performance for speed enhancement. Design the airframe with an extremely low drag coefficient. Achieving supersonic speeds is not impossible. As for achieving stealth requirements, one approach is to use the latest carbon fiber composite materials. Combined with surface coatings, evading enemy radar poses no problem. Lin Hai explained to the group as he wrote. A strikingly futuristic helicopter design unfolded before their eyes. Who would have thought a helicopter could look this cool? It's like it traveled here from centuries in the future. As a heavy-duty armed helicopter, it boasts substantial space, capable of carrying several times more ammunition than comparable helicopters. It was essentially a fighter-class helicopter. Its offensive and support capabilities were downright terrifying. In no time, Lin Hai had filled the entire blackboard with data. He turned to face the stunned crowd, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Their mouths hung open for what felt like an eternity. Their eyes remained fixed, not blinking once. At that moment, all their attention was focused solely on the figures on the blackboard. A brand new design, a revolutionary concept, an entirely new engine, and cutting-edge materials. These complex elements, Lin Hai had mastered them all single-handedly. This involved several branches of industrial science. Most people spend their entire careers mastering just one of them. Yet Lin Hai had effortlessly laid out all of it. Of course, building an armed helicopter isn't that simple, but every piece of data Lin Hai provided was core to the project. With these specifications in hand, building the helicopter is only a matter of time. Everyone, speak up. Do you think this concept is feasible? Lin Hai asked, puzzled. They all thought some data must be wrong, that they wouldn't approve. At that moment, every expert swallowed hard. It was as if they had discovered a new continent. This advanced design completely surpassed their imagination, but someone analyzed the data and found it could indeed be realized. Li Xiaozhang adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. Where did you get these concepts? Even the United States has never had such a design philosophy. I drew inspiration from the Chinook design. After all, the Chinook is a product of decades past. It's become outdated by today's standards. We should design weapons suited to the military based on current realities. This new generation of armed helicopters, I believe, perfectly meets the military's combat requirements, Lin Hai explained. But I wonder what everyone thinks. Do you agree with this design proposal? How are we supposed to respond to that? Your data completely surpasses modern design concepts. We need time to properly digest this. But I can tell you now, if your design concept can truly be realized, our nation's heavy attack helicopters would lead the world by at least 30 years. No, even 50 years from now, there might not be technology to surpass this design. One expert exclaimed with great excitement. That's a bit exaggerated. The world is advancing rapidly in this era of progress. This helicopter might become obsolete in just 10 years. Lin Hai smiled and replied. With the system in place, we can acquire updated technology simply by completing missions. Lin Hai was confident that more advanced technology would soon be within reach. By then, the helicopters we design will likely far surpass this generation in performance. Everyone, stop dawdling and get to analyzing these data points. If this truly becomes reality, our nation will gain another formidable weapon. Once such a formidable armed helicopter successfully debuts, it will surely shock the world. Li Xiaocheng hurriedly added. Lin Hai, is there any more comprehensive data? We must study this thoroughly to confirm the feasibility of this plan. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. No problem. I've already analyzed nearly all the data. I'll compile it for everyone right away. No need to write it out. Just input all the data into the computer so everyone can access it directly. Li Xiaocheng suddenly recalled a crucial matter. Now that the new generation Chinook has been developed, the Weapons Research Institute of the National Defense University has drawn global attention. Foreign spies might already be trying to infiltrate and access our information. And now that we possess weapons that surpass the current era, not a single word can be leaked. Strict confidentiality is imperative. Everyone, listen carefully, hand over all your mobile phones. Until security protocols are confirmed, no one is permitted to leave the institute. Li Xiaochang declared with an extremely stern expression. Chapter 18, Maximum Alert. This situation is commonplace at the research institute, and everyone has long since grown accustomed to it. Everyone took out their phones, turned them off, and placed them on the table. Their minds are now entirely focused on the new generation of attack helicopters. This design concept is incredibly exciting. For these experts and researchers, the data was more captivating than the most beautiful woman. After Li Xiaozhang had everyone put away their phones, he then continued in a serious tone, "This will be a groundbreaking technology we possess. Everyone must maintain strict confidentiality regarding this technology. Once you leave the institute, not a single word may be disclosed anywhere. Anyone who dares leak any information will be charged with treason. Is that understood by everyone?" "Understood." The entire group replied in unison. To gain access to a facility of this caliber, every individual has undergone rigorous vetting. Their backgrounds are beyond reproach. Bringing glory to the nation was the dream of everyone present. Now the dream is within reach if we can truly develop this helicopter. Its significance would far surpass that of the Chinook. Lin Hai's fingers flew across the keyboard, inputting all the data and blueprints into the computer. Li Xiaochang assigned tasks to each team member, directing them to conduct thorough analyses. After all, each expert was a master in their respective field. Some focused on the engine, others on the transmission system. Others focused on weapon launch mechanisms. Among all present, only Li Xiaochang and Lin Hai possessed a comprehensive understanding of the entire aircraft structure. They swiftly cross-checked the data, working with intense focus and orderly efficiency. They didn't even have time to take a sip of tea, completely absorbed in their work. They continued until past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The secretary, seeing that so many people hadn't eaten, grew extremely anxious. Unaware of what was happening inside the meeting, he found the door firmly shut. He couldn't get in even if he wanted to. He was afraid knocking might disturb the meeting inside. As the secretary, he was responsible not only for attending to academician Li Xiaozhang, but also the well-being of these experts. If they couldn't eat on time and their health suffered, that would be a real problem. Unable to wait any longer, he had no choice but to knock. "Who is it?" Li Xiaochang inquired, lifting his head. "Academician Li, it's me. It's already 1:30 p.m., and the food we prepared is getting cold. When are we going to eat?" "Oh, I've been so busy analyzing data I completely forgot to eat. Everyone, stop what you're doing and go eat first. We'll work after we've eaten. Everyone must remember our discipline, not a word outside the institute." Li Xiaozhang reminded them once more. "Understood." The group answered in unison. At that moment, eating felt like a real hassle to everyone. They had analyzed part of the data and found absolutely no issues. Everything was feasible. Each of them was incredibly excited, as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Even though mealtime had long passed, none of them felt the slightest pang of hunger. Lin Hai stretched lazily, having typed non-stop at the computer for over 4 hours. His back was numb from exhaustion. His typing speed was lightning fast, even the experts couldn't keep up. He decided to grab a bite first, aiming to input all the data into the computer within 3 days. Li Xiaochang had just stepped out of the conference room when he felt uneasy. He immediately dialed Zhao Tianlai's number. "Academician Li, isn't it a bit late to be calling me at this hour? All of you went off to celebrate without inviting me." Zhao Tianlai teased with a laugh. "Director Zhao, you're swamped with work every day. Even if I called to invite you for drinks, you probably wouldn't have time." Li Xiaochang replied. "Heh, fair enough. You never call me when you're free. Could it be you need my help with something again?" Zhao Tianlai wasted no time asking. "It's extremely important. I need your strict protection." Zhao Tianlai's tone immediately turned serious. "What's going on? Have foreign spies started targeting you? We've always had people stepping up security here. How come we haven't heard anything?" "No, the news of the Chinook's successful manufacture just went out. How could spies possibly get here so quickly? But now we're embarking on an even more critical research project, and I'm uneasy about the current security measures. I need you to deploy additional personnel and enforce strict security around our research facility. No one is to be allowed near. The confidentiality of this matter is critical. At least triple the current security personnel. Elevate security to level 1 alert," Li Xiaozhang declared sternly. Zhao Tianlai was startled. Level 1 alert was a security level reserved for wartime. It meant either foreign spy organizations had already infiltrated completely, posing a grave threat to experts and national security. He never imagined Li Xiaochang would proactively propose implementing level 1 security out of the blue. "You're not joking, are you? Level 1 security isn't something to be taken lightly. Not at all. In fact, I feel level 1 isn't even sufficient. You must ensure not a single fly or mosquito enters the institute. Let me reiterate, the confidentiality of this matter is of utmost importance." "Alright, I understand. I won't ask what you're doing. I'll reinforce your personnel immediately and implement level 1 security alert." Zhao Tianlai hung up the phone. "Immediately contact the elite unit of the National Security Department and have them depart immediately for the Weapons Research Institute at the National Defense University to provide protection." Fortunately, it was currently the holiday period, and all students at the National Defense University had already returned home. Many people hadn't noticed that the security guards at the entrance had been replaced by police officers. And every single one was armed to the teeth. Anyone entering or exiting the university was subject to rigorous questioning. The entire National Defense University campus had been sealed off. On the Research Institute side, sentries are stationed every 10 paces, with lookouts every 5. Security protocols have been elevated to wartime levels. Only then did Li Xiuchang breathe a deep sigh of relief. He muttered to himself, "Am I being overly tense and sensitive now?" Then he shook his head. This technology is simply too advanced. I doubt even the United States could produce a supersonic helicopter. Especially an attack-type heavy-armed helicopter, a weapon capable of altering the course of a local battlefield. No amount of caution would be excessive. Li Xiuchang's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Our nation's weaponry is finally poised for a leap forward. I've waited a long time for this day. I believe it won't be long before the entire world is stunned by China. Chapter 19, Shocking the World. Over the next few days, everyone plunged into intense research. Lin Hai finally input all the blueprints and data into the computer. Now we await the experts' final confirmation at the Research Institute. If no further issues arose, production could commence. The experts were utterly astonished. Every single piece of data was flawless. Production could commence immediately. The critical documentation contained exceptionally detailed data, including a complete set of production processes. No further research is required whatsoever. However, to be more prudent and ensure scientific rigor, it must be carefully verified once more. The Research Institute was unaware that Lin Hai's published paper had already been seen. At first, some thought it was a prank. They thought it was an attempt to attract clicks. They didn't even bother to look at it and simply ignored it. Finally, a mathematician researching the Goldbach conjecture came across the paper while searching online. He merely glanced at the title and scoffed. Good grief, someone actually had the audacity to be so presumptuous. IP address in China, no wonder. The mathematician shook his head in exasperation. Chinese people always resort to petty tricks and academic fraud. It's truly embarrassing. He was about to scroll past, unwilling to waste time on this fake paper. But his peripheral vision caught the solution steps at the back. A flash of insight struck him, and years of confusion suddenly dissolved. He was utterly stunned. He thought he was dreaming. He slapped himself hard across the face. Ouch! He hurriedly opened the paper and stared intently at it. After a long while, he exhaled a deep breath, trembling with excitement. Good heavens, this wasn't a dream. Someone had actually solved this math problem. Who on earth was this mathematician? He flipped to the end of the paper. The signature read, Lin Hai. Lin Hai? Who is this mathematician? Why have I never heard of this name before? As a tenured mathematics professor at Ford University, he knew every famous mathematician in the world, yet suddenly he saw the name of a complete stranger. It felt utterly unbelievable. Even now, he still couldn't believe it. Judging by the name, this person was clearly Chinese. What remarkable mathematicians could China possibly have? Even the most outstanding ones, in their eyes, were utterly insignificant. To confirm the answer was correct, he carefully reread the paper. There was absolutely no mistake. This man had truly solved a world-class problem. Alapude's heart raced with excitement. Whoever he is, I must find him. I want to meet this person in person. Alapude immediately sent the paper's link to his close friends. He didn't care that it was late and might disturb their rest. He also called each of his friends. These friends were all world-renowned mathematicians, deeply fascinated by the 10 greatest unsolved problems in mathematics. They often gathered to discuss these problems whenever they had free time, hoping to solve at least one within their lifetimes. Whoever could solve any one of the 10 great mathematical problems would instantly become the world's most famous person. They would undoubtedly win the Nobel Prize in mathematics. Note, this is an alternate universe. For plot purposes, this world features a Nobel Prize in mathematics. Solving the 10 great mathematical problems is the ultimate goal for every mathematician. But no one could have imagined that they would be solved by someone completely unknown. This suddenly piqued his intense interest. Alapud, what's your problem? Calling in the middle of the night is downright rude. Donald, hear me out. You'll thank me for waking you up soon. I sent you a link. Open the forum and take a look right now. Someone has solved the Goldbach conjecture. Don't be ridiculous. No one has ever dared claim such a thing for such a difficult mathematical problem. I'm going back to sleep. Don't bother me anymore. I'm telling you the truth. This person has already posted their paper on the forum. You'll regret it if you don't check it out now. I need to call John and tell him the news. Donald sensed Alapud wasn't joking at all, and his drowsiness vanished instantly. He opened his computer and clicked the link sent to him. He read the paper carefully. His entire being froze in utter shock. Good heavens, so that's what the answer was. Only a genius could have thought of this. Lin Hai? That name sounds Chinese? I don't think I've ever heard of this name before. Ronald searched online thoroughly but found almost no information. He was just an unknown newcomer. This left him utterly stunned. This can't be right. Could someone be deliberately hiding their identity by making up a random name? Donald muttered to himself, utterly baffled. Not long after, Alapud initiated the online conference. The world's 5 most renowned mathematicians were all present. They had all read the paper, and each wore an expression of utter astonishment. Hey, old buddy, today is definitely a day to remember. Someone has solved one of the world's 10 greatest unsolved mathematical problems. It's utterly astonishing. You're right, but the person who did it isn't one of us five. And I've never heard the name before. I scoured the internet thoroughly but couldn't uncover this person's identity. That's what's really frustrating. You're right. This person is undoubtedly this year's Nobel Prize in Mathematics. But why would he use a pseudonym? Alapud pondered briefly. Could it be that China has produced a genius? After all, we know very few Chinese mathematicians. China doesn't have any top-tier mathematicians. But then again, for something this important, they wouldn't use a fake name, would they? John suddenly understood. You make a good point. We should ask our friends in China. I've already reposted this paper, hoping more people will learn about it. This Lin Hai is about to astonish the entire world. I'm sure we'll meet him before long. That's a great idea. We should all repost this paper. It'll likely trend soon, and then mathematicians worldwide will see it. Lin Hai is bound to become famous overnight. Then we'll be able to learn more about him. After discussing it, everyone reposted the paper and pinned it to the top. Fans of these 5 world-renowned mathematicians soon discovered the paper and were utterly stunned. They swiftly propelled the paper to the top of the trending charts. Solving one of the 10 greatest unsolved problems in mathematics was a monumental achievement that shook the entire world. Numerous journalists immediately took notice of the event. They shared the news widely. They attached Lin Hai's name to the reports. Suddenly, people worldwide were asking 3 questions. Who exactly is Lin Hai? Is he Chinese? Where is he now? In no time, major media outlets were all reporting on it. Online, it dominated the top trending searches. It was quickly noticed by overseas Chinese, who realized the name seemed identical to that of a scientist who had just received the nation's highest military honor. Chapter 20, Nobel Prize nomination. Could it be that expert from the National Defense University? His name is also Lin Hai. Someone commented below asking. No way. We've never heard of such an accomplished mathematician in China. Could he really solve problems at this level? I don't think that's very likely either. This expert specializes in helicopters, which doesn't seem to have much to do with mathematics. Judging by the name, it's really quite similar to us Chinese people. I'm certain he's not from a Western country. The Korean community went wild upon hearing this news. You Chinese folks shouldn't try to take credit for this. Since it's not one of your own, it must be a mathematician from our Korean nation. You're absolutely right, our country is a developed nation. If anyone solved such a problem, it would undoubtedly be one of our talents. South Korean netizens instantly erupted. Since the Chinese themselves admit it couldn't be their mathematician. After all, it's Korea. Japanese netizens immediately felt displeased. You Koreans think the whole universe revolves around you. It's truly disgusting. The Chinese were merely being modest, yet you've revealed such ugly faces. Well, what can you do? Korea will promptly fabricate some evidence to prove Lin Hai is their national treasure. Anything worthwhile in this world, Korea will snatch it up. Japanese and Korean netizens suddenly started arguing fiercely in the comments section. The more heated it gets, the higher the news hits. The number of comments below instantly surpassed 1 million and continued to climb rapidly. This news has shaken the entire mathematical community, as the correctness of the answer has been proven. They must find this mathematician ideally, invite them to give a lecture in the United States. Such talent must be actively pursued. Whether they are Chinese or mathematicians from other countries, such talent must be secured. No matter how generous the offer, it would be well worth it. The matter has even drawn the attention of national security agencies, who are urgently working to verify Lin Hai's identity. At this very moment, the Nobel Prize jury members were all gathered together. Those unable to attend in person joined the meeting via video conference. This year's Nobel Prize in Mathematics requires no further deliberation. Solving one of the 10 greatest unsolved problems in mathematics confirms him as the laureate. There was absolutely no contest. Unless someone else could solve another mathematical problem, they could be nominated to compete with him. The committee chair declared. I concur. Yet we remain unaware of this mathematician's true identity. Upon investigation, we discovered the paper's IP address originates from China. This could be China's first Nobel laureate. This is truly incredible. If that's the case, the Chinese people truly have reason to be proud. The first person to win the Nobel Prize in Mathematics, and it's such a monumental achievement. While I feel immense admiration, jealousy is even stronger. China's influence in the world is growing ever larger, even posing a threat to Western nations. And now, at this very moment, a Chinese person has won the Nobel Prize in Science, and it's a mathematician of exceptional caliber. This signifies the emergence of another extraordinary talent from China. After all, mathematics is the foundation of all sciences. Cultivating exceptional mathematicians signifies that a nation's technology will experience rapid, leapfrog development. At that moment, the chair of the judging panel received a phone call, his expression turning grave. After exchanging a few words, he hung up. He addressed the entire assembly. We have just received confirmed intelligence that the author of this paper is affiliated with China's National Defense University. Meanwhile, the university's research institute has developed a Chinook-class armed heavy helicopter that outperforms the US model by over 20%. Its performance surpasses that of the M-country model by over 20%. The name of this individual is Lin Hai. I don't believe this is a coincidence. It must be this expert who has cracked the code. News of China's Chinook development had already sparked widespread international attention. Major media outlets were buzzing with the news. Numerous experts even emphasized China's perceived threat. They called for intensified efforts to block China's advanced technologies. Naturally, these individuals were all well informed. It was this person? Unbelievable. Could a mechanical engineering expert also be a formidable mathematician? For a moment, all the judges exchanged stunned glances. A mathematician capable of researching mechanical engineering? That's simply too extraordinary. How could one person possess such boundless energy to pursue two disciplines simultaneously? And achieve world-class excellence in both? It should be correct. I've already sent him an email, he should reply once he sees it. The head judge replied. At this moment, people within China were still largely unaware of this news. The admissions director and Director Zhang from Qingbei University were already preparing to meet with Lin Hai. They were prepared to offer extremely generous terms to invite Lin Hai to study at their university. A full scholarship, with all subjects freely selectable. He could even choose his own academic advisor. Additionally, he would be guaranteed admission to graduate school. Faced with such favorable terms, it would be difficult for any student in the country to refuse. Yet, upon arriving at the gates of the National Defense University, they suddenly discovered they were barred from entry. The entire campus was now under martial law, with no unauthorized personnel permitted inside. What's going on here? We're admissions officers from Peking and Tsinghua universities here to meet someone on campus. And I know the president of the National Defense University personally, can't you make an exception? Director Zhang pleaded. No, our orders prohibit anyone from entering. If you need to speak with the president, contact him directly. Without higher level authorization, no one is permitted inside. No matter how they pleaded, even invoking their status as admissions officers from Qingbei University, they were still denied entry. Both men were utterly baffled. What the hell is the National Defense University playing at? It was merely summer vacation. What classified matters could possibly require such secrecy? Especially since the Chinook had already been developed, with prototypes taken to high-altitude regions for testing. They'd heard the test results were highly satisfactory. Performance remained virtually unaffected in the frigid, oxygen-deprived environment. Under these circumstances, the research institute should be celebrating. But they've completely locked down the campus. What the hell is going on? With no other options, he had no choice but to call Vice President Li Xiuchang of the National Defense University. After all, he was the one who admitted Lin Hai to the university through special consideration. Contacting him was the most appropriate way to arrange a meeting with Lin Hai. Chapter 21, Nobel Committee Email. After dialing the number, he discovered it was turned off. It turned out Li Xiuchang had turned off his phone too, just like everyone else. Cutting off all outside distractions. What was going on? Was he even ignoring my calls? I immediately called several other experts, only to find all their phones were turned off. What's going on? Could something serious have happened? Rest assured, academician Li Xiuchang is perfectly fine and absolutely safe under our protection. If you can't reach him, please head back for now. The guard urged. No way. I still need to call President Zhang. I refuse to believe that everyone at the National Defense University is unreachable. After dialing, the call finally connected. Director Zhang, what brings you to call me out of the blue? You must be extremely busy right now, having received the college entrance exam results early and preparing for the intense admissions process. President Wang Kailan said with a smile. Principal Wang, what's going on at the National Defense University? I tried calling academician Li, but his phone is turned off. I wouldn't know about that. Research institute matters aren't under my purview. He's probably developing some critical technology, so he can't take calls right now. Wang Kailan replied. Your research experts just received a National Second-Class Merit Award. What more technology could they possibly need to develop? Your school is under martial law now, you can't even get through the gates. Director Zhang, do I really need to ask? If the campus is under lockdown, it must be for critical research. Don't think I don't know. Even if I did, I couldn't tell you. Just tell me what business you have with academician Li. If I see him and the timing is right, I'll pass along your message. Director Zhang felt extremely anxious, but he didn't know how to phrase it. He had come today specifically to recruit talent. He couldn't very well tell Wang Kailan to his face that Qingbei University had also set its sights on Lin Hai and intended to admit him. Saying that would probably make it even harder for him to set foot on Qingbei University's campus. Actually, it's not that important. Since it's inconvenient now, I'll just come back in a couple of days. Alright then. When I see academician Li, I'll pass it on to him. Have him call you back promptly. After hanging up, Wang Kailan was thoroughly puzzled. He was aware of the campus lockdown. Whenever they were developing critical technologies, they often did this sort of thing. But this time, even he hadn't been notified. Had they discovered some new technology? Or had there been a problem with the Chinook they were building? Wang Kailan felt a twinge of unease. The researchers had just completed the Chinook replica, and its performance even surpassed the prototype from Country M. They had already received their rewards. If problems arose now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wouldn't that be a blatant slap in the face to the nation? He dialed the institute's number, hoping to find out what had happened, but couldn't get through to anyone after calling several people. Only the emergency landline at the institute was available. But without urgent business, no one was allowed to dial it casually. Wang Kailan could only suppress his curiosity and wait for an opportunity to inquire about the situation later. If they truly needed him, Li Xiuchang would have called him in advance. The fact that he hadn't been notified meant the situation was still under control. This thought eased his mind considerably. With the campus locked down again during the holiday break, Wang Kailan found himself with nothing to do. He opened his computer to browse the news. While scanning for interesting stories, he opened his email to handle work matters. He noticed an email from abroad, entirely in English. Who overseas would email me? Curiosity piqued, Wang Kailan opened the email. Dear Principal, we saw the paper published by Mr. Lin Hai from your university on the forum. The paper clearly provides the solution to the Goldbach conjecture. This represents a major breakthrough in the history of mathematics. We wish to confirm whether Mr. Lin Hai is a professor at your institution. We have already nominated Mr. Lin Hai for this year's Nobel Prize in Mathematics. We kindly request your institution's assistance in confirming this. Additionally, several internationally renowned mathematicians wish to engage in face-to-face discussions with Mr. Lin Hai. Wang Kailan's mind exploded upon reading this email. Unable to believe it, he carefully read it again. He thought it might be someone's prank. This was one of the world's top 10 unsolved mathematical problems, a challenge every mathematics major knew about. Whoever solved such a problem would instantly make global headlines. He checked the email address and confirmed it was indeed the official email of the Nobel Prize Committee. This email address couldn't possibly be fake. And of course he knew Lin Hai's name. He was the pride of the university, having just been awarded a national first-class merit. Yet even so, Wang Kailan still couldn't bring himself to believe it. Lin Hai was an expert in engineering technology who had devoted himself entirely to researching the Chinook helicopter. How could he possibly have time to tackle a world-class mathematical problem? If the email was sent to the university, could it be that our school has another mathematical genius? And sharing the same name as Lin Hai? That was just too much of a coincidence. Wang Kailan racked his brain but couldn't think of a second outstanding student named Lin Hai at the university. He carefully read the email from beginning to end. From the writing style to the email address, there were no flaws. He was now almost certain this email was genuine, not some prank. Oh right, the email mentioned seeing the paper on a forum. I'd better check it out too. Wang Kailan logged onto the international forum and found the news had already flooded the feed. People worldwide were discussing the paper. Some were searching for more information about Lin Hai. The crucial thing was that Lin Hai was virtually unknown abroad, especially in the mathematical community. No one had ever heard of this name. Good heavens, how could I be the last to know about this? Wang Kailan was utterly stunned. Solving one of the 10 greatest unsolved problems in mathematics, this was absolutely earth-shattering news. Wang Kailan's heart pounded with excitement. The Nobel Prize Committee had even sent an email directly to his inbox. This meant they already knew Lin Hai was affiliated with the university. He immediately tracked down the paper and read it carefully. Originally published in Chinese, it had been machine translated into English, German, and several other languages. It was now available for all mathematicians worldwide to reference. After meticulously reviewing the entire paper, Wang Kailan felt his throat go dry with nervousness. After reading the original text, he was absolutely certain the author was Chinese. Connecting all the clues, Lin Hai's image flashed through Wang Kailan's mind. Chapter 22, Collapse. Who could it be? Good heavens, this can't be real, it's simply too outrageous. Does an engineering technician really have the energy to tackle mathematical problems? How many brains does he have? Even if he's exceptionally intelligent, someone so young wouldn't have that much time to study another discipline. No way. I have to ask him face to face. Is this really our school's Lin Hai? Wang Kailan found the whole thing utterly absurd. Even now he still couldn't quite believe it. Yet deep down, he felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. If our school produced a Nobel laureate, it would be astonishing news. Especially with the college entrance exam results about to be released. The National Defense University's reputation would surely resonate nationwide. By then, even more outstanding students would surely flock here, drawn by its fame. Recruitment efforts would become twice as effective with half the effort. Just thinking about it was incredibly exciting. Wang Kailan searched foreign websites and found this news trending at the top of every search. Not only were netizens buzzing about it, but many renowned mathematicians were also incredibly excited, all sharing the paper. I can't wait any longer, I must return to the university immediately to confirm. Wang Kailan drove to the university himself. He was immediately stopped. What are you doing? I'm the university president. Am I not even allowed to enter my own campus? We deeply apologize, but we have received orders. No one is permitted to enter, only exit is allowed. To enter, you must obtain permission from academician Li or Director Zhao. We're just following orders. Please don't make things difficult for us, Principal Wang. The guards spoke politely, but their expressions clearly brooked no refusal. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. Only then did Wang Kailan notice that every single guard on duty here was armed with real firearms, all of them fully loaded and ready for action. His heart filled with unease and suspicion. This couldn't possibly be related to winning the Nobel Prize in Science, could it? If they had actually won the Nobel Prize in Science, they would be celebrating it publicly. There would be absolutely no need to seal off the school. Moreover, judging by the defensive posture, this was nothing short of a level 1 alert. Something major must have happened at the university's research institute, something that couldn't be disclosed to anyone. Alright, if academician Li comes out, please let him know to give me a call. That should be acceptable, right? No problem, we'll make a note of it. Wang Kailan had no choice but to leave the campus. As the principal of the National Defense Military Academy, he understood all too well the critical importance of level 1 alert. Either they've developed some highly advanced cutting-edge technology, or else an insurmountable problem had arisen in the Chinook's manufacturing process. Yet these two scenarios were polar opposites, one a tremendous blessing, the other a catastrophic disaster. Wang Kailan had no way of knowing the truth, and it was driving him absolutely mad. Oldly, couldn't you at least give me a heads up about what's going on? This is going to keep me up all night. For now, it remains uncertain whether the person set to receive the Nobel Prize in Mathematics is Lin Hai from our university. I'd better go look up more information right away. Foreign websites are already buzzing with news. See if I can find any clues. Director Zhang and the admissions office director returned empty-handed to Qingbei University. The university's admissions preparations are now in full swing. Once the admission scores are released early, all admissions office staff will be dispatched. The priority is to secure the top scorers from each region first. In the admissions command center, he met the university president. He was intently focused on the computer screen. Principal, we're back. For some reason, the National Defense University is now under martial law. We couldn't get anyone in. Shut up, the president of Peking and Tsinghua Universities roared. The two men jumped in surprise, unsure what had happened. Could it be that he'd heard about their recruitment failure and was furious? Observing the president closely, they noticed he was staring intently at the computer screen, as if he'd seen something truly alarming. Principal, what's wrong? Director Zhang cautiously inquired. The president of Qingbei University exhaled deeply. Haven't you two seen the news yet? News? What news? The two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What major news could possibly break at this moment? The college entrance exam results haven't even been released yet. No one knows who will be the top scorer. Someone solved the Goldbach conjecture. What? That's one of the 10 greatest unsolved problems in mathematics. Which top foreign mathematician solved it? Solving this problem would surely earn him this year's Nobel Prize. Director Zhang was utterly stunned. Not only that the Nobel Prize in Mathematics is practically guaranteed, and countless honors await him. Not only would he gain global fame, but his name would be immortalized in history. This is an extraordinary achievement. The admissions director added from the side. While the exact identity remains unconfirmed, current reports indicate it's likely one of our Chinese scholars. The president of Qingbei University spoke while scrolling through related news online. International news outlets were all reporting on this story, with the updates prominently featured at the top. Open any website and it's immediately visible. What? It's actually a mathematician from our country? The two were utterly stunned, finding it hard to believe. After all, most top-tier mathematicians are abroad. If someone in China could solve this problem, it would be a cause for national celebration. Is the president really certain? Logically, the nation's top mathematician should be at universities like Tsinghua or Peking. Could it be? The president of Qingbei University shook his head. The website listed the person's name as Lin Hai, but our university has no student or professor by that name. This is truly baffling. The name Lin Hai is identical to that expert from the National Defense University. Could it really be such a coincidence? The president frowned deeply, utterly perplexed. They had conducted a thorough investigation into Lin Hai and knew he was a college entrance exam candidate this year. The fact that he could assist in developing the Chinook helicopter was already astonishing enough. But who could imagine that a mere high school student could also solve a problem in the field of mathematics? I suppose I'm overthinking this. Someone like him couldn't possibly be researching two fields simultaneously. The Tsinghua Peking University president shook his head, finding his own thoughts rather ridiculous. Oh, right, weren't you two supposed to be at the National Defense University? Did you see Lin Hai? How did your meeting go? The two men looked distinctly awkward upon hearing this. The National Defense University must be up to something. They've imposed martial law, barring anyone from entering. And we can't even get through to academicianly. Everyone's phones are turned off. Director Zhang said with a wry smile. Chapter 23, even the premier heard about it. What? Why is the National Defense University under martial law now? Could they have developed some new technology again? The president of Qingbei University was utterly perplexed. In his view, just developing the Chinook was already incredibly demanding. Even if the Chinook's test performance was highly satisfactory, there would still be ongoing optimization work to be done. This sudden martial law was utterly baffling. No one's phone was reachable except for President Wang. From what I gathered, even he wasn't entirely clear on the reason for the lockdown. I wonder what exactly the National Defense University Research Institute is working on, Director Zhang remarked with a wry smile. This is baffling. If we can't even reach Lin Hai, how can we get him to apply to our Qingbei University if we can't even find him? The president of Qingbei University frowned deeply. He truly didn't want to miss out on such talent. The key point is that Lin Hai has achieved so much at such a young age. If he were to complete his undergraduate studies or even pursue a master's or doctoral degree, wouldn't he be capable of developing even more cutting-edge weapons? If he were their student, he could bring immense glory to Qingbei University. It would solidify Qingbei University's standing even further. If he stayed at the National Defense University, it could attract even more outstanding students in the coming years. This would pose a significant threat to Tsinghua and Peking University's dominance within China. For now, it seems we must continue waiting. Perhaps once martial law is lifted in a few days, we can finally contact Lin Hai. Alright, keep a close eye on the situation. We absolutely must recruit Lin Hai to our university. Also, keep a close watch on who this Nobel laureate turns out to be. If it turns out to be someone from our country, we must offer a generous salary to bring him to our university as a faculty member. With such a luminary anchoring our department, Tsinghua and Peking University's mathematics programs would solidify their position as the nation's undisputed top-ranked. The president of Qingbei University stated solemnly. Understood. News of someone solving the Goldbach conjecture finally caught the attention of domestic journalists, who reposted it on Chinese media platforms. This news immediately captured the attention of everyone in the country. Not only had it solved one of the world's 10 greatest mathematical challenges, making the solver the most renowned mathematician globally, the Nobel Prize Committee had already made it clear this person was undoubtedly the recipient of this year's Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Even the nomination process has been bypassed. Such monumental contributions leave no room for competition. Furthermore, numerous media outlets analyzed that the name Lin Hai must belong to someone from China. It has been a long time since China has made such a monumental contribution to the world through a research project. For a moment, all Chinese people were thrilled. Online commentary flooded the sections of major media outlets. What an incredible achievement! If this great mathematician truly is Chinese, it would mark our first monumental contribution to the global scientific community. The prestige of the Nobel Prize in Mathematics is truly immense. Who would have thought that one day, China could claim it? Lin Hai, that name sounds so familiar. Wasn't one of the scientists who developed the Chinook helicopter named Lin Hai? And he received a first-class merit award, indicating his contributions were greater than others. Absolutely impossible. Mathematicians and weapons researchers are completely different fields. It must just be a coincidence of the same name. I agree, it's probably just a coincidence, but as long as he's Chinese, that's enough for us. Yes, it's incredibly thrilling. We finally have a Nobel Prize of such immense prestige, a true breakthrough. Almost all netizens are celebrating with overwhelming enthusiasm. But a few scoffed at the news. Don't get too excited too soon. Even though his name is Lin Hai, he might already have foreign citizenship. I heard South Korea is conducting an internal investigation. This mathematician might actually be from there. If he were truly a Chinese mathematician, it would have been exposed long ago. The fact that there's still no news makes it highly unlikely he's Chinese. These comments immediately drew criticism from many. Both sides quickly descended into heated arguments. After a long while, everyone began to wonder. Who exactly is this Lin Hai? Is he even Chinese? Having published papers and made such significant contributions to global science, why hasn't he shown his face until now? Netizens were deeply puzzled. Chinese government departments are even more anxious than netizens at this moment, because renowned international scientists and Nobel Prize Committee members have already contacted the Chinese embassy. They hope to meet this Mr. Lin Hai. They hope to invite him to discuss mathematical problems together. Numerous prestigious foreign universities also sought to recruit Lin Hai as a faculty member. The offers were extremely generous. Even if he cannot join their faculty, they would welcome him to deliver lectures to their students. These are matters that require immediate attention. The institution that secures Lin Hai for a lecture first would gain the most significant publicity. Especially for these world-renowned institutions, greater prestige attracts higher-caliber students. It could also attract numerous entrepreneurs to donate to them. Numerous institutions, both domestic and international, are desperately seeking Lin Hai. This monumental event has directly caught the attention of the Premier of the State Council and the President of the nation. Even the nation's highest leaders felt profoundly moved upon learning that someone from China had won the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. China, with its 5,000-year heritage and vast scale, this marks the first time it has secured such a prestigious global award. This represents a groundbreaking breakthrough. The Premier carefully reviewed a report. He slammed his fist on the table in excitement. Excellent. Truly a source of pride. Our nation will finally have its first Nobel Prize of such prestige. Now we can finally hold our heads high in the global academic community. Where is this mathematician, Lin Hai, currently employed? I'd very much like to meet this man in person. The Premier inquired of his secretary. The secretary looked awkward as he replied to the Premier, we still haven't located him. Why is that? Since he published the paper, he must be a renowned mathematician. Is it really that difficult to locate him? Prime Minister, you're so busy with state affairs that you haven't had time to follow the news. The internet is flooded with reports on this very topic. Yet we just can't locate the paper's author. For now, we can only confirm that this person named Lin Hai is highly likely to be Chinese. But none of the renowned mathematicians in the country go by that name. Is this even possible? The Prime Minister was utterly bewildered. Chapter 24, Reporting Top Secret Technology. He made such a significant contribution and gained fame, yet we can't even locate him. Could it be a genuine mistake that he isn't Chinese after all? Just then, the Premier's phone rang. He answered to find it was the chairman himself calling. Premier, have you heard the news? Someone from China has solved the Goldbach conjecture. And the Nobel Prize Committee has already confirmed them as this year's laureate. This is of immense significance to our nation. The Prime Minister was at a loss for words to describe his emotions. He replied, I did just learn of this news. But there's a major problem, we still haven't identified who this Lin Hai is. We can't even be entirely certain he's even Chinese. What? There's more to this? We must investigate immediately. Since the paper was published on a forum website, by tracing his IP address, we should be able to pinpoint his location fairly easily. This matter is of grave importance, we must get to the bottom of it immediately. We absolutely cannot afford a blunder that would embarrass us internationally. The chairman's expression turned serious. Rest assured, I'll have it investigated immediately. I'll notify you as soon as we have the information. After hanging up, the Prime Minister instructed his secretary, dispatch personnel immediately to investigate this Lin Hai. Locate him at the utmost speed. Yes, sir. With directives from both the Premier and the Chairman, state security resources were immediately mobilized. The person who answered the call was Zhao Tianlai. Upon hearing the name Lin Hai, he was taken aback. Lin Hai was at the National Defense University, wasn't he? He had personally recruited him. But this was a mathematician, clearly not the same Lin Hai from the National Defense University. Zhao Tianlai found himself both amused and exasperated. Could it be that everyone named Lin Hai is this accomplished? One had just received a National First Class Merit Award and another immediately won the Nobel Prize. It seemed our nation was truly blessed with good fortune one after another lately. Since this was an order from the Premier, Zhao Tianlai dared not delay for a moment. He summoned the technical staff to immediately investigate this IP address. What they discovered left them stunned. Director Zhao, this IP address is located within the Research Institute of the National Defense University. What? This is no joke. Zhao Tianlai rushed to the computer screen. He was utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? The paper was sent from the National Defense University's Research Institute. There doesn't seem to be a second expert named Lin Hai at the Research Institute. Besides, these are all mechanical engineering experts. How could they possibly solve a mathematical problem? Zhao Tianlai's mind conjured up Lin Hai's image. An ordinary-looking, rather handsome high school student. He was still wearing his high school uniform when they met. He immediately called Li Xiuzhan, but the phone was turned off. Forget it. I'll just have to go myself. What the hell are they researching? We just finished with the Chinook, and now they suddenly want me to put them on level 1 alert. Now look at this, even the Nobel Prize in Mathematics is one of your people. Zhao Tianlai suddenly felt his brain wasn't quite up to the task. Could one person's mind truly be that powerful? Two entirely distinct disciplines, both capable of reaching the pinnacle of excellence. National Defense University Weapons Research Institute. All the experts thoroughly studied the blueprints, each face radiating immense excitement. Reporting to Academicianly, the propulsion system is fully operational. Reporting to Academicianly, the conventional systems are fully operational. Reporting to Academicianly, the exterior design and surface coating can fully reflect radar signals, achieving the highest level of stealth. Reporting to Academicianly. The experts submitted all their research data. No issues were found whatsoever. Production could commence immediately. The world's first stealth supersonic attack heavy helicopter will soon be unveiled. Most crucially, China will be the first nation to possess this technology. With supersonic stealth-capable heavy attack helicopters, battlefield deployment capabilities will increase exponentially. Imagine the battlefield scenario. Once enemy forces are detected in advance and fire support is required. Our armed helicopters can arrive at the scene in the blink of an eye, eliminating the enemy before they can react. Enemy reinforcements would be unable to detect our arriving support. They could even launch missiles in advance to shoot down enemy aircraft. Such weapons are simply too powerful. Li Xiuzhan took several deep breaths before his excitement finally began to subside. If he remained this agitated much longer, his heart might not be able to take it. This armed helicopter employed nothing but the world's most cutting-edge black technology. Particularly its supersonic flight capability, a feat even the United States has yet to master. Moreover, during supersonic flight, the pilot experienced no sudden weightlessness from acceleration. This represented the pinnacle of technological achievement and the most difficult barrier to overcome. Lin Hai has managed to solve all these challenges. Now that we've confirmed the technology is fully feasible, I'll report this to leadership immediately. Once we get the green light from headquarters, we'll start production immediately. Li Xiuzhan declared with evident satisfaction. The entire research institute erupted in celebration. If we can truly manufacture the next generation armed helicopter, it's a surefire collective first-class merit award. Among all domestic weapons research institutes, the National Defense University's facility would stand head and shoulders above the rest. Their reputation and standing would soar accordingly. Li Xiuzhan immediately submitted a report to his superiors, marking the document as top secret. He then addressed all the experts. This technology is top secret. No one is permitted to disclose a single word outside the institute. The next task was to begin preparations for manufacturing. Zhao Tianlai arrived at the institute only to find the doors locked from the inside. He knocked forcefully on the door. The security personnel opened the door and, recognizing the visitor as Zhao Tianlai, promptly saluted. "I wish to see Academicianly. Please lead the way." Li Xiuzhan was taken completely by surprise by Zhao Tianlai's sudden visit. Security levels could be lowered somewhat now, but they couldn't be completely relaxed. "Why are you here? Your phone was turned off and I couldn't reach you. If it weren't for the Premier instructing me to investigate this matter, I wouldn't have personally come to disturb you." Li Xiuzhan was utterly astonished. What could possibly warrant the Prime Minister's attention? Are you genuinely unaware, or just pretending? Your research institute published a paper solving the Goldbach conjecture. This is one of the world's 10 greatest unsolved mathematical problems. The whole world is searching for this mathematician. They're going crazy. You must be joking. This is a weapons research institute. How could you possibly find a mathematician here? I find it strange too, but the person who published this paper is named Lin Hai, and the IP address traces back to your institute. What? Chapter 25, Identity finally confirmed. Li Xiaozhang's outburst drew curious glances from the other experts. What on earth had happened to shock academician Li so profoundly? Li Xiaochang felt his heart nearly couldn't take the strain. He'd have to get some quick-acting heart medicine or something. Otherwise, he might genuinely risk cardiac failure from the sheer intensity of his excitement. The IP address used to publish the paper was from the Research Institute, and the author listed was Lin Hai. There was absolutely no mistake about it. There was only one Lin Hai at the institute, no second one existed. Repeat what you just said. Lin Hai actually solved the Goldbach conjecture? Solving a problem like that would get him nominated for the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Li Xiaozhang asked again. Not a bit of it. He wasn't nominated for the Nobel Prize in Mathematics, it was confirmed outright. Even the chairman and premier are aware of this now. The problem is, we can't find Lin Hai, so we can't be completely certain. He's been confirmed as the recipient of the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Li Xiaochang swayed slightly, feeling a bit dizzy. The immense surprise was almost too much for him to bear. In this moment, he felt so moved he almost wanted to cry. With a population of over 1 billion, China had never before won such a prestigious global award. And it was a highly prestigious prize in mathematics. I'm not talking about you specifically, but every single phone in the entire research institute is turned off. As the institute's leader, no matter how much secrecy is required, you absolutely cannot turn off your phone. No one can reach you when they call. You must know that it's trending worldwide online, dominating every top search list. Only then did Li Xiaozhang recall that, in order to share the burden with everyone, and to avoid being disturbed by the outside world, he had turned off his own phone. He hurriedly turned his phone back on to find a string of missed calls. Especially when he saw that Principal Wang Kailan had called dozens of times. He immediately called the principal back. What on earth are you doing? Your phone was turned off the whole time. Even if it's an urgent matter, you should at least leave a contact number. The moment the call connected, Wang Kailan launched into a barrage of reproaches. These past 2 days, he'd been pacing restlessly, even thinking about this matter while trying to sleep at night. The harder it was to find him, the more intense the online speculation became. Some even suspected that Lin Hai wasn't even Chinese. This was a matter of national honor. The fact that they couldn't even confirm the winner's identity. It's driving the university president absolutely crazy. I must apologize, we do indeed have a critical technological breakthrough to achieve here. We must prevent sabotage by foreign spies. Li Xiaochang hurriedly explained. Alright, I'll tell you. The internet is already going crazy with this. You should quickly ask Lin Hai if he published a paper solving the mathematical conundrum of the Goldbach conjecture. Numerous prestigious international universities have sent emails to my inbox inviting him to give lectures. Even the Nobel Prize Committee has emailed me. I still don't know how to respond. I just heard about it, I'll confirm with Lin Hai immediately. Hurry up, I really can't wait any longer. Wang Kailan shouted loudly. Lin Hai had just returned from the restroom and stretched comfortably. He'd been sitting in the same position for days, entering data into the computer. My back and shoulders ache from exhaustion. Stretching his body eased the discomfort considerably. Li Xiaochang and Zhao Tianlai spotted him and immediately rushed forward. Both of them glared at Lin Hai with eyes fixed on him. Their eyes were even bloodshot. Lin Hai was startled. What's gotten into you two? Did I do something wrong? Lin Hai, do you remember me? I'm Zhao Tianlai from State Security. I have a question for you, answer honestly. Lin Hai nodded instinctively, ask away. Did you publish a paper in an international academic forum solving the Goldbach conjecture? Oh, that's what this is about. I did write a paper when I had some free time. But then I got caught up in breaking through helicopter technology, so I didn't pay it any more attention. Are you sure you wrote it? Zhao Tianlai bellowed. Yes, why wouldn't it be? Lin Hai was startled. He'd never seen Zhao Tianlai so terrifying before. Do you realize the Goldbach conjecture is one of the world's top 10 unsolved mathematical problems? This is no joke. How did you solve it? Even after receiving the definitive answer from Lin Hai, Li Xiaochang still found it utterly unbelievable. Stop asking questions for now. Hurry up and open your computer, pull up that paper of yours. I need to double check there absolutely can't be any mistakes. Zhao Tianlai shouted. Lin Hai observed the two men, who seemed both intensely agitated and visibly furious. He thought the institute's computers weren't allowed to send things out casually. It can't be that serious, right? I'll just stop using the institute's computers from now on, Lin Hai explained. Hurry up. The premier and chairman are still waiting for updates. Lin Hai was startled. What does this mean? Has it even reached the prime minister and the chairman? I just published a paper, I didn't do anything. Cut the nonsense. I'll explain later. I need to confirm immediately whether you actually wrote this paper. Zhao Tianlai was frantic. He pulled Lin Hai over to the computer. Lin Hai had no choice but to quickly turn on the computer and log into his account. The moment he did, countless private messages exploded onto the screen. So many people had messaged him that his inbox was showing insufficient space. Opening them revealed that many were urgently inquiring about Lin Hai's identity. Moreover, numerous internationally renowned mathematicians had sent private messages, hoping to connect and exchange ideas. Finally, he found the official email from the Nobel Prize Committee, informing him that he had been confirmed as this year's Nobel Prize in Mathematics laureate. After reviewing the papers in Lin Hai's account, there was no longer any doubt. Zhao Tianlai immediately called his superior to report the news. Please inform the premier that the matter has been thoroughly investigated.
The Nobel laureate is Lin Hai from the Weapons Research Institute of the National Defense University.
He is also the Lin Hai who received the first-class merit award for his research on the Chinook helicopter. Li Xiuqiang also called to inform Wang Kalin.
Wang Kalin was even more thrilled upon hearing the news recruitment this year would be absolutely no problem. The admission cutoff might even jump by several dozen points. Hold on, I'll be right over. Wang Kalin hung up and drove straight to the school. Now they urgently needed a publicity push to let everyone know that Lin Hai was a student at the National Defense University. This would encourage college entrance exam candidates to apply to military academies. This was undoubtedly the best advertisement possible. Zhao Tianlai hung up the phone and stared intently at Lin Hai. Well done, kid. You've really made a name for yourself now. And you've just done the country another great service. Chapter 26, The school's recruitment depends on you. Is it true I won the Nobel Prize in Science? I heard the Nobel Prize comes with a $5 million award, right? Lin Hai inquired. Zhao Tianlai nearly choked on his own blood.
Seriously, this is a huge honor for our country.
How can you just think about the prize money? Besides, now that you've won the Nobel Prize, why would you care about 5 million? Think bigger. Once you have this honor, opportunities to make money will come flooding in. Zhao Tianlai was absolutely right.
Winning such a prestigious award, Lin Hai's standing in the mathematical community would instantly catapult him to the world's elite.
Many prestigious universities worldwide would likely vie to invite him for lectures. Of course, lectures don't come free. The speaking fees would certainly be substantial.
Lin Hai said somewhat sheepishly, "Don't laugh at me, but my family's financial situation is modest. My parents are honest, hard-working farmers. My main motivation for tackling this math problem is to win an award.
To earn some money to help support my family." Li Xiuqiang. Zhao Tianlai. Ahem, you're tackling such a difficult problem just to improve your family's situation?
Li Xiuqiang suddenly felt a bit unsure of himself.
Aren't you worried you might never solve it in your lifetime?
Lin Hai chuckled and said, "Even if I can't solve it, there's no real loss."
That reasoning is truly beyond words.
Li Xiuqiang sighed helplessly.
Looks like I'll need to stock up on some quick-acting heart medicine soon. If this keeps up, my heart's bound to give out. Lin Hai jumped in surprise and quickly asked, "Do you have heart problems? This isn't trivial. You should get it checked at the hospital right away." "Who says I have heart problems? My heart's perfectly healthy."
But even the strongest heart can't handle this many shocking revelations, Li Xiuqiang said, torn between laughter and tears.
Too many good things have happened recently.
So many, in fact, that he found it hard to believe. Lin Hai mastering various weapons didn't surprise him, but to discover such a talent for mathematical research. Well, this is just great. Originally an expert in helicopter research,
now he's also a mathematician, one who solved a world-renowned mathematical problem and won the Nobel Prize in mathematics. Who would believe such a story if it got out? The investigation is complete. I'll keep personnel here for protection. I need to head back now.
You should prepare yourselves. 2 countless honors await you next. When the time comes to accept the award, think about what you'll say.
Zhao Tianlai spoke up.
He gave Lin Hai a deep look, sensing that he was on the verge of becoming one of the nation's most outstanding scientists.
But he's so young, I wonder if he can handle it.
I hope he won't be weighed down by fame and continues to research new technologies for the country. Right, we can lower the alert level to level 2 here.
Except for the research institute, the rest of the campus can reopen.
Li Xiuqiang hurriedly added.
Got it, I'll relay the order immediately.
The other experts watched the three conversing with startled expressions. They all found it highly peculiar.
What on earth had happened to unsettle the dignified director Zhao?
But they all knew the rules. Perhaps there was something important being discussed, and they couldn't just barge in to listen.
After Zhao Tianlai departed,
all the other experts gathered around.
Academician Li, has something major happened?
Director Zhao himself came over. Li Xiuqiang smiled faintly and announced loudly, "I have another piece of good news to share with everyone.
Our classmate Lin Hai has solved the Goldbach conjecture.
And he's been awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Mathematics." The moment these words were spoken, the entire research institute fell into an absolute hush. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lin Hai, utterly incredulous.
"Don't stare at me like that. It's not like it's a big deal."
Lin Hai couldn't stand the intensity of their gazes.
"You solved a problem like that? That's crazy. The Nobel Prize.
It's the grand prize countless scholars and scientists across the country dream of winning.
And you say you solved it just to improve your family's life? How does your brain even work? You didn't even go to college, and you can tackle problems like this? I was the top student in my class back in school. How come I feel so insecure around you?" Everyone started complaining.
The way they looked at Lin Hai was like staring at some kind of monster.
"I'm starting to wonder if you're even human.
If need be, let's split your skull open and see how your brain is wired."
Some even cracked jokes. "That's no joke. I'm a genuine human being, absolutely no mistake,"
Lin Hai hurriedly retorted.
Someone opened their computer and searched for related information.
Only then did they realize it had trended on every major media platform. The entire world was searching for Lin Hai. What a coincidence this happened right when we were on high alert researching the technology. All communication channels had been severed.
That's why things got so out of hand.
Li Xiuqiang sighed helplessly.
It's no big deal. Solving a math problem doesn't really benefit our country practically.
Researching armed helicopter technology is far more important. Perhaps due to the system's rewards, Lin Hai didn't feel overly excited about winning the Nobel Prize. With the system at his disposal, such events would continue to occur in the future. He'd long since grown accustomed to it. I see you have no idea how significant the Nobel Prize in mathematics is. Mathematics is the foundation of all sciences. You've now entered the ranks of the world's top mathematicians. As long as you're at the National Defense University, you might attract many mathematicians drawn by your reputation. With enough mathematicians, we'll surely develop newer and more powerful technologies. Li Xiaozhan pushed his glasses up and said with great excitement. You're absolutely right. No technologically advanced nation can thrive without mathematics. No wonder you could develop the Chinook at such a young age and provide the technology for supersonic attack helicopters. So you possess such profound mathematical expertise. Enough small talk, we must celebrate such monumental news. Lin Hai must treat us today. No problem, whatever you want. Lin Hai said with a smile. Last time I received a first-class merit award, I got a hefty bonus. I was planning to send the money home. But then the city government awarded him another substantial bonus, and Lin Jin told him to keep it all for himself. Treating everyone to a meal is no problem at all. Let's wait for the principal a bit longer, he said he'd be here soon. Li Xiaochang said. Not long after, Wang Kailan rushed in breathlessly. The moment he entered, he bellowed, "Where's Lin Hai?" Everyone pointed toward Lin Hai's seat. Wang Kailan strode forward, grabbed Lin Hai's hand, and exclaimed excitedly. You'll be our school's ambassador. The National Defense University's enrollment depends entirely on you. Chapter 27, Nationwide Celebration. This, you want me to be the school's ambassador? I haven't even officially enrolled yet. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He never imagined they'd pin their recruitment hopes on him. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel this whole thing was downright embarrassing. His first instinct was to hold an AK-47 in his left hand and a grenade in his right. Then facing the camera, welcome to apply for the National Defense University. You've been accepted, you're now a student of the National Defense University. Just share your story. It will surely attract many outstanding candidates to apply to the National Defense University. The defense cause needs these outstanding talents. Wang Kailan said with utmost sincerity. Using my story for publicity is fine, but could you please not have me appear on camera? I can't handle making these videos. Lin Hai quickly interjected. That's right. Lin Hai is now a crucial expert at the Weapons Research Institute. His security requires strict protection. Just take a photo and use his achievements for recruitment promotions. Li Xiaochang quickly added. Even Wang Kailan probably doesn't realize how vital Lin Hai is to the nation right now. Once the supersonic armed helicopter is successfully developed, Lin Hai would likely become the bane of enemy nations. They might even send spies to assassinate him. Precautions must be taken in advance against such threats. The less Lin Hai appears in public, the safer he will be. No problem, that's more than enough. After all, we'll need your photos for publicity, and we require your authorization for portrait rights. Wang Kailan said with a smile. The entire internet is now searching for the Nobel Prize winner. Once it's confirmed that Lin Hai is a student at the National Defense University, the institution's reputation will skyrocket. More passionate young people will surely want to apply to the National Defense University. With technological advancement, the military also requires highly skilled professionals. And the National Defense University must shoulder the crucial responsibility of cultivating these high-tech talents for the nation. After receiving authorization, Wang Kailan issued a statement through the university's official media account. It confirmed that the recipient of the Nobel Prize in Mathematics was indeed the university student, Lin Hai. He also highlighted that Lin Hai was the expert who received a first-class merit award for his breakthrough research on the Chinook helicopter technology. A photo of Lin Hai was directly attached to the article. It immediately garnered countless clicks and shares. This finally put everyone's minds completely at ease. Wonderful. He truly is one of us Chinese. Woo, I'm moved to tears. We've waited so long for a Nobel Prize, and now we finally won the most prestigious award. Those claiming Lin Hai is Korean, get out here so I can see if your face is swollen. Ignore those who've been groveling for too long. Our country will only grow stronger from here on out. Is this real news or fake? Could someone be posting articles just to get clicks? It's possible. With all kinds of news flying around these days, it's impossible to tell. Some people still remain skeptical. Some observant netizens immediately shot back at such comments. Open your eyes and look closely. This was posted by the president of the National Defense Academy himself. If you dare doubt an official statement, get lost. I mean, this is the official website of the military academy. How could they possibly post nonsense? Lin Hai, you're incredible. Just awarded the national first-class merit, and now you've nailed the Nobel Prize in mathematics. You're truly my idol. No more words needed. I'm taking the college entrance exam this year, and my goal is to get into the National Defense University. Within less than an hour, Wang Kailan's post had already surpassed 10 million views. Countless others rushed to share it. Upon receiving the confirmed news, the premier was momentarily stunned. He asked his secretary, "Are you certain Zhao Tianlai personally called you to say this?" "Absolutely. Director Zhao was at the National Defense University's Research Institute when he called. He confirmed it personally," the secretary replied. "This is truly unbelievable. He's just a high school graduate. Developing the Chinook was already astonishing enough. To solve a world-class problem like this? What kind of IQ does this man possess?"
Well, perhaps his IQ is so high that he can research anything exceptionally quickly. The secretary stammered for a while before coming up with this excuse. That makes sense. Regardless, he's our nation's top talent. This achievement must be widely publicized. Have someone publish an article immediately congratulating Lin Hai on winning the Nobel Prize. There's just too much information circulating online. The government must promptly explain the situation to the people. It will also greatly boost national confidence, declared the Prime Minister. Understood, I'll arrange it immediately. The secretary felt deeply moved at that moment. He could imagine the immense sensation it would cause. Would create an enormous sensation. Even the Prime Minister rarely showed such a satisfied smile. The nation needed this honor. It had waited far too long, and today it was finally realized. The Prime Minister immediately dialed the chairman's number. Once the call connected, the Prime Minister said happily, "Chairman, I've investigated the information you asked me to look into. You won't believe what I've found. Lin Hai, the Nobel Prize winner, is the same Lin Hai who was awarded the first-class merit last time. He's an expert at the Weapons Research Institute of the National Defense University." What? It really is him. The chairman was utterly astonished by this news. There's absolutely no mistake. I had Director Zhao from State Security conduct a special investigation. When I first heard this news, I couldn't believe it either. That our nation possesses such talent. Well, this is truly momentous news. It would be no exaggeration to say the entire nation should celebrate. This marks our nation's first breakthrough in winning a Nobel Prize. May there be a second, a third, and many more to come. Dispatch this news immediately so the entire nation can learn of Lin Hai's glorious achievements. Chairman, rest assured I've already made arrangements. This time, we must receive Lin Hai at the Great Hall of the People and see this young man with our own eyes. The chairman said happily. Indeed, he is a national treasure. He deserves such an honor. After discussing it, the two decided to arrange an audience with Lin Hai. It wasn't merely because he had won the Nobel Prize in Science. The key point is that Lin Hai has now joined the ranks of the nation's top mathematicians. Such talent cannot be recruited to our country no matter the cost. He must be treated with the utmost importance. As the news was released on the State Council's official website, the internet erupted once more. Now, no one dares to question the accuracy of the news. Those who had previously doubted were thoroughly discredited and dared not speak recklessly anymore. They scrambled to find and delete their previous comments and posts. Chapter 28. Sorry, I'm staying at the National Defense University. The presidents of Tsinghua and Peking universities were directing the battle for top students from their admissions offices. They had early access to candidates' exam scores. For each region's top scoring student, they would immediately dispatch representatives to personally recruit them. Finally, everything was arranged and teams were ready to depart. Director Zhang burst in, panting heavily. President, it's earth-shattering news. The matter I was investigating has been confirmed. The Nobel Prize winner is indeed Lin Hai from the National Defense University. The very same who just received a first-class merit award. The Qingbei University president's eyes widened in disbelief. Repeat that. Is this information reliable? Absolutely confirmed. The National Defense University has already posted the news on their official website. Even the State Council has issued a congratulatory statement. Director Zhang immediately pulled up the news on his phone for the president of Qingbei University to see for himself. Good heavens, this man is nothing short of a prodigy. Fresh out of high school, he's already achieved 2 world-class accomplishments. If he studies for a few more years, he'll rival the greatest scientific minds. The president of Qingbei University sucked in a sharp breath. Indeed, he's now the hottest topic across the entire internet. And the news has already spread overseas. Many top mathematicians have proactively invited him for academic exchanges. Numerous prestigious universities are also inviting him to give lectures. Institutions everywhere are scrambling to recruit him. Director Zhang remarked with profound emotion. What are you waiting for? Now that the news is out, we can reach out to him directly. Go recruit him immediately. Seize this moment. We must offer the most favorable terms to secure his enrollment at Qingbei University. The Qingbei University president snapped to attention and shouted. Right. What was I thinking? I was so focused on showing you the message. I almost forgot the most important thing. I'll contact Dean Li right away to get Lin Hai's contact information. Director Zhang immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Li Xiuqiang gathered all the experts from the research institute and specially booked a private room at a hotel to celebrate properly. To accommodate Lin Hai, Li Xiuqiang specifically mentioned, Lin Hai just started working and hasn't even received his first paycheck yet. Today is mainly for celebration, so don't order overly expensive drinks or dishes. Everyone, there's no need to spare my expenses even though I haven't received my salary yet. But I still have the bonus from my last first-class merit award. Just eat and drink freely, order whatever dishes you want, and pour yourselves whatever drinks you desire. After all, it won't be long before I get my Nobel Prize money. If the Nobel Prize money runs out, I'll just research a new project and win it again. Lin Hai said cheerfully. Wow, you're already getting a bit carried away so quickly. Do you think the Nobel Prize is that easy to get? If you're going to be that cocky, we definitely can't hold back anymore. We absolutely must order a couple more bottles of good wine to properly put that arrogant attitude in its place. Who knows? Maybe after spending it all, he'll actually force out another Nobel Prize in science. The atmosphere at the research institute was incredibly harmonious now, with everyone deeply impressed by Lin Hai's abilities. They've even started joking about it. No problem, don't hold back on the expenses.
With the system in his hands, Lin Hai will have plenty of opportunities to break through new technologies in the future.
Making money is a piece of cake. The key is that with the system's rewards, he can successfully solve the Goldbach conjecture. All relevant knowledge has been fully mastered and integrated. Even if he were to engage in academic exchanges abroad, he could handle them with complete ease. Though everyone was clamoring for more fine wine and delicacies, when it came time to order, they were actually quite considerate. They didn't deliberately order the most expensive items. After all, Lin Hai was the youngest at the research institute, with everyone else being roughly twice his age. The gathering was primarily to relax and celebrate Lin Hai. Li Xiuzhang's phone rang. The moment he answered, Director Ma's voice came through. Hey, academician Li, your phone has been impossible to reach. I must have called you dozens of times, and every single time it showed as turned off. My apologies, our institute had a mission, and everyone had to turn off their phones. I just turned mine back on and almost forgot to call you back. Is it something important? Actually, it's not really that important. I heard you've recruited a brilliant student named Lin Hai. Not only that, but he's been awarded a first-class merit and just won the Nobel Prize in mathematics. I called to congratulate you. Director Zhang said with a smile. Of course, he couldn't just come out and say he was trying to poach talent, so he had to beat around the bush to get Lin Hai's contact information. Thanks. We're celebrating together right now. Why don't you join us, Director Zhang? I won't disturb you then. I've always admired this student Lin Hai. Would it be possible to get his contact information? I'd love to connect with such an expert. Li Xiuchang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. As the head of human resources at Qingbei University, requesting Lin Hai's contact information wasn't merely about making acquaintances. He was undoubtedly scheming to poach him. Li Xiuchang was an honest man and couldn't refuse outright. Hold on a moment, I'll check with Lin Hai. Covering the receiver, Li Xiuchang addressed Lin Hai. Director Zhang from Qingbei University's HR department wishes to connect with you. Would you be willing to share your contact information? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. He already understood what was going on. No need to give him my contact info. I'll just use your phone to have a word with him. That's fine. Li Xiuchang handed the phone back to Lin Hai. Hello, Director Zhang. This is Lin Hai. We've long admired your reputation. Your contributions to the nation are truly remarkable. We hold you in the highest regard. Director Zhang greeted him courteously. First, he flattered Lin Hai to make a good impression. Serving the nation is our duty. These small matters pale in comparison to the contributions of our predecessors. Director Zhang, if you called me, please get straight to the point. Lin Hai replied. Well, Qingbei University would also like to recruit talent like you. Should you choose to study at Qingbei University, we offer a 5 million yuan scholarship and full tuition waiver. We'll establish a dedicated studio for you. Whatever conditions Qingbei University can offer, we'll double them. Make any request you wish. Whatever the university can provide, we will grant it. You should know that Qingbei University ranks first among all universities in the country. Our research capabilities are truly formidable. If you enroll at Qingbei University, your future will be limitless. Director Zhang rattled off every preferential offer in one breath, hoping to sway Lin Hai's decision. Thank you for your kindness. My greatest wish is to enroll in the National Defense University and contribute my utmost to our nation's defense endeavors. Qingbei University is indeed outstanding, but it's not the right fit for me. I have made up my mind to stay at the National Defense University, and I will not change it. Lin Hai declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 29, A Billion to Build? Unbelievable. Everyone heard what Lin Hai said. Only then did they realize Peking and Tsinghua universities had attempted to poach Lin Hai. This filled them with intense anger. Lin Hai had already been admitted to the National Defense University. Though classes hadn't started yet, he was already participating in research and development work at the institute. And now Qingbei University dared to poach him. Lin Hai's performance had been outstanding lately, especially since he'd contributed even more advanced technology. If Qingbei University managed to poach him, wouldn't all their hard work go down the drain? They all felt a growing sense of unease. After all, Qingbei University's reputation is simply too formidable. They feared Lin Hai might succumb to such temptation and actually jump ship. Only after hearing Lin Hai's refusal did they finally breathe a deep sigh of relief. A smile spread across Li Xiuchang's face. He had personally brought Lin Hai here, and he certainly hadn't disappointed him. Director Zhang suddenly grew anxious. He hadn't expected Lin Hai to outright reject such generous terms. Don't rush to refuse. Tell us what you need. No need. The benefits you've offered are truly generous. But for me, the National Defense University is my dream. Alright, I'm sure you're very busy. I won't take up any more of your time. Lin Hai hung up the phone. Cheers erupted instantly in the private room. Everyone stared at Lin Hai with immense excitement. Way to go. We've got to toast you first today, someone exclaimed, raising their glass. The first toast shouldn't be to me, but to academician Li. If he hadn't made an exception to admit me, I wouldn't have achieved this. I also want to thank everyone for their support. Lin Hai raised his glass and said with a smile. We're all colleagues and friends, no need for formalities. Let's drink to making even greater contributions to our nation. Li Xiuzhang was in an especially good mood today. After speaking, he raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Everyone downed their drinks, bursting into hearty laughter. The party atmosphere grew even more lively. Director Zhang got hung up on and didn't even manage to get Lin Hai's contact information. Dejected, he headed to report to the principal. The principal listened to his report with obvious helplessness. With things already at this point, trying to poach someone was no longer feasible. The most critical factor was that the college entrance exam results were about to be released. The National Defense University had produced such a figure. Not only had he led the nation in developing the superior Chinook armed helicopter, but had also just solved the world-renowned mathematical problem, winning the Nobel Prize in mathematics. This was the best possible publicity. It will undoubtedly stir patriotic fervor among many students, prompting them to apply to the National Defense University. But attracting all the top college entrance exam candidates won't be so easy. Since he has chosen the National Defense University, recruitment efforts must not slacken. Call all admissions officers immediately and tell them, for every student who applies to Peking or Tsinghua University, their compensation will be doubled. Principal Zhang gritted his teeth as he gave the order. But, won't this exceed the budget? Director Zhang was startled. While Peking and Tsinghua universities are indeed well-funded, recruiting such a large number of students at once, doubling all benefits is no small sum. Do as I say. Otherwise, we'll truly lose out on the top-tier students this year. Understood. I'll notify them immediately. The president of Qingbei University slammed his fist on the table. Our university spends hundreds of billions on research funding every year. How come we haven't cultivated such top-tier talent? At that moment, no one knew. A top-secret document landed on Commander Wang's desk at the military district headquarters. Commander Wang worked late into the night, finally reaching the point to handle this document. His expression turned grave upon seeing the top-secret designation. He opened the file and scrutinized the contents inside. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. What is Academician Li up to now? A supersonic heavy-duty armed helicopter and one with stealth capabilities, no less. That's way too exaggerated. Can our country's technology really pull this off? At that moment, his throat felt parched. This news is simply astonishing. Even the RD team probably doesn't grasp what this means for the military. This is undoubtedly cutting-edge black technology. If such a helicopter existed, the world's armed helicopters would become mere children's toys. At a distance of hundreds of kilometers, the Chinook would likely be detected and destroyed. The two sides are simply not on the same level. Developing such advanced weaponry must require astronomical sums just for RD alone. Could the researchers at the institute really handle something this complex? Commander Wang suppressed his excitement and continued reading. The documents listed preliminary data demonstrating the technology's feasibility. After finishing the entire report, Commander Wang reclined in his chair, taking a long, deep breath to steady his racing heart. The technical challenges had been overcome. All that was needed was 10 billion yuan in RD funding to build the aircraft. Was this some kind of joke? Investing 10 billion to develop a new weapon and not even a whisper of progress? The development costs for the Chinook replica alone had already exceeded 30 billion. It took over a decade to finally succeed. And now they tell me this cutting-edge weapon can be completed with just 10 billion? Commander Wang's expression shifted between anger and astonishment. While the technical details in the documents thrilled him, such a low development cost was simply implausible. Completely unrealistic. The more cutting-edge the technology, the greater the RD investment required. The more RD personnel required, and the Defense Military Academy's Weapons Research Institute was currently just a reverse engineering team. It simply lacks the conditions necessary for developing cutting-edge weapons. There are simply too few technical personnel. To think that such a modest investment could produce a supersonic stealth-capable armed helicopter. Commander Wang couldn't believe it. Increasing the RD budget tenfold would be more realistic. But could China's scientists and engineers truly achieve such cutting-edge technology? Though deeply tempted, Commander Wang forced himself to remain level-headed, grounded in practicality. Moments later, unable to resist the immense temptation, he picked up the documents once more. Li Xiuchang, you've served the nation for years and are a level-headed man. Without absolute certainty, you wouldn't have submitted such a crucial report. After pondering, he finally made up his mind. He dialed the number, connect me to Academician Li Xiuchang. Li Xiuchang was in the middle of drinking when he saw the call was actually from Commander Wang. He immediately quieted the room and answered the call. Li Xiuchang, I've reviewed the materials you submitted. I'll ask you one thing, can this be developed with such a limited budget? Li Xiuchang stood ramrod straight and answered with unwavering conviction, I pledge my personal integrity, it is absolutely feasible. Chapter 30, Unbelievable. Even if you say so, I still have my doubts. A supersonic helicopter? I've never even heard of such a thing. This isn't a joke. If I approve this and you can't deliver, do you know what the consequences would be? Commander Wang said sternly. Commander, rest assured this billion isn't for RD, but for manufacturing. We've already completely solved the RD issues. With sufficient funding, we can absolutely build it. Just wait to receive the samples. Li Xiuchang replied. Very well. Since you are so confident, I will submit the request immediately. If we can truly produce such an advanced helicopter, the nation's highest honors will be yours. Commander Wang hung up the phone without further hesitation. He signed his name. He ordered someone to submit this top-secret document. Commander Wang stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery. A supersonic helicopter, the very concept was beyond imagination. At least decades ahead of its time. If we truly possessed such formidable weaponry, we could seize the initiative on the battlefield. A sharp gleam flashed in Commander Wang's eyes as he continued to ponder. Could this advanced technology have been proposed by Lin Hai again? To develop such an advanced and complex technology in such a short time? That's simply unbelievable.
As far as I know, Li Xiuzhang's team has never mentioned anything about this. I doubt they'd dare take the risk of developing such cutting-edge technology.
I hope you won't disappoint me.
Commander Wang concluded and returned to his work. At that moment, his secretary approached and advised, "Commander, it's already late at night.
You should get some rest." "No need. Brew me a strong cup of tea. I must await further instructions from above."
Commander Wang knew that once this report was submitted,
they would definitely call today to inquire about the specifics. So he sat in his office, waiting for a response. Though it was late at night, the chairman was still diligently at work. At that moment, the secretary delivered a top-secret document.
"Chairman, this is top-secret material sent by Commander Wang.
He said if you haven't gone to bed yet, please be sure to take a look."
"Oh, if he says so, this must be extremely important."
"Leave it here." Seeing the top-secret designation, the chairman's expression turned serious. He opened the file. The headline on the first line read, "Supersonic Stealth Heavy Armed Helicopter."
That title alone sent shockwaves through the chairman.
Such designations simply couldn't belong to an armed helicopter.
Supersonic speed combined with stealth capabilities were features typically reserved for highly advanced fighter jets. While helicopters served many purposes, their flight speeds were far inferior to fighter jets.
This title immediately piqued the chairman's intense curiosity.
He carefully examined the documents. It was a comprehensive technical report detailing the feasibility of all the technologies mentioned. It also contained several important data points and formulas. Of course, it was all rather general in nature, so he finished reading it quickly. The chairman's mind was now in turmoil, unable to settle for a long time.
Such advanced helicopters could dominate the battlefield.
Their adaptability far surpassed that of fighter jets. If China truly possessed helicopters of this caliber, the combat effectiveness of its military would be greatly enhanced.
At this thought, the chairman's brow furrowed once more. The National Defense University did have a research institute specializing in reverse engineering weapons, but could their limited personnel truly develop such an advanced helicopter? It was simply too hard to believe.
The chairman's current state of mind was almost identical to that of Commander Wang.
He felt both immense anticipation for such advanced weaponry and deep concern that it might never be realized.
After pondering for several minutes, he dialed a number.
"Connect me to Academician Wang at the National Weapons Research Institute."
Moments later, a respectful voice came over the line. "Chairman, hello.
This is Wang Tianchang. Hello, Academician Wang. Someone has submitted a technical report to me. It claims we've mastered supersonic attack helicopter technology and even possess stealth capabilities. Do you believe our current technological capabilities can achieve these feats?"
The Weapons Research Institute specializes in developing the nation's most advanced fighter jet technology. The chairman wished to consult him for reference.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than President Wang immediately declared, "Absolutely impossible." "Chairman, why?"
"This is a structural limitation. Helicopters can never break the sound barrier.
Because helicopters generate lift and thrust by rotating rotors, rotating components with 2 to 4 blades.
To achieve supersonic flight, the rotational speed would reach staggering levels. Propellers and conventional components simply cannot withstand such extreme operating conditions,"
President Wang stated with absolute certainty.
Upon hearing this, the chairman also began to hesitate.
"Chairman, why are you suddenly asking this question?"
Dean Wang inquired with genuine confusion.
"Well, I've obtained a top-secret document. It's a report on developing a supersonic helicopter. It analyzes the technical feasibility and states that a prototype can be built for just 1 billion yuan.
The chairman made no secret of this.
President Wang is a scientist who can be fully trusted. This is utter nonsense. Who would submit such an unreliable proposal? President Wang was furious.
You must understand that their research must adhere to scientific validation.
A supersonic helicopter completely defies scientific theory.
His immediate thought was that someone was attempting to defraud the nation's research funds. Such individuals are a scourge to the nation and must be severely punished.
It was academician Li Xiuzhang, director of the National Defense University's Research Institute.
Though I don't understand these technologies, the report lists numerous formulas and data to prove the feasibility of this technology.
If all else fails, you should come take a look yourself. Only you can determine whether this technology is genuine," the chairman stated. While scientific rigor is essential, the chairman also trusted that as vice president of the National Defense University, he would never deceive the nation.
Dean Wang, however, was visibly agitated at that moment. He was determined to expose this deception.
"Chairman, please wait a moment. I'll be right there." "All right, I'll be waiting in my office." Shortly thereafter, a Hongqi sedan pulled up. Dean Wang and the chairman's secretary arrived at the office door and knocked. "Chairman, I'm here. Come in." Without much small talk, the chairman got straight to the point. "Have a seat. This is the report submitted by the Weapons Research Institute of the National Defense University. Take a look. I refuse to believe they could actually develop such advanced technology."
Dean Wang took the documents and began flipping through them carefully. The further he read, the wider his eyes grew, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. Chapter 31, Highest Level Protection. Noticing his growing agitation, the chairman inquired with puzzlement, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with this report?" "Well, the data, formulas, and helicopter design completely overturn conventional understanding. Perhaps according to this theory, helicopters might actually achieve supersonic speeds. Dean Wang hadn't expected his earlier words to be proven wrong so quickly. He had sworn with absolute certainty that helicopters could never reach supersonic speeds. But now he had to reconsider. Based on the data and design in the report, it might actually be achievable. The chairman grew visibly excited upon hearing his words. If even President Wang said so, then there was definitely great hope. Are you certain? After thoroughly reviewing all the materials, President Wang took a deep breath. His expression grew solemn as he said, Chairman, based on the data, I believe there is a high probability of achieving the performance described. This technology is truly crucial. It combines the capabilities and utility of both helicopters and supersonic fighters. Its potential impact on the battlefield is terrifying, as you can imagine. The relevant personnel must be placed under immediate protection. I recommend conducting a comprehensive evaluation of this technology immediately. Once its feasibility is confirmed, it would represent the greatest breakthrough in our military industry. Good, I endorse this proposal. The chairman will call Commander Wang directly. Chairman, hello. Commander Wang, I now order you in my capacity as chairman to immediately assign personnel to protect all technical staff at the National Defense University Research Institute. Implement the highest level of security measures for them. Their safety must not be compromised in any way. This plan will be sent to technical personnel for immediate assessment. In principle, their proposal is approved. Yes, sir. I will dispatch personnel to make arrangements immediately. Commander Wang could now finally confirm that this technology was absolutely feasible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have issued such an order. If such a formidable weapon were added to the military arsenal, it would transform all their training and deployment strategies. Remember, this is a heavy-duty armed helicopter capable not only of providing fire support, but also transport large numbers of troops and military equipment. Moreover, its supersonic speed enables rapid troop deployment. Remember, in any war, time is of the essence. Speed equals seizing the initiative. At the hotel, several armed police vehicles swiftly pulled up. Row after row of fully armed soldiers disembarked. The hotel guests were startled, fearing a robbery had occurred. Commander Wang and Zhao Tianlai were both present. Zhao Tianlai was deeply puzzled. What exactly had the National Defense University's Research Institute done? Even the commander himself had come to provide protection. Had they truly developed some earth-shattering technology? No matter how many questions swirled in his mind, he had no right to ask until he was told. He could only follow orders. The hotel manager, upon receiving the notification, hurried over in alarm to investigate. Leaders, our hotel has always operated legally. We haven't done anything illegal. Commander Wang glanced at him and said, Don't worry. We're not here to inspect your hotel. We're just conducting official business and will be leaving shortly. The hotel manager wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank you. We'll fully cooperate with whatever you need. Since becoming manager, he'd never witnessed such a large-scale operation. Standing nearby, he dared not breathe a word. The commander ascertained the private room's location and immediately led his men there. Lin Hai and his group were in the middle of their meal. Suddenly, the door burst open, followed by a squad of armed police charging in. Everyone present was startled. Li Xiuzhang, your living conditions are truly impressive. Commander Wang declared. Ah, Commander Wang, what brings you here? We're just celebrating Lin Hai after all, he just won the Nobel Prize in Science. We're just having a simple meal together. Li Xiuzhang couldn't fathom why such a large contingent had been dispatched. Commander Wang waved his hand, signaling for everyone to leave. Close the door properly, he said sternly. Listen, Director Xiu, you've developed such crucial technology. Why are you still eating out? This is a weapon that concerns the nation's destiny. At times like this, your safety must be prioritized above all else. This matter has already reached the chairman, who personally ordered top-level security to protect your safety. From now on, wherever you go for meals or recreation, you must be under strict protection. If you want anything to eat, just say the word. We'll assign you a dedicated chef. Assessment experts will be dispatched shortly. Once your technology passes evaluation, production will commence immediately. This is excellent news. Commander Wang, rest assured our technology is absolutely viable. Li Xiuzhang replied with unwavering confidence. I trust you completely, otherwise I wouldn't have submitted this report. But you still haven't grasped the true significance of this technology. This is a weapon that could revolutionize the entire battlefield. It must be classified as a national top secret. You must return to your residence immediately and undergo strict security protection. Your living quarters will be specially arranged, and all meals will be provided through special supply channels. We'll follow the higher-ups' orders. Li Xiuzhang agreed. Is this really necessary? Lin Hai asked doubtfully. Lin Hai utilized the system's optimization capabilities to enhance and refine all aspects of the Chinook's technology. His sole aim was to create the world's most advanced helicopter for the nation. This would silence all critics worldwide. No longer would they have to endure daily online rants claiming China could only imitate American technology, constantly claiming China's advanced technologies were stolen from the West. His sole purpose was to create a weapon that surpassed all others globally. He never imagined the nation would place such importance on it. Commander Wang gave Lin Hai a deep look. He must have guessed that this technology was undoubtedly developed under Lin Hai's leadership. After all, the Research Institute had previously focused solely on reverse engineering the Chinook. Even replicating existing helicopters proved so arduous that developing more advanced technology in such a short timeframe was simply impossible.
That such a young man could provide such advanced and complex technology. It left him profoundly shaken.
He could even envision that the nation's military-industrial enterprises would likely come to depend on Lin Hai in the future. They would witness rapid, leapfrog development. Some matters are better discussed elsewhere.
Let's move to a different location. We've secured the finest chefs. Anything you wish to eat is available. Commander Wang and Zhao Tianlai immediately escorted everyone to safety. A dedicated building stood heavily guarded by troops. Each researcher's room is no less than 150 square meters and luxuriously appointed. You will reside in this building from now on, with dedicated staff attending to your needs. Simply inform the chefs in advance of any dishes you wish to eat. Your absolute safety is guaranteed here. Chapter 32. Can costs really be this low? This building features numerous entertainment and fitness facilities that rival anything outside. My advice is to minimize unnecessary outings.
Of course, our mission is protection, not confinement.
Even if you wish to go out, dedicated undercover personnel will provide covert protection. Zhao Tianlai explained to everyone. From now on, I will personally take full responsibility for your safety.
Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Commander Wang smiled and said, "No need to be nervous.
Let's head to the dining hall. I'll explain everything over dinner."
The group proceeded to the restaurant, which boasted an impressively grand interior.
Whether you order Western or Chinese cuisine, it's all perfectly fine.
Lin Hai and the others were nearly full, so they casually ordered a few small dishes.
Zhao Tianlai, to avoid any appearance of impropriety, closed the restaurant door and stood outside. Commander Wang's expression turned serious as he declared, "Now I can explain everything to you."
Li Xiuchang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. I was far too careless. I never imagined this technology would be so crucial. I shouldn't have casually taken everyone out to eat.
Don't blame yourself, this isn't your fault. Everything we've done is to prevent enemy spies from uncovering our secrets.
If information leaks, your safety cannot be guaranteed. This is merely a precautionary measure.
Commander Wang offered reassurance.
Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, this technology truly reaches world-class standards.
But this level of protection seems a bit excessive. It's just a slightly more advanced armed helicopter. Slightly more advanced? That's putting it mildly. You don't understand leading troops into battle, so it's no wonder you think that way. But for every commander, such weapons are terrifying instruments of mass destruction on the battlefield.
Commander Wang said with a bitter smile.
If I'm not mistaken, you're the one leading this technology, right?
Commander Wang asked, looking at Lin Hai. Li Xiuchang replied, indeed, it was developed solely by Lin Hai.
We merely reviewed it to confirm its feasibility. Could you explain how you conceived this technology? Commander Wang inquired with curiosity.
If anyone else claimed a single person could develop an entire armed helicopter,
Commander Wang would never have believed it.
Such complex technology and engineering require a massive team. It would take years, even decades, to complete. Even if such a helicopter were developed, it wouldn't be world-class. If such a feat were truly achievable, the nation wouldn't need to expend massive manpower replicating the Chinook.
Supersonic helicopter technology is unique in the entire world.
Prior to this, none of the nation's scientists or researchers had ever imagined a helicopter could achieve supersonic speeds. If it's claimed that Lin Hai plagiarized or stole someone else's technology,
Commander Wang couldn't find any evidence. The crucial point is, where could Lin Hai have copied or stolen this technology from, when it doesn't exist anywhere in the world? Yet the sheer scale of the work accomplished by a single individual remains hard to fathom. Yet the technology was right before their eyes. One can only conclude that Lin Hai is a genius-level prodigy, beyond ordinary human comprehension. It wasn't groundbreaking technology either, I merely optimized the Chinook's design. If there's truly a technological breakthrough, it lies in the redesigned configuration and the implementation of a completely new transmission mechanism. This enables supersonic flight. Moreover, many components of the new aircraft are fully interchangeable with the Chinook. This saves a ton on manufacturing costs. My rough estimate puts the manufacturing cost at roughly double that of the Chinook. Commander Wang spit out his tea in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Hai. What did you say? As far as I know, the Chinook costs $35 million to produce. So you're saying we could build this for just $70 million? Even the technical staff at the research institute couldn't stay calm. Don't talk nonsense. This isn't child's play. We already felt the 1 billion yuan budget was too small. If it can be built for $70 million, that's outrageous. Li Xiuchang hurriedly interjected. Research funding is a very serious matter. While budgets sometimes get exceeded. But we still need to report it as reasonably as possible. After all, we need to conduct operational assessments for this weapon. If the price is too high, it might not be feasible to equip the entire military with it. While 70 million USD might seem pricey, it's practically a bargain compared to the aircraft's performance. I'm not making this up, this is the price I arrived at after careful calculation. The reason I'm asking for 10 billion is simply because the initial production costs are higher. If everything goes smoothly, 10 billion will cover the production of 2 prototypes, and there will still be funds left over. Lin Hai said after a moment of thought. With the system assisting in price calculations, Lin Hai was confident the figures were absolutely accurate. Commander Wang sucked in a sharp breath. I'd estimated each unit would cost around 150 million US dollars, close to $1 billion. I never imagined the cost would be so low.
If we could truly equip the entire army with these in large numbers, the boost to combat effectiveness would be nothing short of monumental.
Rest assured, I'm confident in these figures.
Lin Hai stated confidently.
Alright, I'll be waiting for your good news.
If this aircraft can truly be developed successfully,
I'll personally recommend you all for commendation. A collective national first-class merit is guaranteed. Commander Wang declared excitedly.
I believe the development pace for this technology is quite fast, since over half the components are standardized. We should have a prototype ready in about 6 months.
Lin Hai stated. Alright, hearing that puts my mind at ease. Experts should arrive tomorrow for evaluation.
Once this technology passes evaluation, the project will launch immediately.
Wishing you all the best. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest.
Lin Hai returned to his room, lying awake in bed. He began contemplating his future path. With these technologies, he could become a top-tier national expert and live a very comfortable life. Yet after this period of understanding, he realized the nation's cutting-edge technology still lagged significantly behind Western countries. Especially with Western nations, led by the United States, imposing a joint blockade on China. Many technologies could only be explored by trial and error, requiring slow, gradual research.
System, any new tasks? Lin Hai inquired. I want to research even better technologies for the nation. The biggest challenge you face now is delivering a lecture abroad.
After all, as a Nobel laureate, you'll need to engage with many top-tier mathematicians internationally.
The sleep god system replied. What's there to worry about? They'll definitely assign me an interpreter.
Lin Hai replied nonchalantly.
There's a new task, sleep for 7 days to master 7 languages. Do it or not, it's up to you. Yes, absolutely.
Lin Hai perked up instantly.
Chapter 33, Expert Review Panel. Then hurry up.
Sleep for 7 full days to master the world's 7 most widely spoken languages.
Sleep time doubles at the Research Institute. During meetings and other activities, time is quadrupled. After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Hai lay down and fell into a deep sleep.
Lin Hai also discovered that sleeping while completing tasks had significant health benefits. After waking up, he felt energetic for a long time afterward, tackling everything with renewed vigor.
Moreover, he felt his physical condition had improved considerably. It was as if he'd been exercising non-stop. In his sleep, Lin Hai inquired about this phenomenon.
The sleep god system replied, this system prevents the host's health from being compromised during missions. It can enhance the host's physical condition during mission-related sleep, making the body stronger. With enough missions completed, the body can become as powerful as a world-class martial arts champion.
What? This benefit? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Sleep god system, well, you didn't ask. Lin Hai.
The next day, Lin Hai was woken up on time and headed to the dining hall for breakfast. Seeing Lin Hai grow drowsy again. I'm afraid he'll fall asleep right at the table. Lin Hai, if you're still not fully awake, you can go back to sleep.
Li Xiaozhang urged. It's fine. I won't interfere with normal work.
Lin Hai said this, holding a fried dough stick in his hand, yet he looked as if he might fall asleep again. He'd always been like this after working frantically for a stretch, he'd need to sleep for hours on end. Anyway, the doctor had checked him out and said he was perfectly healthy, so let him be. Perhaps that's the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. When working, his energy surpasses anyone's, but the moment he has free time, he sleeps.
Someone advised. Li Xiaochang gave a slight nod. Alright then, whatever you say. After all, Lin Hai is the genius of the Research Institute.
He's already contributed 2 world-leading technologies and just won the Nobel Prize. Such a genius must be well taken care of. Within the bounds of not affecting his work, he should be granted the utmost freedom. After finishing their meal, they headed to the Research Institute under SWAT protection. Just then, 2 Hongqi sedans pulled up. Everyone found this highly unusual. Hadn't level 1 security already been implemented? How could anyone still gain access? But since they were driving Hongqi vehicles, they must be from a state agency. President Wang stepped out of the car, followed closely by several senior experts from the Weapons Research Institute. All of them held the title of academician. Li Xiaozhang was astonished to see them. These were the god-tier figures in national weapons research.
Li Xiaochang dared not be disrespectful in their presence.
He hurried forward to greet them. Academician Wang, how did all of you come here?
Academician Wang smiled and replied, I've reviewed your report. These are the nation's foremost aircraft development experts. Today we've come at the chairman's request to review the materials you submitted. Your new technology has truly taken me by surprise. Not at all, please come in. Li Xiaochang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. These experts represent the pinnacle of domestic fighter jet technology. He never imagined this technology would draw their attention. Academician Wang glanced at Lin Hai, who stood drowsy beside him. This must be the legendary genius Lin Hai. He was indeed remarkably young, and had just won the Nobel Prize in mathematics. Young people these days, you really can't underestimate them. Huh? What's going on here? Could it be he didn't rest well yesterday? Why is he so drowsy? Dean Wang was unaware that this was Lin Hai's usual state. After any period of intense work, he could fall asleep anywhere, anytime. But whenever there's work to be done, he can tackle it immediately. It never affects his normal work. We're quite perplexed by his condition too. We've had numerous doctors examine him and confirmed everything is perfectly normal. Li Xiaochang patiently explained the situation to them. Academician Wang suddenly understood.
He could appreciate such exceptional talent. It's no big deal, geniuses often exhibit similar quirks. I've heard that many brilliant experts abroad have peculiar habits that baffle ordinary people. If he enjoys sleeping, it might actually be better for his health. Dean Wang proved remarkably open-minded, readily accepting Lin Hai's situation. The other experts all looked at Lin Hai with curiosity. Even when climbing the stairs to the research institute, they saw Lin Hai sleeping with his eyes closed, walking without any difficulty whatsoever. At first, some feared he might trip over the steps and were quite worried. But seeing him walk while asleep without ever stumbling once, they finally relaxed completely. Simultaneously, they were secretly amazed, never imagining anyone could possess such an extraordinary ability. Sleepwalking? Never heard of it. Once they gathered in the conference room, Lin Hai certainly wouldn't pass up such a chance to catch some sleep. After all, Li Xiuzhan was there to explain everything. He slumped over the table and began snoring loudly. Li Xiuchang pulled up the data on the supersonic stealth-armed helicopter and walked them through the core technologies from start to finish. Hearing about this revolutionary technology, the new experts were utterly stunned. Before arriving, some had been skeptical. But upon seeing the aircraft's design and structure, they knew this technology was absolutely feasible. It took nearly half a day to complete the explanation of the core technologies. The next phase involved the reviewing experts posing their questions. Li Xiuchang had prepared thoroughly in advance and answered each question systematically. By the time he finished his presentation, everyone's skepticism gave way to profound admiration, their excitement palpable. It's truly incredible. To conceive such a structure and technology, he must be a super genius, one expert exclaimed in admiration. Li Xiuchang smiled and replied, indeed, a high school graduate has already developed world-class technologies one after another. Only a genius could explain all this. Given such advanced technology, could it be applied to our existing fighter jets? Although the supersonic helicopter is formidable, our nation's fighter jet engines remain a weak point. An expert inquired. We haven't thoroughly investigated that aspect yet. Li Xiuchang understood the new engine's performance well. But his grasp of the technical structure was nowhere near as clear as Lin Hai's. They had no choice but to wake Lin Hai. Lin Hai lifted his head, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and asked, "Is it time to eat?" Chapter 34, Technical Optimization and Inference. Ahem, not quite. We have a question we need your input on. The engines on supersonic fighters are incredibly powerful. Could they be adapted for use in fighters or bombers? Li Xiuchang inquired. Lin Hai ran a system calculation and replied, probably not. The structural principles are too different. However, I can assist in upgrading the technology of existing fighter jet engines. Performance could increase by about 30 to 50% and durability would double. Technically, it should be feasible. But I'll need more precise data. Dean Wang listened in utter disbelief. Are you certain you can achieve such a dramatic performance boost? This isn't a joke. You've never even seen the engines on those key fighters, how can you be so certain? Lin Hai's mind instantly filled with fighter jet data. He replied, although I haven't seen the fighter's blueprints, I can roughly infer the engine parameters and technologies used based on its external design and published data. Lin Hai detailed all his inferred data. At that moment, every expert present was stunned into silence. This revelation stunned them even more than the news of the supersonic armed helicopter. Had they not known Lin Hai had been working at the Weapons Research Institute of the National Defense University, they might have suspected him of being a foreign spy who had stolen all the nation's secrets. No, even if he had stolen the technology, it would be impossible to memorize all the data in such a short time. Forget an entire fighter jet, even just the engine alone involved an enormous volume of blueprints and specifications. How could one person possibly memorize such complex information in such a short time? You could deduce all that? Dean Wang's astonishment knew no bounds. What kind of genius was Lin Hai? Merely by observing the aircraft's exterior and publicly available, relatively insignificant parameters, he had deduced the entire engine structure with flawless accuracy. Such a person was simply terrifying. At the same time, he felt profound relief that Lin Hai was on his side. If this were a genius expert from abroad, wouldn't China's top fighter jet technology be easily cracked by them? Once all the manufacturing techniques of the fighter jet were deciphered, countermeasures could be developed to exploit its weaknesses. Should war break out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Xiuchang had a sudden thought and quickly asked, Lin Hai, can you analyze foreign fighter jets based on their data and appearance alone? Lin Hai considered the question before replying, it shouldn't be too difficult. The more detailed the data provided, the more accurately I can analyze them. Excellent. Beyond developing supersonic helicopters, your future mission will be to reverse engineer the advanced fighter jet technologies of M Nation and other Western countries. This way, we can not only use it as a reference but also analyze the weaknesses of their fighter jets. Li Xiuchang exclaimed with immense excitement. That's indeed a brilliant approach, you've thought it through thoroughly. However, while we need to understand enemy technology, we must also rapidly enhance the technology and performance of our own fighters. I'll submit a request to have the technical specifications of our current fighters sent to you. Study them thoroughly. If they truly enhance performance as you claim, that would be an extraordinary achievement. Director Wang was at a loss for words at that moment. If anyone else had said this, he wouldn't have believed it for a second. But Lin Hai had analyzed all the fighter jet data right before his eyes, leaving him with no room for doubt. Lin Hai was undoubtedly a super genius, one truly without equal. With proper cultivation, the nation's military industry would witness leapfrog development.
Imagine if the next generation of fighter jets saw a dramatic increase in performance.
And integrated with the latest technology from the United States. This could instantly close the gap or even surpass the competition.
What was originally expected to take decades to accomplish could potentially be achieved more than 10 times faster. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. All right then.
As long as you provide me with all the data, I can optimize the performance. I guarantee the performance will be significantly better than it is now.
Good heavens, you're so young. Where on earth did you learn all this?
For one person to understand the entire structure of an aircraft.
There's no one else like you in the entire world. An expert exclaimed in utter amazement.
You must understand that to develop an advanced fighter jet capable of rivaling the United States, there are over 100 top-tier technicians alone,
and thousands more engineers combined.
Even so, developing a new generation of fighter jets still takes several years.
Technological breakthroughs have always been incredibly difficult.
Yet in Lin Hai's eyes, all this seemed as simple as a college student solving elementary math problems. It seemed effortlessly achievable. This made them feel immense pressure, their intelligence completely crushed.
Lin Hai was so sleepy he kept nodding off.
Even if he needed to optimize fighter jet technology, he had to complete the current system tasks first. Drowsy, he remarked, I need to catch up on sleep these next few days. I'll get back to you about the technical optimizations in about a week.
I reckon you'll have to wait about a month.
With that, he could no longer resist and collapsed onto the desk, snoring loudly.
What? Did I hear that right? A month to complete the technical optimization? In such a short time, we wouldn't even finish reviewing the blueprints. Dean Wang grew increasingly uneasy.
In his view, completing such a complex task within 2 years would already be impressive. After all, Lin Hai was working alone. Even with the entire research institute pitching in, the fastest possible timeline wouldn't be less than a year.
To claim it could be done in a month? Wasn't that just bragging? I find it highly improbable. Surely he wouldn't be exaggerating just to impress? Snap out of it. You can't just spout nonsense like that. The aircraft engine expert exclaimed urgently.
Rest assured, Lin Hai would never make such a reckless claim. Even when he developed the supersonic helicopter technology, it didn't take him a month.
Li Xiuchang quickly interjected. Dean Wang sucked in a sharp breath.
If everything you said is true, I'm truly at a loss for words. He is undoubtedly one of our national treasures. We must ensure his safety at all costs. Absolutely no mistakes can be made. I'll immediately report to higher-ups upon returning. I'll send you the fighter jet data as soon as possible. If what he says is true, I'd be utterly in awe of him. Director Wang made up his mind to let Lin Hai give it a try.
Chapter 35, National Treasure. Protect him at all costs.
According to Director Wang's plan, Lin Hai could first help optimize the fighter jet's technology. If it truly delivered the 30% plus performance boost Lin Hai claimed,
then other bombers and early warning aircraft could undergo a large-scale upgrade.
After all, retrofitting was far less costly than remanufacturing and could substantially boost combat capabilities in a short time. Once the feasibility of supersonic helicopter technology was confirmed, the evaluation experts didn't even stay for lunch. They needed to return immediately to report to their superiors.
Funding must be allocated immediately to commence prototype manufacturing.
As they departed, President Wang grasped Li Xiuchang's hand and solemnly emphasized, Lin Hai is undoubtedly the most brilliant genius in our military industry.
We must protect him and cultivate him as a priority.
Once he completes his advanced studies at the university, he will undoubtedly create even more powerful weapons for our nation. Li Xiuchang nodded in agreement. Dean Wang, rest assured. I will dedicate myself to nurturing his talents. You two get back to work.
We'll submit the report immediately. Academician Wang and his colleagues sat in the car on the way back. One of them spoke up. Everyone, share your thoughts. What insights did you gain today?
What insights?
We were completely outclassed. One expert remarked with a wry smile. I take back what I said earlier.
The technology we witnessed today truly overturns all previous understanding.
An armed helicopter achieving supersonic speeds, that's an extraordinary achievement. The key is that it's a heavy-duty armed helicopter. If it were a lighter model, wouldn't it be even faster and more agile? Another expert, his hair graying, adjusted his glasses and remarked, I don't see the need to develop supersonic light helicopters. Heavy-duty helicopters are perfectly adequate. If you want greater speed, it's better to enhance fighter jet performance directly. Dean Wang nodded. Our current technology is perfectly adequate for the support role of light armed helicopters. Heavy-duty armed helicopters can transport large numbers of troops and weapons, making them far more versatile. Spending more money on light helicopters would yield far less benefit than investing in fighter jets.
I believe Lin Hai should be transferred to our Weapons Research Institute.
Keeping such talent at the National Defense University is a waste of his abilities. He simply cannot fully utilize his true capabilities there. That makes sense. Our Weapons Research Institute boasts the nation's top technological capabilities. If we could transfer such talent to our institute,
we might develop even more advanced weapons in no time. Director Wang paused before saying, everyone, there's no need to rush. Lin Haigang has only just graduated from high school and hasn't attended university yet. Putting him to work immediately might actually interfere with his studies.
You've all heard the story of Zhong Yong, right?
Let him finish college first before considering specialized work. I believe he could study and develop new technologies simultaneously at the Weapons Research Institute of the National Defense University.
The dean makes a good point. Everyone agreed.
Sigh. Meeting this prodigy suddenly makes us old-timers feel a bit outdated.
Our understanding of technology is too outdated. It feels like we can't keep pace with the times. An elderly expert remarked with profound emotion. Dean Wang offered reassurance. Today has truly astonished me as well.
But there's no need to lose heart. Lin Hai is a rare genius, and we mustn't belittle ourselves. Our progress over the years is evident to all, and it wouldn't have been possible without everyone's collective efforts. President Wang met with the chairman and reported today's review in person.
Chairman, we've just returned from the Weapons Research Institute at the National Defense University.
We have confirmed that the supersonic stealth attack helicopter is feasible, and the technology has been fully mastered.
We can now proceed directly to the production phase.
I recommend immediate funding approval to expedite production. The chairman was delighted upon hearing this. This is truly momentous news.
If we can successfully manufacture it, China will possess a revolutionary weapon on the global stage. There is one more matter I wish to report to the chairman.
Speak freely. Lin Hai is undoubtedly a super genius. We must prioritize his cultivation and protection.
Every request he makes must be met. After he graduates from university, he will make tremendous contributions to our nation. That is only right. I will personally instruct the president of the National Defense University.
The chairman nodded and said, "There's one thing the chairman probably hasn't considered. Lin Hai possesses an extraordinary ability. Given only the external shape and some technical data of a fighter jet, he can completely deduce the technologies used in its construction. And with almost no significant deviation." The chairman listened in utter astonishment, almost unable to believe it. He stood up and fixed his gaze on President Wang. What exactly does that mean? Dean Wang replied with a wry smile. Lin Hai claims he can help us optimize the fighter jet, boosting its performance by over 30%.
I was initially skeptical.
But he managed to deduce the engine structure and nearly all the specifications with remarkable accuracy just from the published design and some data.
How is that possible? If someone could truly reverse engineer weapons to that extent, wouldn't all publicly disclosed military secrets become obsolete?
The chairman remained skeptical. After all, publicly released data is inherently insignificant. If someone could reverse engineer critical technologies just by glancing at it,
wouldn't that mean all fighter jets would have to be hidden away, only to be deployed during actual combat? President Wang gave a wry smile. Don't just blame the chairman for being skeptical. I didn't believe it at first either.
But Lin Hai explained the data clearly and precisely right in front of us. And there were almost no errors. If he could obtain more detailed data, I believe he could perfectly replicate the fighter jet. The chairman was genuinely stunned.
Are you telling the truth? Dean Wang nodded solemnly. I guarantee with my integrity that everything I've said is true. Moreover, so many experts were present they can all testify to this.
The chairman's expression turned grave as he paced back and forth.
Given what you've said, could the data we've released allow other nations to deduce our core technologies? President Wang shook his head. To my knowledge, Lin Hai is the only one capable of doing this. If replicating enemy weapons were so simple, developing new fighter jets wouldn't be so difficult. That's precisely why Lin Hai is even more crucial to our nation. We must protect him at all costs and prevent spies from other countries from targeting him. Understood. I'll handle this matter. The chairman's expression grew extremely grave.
Someone capable of effortlessly deciphering enemy technology is truly formidable. Strict protection is essential.
Chapter 36, Patriotic Fever. We apply to the National Defense University.
Additionally, I wish to request one more matter from the chairman.
Speak.
Since Lin Hai possesses the capability to optimize our fighter jet performance, I believe we should provide him with the technical documentation. Let him attempt to optimize them. If it truly achieves such significant performance gains, all our fighter jets should undergo this upgrade.
President Wang stated. I agree. The Research Institute will oversee this project.
After optimizing the technology, he immediately modified a prototype.
Test it thoroughly. Understood.
Soon after, Zhang Nanhai dispatched an elite security detail to the National Defense University to implement strict protective measures. Many people failed to notice that several inconspicuous individuals had appeared at the Weapons Research Institute. Some mopped floors, others trimmed branches, while still others posed as electricians. These individuals provided Lin Hai with strict protection. All were former elite special forces operatives. No spy stood a chance of approaching Lin Hai. While Lin Hai slept soundly day after day, the other experts plunged into intense work. Funding had been allocated, and prototype development was accelerating. The internet was abuzz with the news.
The nation's Nobel Prize win alone was astonishing news.
But what no one could have imagined was that Lin Hai was merely a high school graduate. This background made the whole thing seem utterly unbelievable. Yet upon reviewing Lin Hai's resume, some immediately accepted the reality. After all, he helped the country reverse engineer the Chinook helicopter and was just awarded the first-class merit.
With such talent, solving a world-class mathematical problem seemed far more plausible. Damn, that's insane. After my college entrance exams, I spent over a month gaming in internet cafes.
And he managed to earn a first-class merit award and win the Nobel Prize in mathematics. Compared to him, I'm just a complete loser.
National Defense University is seriously next level.
With a genius like this, maybe they'll surpass Peking and Tsinghua someday.
I hope my scores hit the National Defense University cutoff. I'm going there.
I want to be classmates with the legendary Lin Hai.
Damn, such high college entrance exam scores. I'm so jealous of you.
The happiest person right now is undoubtedly the principal of Jianghai High School. Lin Hai's performance was simply astonishing. When the news broke, every single leader was stunned speechless. A high school graduate from their school actually won the Nobel Prize. This was even more astonishing than receiving a first-class merit award. This is the most prestigious award in mathematics. Bringing glory to the nation, it marked China's first ever Nobel Prize win. The principal immediately ordered, quickly, make a banner and hang it in the most prominent spot at the school entrance. A banner alone won't suffice, we must also create a portrait of Lin Hai and prepare a brief biography. Let everyone know that Lin Hai is our school student. Once school resumes, we'll launch a campaign for all faculty and students to learn from Lin Hai. Yes, principal. I'll get right on it. They had completely forgotten that Lin Hai had been expelled before the college entrance exams due to his poor academic performance. No one would bring up those unpleasant memories now, they'd focus entirely on promoting the school. It was easy to imagine that by the time school started, the top students would be clamoring to get into Zhanghai High School. When Li Moore saw this news, she was stunned speechless. Good heavens, is this really the Lin Hai I know? How many secrets was he hiding? Did he sleep through daytime classes just to study this stuff at night? She recalled her own struggles with math back in school. Back in school, math was Li Moore's weakest subject. Lin Hai always stepped in during her toughest moments, helping her memorize formulas quickly. She learned so many study techniques. Only then did Li Moore realize how fortunate and wise her choice had been to sit next to Lin Hai. Lin Hai, I will find you at the National Defense University. Li Moore clenched her fist and declared with unwavering resolve. Besides the news of Lin Hai winning the Nobel Prize, the hottest stories now were reports on top scorers in the college entrance exams across the country. Li Moore's home also welcomed special guests. Her parents called her out of her room. New York admissions officers from Qingbei University are here. They say you're Shanghai's top college entrance exam scorer. You've been admitted to Qingbei University. Li Moore's father exclaimed with overwhelming emotion. Moore, this is truly wonderful. I've waited so long for this day, Li Moore's mother said, her eyes red and filled with tears from the overwhelming emotion. Though they knew full well that Li Moore's academic performance had always been exceptional, giving her a strong chance at Qingbei University, the moment they received the news, they were still filled with overwhelming joy. Dear Moore. Furthermore, Tsinghua University will waive all your tuition fees during your undergraduate studies. Additionally, you will receive a 100,000 yuan scholarship as encouragement. Simply sign this contract and you will be officially admitted to Qingbei University. The admissions officer said with a smile. No, my first choice is the National Defense University. Li Moore declared. Why? You must know that Qingbei University is the top-ranked institution in the country. It's several places higher than the National Defense University. The admissions officer asked, utterly baffled. Li Moore's mother grew anxious. She urged her daughter, Moore, don't make a rash decision. If you go to the National Defense University, you'll become a soldier. The training is incredibly tough. You should pursue higher education at Peking or Tsinghua University instead. Your income will be much higher after graduation. That's right. I think you should listen to your parents. While the National Defense University allows you to serve the nation, graduates from Peking or Tsinghua are no less accomplished. You can still become outstanding scientific and technical personnel, the admissions officer urged. There's no need to persuade me further. I've already decided to attend the National Defense University. Lin Hai is my deskmate, I'll strive to match his achievements. Li Moore declared with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Wang Biao, the school's second-ranked student, also received an invitation from Peking and Tsinghua University. Wang Biao felt utterly miserable. Seeing Lin Hai receive so many honors only fueled his intense jealousy. Lin Hai, I will uncover every detail about you. Wang Biao silently vowed to himself. After hearing Professor Zhao Zheng's purpose, Wang Biao replied bluntly, I intend to apply to the National Defense University. This kind of situation was happening in many places. Many local top scorers in the college entrance exam, or students who met the admission standards for prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua, are all applying to the National Defense University without hesitation. Even if their rewards were doubled, they remained completely indifferent. Netizens unanimously praised this approach. Enrolling in the National Defense University to serve the nation is absolutely commendable. Chapter 37, Overseas Award Ceremony. Admissions officers at prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua never imagined recruiting would prove so challenging this year. The majority of the top-scoring students they had targeted across the country insisted on applying to the National Defense University. Even after improving the benefits package, they remained unmoved. Online public opinion overwhelmingly supported these students. The wave of patriotism sparked by Lin Hai had ignited a sense of national pride in many. It's estimated that this year, the National Defense University's admission scores might only be surpassed by those of Peking and Tsinghua universities. This has significantly impacted the status of Peking and Tsinghua universities. If this trend continues unchecked, once its admission scores surpass those of Peking and Tsinghua universities, then their status as the nation's top universities would be lost. News of Lin Hai winning the Nobel Prize spread not only across the nation but also reached his village. Lin Jin and Ma Yuehua, both ordinary farmers, had no idea what the Nobel Prize meant. Hearing the joyous news, they looked utterly bewildered. Solving a math problem? Is that really worth getting so excited about? Lin Jin was utterly baffled. Even the teacher couldn't solve this math problem? Ma Yuehua chimed in immediately. The high school principal, who had come to congratulate them, nearly choked on his words upon hearing their remarks. Even the principal suddenly found himself at a loss for words, unable to explain how incredibly difficult it was to win a Nobel Prize. This is a mathematical problem that no one in the world has solved, so it's incredibly impressive. After struggling for a while, the principal could only try his best to explain. But the two still looked utterly bewildered. The village chief, however, was more knowledgeable. He had some education and frequently used the internet. He interjected from the side, just winning this prize alone comes with a $5 million award.
How impressive is that? Lin Jin and Ma Yue's eyes widened in utter shock. Holy cow, 5 million yuan just for solving a math problem. Principal. Will the money really be given?
Lin Jin cautiously confirmed once more. Of course. The winner will travel abroad to receive the award, and the prize money will be handed over in person.
The principal replied. This is truly wonderful news. I hear housing in the city is so expensive.
After receiving this money, I must save it up to buy an apartment in a big city.
Ma Yuehua was overjoyed. After delivering the good news, the principal didn't linger. He gave a few final instructions and left. Lin Hai's home was soon discovered by many people.
Many people were superstitious, saying Lin Hai was the incarnation of the star of literature. They brought their children to the village hoping to share in his good fortune. They hoped this would bring their children good fortune, so they could study hard and get into a good university. Soon, the village was flooded with visitors. Especially to Lin Hai's house, they all wanted to take a look inside. Some feng shui masters even analyzed online how auspicious the burial plot of Lin Hai's family was.
With so many people arriving, food was needed.
The villagers began to turn this into a business opportunity. They cleaned up spare rooms in their homes and rented them out to visitors.
At first, a night stay cost 30 to 50 yuan.
As the crowds grew, room rates climbed steadily. Within days, rates soared to several hundred yuan. Street vendors from all over quickly spotted the business opportunity and rushed over to set up stalls. The village unexpectedly became an internet-famous destination. Even parents from far-off places came to soak up the good vibes. Lin Hai remained completely unaware of the events unfolding at home. After sleeping for over 4 days, he finally completed his task. His mind was now filled with a wealth of new knowledge.
He could now speak many foreign languages with remarkable fluency.
After testing his new abilities, Lin Hai was utterly thrilled. Having mastered the 7 most widely spoken languages in the world, he could now communicate with foreigners without any barriers. Dean Wang also delivered the nation's most advanced fighter jet blueprints. Of course, these documents were strictly for Lin Hai's personal review only.
Moreover, the Research Institute provided a dedicated computer exclusively for Lin Hai's use.
No one else was authorized to access it.
The computer was also equipped with complex passwords and fingerprint locks.
Even if others wanted to access it, they couldn't.
Preparations for the production of the supersonic armed helicopter had begun. That day, Principal Wang Kailan specifically sought out Lin Hai and Li Xiuchang.
Though I don't wish to interrupt your research work, there's something we must do.
Wang Kailan said with a serious expression.
Tell us what it is.
If it's within our capabilities, we'll fully cooperate. Li Xiuchang promised. My inbox and phone are flooded with calls from abroad.
They're all desperately trying to invite Lin Hai abroad for academic exchanges.
Additionally, the Nobel Prize will be awarded soon.
I hope to grant Lin Hai a few days off so he can travel abroad to accept the award and conduct academic exchanges while he's there. Being able to discuss knowledge with the world's top mathematicians would undoubtedly be a great honor for our country.
Li Xiuchang found this reasoning compelling.
Dean Wang had specifically mentioned this to him as well.
The nation has finally produced a mathematical genius. We should intensify our efforts to promote him. This would also elevate China's international standing.
At the very least, it would announce to the world that China too had produced a top-tier mathematician. Especially while Lin Hai's true abilities had yet to be fully revealed.
An academic exchange abroad should pose no issues. I agree. Let's arrange it promptly.
Soon enough, Lin Hai will be swamped with work. Li Xiuchang said. Alright, I'll contact our overseas partners immediately and finalize the schedule as soon as possible.
Wang Kailan was delighted.
The news of Lin Hai winning the Nobel Prize has already yielded significant results.
Many top-scoring students from various regions were now vying to enroll in the National Defense University.
This year's intake at the National Defense University is bound to be exceptional.
Moreover, the admissions process was proceeding very smoothly. With several days remaining before the application deadline, if Lin Hai could generate another wave of buzz, more high-achieving students might apply.
Having just mastered 7 languages, Lin Hai certainly wouldn't object. It would be perfect for academic exchanges. Lin Hai was also eager to gauge the true caliber of foreign mathematicians, just how formidable they truly were.
Gauging these scholars' capabilities would greatly aid in assessing the development of overseas technologies. A few days later, Wang Kailan was ready. To ensure Lin Hai's safety, Zhao Tianlai personally dispatched personnel to accompany him. They chartered a private jet bound for country M. Li Xiuchang had to remain in China to oversee the manufacturing of the supersonic helicopter. Sending only Lin Hai alone was a cause for concern. Before departure, he gave him countless instructions. He told Lin Hai not to get nervous and to minimize interviews with reporters. Country journalists were notoriously cunning and likely to set traps to lure Lin Hai into saying things detrimental to the country. They might coax him into saying things detrimental to the nation. Chapter 38, 7 Foreign Languages, Who Can Rival Him? Lin Hai agreed to everything on the surface, but deep down, he didn't take it seriously. With the system at his disposal, how could he possibly fall into their traps? Moreover, after receiving so many rewards, Lin Hai discovered his intelligence was also increasing, his thinking becoming more meticulous. It turned out that acquiring knowledge also elevated one's intellect to the same level. Otherwise, even possessing this knowledge wouldn't allow him to apply it effectively. Lin Hai felt incredibly excited at that moment. This was his first time representing his country abroad. Although Wang Kailan had specifically instructed him to remain humble abroad and learn from the mathematicians there, Lin Hai understood perfectly well that these foreign scholars admired strength above all else. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, the more arrogant one appeared, the more humble they would become. Being overly polite to such people would only embolden them. They'd start looking down on you. And you might even find your treatment deteriorating. Lin Hai wasn't about to indulge these foreigners. You must use your greatest strength to completely conquer them. Lin Hai's academic exchange abroad and his acceptance of the Nobel Prize were also widely covered in the news. Numerous journalists were following the story. Live broadcasts will follow upon arrival. Countless fans have tuned in eagerly awaiting Lin Hai's performance. After all, this was a moment destined to be etched into the annals of Chinese history. Everyone wants to witness Lin Hai receiving the Nobel Prize in Science with their own eyes. Numerous people have begun commenting on the event. So exciting! Professor Lin is about to arrive in the US, and I hear dozens of mathematicians from abroad will be there too. They'll be discussing academic matters together. Woo, I'm so moved I could cry. Our country finally has a world-class mathematician. No one will dare underestimate us in this field anymore. I hope to see Professor Lin Hai shine brilliantly, preferably crushing those foreign mathematicians. The overwhelming majority of discussions express immense anticipation. But occasionally, a few discordant voices emerge. That's laughable, maybe he just happened to solve a math problem. Winning the Nobel Prize is already incredibly fortunate. He might be way behind in other areas, yet he dares to discuss academic issues with the world's top mathematicians. I think he's getting a bit carried away. What if he can only solve this one problem and is completely baffled by others? He's bound to embarrass himself at international conferences. He's too young and lacks sufficient knowledge reserves. At a math conference, his limited knowledge might make him talk at cross purposes. Seeing these sarcastic remarks, netizens instantly erupted in anger. You bastards have been groveling for far too long. Ignore these sheepdogs. I trust Lord Lin will use his prowess to thoroughly humiliate them. I wish we could purge all these sheepdogs. Keeping them in the country is utterly disgusting. Ignore this trash. Master Lin will undoubtedly shine at the academic conference. Countless people held high expectations for Lin Hai. Upon arriving at the airport in Country M, crowds of domestic and international journalists swarmed outside. They hoped to be the first to get to Lin Hai, ideally securing an interview with him. For security reasons, Zhao Tianlai requested a special, bypassing the reporters and heading directly to the venue by car. By the time the waiting reporters received the news, it was already too late to catch up. We must hurry to the venue. We've already missed the first-hand information. What a pity we didn't get a chance to interview him beforehand. Though many reporters voiced complaints, they had no choice but to rush to the venue. At the academic exchange venue, there were designated photography spots for journalists. Live broadcasts could be conducted there. Zhao Tianlai sat silently in the car, watching Lin Hai as he admired the scenery outside. He had always assumed Lin Hai was particularly fond of sleeping. He was afraid it might disrupt the academic exchange. If he were to snore loudly during the conference, it would be a huge embarrassment. Seeing his current state of alertness, Zhao Tianlai couldn't help but ask, "Are you nervous now?" "Ha! You don't need to be overly nervous. Just answer the questions they ask. Just treat it like a normal academic exchange." Zhao Tianlai tried his best to relax Lin Hai. "Not at all. What's there to be nervous about? Even the most brilliant person can't solve every problem. At this level of conference, it's perfectly normal to encounter questions you can't answer." Lin Hai said with a smile. "That's exactly how you should think about it. Just being invited to this conference means the international math community already recognizes your work." "Got it." Lin Hai nodded. Upon arriving at the venue, the person greeting them was none other than Alipud. Alipud greeted him in English, "Welcome to M country." Lin Hai replied in fluent English, "Thank you. I hope to gain new insights through this academic exchange." The interpreter beside them hadn't even had a chance to speak when they heard Lin Hai's fluent English, leaving them stunned in surprise. Lin Hai's English was so impeccably standard that listening to him was a pleasure. Alipud's face lit up with delight. Many academic terms are notoriously difficult to translate. Inaccurate translations could lead to misunderstandings. But he never expected Lin Hai's English to be this good. This would make communication much easier. The two walked together toward the venue. The entire event was being live-streamed online. Overseas netizens were astonished by this development. Lin Hai looks so young. To achieve such accomplishments after just graduating high school is truly remarkable. No matter how outstanding you are, there's always a Chinese person who's even more exceptional. China's top mathematician has finally arrived. His English is flawless. Even I, an American, can't match his pronunciation. Domestic netizens are even more thrilled. Holy crap, Lin isn't just a math genius, his English is flawless too. Unbelievable, the translator we brought along is practically redundant now. How did he hone his English to such a level? Can't wait to see his performance at this conference. Upon entering the venue, other mathematicians approached to greet him. An interpreter stood nearby. Lin Hai responded to each of them in their native languages, leaving everyone utterly speechless. German, French, Russian. He switched between several languages with remarkable fluency. Not just the mathematicians, every single person nearby was utterly astounded. Holy crap! This is unbelievable. Lin Hai can switch between 7 foreign languages with such ease. Hats off to him, truly the legendary Lin. Is this the caliber of genius who wins Nobel Prizes? To speak 7 foreign languages, and all with such fluency? Master Lin, you're my idol, no celebrity holds a candle to you. The entire livestream went absolutely wild, with comments flooding the screen completely. Chapter 39, dominating the stage. Not only were domestic viewers boiling over, but international viewers watching the stream were equally stunned into silence. While multilingual speakers aren't unheard of, Lin Hai's pronunciation was exceptionally precise. In fact, his pronunciation surpassed that of native speakers. Most crucially, Lin Hai had only graduated from high school and had never attended a single day of university. The Chinese truly are the most brilliant people on earth. For someone so young to master 7 languages and even win a Nobel Prize in science, it's simply incredible. But here's something you might not know. I heard he also helped the country reverse engineer the Chinook helicopter, and its performance surpasses the original American prototype. From now on, Lin Hai is my idol. I truly hope to visit China someday. His pronunciation is even more perfect than mine. How did he master that? I want to learn from him. The livestream's viewership surged past 30 million, with over 5 million concurrent viewers. And the numbers keep climbing rapidly. More and more people were becoming deeply interested in this academic symposium. As a global broadcast, some regions were experiencing nighttime while others were in daylight. Many stayed up late to watch. They're telling their friends about the livestream, urging them to tune in immediately. Lin Hai's initial performance already astonished everyone. The interpreters prepared by both sides found their roles largely redundant. Only when Lin Hai was conversing with the other party could translators from other countries provide interpretation for their own mathematicians. Lin Hai handled every situation with ease, modest yet unpretentious, confident yet courteous. It left many people in awe. Zhao Tianlai watched from the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded. This guy's performance is truly astonishing. When did he learn 7 languages? Did he devote all his energy to this during his school years? No, that couldn't be right. Just researching the armed helicopter alone was incredibly time-consuming. Where could he possibly have found time to learn so many foreign languages? A storm of emotions surged within Zhao Tianlai. Only now did he grasp the gulf between ordinary people and geniuses. For a genius, mastering a foreign language might take only a short time. For ordinary people, even years of study might not guarantee mastery of a single language. Watching Lin Hai converse with those mathematicians, Zhao Tianlai felt an immense surge of pride. With such talent in the country, the field of science and technology would surely take off rapidly. After exchanging greetings, they each took their seats. They engaged in mutual discussions on mathematical problems. Lin Hai answered each question with ease, even offering his own insights. As the saying goes, a master's skill reveals their true worth. After only a brief exchange with them, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Instead, they regarded him as a mathematician of equal standing. From the initial polite greetings, the expressions on every mathematician's face had now turned serious. After answering a question, Lin Hai immediately turned the tables and posed his own query. The mathematicians all fell deep in thought, momentarily unable to respond. Domestic netizens watching this unfold flooded the chat with excited comments. It seems like even those top foreign mathematicians are stumped by Lin Hai's questions. Damn impressive. Truly impressive. Master Lin effortlessly solved the problems posed by foreign mathematicians. But when Master Lin posed his questions, they were left pondering. Ha, this is hilarious. I saw the smiles freeze on the foreign mathematicians' faces. Even though I couldn't understand what they were discussing, I still felt that Lin Hai was incredibly strong. Seriously, stumping the world's top mathematicians while effortlessly answering theirs? Who's superior and who's not is crystal clear. Ha! Where are those folks who claimed Lin would embarrass himself at the conference? Getting slapped in the face like that, doesn't that hurt? Those thick-skinned jerks will definitely watch the livestream. I just hope their faces aren't so numb from being slapped they've forgotten what pain feels like. Their faces must be swollen like pig heads by now. It's laughable. Domestic netizens finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling incredibly satisfied. Lin Hai single-handedly used 7 languages to exchange mathematical knowledge and tackle complex problems with dozens of foreign mathematicians. He handled it all with ease. By the end, he'd practically turned it into a classroom. He explained numerous mathematical problems to them. What began as an exchange meeting saw the mathematicians transform into attentive students. The mathematicians were so engrossed in listening that they paid no attention to anything else around them. But the journalists observing nearby felt quite differently. Each had come to cover the event representing their own country. Each hoped their nation's mathematicians would shine brilliantly and deliver outstanding performances. Why had the exchange turned into a lecture? The mathematicians posed their usual questions, and Lin Hai answered them effortlessly. What kind of exchange meeting was this? Especially since most nations were in competitive relations with China. They all want to take a shot at Lin Hai to show off their sense of superiority. Some journalists even had their articles pre-written, ready to publish immediately after the exchange session. They were determined to tell the world that Lin Hai's Nobel Prize was merely a fluke. Purely a matter of luck that he accidentally solved this mathematical problem. He possesses little understanding of other mathematical knowledge. China simply couldn't compete with the West in the highest echelons of mathematics. But given the current situation, all the previously written drafts were wasted. They must be torn up immediately and rewritten. We can only downplay Lin Hai's performance at the conference as much as possible. If the full truth were published as written, it would likely cause an immediate global sensation. Many promising students would likely flock to China to study. This would bring a massive influx of talent to China. With just a little effort offering generous benefits to retain these talents, they would dedicate their entire lives to serving China. Yet no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out how to suppress Lin Hai's performance. After all, among the 40+ mathematicians present, not a single one could stump Lin Hai. When the exchange concluded, all the mathematicians rose simultaneously and began applauding enthusiastically. Professor Lin, you are truly remarkable. I hope to visit China someday and exchange ideas with you again. Of course, I would prefer even more for Mr. Lin to remain in our country. I'm confident every university would welcome you. After completing your studies, you could pursue academic research or stay to teach. Alapud said excitedly. Lin Hai smiled faintly. I appreciate your kind offer, but I have no plans to study abroad at this time. Chapter 40, Why should we pamper you? Domestic netizens who saw this were furious. How dare they try to poach our genius Lin? I'll be the first to protest. Ugh, who knew mathematicians from M country could be so shameless? I'm done following this guy. We already have our Lin God, our math field absolutely won't be inferior to theirs. Lin is fiercely patriotic and supremely talented. He wouldn't even look twice at whatever offer M country throws his way. Lin Hai stole the entire spotlight at this academic conference. This infuriated leaders from many Western nations, led by M country. They immediately contacted the conference organizers. They were ordered to hold a press conference, determined to find any flaws in Lin Hai. They would guide him into saying things detrimental to China. Only then could they restore the prestige of Western nations. Otherwise, many would truly begin to view China with newfound respect, and that was not a good thing for them. Lin Hai stretched lazily, preparing to head out for lunch. After 2 days of rest and collecting his Nobel Prize, he could return home. After all, developing a supersonic helicopter might encounter numerous challenges, and Lin Hai must be on site to address them promptly. Since this was a top-secret project, communication via phone or internet was prohibited. Communications could potentially be intercepted. Additionally, the optimization of the national fighter jet must proceed as quickly as possible. Lin Hai could sense the urgency in President Wang and his team regarding the weapons upgrade. Every single moment was precious now. As China grows increasingly powerful, Western nations sensing the threat will undoubtedly exert full-scale suppression. Only by accelerating China's technological advancement beyond their expectations. Only then could China surpass them entirely amidst the encirclement of Western powers. Just as Lin Hai was about to leave, the conference organizer approached and stopped him. Mr. Lin, there will be a press conference following the exchange meeting. Journalists from various countries wish to interview you about your outstanding performance today. We hope you will agree. Lin Hai glanced at Zhao Tianlai. Zhao Tianlai gave a slight nod, signaling Lin Hai to agree. After all, such requests are commonplace, and it would be inappropriate to decline according to protocol. Lin Hai agreed, saying, all right, I'm willing to attend the press conference. But I hope it won't take too long, because I'm already exhausted. No problem, it'll only take about 10 minutes. We won't keep you waiting long. The press conference venue is all set. Lin Hai and Zhao Tianlai took their seats at the front together. Mr. Lin, hello. I'm a reporter from Country M. I've heard that China's ability to reverse engineer the Chinook helicopter owes much to your contributions in this field. Mr. Lin, you also attended the National Defense University. Will you continue developing weapons of mass destruction? That would pose a major threat to global peace and stability. Lin Hai glanced at him and replied calmly, you're suggesting that weapons of mass destruction threaten peace? That's the global consensus. The reporter declared confidently. If I'm not mistaken, your country possesses the largest arsenal of such weapons globally. Following your logic, then M nation should be the greatest threat to global peace and stability. The American reporter's face turned grim. He hadn't expected to shoot himself in the foot. Zhao Tianlai quickly whispered to Lin Hai, your response was far too pointed. This will only provoke hostility from the other side. Try to keep your answers more moderate from now on. These Western countries really are thin-skinned, they won't even let you speak the obvious. Got it, I'll be more careful from now on. Lin Hai replied. Zhao Tianlai finally exhaled in relief. Right now, the biggest fear is provoking the US. If their leaders get upset, they'd undoubtedly take it out on Chinese companies first. After all, they hold cutting-edge technology and are major importers of Chinese goods. It would be all too easy for them to impose sanctions on Chinese companies, merely to satisfy a momentary urge to confront them. Could potentially inflict significant losses on domestic companies. At this point, another reporter asked, Mr. Lin, in which field do you plan to develop your work going forward? Will you continue reverse engineering weapons or shift to mathematical research? Well, naturally, I will dedicate my efforts to whatever the nation requires. If China faces no threats, there's naturally no need to develop weapons. After all, our defense development is entirely for self-protection. In the future, it will be about breaking through the technological blockade you've imposed. Lin Hai didn't mince words, stating it plainly. Mr. Lin, you're awfully confident. While your nation excels at reverse engineering, the quality simply doesn't measure up. Moreover, you lack any real creativity. Lin Hai smiled and replied, the reason we create less now is mainly because there's still a gap between our technology and the advanced Western world. Once we catch up, the next step is to surpass you.
At this point, someone else couldn't stand it anymore and declared haughtily, "Do you think catching up to our technology is that easy? Take our lithography machines. Even if we gave you the blueprints, you couldn't build them."
Lin Hai shot the speaker a glance.
They were journalists from the lithography machine manufacturing nation.
No wonder they were so arrogant.
Lin Hai smiled faintly. Lithography machines are indeed difficult to manufacture, but they are ultimately made by humans, not gods.
Given sufficient time, we in China can build them too. Oh, I admire your confidence. But I must ask, how much time do you mean? 10 years? 100 years? Even 1,000 years might not be enough to catch up to our technology.
Lin Hai held up 3 fingers and waved them before the assembled crowd.
The reporter was even more confused. What exactly does that mean? 3 months. With current technology, I only need 3 months to completely crack it.
The moment he spoke, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Lin Hai stood up and declared with pride, "Don't think that just because you possess cutting-edge technology, you can arbitrarily suppress us Chinese and impose blockades on us. If you dare to do this again, you'll soon discover that China can effortlessly break through the technology you've locked down. By then, you'll lose more than you gain. You'll forfeit vast market shares."
How arrogant. 3 months to break through the technology? You actually have the nerve to say that. Let me ask you this, can you crack the most advanced lithography machines within 3 months?
Seeing their growing anger, Lin Hai's smile only grew brighter. Breaking through the technology in 3 months is no problem.
Of course, manufacturing it will take a bit longer.
The reporter remained skeptical. Lithography machines represent the pinnacle of cutting-edge technology across all developed nations.
How dare he claim 3 months is enough to crack the technology? Does that mean their cutting-edge technology is so easily replicated?
It wasn't just this reporter who was skeptical. Foreign netizens and leaders alike were absolutely furious.
Chapter 41, Confidence Breeds Arrogance.
Foreign netizens who had once admired Lin Hai completely changed their stance in that moment.
The lithography machine is the pride of the West, hailed as the jewel of industry. It cannot be taken lightly by anyone, not even Lin Hai. This man is utterly arrogant, showing no trace of humility. How dare he claim any technology can be mastered in 3 months? That's a huge underestimation of our scientists. So what if he won a Nobel Prize? He thinks he's some big shot. Come on, if you're so great, build me a B-2 bomber. It's laughable.
While China's manufacturing sector is advanced, it's confined to mid to low-end fields.
Even cutting-edge medical equipment is all imported from abroad. If we impose an embargo, China won't even be able to afford healthcare. We should impose further restrictions on China's lithography machine sector. Let's see if they keep bragging. Western netizens are clamoring to strike back at Lin Hai. Domestic trolls who'd just been humiliated immediately found an outlet for their frustration. See this?
Lin Hai has angered so many foreign netizens. The positive international image China worked so hard to build has been completely ruined by him. This gives foreigners an excuse to attack us. Domestic companies might suffer collateral damage.
He's too young and inexperienced.
A little success makes him arrogant and conceited, daring to act so brazenly in front of foreigners. I fear his future path will be fraught with hardship. Facing the scornful remarks from domestic netizens, righteous Chinese netizens also spoke up to refute them. You guys have been groveling for far too long. Master Lin has both the guts and the skills. He doesn't give these foreigners an inch.
I believe Lin Dishan wouldn't make such statements without absolute confidence. If foreign companies dare to sanction us, we'll make them pay dearly. Didn't the US keep bragging that we couldn't build the Chinook attack helicopter? Didn't Lin the Great pull it off effortlessly? Chinese technology will rise rapidly and surpass them all. God Lin, I'll always support you. You're my idol. When facing foreign provocation, we absolutely cannot back down.
Netizens erupted into heated debate, with the majority of citizens firmly backing Lin Hai. Experts at the Research Institute and faculty members from the National Defense University were all watching the live stream. Lin Hai was now a prominent figure at their institution. This situation demanded their full backing.
One expert frowned. What's gotten into Lin Hai? To openly provoke them like this can't be good.
I think these reporters set this up as a trap from the start. Cutting them down a notch might not be such a bad thing.
I see it too. Lin Hai's performance at the previous academic conference was simply too outstanding. That's why they hastily added this press conference to find any flaw they could in Lin Hai. But what Lin Hai said was downright arrogant. Breaking through any technology in just 3 months is simply impossible. Moreover, many technologies span different fields. There's no way one person could master them all. Some believe Lin Hai is overly ambitious and comes across as arrogant, risking a negative international impression. Others supported Lin Hai, arguing that Western provocation deserved a forceful counterattack. After listening to everyone's opinions, Li Xiuchang paused briefly before standing up and saying, "Some of you think Lin Hai is too arrogant, but I don't see it that way."
Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Li Xiuchang continued, "Whether at the exchange meeting or during the press conference, one could clearly sense the arrogance of Westerners, their prejudice and contempt toward us Chinese. Lin Hai's actions were precisely meant to strike down their arrogance and restore our Chinese pride. Westerners only know courtesy when faced with strength. Humility and modesty earn them no respect. I think Lin Hai has truly grasped the Western mindset. Furthermore," Li Xiuchang paused briefly before declaring firmly, "I trust Lin Hai wouldn't make empty boasts. If he dares to say it, he has the confidence to deliver. We should stand firmly behind Lin Hai, not doubt him. Besides, we've all known Lin Hai for quite some time now. When has he ever made empty promises?" Li Xiuchang's words struck like thunder, jolting everyone awake. The leader is right. Lin Hai is doing this to protect China's honor. Facing Western technological blockades, our confidence had been severely shaken. Lin Hai did well even when provoked abroad, he fought back forcefully. Well done. The experts finally grasped the situation, understanding the depth of Lin Hai's dedication. Zhao Tianlai was at a loss for words. He had been specifically assigned to protect Lin Hai, responsible for his entire safety. Lin Hai's single statement had offended the entire Western world, leaving Zhao Tianlai trembling with fear. Though worried, hearing Lin Hai's words felt incredibly cathartic. This is the spirit a Chinese person should embody. Truthfully, Lin Hai couldn't be blamed. The questions posed earlier had been exceptionally pointed, even bordering on mockery toward China. Even the system couldn't stand by any longer, specifically informing Lin Hai that any existing technology could be obtained through missions within 3 months. That's why Lin Hai had such confidence. With the system backing him so strongly, it would have been a waste not to teach those journalists a lesson. That's why Lin Hai put on that arrogant display. Seeing Lin Hai fall into the trap, the journalists and media personnel were overjoyed. Their faces were already beaming with smiles. They pressed on, Mr. Lin, by saying this, you clearly hold no regard for Western technology, correct? Not exactly. In China, we believe in sharing prosperity and are willing to collaborate with all parties for mutual development. We have no desire to monopolize any technology. After all, the Chinese are incredibly hardworking. Wherever we venture, you'll lose your competitive edge. The reason we haven't fully mastered these technologies is actually to leave you some room to survive. If you think this means China is easy to bully and impose sanctions on at will, then let me tell you you'll bear all the consequences. Lin Hai's gaze toward them was filled with contempt. Damn, that was some bold talk. We're keeping you fed, but if you push us too far, you foreigners can go starve on the northwest winds. Netizens were all fired up. Master Lin truly speaks with authority and confidence. Hope Master Lin stays safe abroad. Those guys are capable of anything. Too cocky. Foreign countries control so much cutting-edge technology. How much can Lin Hai break through alone, no matter how talented he is? I refuse to believe he can handle it all. Some still couldn't accept it and started nitpicking at Lin Hai. Foreign netizens were equally outraged. This Chinese guy is utterly detestable. How dare he look down on us? He needs a proper lesson. Now all of China's chips are in our hands. Just a slight sanction and their entire high-tech sector will collapse instantly. We must teach them a lesson and make the Chinese learn humility. China can only produce low-end goods. We absolutely cannot let them enter the high-tech sector. Let their hard work serve us. Overseas netizens began ranting one after another, with some even calling government departments demanding swift new sanctions against China. For the sake of national interests and the security of the forest, Zhao Tianlai felt compelled to issue a warning. If these words were released, all the nation's efforts over the years to build its image would be destroyed in an instant. He hurriedly whispered in Lin Hai's ear, we must maintain a low profile in this situation. Rest assured, Director Zhao, I've been extremely low-key. Otherwise, I'd have said I'd build the most advanced lithography machines later and leave them all out in the cold. Lin Hai remarked calmly. Chapter 42, The Premier's Concern. Zhao Tianlai was utterly speechless upon hearing this, at a complete loss for how to persuade him. Lin Hai's behavior was completely different from his usual self. Was he truly unable to control himself, intent on provoking these foreign journalists? It might feel satisfying in the moment, but what about the consequences later? These countries might genuinely use this as an excuse to impose sanctions outright. The losses would be enormous. The reporters then fired off a barrage of questions. Lin Hai didn't hold back, putting them all down. Lin Hai became instantly famous, with major international headlines reporting on him. They portrayed Lin Hai as an extremely arrogant individual. Some even claimed he had issued a challenge to all high-tech companies. Finally, the press conference concluded. Zhao Tian escorted Lin Hai to dinner. To ensure greater security and prevent foreign extremists from attempting to assassinate Lin Hai remained in his room, with meals brought to him. Overseas, public opinion about Lin Hai had undergone a complete reversal. While some still supported him, finding him uniquely charismatic, over half now held a profoundly negative impression of him. Zhao Tianlai watched Lin Hai lying leisurely on the bed. Couldn't help but sigh. You were far too impulsive today. I understand how you feel. But no matter how angry you are, you can't show it so obviously. Lin Hai smiled and said, Director Zhao, times have changed. Back then, our national strength was weak, but after so many years of development, we've become the world's second largest economy. If we continue to be overly low-key, it will actually undermine our people's confidence. Look at all these years, so many Western-obsessed individuals have emerged, and their numbers keep growing. This poses significant harm to our nation. Therefore, we must project greater confidence in front of foreigners and absolutely cannot indulge them. Ah, you just don't understand. Our trade ties with these Western nations are incredibly tight. Crucially, we're an export-dependent nation. If they impose sanctions, countless people back home would lose their jobs. Zhao Tianlai sighed deeply. He felt utterly helpless in the face of reality. In his position, he understood the nation's true capabilities all too well. While domestic propaganda paints a rosy picture, making citizens believe the nation is already immensely powerful. Yet in many cutting-edge technologies, we still face foreign suppression and blockades. Should sanctions be imposed, the nation would suffer significant losses. Lin Hai smiled and said, if they dare to suppress us, I'll achieve technological breakthroughs. I'll make this technology dirt cheap and drive their companies out of business. Once we strike them hard enough to make them feel the pain and concede defeat,
They'll never dare to act so arrogantly in front of us again. Just as Zhao Tianlai opened his mouth to speak, the phone rang. Zhao Tianlai saw the caller was none other than the premier and immediately stood at attention. Prime Minister, this is Zhao Tianlai. Zhao Tianlai, you've worked hard these past few days. The Prime Minister's kind and warm voice came through the phone. Not at all. It's my duty. Zhao Tianlai replied promptly. Is Lin Hai available to take the call right now? Yes, I'll get him right away. Lin Hai hadn't expected this matter to have already reached the premier's attention. Given the current time difference, it must be the middle of the night in China. He hurriedly stood up to take the call. He respectfully said, "Good evening, Premier. This is Lin Hai. Lin Hai, I watched today's academic exchange meeting. Your performance was truly outstanding. You've brought honor to our nation." Lin Hai felt a bit embarrassed by such praise and quickly replied, "It's what I should do. However, those foreigners refused to accept your outstanding performance. That's why they set a trap to provoke you. Unfortunately, you fell into their trap." Lin Hai was deeply moved by the premier's words. Though the Prime Minister was pointing out his significant mistake at the press conference, his words were filled with genuine concern for him. "Prime Minister, I know I was wrong. I acted too impulsively today and caused trouble for the country. I've caused you such worry. Don't blame yourself. It's better for young people to have drive and passion. We learn from our mistakes. Let's strive not to fall into the enemy's trap again next time," the Prime Minister said with a smile. Lin Hai gritted his teeth and spoke up. "I have something to tell the Prime Minister." "Go ahead, speak your mind." "Though my words at the press conference were bold, I can assure you, Prime Minister, with the world's current technology, I can indeed achieve a breakthrough within 3 months. This is absolutely no lie," Lin Hai declared solemnly. He believed the system would never deceive him. The Prime Minister fell silent for a moment, but Lin Hai could hear the breathing on the other end grow noticeably more rapid. Clearly, the Prime Minister was deeply moved at that moment. After a few seconds of pause, the Prime Minister finally asked, "Are you suggesting you could even crack the lithography machine technology?" Lin Hai nodded. "If the nation requires it, give me 3 months. I believe I can make it happen. And it would be the absolute top-tier lithography machine, guaranteed to outperform any foreign model. Of course, if the Prime Minister wants B2 bombers, I can secure the technology for those too. This is no laughing matter. Are you prepared to take responsibility for your words? Rest assured, Prime Minister. I pledge my personal integrity. Alright, I believe you. After you collect your Nobel Prize, board a private jet back to China immediately. Under no circumstances linger in M country. I'll have Director Zhao ensure your safety at all costs." "Thank you, Prime Minister. I've taken note of everything." The Premier instructed Lin Hai to hand the phone to Zhao Tianlai. After exchanging a few words with him, Zhao Tianlai's expression grew increasingly grave. After hanging up, Zhao Tianlai looked at Lin Hai with a very complex expression. He had heard every word clearly. A storm raged within his heart. He simply couldn't fathom what kind of person Lin Hai truly was. How dare he guarantee to the Premier that he could produce B2 bombers and the most advanced lithography machines? If anyone else had made such claims, they would likely have been dismissed as mad. For this was not something achievable by a single person, a single company, or even a single nation. The most advanced lithography machines were developed through the combined efforts of dozens of the world's most advanced nations. They embodied the pinnacle of global technological expertise. Lin Hai dared to guarantee with a thump on his chest that they would crack the technology in 3 months. While actual manufacturing would take much longer, his claim was outrageously bold. Moreover, the B2 bomber represents the pinnacle of global aerospace technology. Rumors even suggest that the United States received extraterrestrial assistance to build it. Even now, production has ceased. What on earth gave Lin Hai the confidence to guarantee he could build these things? Chapter 43, Unlocking the System Store. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lin Hai asked, puzzled. Ahem, I just don't quite understand. You're truly brilliant at researching helicopters and your math skills are top-notch. But many cutting-edge technologies aren't related at all. Can you really research them all? Zhao Tianlai finally couldn't hold back his question. Actually, many technologies are interconnected. Once you master one field to its highest level, researching others becomes much easier. Honestly, I don't think those foreign technologies are all that mysterious. Lin Hai couldn't reveal anything about the system, so he pretended to be profound and put on an air of superiority. Zhao Tianlai's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He actually believed Lin Hai's explanation. People who can effortlessly win a Nobel Prize in mathematics, such individuals can grasp any subject with remarkable speed. That's what they mean by standing tall to see farther. For ordinary people, researching these technologies might take years or even decades. But to Lin Hai, it felt incredibly simple. It's like a college student taking an elementary school exam. They glance at the questions and can solve them instantly. Zhao Tianlai nodded earnestly. I will protect you well. No matter the cost, I will ensure your safe return home. Thank you. I'll rest now and get a good night's sleep. After collecting the Nobel Prize in a couple of days, we'll head back, Lin Hai said comfortably as he lay on the bed. Also, for your safety, try not to go out. If you need anything, I'll send someone to buy it for you. Got it. Sleeping is my hobby, no plans to wander around. Zhao Tianlai felt considerably more at ease. Lin Hai's dislike for shopping significantly eased his burden. It was sufficient to just secure the hotel's surroundings.
As Lin Hai lay on the bed about to fall asleep, he heard the system's notification sound. Ding! In response to the immense pressure faced by the host, the system store is now open. The host can earn points by sleeping, gaining 1 point per hour of sleep. Sleeping at work doubles points, while sleeping during meetings or in public places quadruples points. Once enough points are accumulated, rewards can be selected from the system store. Wow, a new way to earn rewards? This is fantastic. System store open. Lin Hai silently commanded. A translucent control panel appeared in his mind. It could be clearly operated using his consciousness. Numerous categories were displayed: agriculture, culinary arts, martial arts, wellness, and medicinal formulas, covering nearly every aspect of life. Within each section, numerous techniques were available for selection. Each skill is labeled with the required points to unlock. Simply accumulate enough points through sleep to exchange for these techniques. Of course, these skills are relatively simple for the system. Most are designed to enhance daily living. Complex technologies like lithography machines or aircraft manufacturing require specialized system missions to unlock. Even so, these point-redeemable technologies would yield substantial returns if brought into the real world. After familiarizing himself with the system store, Lin Hai hurried to bed. He aimed to accumulate as many points as possible. Particularly the medicinal formulas and agricultural techniques listed above would bring significant benefits to the nation. Many nations were imposing agricultural trade restrictions on China. They cultivate premium fruits and export them to China at high prices. However, farmers in China cannot grow such fruits due to the existence of patents. If used commercially, they would face lawsuits and potentially massive compensation claims. Moreover, numerous traditional Chinese medicine formulas have already been patented by many countries. The traditional Chinese medicine passed down by our ancestors has been thoroughly researched by foreign countries, becoming a means for foreigners to profit. Lin Hai feels immense heartache every time he witnesses such situations. We must make greater contributions in these areas. Food and medicine security must be firmly in our own hands. For the next 2 days, Lin Hai slept soundly. Even during meals, he would eat while half asleep. Zhao Tianlai grew concerned at first. He even called Li Xiuzhang specifically to inquire about the situation. Only after confirming everything was normal did he relax. By the 3rd day, when it was time for the award ceremony, Lin Hai yawned, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he made his way to the podium. The host looked at Lin Hai's appearance, his face full of surprise. He had seen countless Nobel laureates, each impeccably dressed in suits and ties, ensuring they presented their best image for the occasion. And each one was visibly thrilled. Unlike Lin Hai, who was yawning and looked like he hadn't woken up yet. "Mr. Lin, have you not been resting well these past few days?" the host asked with a puzzled look. "It's a habit. When I have nothing to do, I prefer to sleep," Lin Hai replied, yawning. How utterly rude. At such an important occasion, he shows absolutely no respect. Sigh, I'm truly disappointed in him. I never imagined Chinese people could be so arrogant, it's really tarnished my impression. The audience below couldn't bear to watch any longer and began to criticize him. Lin Hai couldn't be bothered to respond. These people are so hypocritical, especially when they see he's Chinese. Many feel uncomfortable. The host gave an awkward smile and pressed on. "Don't you feel excited at all about winning the Nobel Prize?" "It's okay, I guess. Mainly because the prize money is pretty sweet." "Host, what are your future academic plans? Will you continue tackling mathematical challenges?" "We'll see. I might not stick solely to math, other fields that interest me could be explored too. When I run out of money, I'll come back for another award." The host wiped away cold sweat, unsure how to proceed with the questions. "So you're quite confident about winning a Nobel Prize in science?" Lin Hai held up 3 fingers. "As I mentioned earlier, any existing technology can be broken through within 3 months. For me, researching for 3 months to win a Nobel Prize is no big deal." "That's outrageous, utterly arrogant. How dare he belittle the Nobel Prize like that? They should revoke his award. He makes it sound so easy. Let's see when he can win another Nobel Prize." The audience below erupted in a chorus of boos and jeers. Lin Hai actually stood on the podium and started snoring loudly. This was a rare quadruple points period, no time to waste. Domestic viewers watching the live stream, however, were thoroughly impressed by Lin Hai. That's the kind of swagger we love. Hope Lin God nails another Nobel next year and shuts everyone up. I believe Lin wouldn't say such things unless he was absolutely certain. Go for it. What an arrogant tone, it's infuriating those foreigners, but I love it. People with real talent should be bold, otherwise, they'll just be looked down upon by those foreigners. Chapter 44, New Sanctions. After Lin Hai received his award, Zhao Tianlai immediately escorted him back to China on a private jet. Seeing Lin Hai still fast asleep, he hadn't a clue how much of a sensation his award acceptance speech had caused. The internet was practically going wild. Public opinion had largely split into 2 camps. One group deemed Lin Hai utterly arrogant and predicted he'd achieve little in the future. The other camp saw it as sheer personality. If you've got the skills, you should be cocky. Zhao Tianlai glanced at the comments and critical articles. He shook his head helplessly. He never imagined that simply accepting an award would stir up such a commotion. Upon returning to China, Principal Wang Kailan and Li Xiuzhang personally came to greet him. Lin Hai was practically asleep on his feet, merely waving a casual greeting their way. Li Xiuzhang felt utterly helpless. He could only escort Lin Hai to his lodgings first. Once they were alone, Li Xiuzhang woke Lin Hai. "Lin Hai, still half asleep, what else is there?"
Why did you make all those arrogant remarks when you went to receive the award? That's not exactly good for your reputation.
Lin Hai rubbed his eyes to clear his mind.
He smiled and said, so that's what you're worried about. If I'd acted humble and polite, I might not even have made it back this time. Oh? What do you mean by that?
At the exchange meeting, more than one person extended an olive branch, hoping I'd stay in their country.
Others tried to set traps to humiliate me publicly. But I handled them all one by one. So I deliberately acted arrogant to make them dislike me. Sure enough, after that, no one ever tried to recruit me again.
Li Xiuqiang suddenly understood.
Upon reflection, it was indeed true.
In ancient times, Lin Hai's tactic was known as self-disgrace. Many court officials who had achieved great feats would deliberately reveal some flaws or weaknesses to prevent the emperor from growing suspicious of them. They would deliberately reveal some flaws or weaknesses.
This made the emperor feel at ease about them. Who would have thought Lin Hai was so astute, having seen through everything long ago? He deliberately adopted an extremely arrogant demeanor,
projecting an air of arrogance born of limited ability, a trait rarely leading to great achievements. If they truly forced Lin Hai to stay in their country for research,
it might disrupt the entire research institute.
It would create chaos, with Lin Hai left alone while the other scientists stormed out in anger. Compounded by his behavior, which has already earned them resentment, they would instinctively conclude that Lin Hai was all show and no substance. If he posed no significant threat, there would be no need to resort to underhanded means to keep him or even assassinate him. This way, they could return home safely and effortlessly.
And that's exactly how it played out.
Zhao Tianlai, assigned to protect Lin Hai, encountered almost no danger whatsoever.
Instead, everyone's attention was completely absorbed by the online discourse. Li Xiuqiang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're the real deal, you even fooled me.
Lin Hai chuckled.
I've caused trouble for the country. Your safe return matters more than anything.
But I fear these Western nations might use this as an excuse to crack down on us.
Our rapid development over the years has made them feel deeply uneasy. Sanctions and suppression tactics have been coming thick and fast.
Li Xiuqiang sighed helplessly. Rest assured, sir.
I will continue to strive.
If they dare to block the technology, I will break through their blockade.
Lin Hai declared with sullen resolve. Oh? From what you say, you truly have the confidence to develop their technology? No problem. Just watch my progress. When will you begin?
I'll get some sleep first, then report for work as usual tomorrow.
Li Xiuqiang.
Seeing Lin Hai so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open, Li Xiuqiang reluctantly agreed. Alright then.
Get some rest.
I'll call you in tomorrow when we start work. No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard Lin Hai snoring. Li Xiuqiang shook his head helplessly and closed the door for Lin Hai. Although you know a lot about aircraft, other technologies still have significant barriers. Li Xiuqiang didn't harbor much hope. Lin Hai was exceptionally intelligent. His mathematical prowess could win a Nobel Prize. He possessed extraordinary talent, especially in the fields of helicopters and fighter jets. But other technologies involve entirely different disciplines. The gap remains substantial. At that moment, numerous Western officials were gathered in discussion. They unanimously agreed that China could produce such an outstanding mathematician. This demonstrates that China's education has reached the world's highest standards. In the future, it will undoubtedly cultivate even more outstanding talents. This will pose a significant threat to them. I believe we should seize this opportunity to impose a new round of sanctions on China, and we now have a perfect pretext, declared the Minister of Commerce of M Nation.
Then what's your proposal? Asked the President of M Nation. It must be a decisive blow, one that cripples an entire industry if we strike. Very simple. China is developing a large passenger aircraft.
And they're nearly successful. This will have a massive impact on us. You must understand that China has invested massive funds, yet the engines they use are imported from our country,
Simply by refusing to export aircraft engines, all their investments would go down the drain.
The Commerce Secretary stated.
Exactly. Sanctioning their airliner program is both necessary and the perfect opportunity. China's technology market is enormous.
If they begin manufacturing their own aircraft, then our country would lose a massive market worth hundreds of billions.
Another high-ranking official stated.
They swiftly formulated a strategy and implemented the policy immediately.
The news spread instantly, sending shockwaves across the globe. Upon receiving the news, China's Civil Aircraft Development Administration felt as if the sky were falling.
Passenger aircraft differ from other aircraft.
They demand high standards for engine stability and fuel efficiency. After all, they fly almost every day.
Even a mere 1% increase in fuel consumption translates to substantial additional costs over a year of operation. To expedite the development of their domestically produced aircraft, they had no choice but to import commercial engines from country M. Yet at this critical juncture, they imposed sanctions and halted exports of these engines. The hundreds of billions invested were all down the drain.
Meng Bofiai, director of the Passenger Aircraft Development Bureau, was now in a state of extreme anxiety. The impact of this news on the nation was simply too great. He was utterly at a loss for how to respond. He had no choice but to call the premier to discuss countermeasures. As soon as the call connected, Meng Bofiai urgently stated, Prime Minister, we're in serious trouble.
The M nation has refused to supply the 200 passenger aircraft engines we pre-ordered.
All our R&D investments will go down the drain immediately. I've heard about this. The nation is already formulating countermeasures.
The embassy has lodged a formal protest with country M.
Don't be too anxious.
Trust the country, the premier reassured him.
Chapter 45, a mere engine? No problem. News of China's sanctions quickly spread across the entire internet. Surprisingly, many people were gloating over the misfortune. Instead of anger, they were relentlessly mocking their own country. It's laughable they've been bragging daily about how amazing the domestically produced aircraft is. Now look at them, even the engines are imported.
One sanction, and the entire project grinds to a halt. They claim to be building their own passenger aircraft, but in reality, they're just assembling an empty shell. Most of the critical components are imported. Can such an aircraft truly be called domestically produced? Didn't Lin Hai brag abroad that he could crack any technology within 3 months? If he's so confident, give him 3 months and see if he can actually build one. Seeing how arrogant he was abroad, I instantly went from being his fan to hating him. Maybe his arrogance is exactly what gave the US an excuse to sanction us. Now he's really dug his own grave. Faced with this barrage of snide remarks, many righteous netizens couldn't stay silent and fired back with righteous indignation. You guys are disgusting, your own country gets sanctioned, and you're gloating over it. This isn't gloating, it's facing reality. We were never a match for M country to begin with, so why fight them? Exactly. We should follow the examples of Korea and Japan. As long as we show submission to Western nations, they won't oppress us. These remarks only fueled the righteous netizens' anger and condemnation. What kind of people would willingly become Western lackeys? If you're so eager to be dogs, get out of here. Don't stay and disgust us. Our nation grows ever stronger, yet some still kneel on the ground, never to rise. I believe our nation fears no blockade or suppression. With enough time, we can overcome any technological barrier. Go for it, Lin. I know you can show these Western countries what we're made of. Exactly, Master Lin can even build a Chinook helicopter. A mere passenger jet engine is no challenge at all. Fighter jet engines are worlds apart from passenger plane engines. Fighter jets only need to pursue performance, while passenger planes have much higher requirements. First off, fuel efficiency is a major hurdle. Otherwise, why are there only 2 companies in the world capable of manufacturing them? I reckon this domestic large aircraft project is about to stall. Online debates were heating up. Diplomats were scrambling to respond, presenting contracts to lodge protests with country M. But M country, long accustomed to arrogance, ignored these protests. They refused to supply engines as contracted under various pretexts. They even cited China as a global threat to justify further suppression across other projects. The next morning, Lin Hai was roused for breakfast. During the meal, many people were discussing the sanctions. Lin Hai froze upon hearing this, his drowsiness instantly vanishing. What are you saying? Our national passenger aircraft project is being shelved? Li Xiu sighed deeply. While you were sleeping yesterday, the sanctions from the US were already imposed. They unilaterally tore up the contract and won't sell us the engines for the passenger aircraft anymore. Without the heart of the aircraft, how can it fly? It's unlikely we'll be able to produce domestically made aircraft within the next few years. An expert asked, Lin Hai, you can optimize engine performance. Could you help the country develop an engine suitable for scientific applications? If we could truly manufacture it, it would add hundreds of billions to our nation's annual output. That's no small sum. It could even be more useful than optimizing fighter jets. Lin Hai checked the system store. Sure enough, he found an engine technology suitable for passenger aircraft. It required 1,000 points to redeem. That meant he'd need to sleep for over 41 days to earn enough points. Of course, if he slept at the workplace, just over 20 days would suffice. This engine, in particular, offered outstanding performance, 40% more fuel efficient than existing comparable engines, with slightly higher power output. Based on this calculation, a single aircraft operating annually could save over 10 million yuan in fuel costs. Beyond cost savings, fuel efficiency also means aircraft can fly longer distances. With so many passenger aircraft nationwide, the annual fuel savings alone would amount to a staggering figure. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel excited upon reading the engine specifications. This is fantastic. With such an outstanding engine, why bother purchasing from M country? When the aircraft is finally built and takes to the skies, you'll all regret it. Seeing Lin Hai lost in thought, the others couldn't help but urge him, what are you thinking about? Can we really pull this off? Lin Hai didn't answer. He grabbed Li Xiuzhang's arm and pulled him toward the exit. I need to discuss something with you. Li Xiuchang was puzzled. What can't be discussed in front of everyone? I need to speak with the premier. Oh, could it be you really can develop an engine for our domestic aircraft? Li Xiuchang was thrilled. I told you, any existing technology would take no more than 3 months. A mere passenger jet engine? That won't take nearly that long. Lin Hai declared confidently. Alright, I'll arrange it immediately. Moments later, Lin Hai finally got his wish and spoke with the premier. The premier's voice remained as kind as ever, showing no sign of reproach toward Lin Hai. After exchanging greetings, Lin Hai stated, Prime Minister, I've heard reports of foreign sanctions targeting our domestically produced engines. Give me 2 or 3 months, and I will develop an even more advanced passenger aircraft engine for our country. I guarantee its performance will rival the world's most advanced technological engines, and it will reduce fuel consumption by at least 30%. The premier, who had barely slept a wink over this matter, was deeply shocked by Lin Hai's words. Lin Hai, I know you are exceptionally capable. But only 2 companies in the world can build such an engine. Moreover, components are supplied by over a dozen countries simultaneously. This is no simple undertaking. The Prime Minister couldn't bring himself to fully believe it. If such a top-tier engine could be designed in just 2 or 3 months, there would be no need to spend so many years developing a domestically produced large aircraft. The critical issue is that even now, the aircraft's heart, the engine, remains non-domestically produced.
Domestic engines suffer from excessive fuel consumption, resulting in poor economic performance.
Forcing the use of domestic engines would result in severe resource wastage. I know this is hard for you to believe, but please give me a chance. I will produce the design blueprints, enabling engineers to simulate the design on computers.
I guarantee the performance will meet the requirements I've outlined.
To be cautious, Lin Hai had built in some margin for fuel consumption. The premier was also very curious about why Lin Hai had such confidence.
Since you insist, I'll give you this chance.
If you can develop a domestically produced engine within half a year, let alone 3 months, you'll be the nation's greatest hero.
Chapter 46, will it work or not?
The Huaxia technology project suddenly suffered a devastating blow, with losses too severe to bear. Since a short-term solution is impossible, we might as well let Lin Hai give it a shot.
Prime Minister, rest assured.
I pledge my word I will develop the technology within 2 months.
Well said. Name whatever you need. No special requests, just don't let anyone disturb me. Prime Minister.
After confirming the details, Lin Hai hung up and handed the phone to Li Xiuchang.
All right, the call is done.
The premier has agreed to let me help design the engines for the passenger aircraft.
Li Xiuchang was utterly astonished. You actually said you could design it in 2 months? Even car engines require years of R&D and design.
Making a solemn pledge to the Prime Minister is no small matter.
Rest assured, I'm absolutely confident.
Lin Hai smiled faintly. Arriving at the research institute, Lin Hai booted up his dedicated computer. First, optimize the fighter jet technology, then get some solid sleep. He had no intention of delaying either task and had already laid out his plan. If necessary, he'd sleep at the institute overnight to earn credits faster. The domestic aircraft project was temporarily shelved as M country unilaterally terminated the contract and ceased supplying engines.
This incident continued to ferment not only on domestic networks.
Many were secretly stoking the flames to suppress China.
Even foreign online platforms were aggressively publicizing it. The narrative boils down to this: China possesses no advanced technology whatsoever. Once they cut off supplies, China's passenger aircraft would never see the light of day. Netizens from the US and their admirers are practically buzzing with excitement.
The US truly remains the world's dominant power.
China may boast the world's second largest economy, but without genuine high-tech capabilities, it's utterly vulnerable. The Japanese are thrilled. Our choice was absolutely right. We should follow in M's footsteps. Only by becoming their junior partner can we thrive. South Korea retorts, get lost, Japan. We're M's most loyal minions. Chinese netizens are furious.
M country broke its promises and tore up the contract. You'll regret it sooner or later.
What do they have to regret? All developed nations are their allies.
We should just follow M's orders and stick to making low-end products.
Insisting on competing with them? Now you're in for a world of hurt. You lackeys, get lost. Domestic bones aren't for you. Sitting tight for news from Genius Lin, he said current tech can be cracked within 3 months.
I'm putting this out there as proof. Within 3 months, we'll make M country regret it bitterly. Sigh, as someone in tech, I desperately want our country to master aerospace engine technology. But achieving that in such a short time is simply impossible. You have no idea how complex jet engine or D really is.
It's just solving a math problem by accident. Expecting him to develop an engine in such a short time? That's just a pipe dream.
Still, that's better than you sycophants who only know how to grovel at M's feet.
As Chinese people, we worship our enemies.
Meng Bofiai, director of the Civil Aircraft Development Bureau, has been under immense pressure these past few days.
After lengthy negotiations with the U.S. Department of Commerce, their stance remains utterly unyielding.
They refuse to honor the contract and reject compensation. Faced with such blatant bad faith behavior, there's no way to make them pay the price. Worry has caused Meng Bofiai's hair to turn noticeably grayer. With all communication channels proving futile, he had no choice but to call the premier once more.
Prime Minister, I have some bad news. We have exhausted every possible avenue.
Country M's stance is unwavering. They will no longer supply commercial aircraft engines for our passenger planes.
This truly risks stalling our project.
If we develop our own engines, it could delay us by 5 to 10 years.
Surprisingly, the Prime Minister showed no signs of urgency.
He inquired, then let me ask you this: if I were to give you the engine technology,
could you guarantee its reliability? Could it be that the country has found a solution?
Meng Bofiai was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately asked. Don't worry about that now, answer my question first. Meng Bofiai thought for a moment and said, as long as we have the technology, we can simulate it on the computer.
No problem. Very well.
Then you'll have to wait another 2 months. Aside from the engines, the domestic passenger aircraft project will proceed according to the original plan.
But what's going on here?
Premier, you must give me a clear answer. If we build all those planes without engines,
our losses would be even greater. Meng Bofiai pressed urgently. We've been developing this domestic passenger aircraft for so many years, can't we even wait 2 more months? Patience is key in this endeavor. Let's wait a little longer. The premier couldn't draw conclusions before the results were in.
After all, what Lin Hai claimed was truly astonishing, developing the technology within 2 months. No one dared to believe such a claim.
And even if the technology is developed, manufacturing could still hit other snags.
Were it not for Lin Hai's truly astonishing performance during this period, the Prime Minister would never have trusted him.
With no other options, they could only continue waiting.
Meng Bofiai, having failed to receive the answer he hoped for, could only obey the order.
Understood. I'll follow the organization's arrangements.
After hanging up, the Premier recalled Lin Hai's words. Its performance is no worse than foreign models, and it can save over 30% in fuel consumption.
A faint glimmer of hope began to stir within him. Lin Hai, you must not let me down. This is a vital national asset, absolutely no missteps are permitted.
In the conference room, all senior leaders of the Civil Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau were present.
Seeing Meng Bofiai hang up the phone, the secretary couldn't help but ask, what did the Premier say?
Should our Passenger Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau continue waiting?
Or cease operations? Everyone stared intently at Meng Bofiai. This decision would determine the fate of everyone.
They had poured over a decade of effort into building a domestically produced large aircraft. After finally overcoming every obstacle, the only remaining hurdle was acquiring the engines.
Once installed, the aircraft could undergo test flights.
Unexpectedly, such a critical problem arose at this crucial moment. Without the engines, the entire project could grind to a complete halt. All the engineers, technicians, and workers, even the management team, would be reassigned.
A hint of confusion flickered in Meng Bofiai's eyes.
The Premier said to wait 2 more months.
He also asked if I could guarantee the engine would be used if the manufacturing technology became available. Could it be that the state had anticipated this and made preparations in advance? Meng Bofiai murmured doubtfully.
Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with confusion.
Could the country truly resolve the passenger jet engine issue within 2 months?
If they truly possessed such capability, there would be no need to purchase engines from M country at all.
Chapter 47, Bleak Prospects. After hearing Meng Bofiai's words, everyone looked perplexed. What exactly did the Premier mean? Why couldn't he give a definitive answer even now?
At this critical juncture, if there truly was a contingency plan, he should have informed us. The Deputy Prime Minister asked doubtfully.
Meng Bofiai suddenly considered a possibility.
Perhaps the nation truly possessed a solution to the current predicament, but for reasons of secrecy, it could not be disclosed at this time. After all, it involved state secrets. The fewer people who know, the better. Otherwise, the Prime Minister wouldn't have made us wait 2 months. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, filling him with growing excitement and anticipation for the future. But these thoughts must remain private for now. Waving his hand, he said, we should simply trust the government and follow the directives from above.
Though everyone agreed outwardly, the lingering doubts in their hearts remained unresolved. Some were even considering leveraging connections to transfer to other units. The Passenger Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau could be disbanded at any moment.
Unless they truly develop a highly reliable engine.
Moreover, the engine's fuel consumption must meet operational requirements.
After all, passenger aircraft must operate profitably. Even a fuel consumption rate 1 or 2 percentage points higher than foreign passenger aircraft could potentially bankrupt an airline. Moreover, high fuel consumption inevitably leads to higher emissions. It would be difficult to pass international environmental assessments, and without the ability to fly overseas, the aircraft would never gain international recognition. The significance of a domestically produced passenger aircraft would be greatly diminished. Whether among personnel within the Civil Aircraft Corporation or across society at large. Both within the Civil Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau and across society at large. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 major aircraft manufacturers announced a joint plan to raise prices in the Chinese market by 30%.
Upon the announcement, both companies' stock prices surged, and foreign investors rejoiced.
They understood that as long as the 2 companies united against China,
China would have no recourse but to accept the steep price hike. China would be forced to accept the terms.
The only alternative would be to abandon aircraft purchases altogether. But that would lead to a severe shortage of passenger aircraft, causing massive disruptions to national passenger transportation.
Especially during holidays, it would create major transportation problems. With China's economic boom, many businesspeople must fly to conduct business negotiations.
If there are insufficient aircraft, it would severely impact the entire national economy. Even knowing they're being fleeced, they have no choice but to accept it. Compared to the Civil Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau, Airbus is the one truly facing headaches. Southern Airlines, Guangdong Airlines, Northern Airlines. The CEOs of major airlines are deeply troubled. With China's vast population, the demand for aircraft is enormous. Moreover, as living standards improve, more and more people are choosing air travel to save time. However, a sudden increase in aircraft prices would further deepen the airline's losses. Currently, to attract passenger traffic, airfares are set relatively low. This has resulted in most domestic airlines operating at a loss. If airfare were to increase by even a few percentage points, airlines could potentially face bankruptcy. This is particularly true for China's largest airline, Nanfei Airlines, which had planned to purchase 200 large passenger aircraft. However, 2 aircraft manufacturers unexpectedly raised prices by 30%. This would add hundreds of billions to their costs. For an airline, this is simply unbearable. The president of Nanfei Airlines convened a meeting to discuss countermeasures. After receiving updates from all parties, he slammed his fist on the table in fury. Nation is utterly outrageous, taking advantage of our nation in our hour of need. This will deal a massive blow to our domestic aviation industry. Many airlines might not survive and could go bankrupt. Every executive's expression was grim. President, perhaps we should postpone our aircraft procurement plans. They're taking advantage of the situation to raise prices, precisely because they know China has high demand and is desperate to buy aircraft.
In times of crisis like this, all our airlines should unite and present a united front. Temporarily halting purchases will force dealers to lower their prices. That makes sense.
The more we buy, the more they'll take advantage.
Domestic airlines must unite. We absolutely cannot tolerate profiteering during this crisis.
The operations director sighed helplessly. What you say makes sense, but our current operational situation is extremely difficult. Several aircraft are nearing the end of their service life and must be replaced promptly. If we don't finalize the purchase this year, once the old aircraft are retired, we won't be able to guarantee normal operations on our routes. Passengers will also face significantly longer wait times. The president sighed helplessly. We'll just have to wait a little longer. Proceed as we discussed earlier. Everyone joined forces to pressure the aircraft dealer.
Make them return to the original price.
At the very least, we can't be suckers and hand over all that money for nothing. The operations director stated, we can only sustain this for 6 months at most.
If we still haven't ordered new aircraft by then, subsequent operations will face serious problems.
If the old aircraft aren't retired in time, it will create safety hazards.
The president waved his hand helplessly and said, I understand. Let's delay as long as possible. We'll address it when we truly can't delay any longer.
I trust the government is actively addressing the issue and won't leave us to bear the burden alone. Though he said this, he didn't have much confidence. Foreign aircraft manufacturers were taking advantage of the situation, disrupting the plans of all Chinese airlines. The cost of purchasing aircraft had far exceeded the budget. If ticket prices were raised, it would severely dampen passengers' willingness to travel.
But if fares remained unchanged, operations could plunge into even deeper losses. In the blink of an eye, the stocks of major Chinese airlines plummeted.
Lin Hai had grown weary of checking these online reports. The Research Institute plunged into an extremely busy work schedule.
All experts were intensifying efforts to develop the supersonic helicopter. Whenever they encountered unsolvable problems, they sought Lin Hai's advice.
Lin Hai set aside time each day to optimize the fighter jet. The rest of his time was spent sleeping soundly. Li Xiaozhang often watched the sleeping Lin Hai with deep concern.
He knew about the promise Lin Hai had made to the Prime Minister. But how could he possibly develop the engine if he slept all day?
When he couldn't hold back any longer, he asked several times, but Lin Hai always dodged the question with other excuses.
He pounded his chest, guaranteeing the engine would be developed within 20 days.
Li Xiaochang shook his head helplessly. He could only hope that during the brief periods when Lin Hai was awake and working, he was actually designing the engine technology. As for optimizing the fighter jet's performance, that could be postponed for a while. As the start of the semester drew nearer day by day, many students had already packed their bags and arrived early to register.
Li Moore couldn't wait any longer.
Once she was allowed to enter the campus, she packed her bags, bought a train ticket. At the train station, she ran into Wang Biao, who was also coming to register. From the moment Wang Biao first laid eyes on Li Moore, he was utterly captivated. Given their shared history as high school classmates and the coincidence of meeting during registration, he naturally seized the chance to approach her and greet her first.
Chapter 48, Li Moore arrives for registration.
Li Moore, I never expected you to arrive at school this early either. What a coincidence we bumped into each other here. Wang Biao said with a smile. He was pulling a suitcase, dressed head to toe in designer labels. The watch on his wrist was worth over 100,000 yuan, radiating an air of smug self-satisfaction. Li Moore didn't have a good impression of him. Not only had his transfer to the school led to Lin Hai's expulsion right before the college entrance exams, but also because he had deliberately provoked conflict with Lin Hai. These incidents had long since spread throughout the school. Li Moore never imagined he was this kind of person. Not only did he take someone else's spot, but he also committed such outrageous acts. She had long since lost any favorable impression of him. She wrinkled her delicate nose, her expression tinged with disgust. With your stellar college entrance exam scores, you could have easily gotten into Peking or Tsinghua.
Why did you apply to the National Defense University?
You wouldn't understand. I returned to China precisely to serve my country. Of course I applied to the National Defense University.
Since we're traveling the same route and we're old classmates, why don't we ride together? We can help each other out. By the way, which car are you in? Maybe we can sit together.
Li Moore couldn't refuse any longer and finally said, I'm in carriage 8.
Ah, so you bought a seated ticket.
Such a long journey sitting must be exhausting.
How about I upgrade you to a sleeper? We could look out for each other in the same car, Wang Biao offered eagerly. No need. I think a seated ticket is just fine. Why would a young person like me need a sleeper?
My family works hard for every penny, it wouldn't be right to waste it.
Li Moore replied. Wang Biao sensed Li Moore wasn't thrilled about his approach.
But he had plenty of patience.
He believed that once Li Moore got to university, she'd realize the importance of money.
Besides, his family had plenty of money, pursuing a girl wouldn't be difficult. Besides, once they got to university, almost everyone would be dating.
As long as he made his move first, there would still be opportunities. He knew that pursuing girls required thick skin and persistent persistence.
Previously, to gain admission to the National Defense University, he had restrained himself from wasting time. Now that he'd gotten in, he had plenty of time to waste. His face lit up with a smile.
You're right. I really have been wasting my time this way. I'll go cancel my sleeper ticket and switch to a seat ticket right now.
You idiot. The train's about to leave. If you go cancel now, you'll only get half your money back. That's almost the same price as a seated ticket, wouldn't that be even more wasteful? Wang Biao had no rebuttal this time. Li Moore felt a surge of satisfaction.
Oomph, don't think I can't see through your little schemes. I have no desire to sit next to you during registration. After what you did to Lin Hai, I couldn't care less about you.
Once aboard the train, Li Moore found her seat and stowed her suitcase in the overhead rack. Her window seat offered a perfect view of the passing scenery. Finally enrolling at her dream university, Li Moore couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. I wonder how Lin Hai is doing. With all the research achievements he's made, he must have become a crucial asset to the school by now. I wonder if our relationship will be the same after I see him. I saw his livestream, he seems to have lost some weight lately. It must be because he's been working so hard. During the break, I learned how to cook several dishes. I'll make them for you when I get back to school. Just thinking about Lin Hai's face made Li Moore's heart feel incredibly sweet. Hey, buddy, can you move over? I bought a sleeper berth, can we swap seats? Li Moore was daydreaming about a bright future when that annoying voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up and sure enough, it was Wang Biao, grinning from ear to ear. He was dragging his luggage over. What are you doing here again? Li Moore asked in confusion. We're classmates, so it's better to stick together. We can chat along the way and look out for each other. I'm swapping my seated ticket for a sleeper berth, should be a pretty good deal. A young man standing in front of Li Moore heard about the sleeper berth and happily agreed. After swapping tickets, Wang Biao sat across from Li Moore. Li Moore looked utterly disgusted. Was she really going to have to endure that obnoxious face the entire journey? Especially since Wang Biao had this sleazy vibe about him, combined with his nouveau riche swagger. Li Moore found him utterly repulsive. Now everyone's happy, no need to refund tickets, and we get to sit together. Wang Biao said with a smile. Whatever. Li Moore pulled out her headphones and started listening to music, not wanting to chat with him. Wang Biao didn't seem to mind at all. He pulled out his phone and started playing a game. He kept stealing glances at Li Moore. Though Li Moore didn't wear makeup like other girls her age, she possessed natural beauty with skin so fair and flawless. She looked stunning no matter how you looked at her. Wang Biao felt a tingling sensation in his heart. He longed for Li Moore to agree to be his girlfriend immediately so he could hold her in his arms. He secretly resolved that, beyond completing his mission, his top priority at school would be to win Li Moore's heart. Having such a beauty as his girlfriend would be incredibly prestigious. Even in college, she'd undoubtedly be campus queen material. Li Moore occasionally pretended to sleep, occasionally took out her phone to play with it. Lin Hai's number was saved in her contacts. He tried several times but couldn't bring himself to dial the number. She knew Lin Hai must be under immense pressure right now. News of the national aircraft being sanctioned by Western countries flooded the internet. Many people were mocking Lin Hai. They kept harping on the words he had spoken during the award ceremony. They demanded to know when the aircraft's engines would finally be developed. Many of Lin Hai's supporters were also fighting back online. They firmly believe Lin Hai will surely resolve this issue. Li Moore, like these righteous netizens, defended Lin Hai online. When it was time to eat, Wang Biao finally seized his chance. He said with great eagerness, "You must be hungry. I brought some delicious snacks here, have some." As he spoke, he pulled out numerous packaged snacks from his bag. All of them were high-end brands. Li Moore pushed them away, shaking her head. "No thanks, I brought my own food." Li Moore pulled out instant noodles from her own bag, then added a ham sausage. Wang Biao immediately protested, "How can you eat that? It has zero nutrition and is full of additives. You should eat the beef jerky I brought, it tastes pretty good." Li Moore snatched back her instant noodles and replied coldly, "I'm on a diet right now. Meat isn't suitable. I think instant noodles are just fine." With that, she took the noodles to get water. The smile vanished instantly from Wang Biao's face, replaced by a dark expression. "Poof. The more you ignore me, the more I'll pursue you. I'll make you beg for mercy every single day," Wang Biao declared fiercely. Chapter 49, Li Moore's Feelings. When Li Moore returned carrying the instant noodles, Wang Biao immediately switched back to a smiling face and began fussing over her with concern. Fed up with his pestering, Li Moore had no choice but to put her headphones back on. A few stops later, several students boarding to report to the National Defense University. Fortunately, the seat next to Li Moore was occupied by a female student. The moment they learned they were all heading to the National Defense University, they instantly found common ground. Several of them, in particular, were fans of Lin Hai. It was precisely because of Lin Hai's tremendous contributions that they had resolved to apply to the National Defense University. When they learned Li Moore had actually been Lin Hai's classmate and even his deskmate, those students eagerly gathered around her, asking numerous questions about Lin Hai. The memory of Lin Hai brought a smile to Li Moore's lips. Lin Hai, well, he's great in every way except he absolutely loves sleeping. I believe that I watched the Nobel Prize livestream. To actually fall asleep in that situation, I'm absolutely blown away by him," exclaimed one male student excitedly. "Yeah, he was totally cool back then." A little fangirl covered her face, her voice trembling with excitement. "By the way, have you guys seen the news lately? It's absolutely infuriating. Country has no sense of integrity whatsoever, unilaterally tearing up our contract. It stalled our passenger aircraft project. If I ever get the chance to meet Lin Hai, I'd love to ask him face to face if we could produce this engine ourselves." Li Moore stated firmly, "I believe he wouldn't make empty promises. He might already be researching this technology.
Perhaps by the time school starts, we'll have our own domestically produced passenger jet engine ready. Seeing several classmates discussing Lin Hai with looks of admiration on their faces, Wang Biao's expression grew increasingly sullen. He began to regret his decision. If he'd known it would be like this, he might as well have taken the sleeper car. At least he wouldn't have to listen to people he disliked. These past few days, Lin Hai had only worked for 2 or 3 hours each day, spending the rest of his time sound asleep. When meetings or discussions came up, he would show up in the conference room. But while everyone else was meeting, he'd still be lying down asleep. Li Xiaozhang couldn't fathom why Lin Hai had such a peculiar habit. Did he sleep better listening to their meetings? But everyone had gotten used to it. As long as Lin Hai delivered the technical work on time, no one batted an eye, not even when he slept on the conference table. They wouldn't mind if he slept right on the conference table. Besides, during meetings, they often encountered difficult problems that could be solved by waking Lin Hai up to ask for his input. The supersonic helicopter's manufacturing process was proceeding very smoothly. They encountered almost no major obstacles. Even when problems did arise, Lin Hai could provide solutions. This made it even less likely for anyone to voice any objections to Lin Hai. Instead, they treated him like a prized asset. As long as Lin Hai remained at the institute, all the technical experts there would benefit. As students began arriving on campus, the school gradually came alive with activity. The research institute deployed armed police for security, prohibiting students from approaching freely. Many students could only take photos outside the institute as a keepsake. They knew Lin Hai was diligently working inside the institute at that very moment. As fellow college entrance exam candidates this year, they came to gain knowledge. Lin Hai had already been hired by the Weapons Research Institute, where he developed cutting-edge technology and became a top-tier technician. Truly, comparison breeds envy. Everyone was around the same age, so why did Lin Hai excel so remarkably? The more they saw this, the more determined the students became to study diligently, to become pillars of the nation sooner. Perhaps one day they might even have the chance to work alongside Lin Hai, developing new technologies for the nation. The thought alone filled them with excitement. Li Moore also arrived at the university. After being assigned to her dormitory, she made new friends. Together, they went outside the Weapons Research Institute to take commemorative photos. Her heart was filled with excitement at that moment. Lin Hai must be inside conducting research. I wonder how he's doing now. Would we meet when he finished work? How should I greet him? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. What if I can't speak when the time comes? Li Moore grew more and more excited as she thought about it, unable to resist covering her flushed cheeks with both hands. The girl beside her looked at Li Moore with confusion. Li Moore, what's gotten into you? Oh, nothing. Li Moore quickly shook her head and said, Big brother. Hee, of course she's thinking about Lin Hai. Look, her cheeks are all flushed. Li Moore and Lin Hai were deskmates back in high school. She gave up admission to Tsinghua and Peking University to apply specifically for the National Defense University. Don't you two get it? They're definitely a couple. Zhang Qiuxia said with a laugh. Oh my, I'm so jealous. Lin Hai is so handsome and talented. He's already achieved so much since graduating high school. Having a boyfriend like that makes me green with envy. Wang Lily chimed in teasingly. Stop making things up. Lin Hai and I are just desk partners, we're not a couple. Li Moore hurriedly explained to them. What's there to explain? You followed him all the way to the National Defense University, just admit it already. Besides, you're so pretty, Lin Hai must like you too. Zhang Qiuxiao chimed in. Li Moore reached out to tickle her. Keep talking nonsense and see what happens. The girls were in a chaotic tangle, drawing envious glances from the boys nearby. Li Moore and her roommates waited until evening, when it was time to eat. No one emerged from the research institute. They were terribly disappointed. What was going on? Wasn't anyone working at the research institute? Li Moore felt utterly disheartened at that moment. Maybe they're just too busy, or perhaps working overtime. Let's eat first, then come back and wait later. Wang Lily suggested. Alright, let's grab something to eat first. Li Moore pulled out her phone to call Lin Hai, but hesitated, worried she might disturb him. Just then, Wang Gao approached. His eyes lit up upon seeing Li Moore. He hurried over to greet her. Li Moore, there you are. I forgot to get your number. After packing up, I spent ages looking for you. Who's this? Wang Lily asked curiously. Hello, ladies. I'm Wang Biao, Li Moore's classmate. Wang Biao greeted them warmly. Wow, your class is so impressive. 3 classmates got into the National Defense University at the same time. And you're all classmates with Lin Hai? I'm so jealous. Zhang Qiuxia's eyes sparkled with admiration. He transferred before the college entrance exams, so Lin Hai never actually shared a classroom with him. Mentioning this topic instantly set Li Moore off. Chapter 50, finally meeting. Let's not dwell on the past. Shall we grab a bite to eat together? Also, let's exchange phone numbers. We're classmates now, so it'll be easier to stay in touch. Today's on me, just tell me what you want to eat. Wang Biao patted his chest, putting on a show of generosity. Wang Lily glanced at Li Moore and noticed she seemed a bit unhappy. She reached out and grabbed Zhang Qiuxia, who was about to speak. It'd be awkward for you to treat us so soon after the semester started. We'll just eat on our own. Li Moore said, just post anything in the class group chat. No need to exchange phone numbers. Wang Biao looked awkward after being rejected. Standing beside 2 beautiful girls, this rejection was a major blow to his pride. The 3 of us are having a meal together, so we won't be joining you.
Li Moore waved him off, pulling Wang Lili and Zhang Qiuxia along as they hurried away.
On the way, Wang Lili asked curiously, "He's your classmate, why won't you have dinner with him?" "I think Wang Biao's pretty handsome. Seems like he's got a thing for you." Zhang Qiuxia chimed in. "Don't say things like that. I don't want someone like him to like me. What's going on?
Look at his clothes, all designer brands.
His family must be loaded. Or could it be that you've already fallen for Lin Hai and are avoiding all other suitors?"
Wang Lili gave Li Moore a half smile, half sneer as she asked.
"Oh, stop talking nonsense.
Lin Hai and I are really just deskmates."
"It's not what you're thinking. If rumors get out, I'll be beaten to death by every girl in school." "Alright, enough joking around. What's the deal with this Wang Biao guy? Tell us about it. This is a bit awkward to explain. He and Lin Hai don't get along at all.
So I try not to get too close to him."
Li Moore disliked speaking ill of others, offering only a vague explanation.
The two girls were even more curious, but no matter how much they pressed her,
Li Moore refused to elaborate. After all, Lin Hai's reputation at the National Defense University was simply too formidable.
If word got out, Wang Biao would likely have nowhere to stand. Li Moore possessed a profoundly kind heart. Even if she disliked Wang Biao, she didn't want to see him suffer such a fate. After finishing their meal, the three girls hurried back to the Weapons Research Institute to wait.
Seeing the institute's lights blazing, they knew the staff must be working frantically. Li Moore suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Working at such an intense pace all day long, would Lin Hai's body be able to handle it?
In summer, streetlights illuminated the campus at night, and many students came out for evening strolls.
Waiting near the institute entrance didn't seem out of place. It wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that the experts finally headed home to rest.
Special vehicles were provided for their transportation.
Li Moore watched intently from a distance, scrutinizing each person. But she didn't see Lin Hai anywhere. What was going on? Was Lin Hai not at the National Defense University? Without Lin Hai, what on earth was going on? Zhang Qiuxia asked too. Disappointment and panic surged through Li Moore. She couldn't help but pull out her phone and dial Lin Hai's number.
She hesitated, unable to bring herself to press the call button.
Little did she know that Lin Hai stayed overnight at the Research Institute to earn points faster.
At this rate, he'd have enough points in about a month.
Domestic airlines were under immense pressure, with their stocks continuously declining.
Moreover, numerous foreign short-selling institutions were aggressively betting against these stocks. This had caused immense losses for both the country and the airlines. To resolve this situation, Lin Hai had no choice but to try to shorten the timeframe as much as possible. Li Moore finally made up her mind and dialed Lin Hai's phone number. Lin Hai was sound asleep when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Li Moore calling, a flutter of excitement stirred within him. It had been ages since he'd spoken with someone he knew.
Especially since they'd been deskmates for over 2 years in high school. To say Lin Hai didn't like Li Moore would be untrue. Such a beautiful girl, what man wouldn't be charmed?
Lin Hai perked up and rubbed his eyes. "Hey!" Hearing that long-missed familiar voice, Li Moore's heart trembled.
"Lin Hai, where are you? I've already reported to the National Defense University right at the entrance to the Research Institute.
I saw so many experts leaving already, but I haven't seen you."
"Huh? You applied to the National Defense University too?"
It suddenly dawned on her, "You're actually at the institute entrance."
"Hold on, I'll be right there." "You're still here?
Working this late must be swamped with work."
"Would meeting me affect your work?"
Li Moore hurriedly said.
"Just saying hello won't hurt."
Lin Hai hung up the phone and rushed outside. Zhao Tianlai was standing guard outside to protect Lin Hai.
"Where are you going?" Zhao Tianlai quickly stopped him. "A classmate also applied to the National Defense University and is waiting at the institute entrance."
"I'll go meet her and say a few words."
"I'll go with you. Your safety is paramount. You can't meet anyone alone." "Alright."
Zhao Tianlai called 4 more people to accompany us and protect Lin Hai.
Although the National Defense University's security measures were exceptionally thorough,
Lin Hai's current status is highly sensitive and his security cannot be compromised in the slightest. As soon as Lin Hai stepped out of the research institute, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Li Moore was as beautiful as ever. Lin Hai's heart began to race uncontrollably. Li Moore also spotted the man who haunted her dreams. Her beautiful, large eyes misted over. She was so moved she was nearly in tears. Lin Hai hurried toward her. "I left you my phone number, yet you haven't called me in all this time. By the way, with your abilities, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University should be no problem at all.
So why did you end up at the National Defense University instead?" Lin Hai was utterly perplexed. Logically speaking, there are far fewer female students admitted to the National Defense University. Li Moore pouted her alluring little mouth and said, "If you could get into the National Defense University, why couldn't I? Honestly, I'm really glad you came to the National Defense University."
Lin Hai said with a smile.
"That's more like it.
An old classmate coming back deserves a proper welcome."
"Wow, it really is Lin Hai in the flesh. I'm so moved to see you." Wang Lili gazed at Lin Hai, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Master Lin, I never imagined I'd meet you so soon. I'm your biggest fan, could I get your autograph?"
Zhang Qiuxia was so overcome with excitement she pressed her hand to her heart. She gazed at Lin Hai with pure admiration.
Autographs are fine, but I didn't bring a pen. I brought one." Zhang Lili pulled out a pen and then a notebook.
Lin Hai had no choice but to sign one for each of them.
"You two chat. We won't disturb you. Bye." Wang Lili and Zhang Qiuxia were perfectly satisfied with their autographs. Hand in hand, they scampered off, no longer wanting to be the third wheel. Author's note, to all readers of Awakening Great Power, could you please vote for my other book, Canceling Your College Entrance Exam, You Develop an Armed Helicopter? Your votes are my greatest motivation. Thank you so much. Chapter 51, The Feeling of Love. Suddenly alone, both felt awkward. After a long pause, Lin Hai finally managed to say, you've been doing okay lately, right? Li Moore nodded shyly, I'm doing fine. After the college entrance exam, I've just been waiting at home for the results. I keep seeing news about you on TV. Lin Hai scratched his head. It's really nothing special. Just doing my best. You're being too modest. First you received a National First Class Merit Award, then you won the Nobel Prize. You've been contributing to the country all along, and now so many people are proud of you. Even our school entrance has banners celebrating your awards. They've even put your portrait in the school hallway to inspire students to strive for progress. Li Moore said with a smile. Wow, that's a bit over the top. Not at all. You have no idea. After you received that first-class merit award, the school leadership's attitude toward you changed completely. Even the principal personally came to your home to congratulate you. If it were me, I wouldn't let them in the door. To think they expelled someone as talented as you right before the college entrance exams. Li Moore clenched her fists, still seething over it. Lin Hai understood his situation back then. It was easy for the school to misunderstand. After all, every school encourages students with little hope of success to withdraw before the college entrance exams. It's all about boosting admission rates and making the school's statistics look better. He smiled gently and urged, it's all in the past now. No need to dwell on it. Aren't I doing just fine now? Oh, and there's something I really want to ask you. Would that be okay? Li Moore suddenly remembered an important matter. Ask away. I'll tell you whatever I can. If it's confidential, I won't say a word. There's been a lot of buzz online lately about domestic passenger aircraft. Could you develop an engine for them for the country? Li Moore looked at Lin Hai with eager anticipation. Ahem. Just as Lin Hai was about to respond, Zhao Tianlai suddenly cleared his throat behind them. Lin Hai smiled and said, I can't answer that question right now. Give me another month or so, and I'll definitely give you an answer. Li Moore quickly reassured him, it's fine. After all, something this important can't be shared lightly. I trust you always keep your word. Lin Hai nodded solemnly. The two chatted for a while longer. Zhao Tianlai approached and said, it's getting late. Let's continue this another time. Lin Hai is extremely busy with work and needs to rest early. Li Moore gazed at Lin Hai with lingering reluctance, then hurry home and rest. Don't overwork yourself to the point of exhaustion. I learned a few new dishes during my vacation. When I have time, I'll cook them for you myself. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. A girl cooking for him? Her feelings were already quite clear. I'll work hard to get time off sooner. I absolutely must taste your cooking. I'm sure they'll be delicious. At that moment, their mutual feelings were unspoken yet understood. Li Moore nodded excitedly. I'll be waiting for you. I'll head out now, get some good rest. Stay safe. Li Moore jogged away, barely a few steps removed. Zhang Qiuxia and Wang Lili emerged from behind a flowering tree. How'd it go? Did he confess to you? Wang Lili asked impatiently. Seeing the two girls' incredibly gossipy expressions, Li Moore felt both annoyed and amused. What are you two thinking? We just met, exchanged greetings, and chatted. Her face flushed red, but she still wouldn't admit it. I'd bet my bottom dollar you two are practically a couple. Zhang Qiuxia said with a laugh. The three girls laughed and playfully bickered as they walked back to the dorm together. Lin Hai watched until Li Moore's figure disappeared before returning to the research institute. Zhao Tianlai noticed the contented look on Lin Hai's face. And asked with a smile, could this be your girlfriend? Not exactly. We were deskmates back in high school. I thought she'd apply to Tsinghua or Peking University, but she ended up applying to the National Defense University too. Zhao Tianlai gave a slight smile and said no more. Having seen many people, he could instantly discern the nature of young people's relationships. Li Moore was undeniably beautiful, and she had given up admission to Peking or Tsinghua to enroll at the National Defense University instead. The reason for her choice was self-evident. The two were just a step away from making their feelings explicit. Back at the research institute, Zhao Tianlai immediately dispatched personnel to investigate Li Moore. Lin Hai's position was simply too crucial. Whether she was his girlfriend or potential spouse, she had to undergo thorough vetting. Only after passing the screening can one interact with Lin Hai. Lin Hai was still sound asleep in the research institute. Zhao Tianlai had long since grown accustomed to this state of affairs, content to stand by and protect him. The controversy surrounding the domestically produced aircraft continued to escalate, with the relevant company's stock prices plummeting relentlessly. Even the national government faced immense pressure. Even if airlines banded together to refuse purchasing the price-hiked aircraft, the two foreign aircraft manufacturers remained adamantly unyielding, threatening that prices might rise further if orders weren't placed now. This left China's aviation industry in a state of despair. Even the chairman took notice of the situation and personally called to inquire. The premier relayed Lin Hai's remarks to the chairman. The chairman was astonished upon hearing this. If he really said that, then we could wait 2 months without issue. The premier hadn't anticipated the chairman's reaction. Could it be that the chairman had such confidence in Lin Hai? Indeed, he understands fighter jets so thoroughly. Perhaps the engines used in passenger aircraft wouldn't stump him either. We can wait a little longer with peace of mind,
the chairman said with a smile. After all, Director Wang had previously suggested enlisting Lin Hai's help to optimize the fighter jet. If he can accomplish such complex technology in such a short time, researching an engine should pose no significant problem. The chairman also deeply hoped Lin Hai could create a miracle. If he could truly solve this major challenge, the chairman would place complete trust in Lin Hai for any future endeavor. For everything Lin Hai had said had come to pass. The premier finally felt completely at ease, eagerly anticipating Lin Hai's future performance. He decided to simply ignore the online commotion. He instructed relevant companies to operate normally, disregarding the price hikes of foreign aircraft. This directive left the CEOs of major airlines utterly perplexed. Had the nation truly lost all confidence in the aviation industry? At least for now, there was no evidence that domestically produced aircraft could achieve mass production. The CEOs of airlines all wore worried expressions, forced to wait anxiously. After over a month, Lin Hai finally accumulated enough points. His entire demeanor transformed, radiating renewed vigor. System store activated. Redeem passenger aircraft engine technology. Chapter 52, Acquired Technology, Begin Simulation. Sleep God System, transaction successful, points reset. Would you like to receive the technology via USB drive? Lin Hai hadn't expected rewards could be claimed this way. This would save him the time of inputting it into his computer. Of course he wouldn't refuse. Acquire the USB drive. The moment he finished speaking, an object appeared in Lin Hai's hand. It was an exquisitely crafted USB drive. Simultaneously, his mind was flooded with knowledge all concerning the manufacturing technology of commercial aircraft engines. Lin Hai quickly plugged the USB drive into his computer and opened the files inside. It matched the information he'd gained in his mind perfectly. The manufacturing processes were described in meticulous detail. It was ready for immediate production. Moreover, the engine manufacturing materials were also meticulously detailed. Compared to engines of the same class, it could be lighter in weight and require fewer parts. Naturally, the failure rate would be lower as well. Lin Hai carefully reviewed all the documentation. He confirmed there were no issues whatsoever. Then he called Zhao Tian over. This is passenger aircraft engine technology. Hand this USB drive over to the premier. Zhao Tianlai was utterly astonished. After all, Lin Hai had previously stated it would take 2 months to develop. He hadn't expected it to be completed nearly 20 days ahead of schedule. Are you certain this technology is truly viable? Zhao Tianlai couldn't help but ask. Lin Hai smiled, that's not for me to decide. It should be confirmed by the experts at the Civil Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau. Makes sense. I'll submit it immediately. Lin Hai stretched lazily and resumed optimizing the fighter jet. When the premier received the USB drive, he was utterly astonished. He hadn't expected the technology to be developed in just over a month. It was practically like a fairy tale. He couldn't tell whether the technology inside was viable or not. He could only send someone to deliver the USB drive to Meng Bofiai. Meng Bofiai had endured a grueling few days. Though he kept the factory churning out aircraft, but all the news coming in was bad. The M nation remained adamant about maintaining sanctions against China, even declaring it would never supply commercial engines for passenger aircraft. Moreover, aircraft manufacturers had significantly raised prices, taking advantage of the situation to extract more money from China. Hearing that the engine manufacturing technology was contained within the USB drive left him feeling dazed. Director Zhao, are you certain this contains engine technology? Could it be that you sent someone to obtain it from Western countries? Zhao Tianlai chuckled. No matter how capable our spies are, they couldn't pull off something this big. If we could easily steal advanced technology from Western countries, why would we have to toil away on our own research and development for so many years? Alright, verify the feasibility of this technology immediately. The premier is awaiting our response. Understood. I'll immediately assemble the technical team to run computer simulations. Meng Bofiai hastily agreed. There's one thing I must remind you, this engine technology is critically important to our nation. You must maintain strict confidentiality during the technical review. Zhao Tianlai said with utmost seriousness. Meng Bofiai nodded, rest assured, I've got security here under control. Then I'll await your good news. Zhao Tianlai didn't linger, he needed to hurry back to continue protecting Lin Hai. Meng Bofiai immediately summoned all engine specialists for an emergency meeting. Dozens of experts gathered in the conference room. All wore puzzled expressions, unsure why they'd been summoned at this hour. Could it be that the nation was planning to independently develop passenger jet engines? Meng Bofiai's expression was incredibly grave as he declared, from this moment on, no one is permitted to leave the conference room. Even bathroom breaks must be accompanied by security personnel. This is the engine technology entrusted to us by the nation. We must verify its feasibility at the fastest possible pace. All the experts were stunned. How could engine technology have been acquired in just over a month? If we truly possessed such capability, why would we spend a fortune purchasing commercial engines from country M? Director, is this true? Is our country really secretly researching jet engine technology for passenger aircraft? Someone couldn't help but ask. That's not our concern. I'll immediately transfer the documents from above to your computers. We must quickly simulate the feasibility of this technology using computer modeling. Meng Bofiai finished speaking and distributed the data to each expert. Everyone began frantically inputting data, using software to simulate the engine's performance. As the director of the Civil Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau, Meng Bofiai was also highly knowledgeable about engine technology. He found that all the data and dimensional annotations were extremely detailed. Even the assembly processes were clearly documented. This went beyond mere technical specifications, it bordered on manufacturing processes. Meng Bofiai was utterly stunned at that moment. Developing such an engine would undoubtedly require an enormous team. As an academician at the National Academy of Sciences, he knew exactly how many technical personnel were available in this field. The nation simply couldn't possibly support such a massive research team right now. Had this technology simply materialized out of thin air? Or had it been obtained directly from Western nations through some means? Meng Bofiai forced himself to suppress his excitement and began inputting data into the testing software. This technology held the fate of countless lives in its hands. Even the Prime Minister could no longer focus on his work. He set aside his documents and walked to the window, gazing out at the scenery. Perhaps a miracle might just happen. With such top-tier talent in our country, we will witness rapid technological advancement. We would no longer need to worry about being locked out by foreign technology. Today might just be the first step in breaking through foreign restrictions. The Prime Minister stood by the window, murmuring to himself. He remained in his office until late into the night. His secretary approached with a cup of tea, feeling deeply concerned at the Prime Minister's weary appearance. The pressure the Prime Minister had endured over the past month was immense. A single engine determined the fate of a company worth trillions, no small matter. Should this project fail, not only would vast sums of money be lost, but more crucially, China's standing in the global community would suffer a severe blow. It would demonstrate China's complete inability to counter the Western nations' embargo. Prime Minister, perhaps we won't have results today. Why don't you go back and rest first? No need. I've specifically called Meng Bofiai. Results will come today. I'll wait for their call right here in my office. At that moment, in the conference room of the Passenger Aircraft Research Bureau, all the experts were rapidly tapping away at their keyboards. All data input successful. Initiating simulation. Transmission system operating normally. Engine performance data is coming in. The experts stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Meng Bofiai urgently demanded, "What are the conclusions? Tell me immediately. Director, this is unbelievable. All data meets operational requirements, and the engine's performance even slightly exceeds that of M-country passenger jets. Moreover, fuel consumption is a full 40% lower than other passenger aircraft." Chapter 53, Success. 40% fuel savings. Stunned. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded by the findings. Before this, they believed that even if they could develop a commercial engine for passenger aircraft, would inevitably fall short of M nations in terms of performance and fuel efficiency. Under these circumstances, an engine that barely met operational requirements was already considered quite good. First meet the domestic aircraft market's needs, then gradually refine the technology. But the data before them left them utterly dumbfounded. They initially suspected a glitch in the simulation software had caused the anomalous readings. Meng Bofiai rushed to the computer after hearing the report. Was there a mistake somewhere? Or was it an input error? How could it achieve a 40% reduction in fuel consumption compared to existing aircraft? The data couldn't be wrong, we double-checked it after inputting. Could it be a problem with the simulation software? Someone raised the question. Another expert stated firmly, "My software shows everything is normal. Absolutely no issues." Meng Bofiai's heart pounded with excitement. Forget about achieving a 40% fuel savings while meeting performance requirements. Even a 1% reduction would be a remarkable breakthrough. This was too incredible, so unbelievable he couldn't bring himself to trust it. The test results would be reported to the premier, there could be no mistakes. Retest immediately. Meng Bofiai issued the order on the spot. All the experts sprang back into action. While testing the software, they simultaneously verified the input data, fearing errors might slip through. Yet after thorough inspection, they confirmed no issues, the data was entirely accurate. After more than half an hour, the test results finally came in. The expert exclaimed excitedly, "No mistake, it's identical to the previous test results." This engine technology documentation was exceptionally detailed, even clearly outlining the manufacturing and assembly processes. We can now commence engine production strictly according to the technical specifications. Meng Bofiai felt his heart racing, pounding so hard it seemed to leap into his throat. This was simply unbelievable. A 40% fuel efficiency improvement, what did that signify? It means that with airfares remaining at current levels, airlines could quickly turn a profit. They could finally escape decades of operating at a loss. No more need for the state to keep bailing these airlines out. It meant that our domestically produced aircraft could fly farther distances with fuel tanks of the same size. It means our aircraft will meet stricter emission standards than foreign models, leaving no justification for denying our domestically produced planes access to their airspace. This signifies that we have completely broken the monopoly of foreign passenger aircraft. As Meng Bofiai spoke, his eyes welled up with tears. After years of arduous struggle, we've finally achieved a technological breakthrough. We can now demonstrate to the world that China's manufacturing capabilities are formidable and will never be stifled by Western sanctions. The other experts listening to Meng Bofiai's words were also moved to tears. The past month had been unbearably frustrating for everyone. They had endured immense pressure. Their long-held dream was to develop their own passenger aircraft as soon as possible. Yet such complex technology required breakthroughs step by step. They could only begin by manufacturing other components of the aircraft. The most critical and technologically advanced component, the engine, had to be imported from M country.
Just as success seemed imminent, they faced an embargo from country M. Everyone felt utterly frustrated.
Now, with more advanced engine technology finally in hand, we no longer have to bow to M's whims. As experts dedicated to domestic technological advancement, they found themselves utterly speechless to express the overwhelming emotion of this moment. Every single person was moved to tears. Some even wanted to shout with joy. But now is not the time for celebration. Until the engine is manufactured and successfully tested in flight, they must maintain secrecy and await the nation's next directive. Director, report this news to the Premier immediately, someone urged. He must still be awake, awaiting our test results. You're right. I was so caught up in my excitement that I completely forgot about this crucial matter. Meng Bofiai quickly dialed the Prime Minister's office phone. Hearing the ring, the Prime Minister's secretary answered immediately. This is Meng Bofiai. Is the Prime Minister still in his office? Hold on a moment. The Prime Minister's secretary exclaimed excitedly, it's Director Meng Bofiai of the Civil Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau calling. Hand it over immediately. The Prime Minister quickly took the phone. Bofiai, how's the situation? As he spoke, the Premier couldn't help but feel tense, fearing bad news. Good news. Our test results are in. The engine's performance surpasses even M nation's most advanced model, yet it achieves 40% better fuel efficiency. Hearing these figures, even the Prime Minister felt his composure slip. He pressed urgently. Be precise, is it a 4% savings or a 40% savings? That's a significant difference. Prime Minister, you absolutely heard correctly, 40% fuel savings. This figure is simply too incredible. When the data first came out, I couldn't believe it myself. The person who developed this engine must be a genius. Prime Minister, could you tell me his name? Prime Minister, some figures flashed through his mind. If fuel efficiency could be reduced by 40%, and all aircraft nationwide were to use their engines, the savings from reduced fuel costs alone would amount to a staggering sum. This would mean rapid development for the aviation industry, eliminating the need for government subsidies. Instead, it could generate substantial profits, providing the nation with a steady stream of income. Even though he had witnessed many grand occasions, the Prime Minister now felt so overwhelmed that he could barely breathe. He took several deep breaths to steady his nerves. Bofiai, this is no small matter. Are you absolutely certain the test data is correct? I guarantee it's absolutely correct. We double-checked all the input data. And to ensure the testing software was reliable, we ran the tests twice. Meng Bofiai replied. I understand. Everyone has worked hard, but it's still too early to rest. Begin production of this engine immediately. Once it's installed on the aircraft, conduct test flights at the fastest possible pace. Our timeline is extremely tight. I hope everyone will work together to get the prototype produced first. Rest assured, Premier. We'll work around the clock to produce the engine as quickly as possible. With such remarkable technology at our disposal, even if we were told to go home and rest, none of us could sleep. Meng Bofiai declared with delight. Also, the person who developed this technology can tell you it's Lin Hai, who just won the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Lin Hai? Meng Bofiai was utterly stunned. His mind flashed back to Lin Hai's bold claim during the Nobel ceremony, any existing technology can be broken through in just 3 months. Chapter 54, China's counterattack, can they handle it? After hanging up, the Premier immediately placed a personal call to the chairman. He relayed the results of the engine tests to the chairman. After all, he had been closely monitoring this matter and wanted the chairman to share in the excitement. The chairman was profoundly shocked upon hearing the data. Lin Hai truly hasn't let us down, and he's brought us such a tremendous surprise. Even awarding him another first-class merit medal would be no exaggeration. The chairman exclaimed with delight. Quite right. With our own high-performance engines, we've revitalized a trillion-dollar industry. I have a proposal. Since we've confirmed the engine technology is fully viable, and since it was developed by Lin Hai, I believe there's no need to wait for testing after manufacturing. We can announce this news immediately. The chairman stated. The Premier hesitated upon hearing this. Isn't this approach a bit too aggressive? If any subsequent issues arise, it could lead to unfavorable international repercussions for us. It's fine. Many Western countries are just waiting to see us fail. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. If we keep yielding like this, it would only undermine the confidence of our allies. Moreover, I'm confident that even if problems arise later, Lin Hai has the capability to resolve them. Understood. I'll prepare immediately and announce the news at the most opportune moment. The Prime Minister agreed. By the way, since Lin Hai has just earned another first-class merit, isn't it a bit too soon to award him now? After all, he received a first-class merit just a few months ago. The Prime Minister inquired. The chairman also found this matter somewhat troublesome. Lin Hai was truly a super genius prodigy. He'd just received a first-class merit award, then won the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. The buzz from both achievements hadn't even died down yet, and now he was about to receive another first-class merit. It almost makes the first-class merit seem worthless. How about this? Let's wait until the engine is installed on the aircraft and the test flight is successful before awarding him the first-class merit. At least that would create a longer interval between the two awards. That's a good idea. I agree. After discussing the matter, they hung up the phone. The Premier was about to deploy the breakthrough engine technology. Only then did he remember he should inform Lin Hai. Lin Hai hadn't gone back to sleep tonight.
He was rapidly tapping away at his keyboard, optimizing the fighter jet's performance. Zhao Tianlai approached with the phone in hand. This was a call from the Prime Minister himself. Ah, it's the Prime Minister. Lin Hai immediately stood up. He respectfully said, "Good evening, Prime Minister. This is Lin Hai. I'm calling to congratulate you. Expert simulations confirm the engine technology you submitted is fully viable. Not only does it fully meet the performance requirements, but it also achieves a 40% fuel efficiency improvement. This is an extraordinary achievement. You have made an immense contribution to the nation and are a great hero of the country. On behalf of the national government, I extend our heartfelt congratulations. Prime Minister, you flatter me. This is simply my duty. I've already discussed this with the chairman, and we plan to announce the breakthrough technology ahead of schedule. This demands high standards for your technical expertise and problem-solving abilities. Should any issues arise during future production, we will still need your expertise to resolve them," the Prime Minister stated. "Rest assured, Prime Minister, I will spare no effort. By the way, I do have a small suggestion." Lin Hai suddenly remembered something crucial. "What is it?" "I will give it careful consideration. I discovered that many foreign institutions are taking advantage of the situation to short our airline, aiming to reap substantial profits. I hope the state can retaliate in kind, finding an appropriate moment to release information. Rapidly inflate the company's stock price, leaving these short-selling institutions to lose their entire investment. We could also short their companies in return. It'd be a shame not to seize this opportunity," Lin Hai declared. "Though I'm not well versed in finance, my understanding deepens as I acquire more technical knowledge." After some preliminary research, he gained a thorough understanding of the tactics employed by these foreign financial institutions. The Prime Minister pondered briefly. "This matter requires careful evaluation. I will give it serious consideration." "Understood. Whether my proposal is approved or not, I will abide by the nation's arrangements," Lin Hai replied. After hanging up, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Though the technology was a system reward, it could help the nation thwart the schemes of Western powers. Any Chinese citizen would find cause for celebration. He'd better hurry up and finish optimizing the fighter jet, then he'd finally have time for a date. Major universities had now officially resumed classes. Li Moore had also started her military training. Every day during meals, Li Moore would send messages to Lin Hai for a brief chat. She shares stories about her military training. Of course, Lin Hai had a special status. Although he was a freshman, he was specifically exempted from military training for research purposes. Li Moore specifically mentioned in their chats that many female classmates had already found boyfriends. Her words were dripping with envy. Lin Hai promised Li Moore he'd make time to spend with her in a few days. Only then did Li Moore brighten up. 2 days later, the national financial team was fully prepared. Massive capital poured directly into the stock market, rapidly driving up airline stocks. At the same time, foreign passenger aircraft manufacturers faced massive short selling. Stock prices plummeted rapidly. While many were investigating the source of these funds, a startling announcement was released. Huaxia has developed a new generation of passenger aircraft engines whose performance rivals that of the most advanced foreign engines. What's most astonishing is that its fuel consumption is 40% lower than that of foreign aircraft. The news spread like wildfire, exploding across the internet like a nuclear bomb. The news spread rapidly, becoming the headline story on major websites. While stunned, most people found the news hard to believe. Impossible, they thought. China simply couldn't have developed such an engine in such a short time. This is clearly fake news, probably an attempt to drive down aircraft purchase prices. Claiming a 40% reduction in fuel consumption? Stop dreaming. Huaxia's PR skills are getting worse and worse. They actually dared to publish such ridiculous figures. If they'd claimed a 4% fuel savings, maybe some might have believed it. Claiming such a massive technological leap overnight defies all scientific logic. Most people are analyzing why the news is fake, and almost no one believes it. But soon after, Huaxia's official channels released another set of engine specifications, this time highlighting some less significant data points. The moment this news broke, the global internet exploded. Chapter 55, Foreign Short Sellers Weeping in the Bathroom. Originally, many assumed China's claims were fabricated. After all, achieving such drastic fuel efficiency seemed implausible. But when the Chinese government officially released the data, the situation changed entirely. This demonstrated that Huaxia possessed sufficient confidence to prove they had mastered these technologies. Production could commence immediately, with successful engine manufacturing achievable in no time. Almost simultaneously, domestic airline stocks skyrocketed. Meanwhile, shares of foreign passenger aircraft manufacturers and related industries plummeted. Some companies even saw their stock prices halve overnight. Institutions that had shorted China were left stunned. With hundreds of billions in leveraged funds, faced with stocks hitting the daily limit up, they couldn't sell. A single limit up day wiped out hundreds of billions in capital. The pain was excruciating. "Manager, all our short positions in Huaxia stock hit the limit up. We can't sell a single share. Hordes of buyers are flooding in, all scrambling to snap up shares. It looks like we're facing at least a dozen consecutive limit ups. We're in danger of getting wiped out. Should we urgently mobilize funds to cover positions? If capital falls short, our $50 billion will go down the drain." The portfolio manager's face turned ashen. He roared, "What the hell is going on? Get to the bottom of this immediately. According to the plan, we should have pushed the stock to its lowest point in 2 days. Why did it suddenly surge?" The phone rang urgently. The portfolio manager rushed to answer it.
I order you to immediately halt all short positions and withdraw all funds. Recover the funds at any cost as quickly as possible.
Boss, it's too late now.
The stock hit the daily limit up with massive buying pressure.
We simply can't cover our positions.
If we can't repay the shorted financial securities, we'll keep losing money until we get liquidated.
What the hell is going on?
This is way off our plan. The portfolio manager demanded urgently. A news report just broke. Huaxia has developed an engine for passenger aircraft that achieves 40% greater fuel efficiency than the most advanced engines in our country.
Upon this announcement, all Chinese aviation stocks hit the daily limit up. Meanwhile, stocks in our country aviation sector and across Europe plummeted. Fake news. This is absolutely fake news. How could they possibly achieve such massive fuel savings? China must be spreading disinformation. We must immediately sue China in the international court for spreading fake news and disrupting the market.
They must compensate us for every single cent of our losses, the portfolio manager screamed, his voice cracking with anguish. Losing so much money hurts like hell, but they've already released a lot of the data.
This news is likely true.
Before long, they'll be producing even more advanced passenger jets. You must use every means possible to dump the short positions immediately.
Even if it means fabricating fake news to drive the stock price down. I'll also find ways to pressure the Chinese government.
Make them take the short positions off our hands. The head of the short selling firm declared.
Understood.
I'll do everything in my power. The portfolio manager hung up the phone, his entire body going completely numb. Although he could earn a hefty commission by manipulating Huaxia Company's stock, he had assumed this was a surefire win. He had bet his entire personal fortune, leveraging it to short Huaxia airline stock. He had already made hundreds of millions in profits, but with this sudden reversal, not only would he earn nothing, all his investments would be wiped out. He would become penniless, potentially owing tens of millions or even hundreds of millions to the bank. The portfolio manager suddenly erupted in a frenzied shout, withdraw the funds immediately. Even if we have to buy back at a premium, return the borrowed shares.
At any cost, we must get out. A nervous trader replied, Manager, we can't buy any stocks right now. We can't return the borrowed shares we shorted. All orders are hitting the upper limit, no one is selling.
I don't care, figure it out immediately.
Hire online trolls to spread rumors that Huaxia's announcements are all fake and drive the stock price down.
The portfolio manager had completely lost his mind. Even if it meant breaking the law, he would find a way to withdraw the funds from the stock market.
Numerous overseas review agencies began swarming to suppress Huaxia's official announcement. They desperately sought excuses, claiming the engine was fundamentally unrealistic. They even threatened to sue the Huaxia government in international courts for disrupting the investment market. Even US technical experts began solemnly explaining that even if such a difficult technology could be developed, it would take at least a decade or more to become truly usable. It was simply impossible to produce within any reasonable time frame. But China's official channels left them no room to interfere.
Major authoritative departments released news statements, even providing a timetable for the test flight of the domestically produced passenger aircraft. Within just 6 months at most, the aircraft would be equipped with the most advanced engines for test flights. They also refuted the fake news attempting to discredit China.
Chinese netizens erupted in celebration.
They poured all their money into aviation stocks, not only to profit themselves but also to strike back at foreign short-selling institutions.
Who would turn down such a golden opportunity?
Those who bought quickly made a fortune, while those who hesitated regretted it bitterly. They could only wait until tomorrow to see if there would be another chance to buy.
China truly is the strongest. A mere engine? We can develop it in no time.
Ha! Not only have we officially developed commercial aircraft engines, but fuel consumption has nearly halved, ushering in an era of massive profits for airlines. Lucky for me, I saw the news and immediately bought up all my savings in airline stocks. They're already hitting the daily limit up.
I reckon these stocks could easily multiply several times over. You're a genius, man.
I was a bit slow on the uptake, but I still managed to grab over 100,000 shares.
I'm kicking myself now.
Tomorrow I'll keep a close eye on it and buy at the limit up price.
Buying now is a surefire win. Those foreign short-selling institutions must be crying their eyes out in the bathroom by now.
A few more limit ups and their positions will blow up. They won't be able to cover their borrowed shares.
They'll likely lose at least hundreds of billions.
Serves them right, those foreigners deserve to lose big.
Their hearts are truly black, trying to suppress our Chinese aviation industry at every turn. Let them lose so badly they can't even afford pants. Where are those sheepdogs? Didn't they say our Chinese tech is no good? Come out and show yourselves.
Ignore that trash. They probably followed the foreigners shorting the market and are already bleeding money. Probably already heading to the rooftop to jump. The entire nation erupted in celebration, hailing the successful development of the passenger jet engine.
Chapter 56, Shocking the World. Who in China developed such groundbreaking technology? Amidst the excitement, someone suddenly asked. Only then did netizens realize they'd overlooked such a crucial detail.
Many rushed to the official website to leave comments and inquire.
Which scientist could possibly develop an engine in such a short time? Could it be that the country had prepared contingency plans long ago, ensuring domestic production could be used when foreign engines couldn't be purchased? But that didn't make sense either.
If the country had been researching such advanced domestic engines from the start, there would have been no need to buy engines from the US. Especially since many die-hard fans of Lin Hai specifically visited the National Defense University's official website to leave comments and inquire.
Is this engine developed by Lin Hai?
A massive influx of netizens flooded the National Defense University website, nearly crashing it.
Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, President Wang Kailan looked utterly bewildered. President, our university's official website has now surpassed 1 million comments. Everyone's asking if the passenger jet engine was developed by our university's Lin Hai. How should we respond? You're asking me? Who should I ask? I don't even have clearance for such critical matters. Wang Kailan felt utterly frustrated. Just then, Wang Kailan's phone rang an unknown number. He answered, "Hello, this is Wang Kailan." "Hello, President Wang. This is the Prime Minister's secretary." Wang Kailan's expression turned solemn upon hearing the caller's identity. "Principal Wang, I'm calling to convey the Premier's directive.
The passenger jet engine was developed by Lin Hai and has already passed technical department review. To enhance the sense of pride among our citizens, the state has decided to make this information public.
As Lin Hai is a student at the National Defense University, it is most appropriate for your institution to announce this news.
One more point, to protect Lin Hai's safety. We suggest stating that the engine was developed by a research team led by Lin Hai.
Do you understand?
After all, it's simply unbelievable that one person could develop such an advanced engine in such a short time."
Wang Kailan quickly replied, "Understood. I understand everything." After hanging up, Wang Kailan was overcome with excitement.
He told his subordinates, the Prime Minister's secretary called to confirm that Lin Hai developed the passenger jet engine technology. However, to protect Lin Hai's safety, we must state that it was a research team led by Lin Hai.
Draft an official announcement immediately and distribute it. Remember, it must look impressive and grand.
This time, our National Defense University will make a global splash again.
Wang Kailan rubbed his hands together excitedly. With so many inquiries pouring in, I never imagined it would actually be Lin Hai. How does his mind work
to develop such complex technology in such a short time?
Enough questions, get the news out there immediately. Wang Kailan urged impatiently. Soon, the National Defense University's announcement was released, confirming that Lin Hai was indeed the lead developer of the passenger jet engine. Once the news was out, countless media outlets scrambled to repost it. Once again, it set the entire internet ablaze. Once again, we bowed down to the great Lin.
Before you, my niece can barely stand. You're simply too awesome.
Holy crap, Lin the genius wasn't exaggerating one bit when he spoke at the awards ceremony. He didn't even need 3 months, he cracked the technology effortlessly.
All you snarky naysayers, come out here so I can slap you silly.
Just wondering, did your faces hurt? Did they swell up? Master Lin delivers on his promises, breaking through the blockade once again. Come out and say something, you bastards. Damn impressive.
Truly worthy of a Nobel Prize in mathematics developing such advanced engine technology. And he did it in less than 2 months.
From now on, Lin is my only idol. Celebrities?
They're nothing compared to him.
Why doesn't Master Lin open an account? If he did, his followers would instantly hit 100 million. He's probably too busy with work to even go online. This news isn't just spreading domestically. Some even shared it on international platforms. Those who once thought Lin Hai was particularly arrogant are now completely convinced. I suspect he's a time traveler from the future. How else could he master such cutting-edge technology? My impression of him has changed once again. I used to think he was arrogant and conceited.
Turns out he's a true genius. Any technical challenge is child's play to him. I'd love to study at the National Defense University alongside such a genius.
You're dreaming. Foreign students can get into Tsinghua or Peking University, but they'll never set foot in the National Defense University.
Western companies have taken a heavy blow this time.
Let's see if they dare to impose a technology blockade on China anymore. They've finally learned their lesson. China is our brother. We will always stand with China. Western arrogance needs to be put away. The future belongs to China.
The Japanese, who previously sneered with cold derision, have instantly changed their tune. Truly a great nation. We should not oppose China but build strong relations with them. Only then can we safeguard our security. I've long said China will eventually surpass the US. We cannot forever follow the US. We must think for ourselves. Aligning with China is our future. The Koreans, however, were bitter as ever. This is merely a technological breakthrough. Who knows how many years it will take to actually produce the engines? Who knows, country might unveil even more advanced engines soon. Lin Hai is so brilliant, maybe he's actually one of us Koreans. We Koreans also have the Lin surname. Let's investigate the Lin family genealogy immediately. These remarks immediately drew ridicule and criticism from netizens worldwide. The shamelessness of the Korean nation truly knows no bounds. They want to snatch everything. Too bad their own skills aren't up to par. The legendary Lin doesn't even bother with them. Maybe eating too much kimchi pickled their brains, making them think the whole world belongs to them. The happiest people right now are the faculty and students of the National Defense University. This honor belongs to the National Defense University. Everyone is immensely proud, striding out of the campus gates with heads held high and chests puffed out, walking with a spring in their step. A long banner hung at the school entrance. Warm congratulations to the Lin Hai team for successfully developing a world-class advanced engine for the nation. The entrance to the National Defense University has become a popular spot for internet celebrities. Though unable to meet Lin Hai himself, people flocked to the school entrance to take commemorative photos. Principal Wang Kailan was absolutely overjoyed. This year's admission cutoff score ranks second only to Peking and Tsinghua universities. If this trend continues, the National Defense University might just become the nation's most prestigious institution.
Chapter 57, this has them fuming. The top executives of the world's two passenger aircraft manufacturers gathered for an urgent meeting. With no price limit restrictions overseas, their company's stock had been halved. All gains from the past month had evaporated, with significant losses piling up. Many executives, having received advance information, had bet their entire fortunes in hopes of making a killing. Unexpectedly, the backlash came swiftly. Not only did they fail to profit, but everyone suffered significant losses. Those who leveraged their positions to chase higher prices fared even worse, some having lost their entire principal. This occurred despite the company desperately buying back shares to stabilize its stock price. Yet the short-selling pressure proved overwhelming, compounded by an avalanche of negative news, rendering the decline unstoppable. At this rate, it likely won't be long before the stock price is halved once again. Boeing's losses were even more devastating. After all, it was hyped up so intensely before, so now it's crashing even harder. Everyone, come up with a plan to boost our stock price immediately. Otherwise, investors will tear our company apart. The Boeing CEO's expression was grim. This is the biggest crisis the company has ever faced. I suspect China's forces are shorting us. How else could they be so precise? The moment the news broke, the shorting capital was already in place, said one executive. I don't care about these details. I'm asking how we're going to handle this situation. The vice president's face hardened with a ruthless expression. Only the president can help now. Freeze all Chinese short-selling funds. It's too late. The largest short-selling fund has already withdrawn entirely. They weren't greedy at all. They retreated the moment the stock price dropped 40%. The finance manager stated. Unbelievable. It was indeed Huaxia's officials shorting us. They're retaliating against our price hike. The Boeing CEO slammed his fist on the table in fury. Our stock plunge isn't the worst part. If China truly develops an engine that saves 40% on fuel, our global operations would suffer severe damage. With such technology, even if our planes were priced higher, no one would buy them. After all, an aircraft can fly for over a decade, even 20 or 30 years. The fuel savings alone could buy several new aircraft. The sales manager said with a heavy expression. Damn it, I don't believe the news coming out of Huaxia is genuine. What's the analysis from the technical department? Can we find any discrepancies in the official data released by Huaxia? If we can confirm the data is flawed, we can use that as evidence to expose their lies. The president urgently inquired. This was his only chance to turn the tables. The technical department manager, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stood up and stated expressionlessly, their engines utilize the latest technology. Based on the data we've obtained, we haven't found any issues. Their design structure is truly astonishing, utilizing energy far more efficiently. It's far more advanced than our engines. Based on our current findings, their breakthrough technology appears to be genuine. The president opened his mouth to speak. He slumped back into his chair. If China truly manufactures such an advanced passenger aircraft, their company could face bankruptcy in the future. No, we cannot concede defeat. We must pressure the country government to exert influence on China. Refuse to issue airworthiness certificates for their aircraft and prohibit their export. At most, they should only be allowed for domestic use. The president clung to this lifeline, shouting loudly. The vice president interjected, that's actually a good approach. Not only should our country impose sanctions on China, we must also unite all European nations to prevent China's aircraft from being sold abroad. Only then can our company survive. We'll only lose the Chinese market. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. Boeing is simply too vital to the United States. If it were to collapse, countless people would lose their livelihoods. It would also result in a significant loss of tax revenue. The US government would never allow that to happen. At the same time, Airbus executives were also holding tense meetings. Their conclusions were nearly identical to Boeing's. They now deeply regret their past decisions. China had previously extended an olive branch, expressing interest in purchasing Airbus engines. But in an effort to curry favor with the United States, they had flatly refused. Now they had not only lost a major customer but also made a formidable enemy. The performance of China's passenger aircraft is no worse than theirs, and crucially, it can reduce fuel consumption by nearly half. Such figures are irresistible to any nation. Aircraft fuel consumption is prohibitively high. Achieving such significant savings would translate to enormous profits for airlines. To ensure the survival of these two major corporations, several European nations and the United States swiftly reached an agreement. They jointly issued a statement. They expressed doubts about the safety performance of China's aircraft and stated that until absolute safety could be confirmed, they would not issue airworthiness certificates for Chinese-made passenger aircraft, nor would they permit other nations to purchase them. They even threatened other nations, forbidding Chinese-made passenger aircraft from flying to their territories. Upon this news breaking, Airbus and Boeing stock prices finally halted their downward slide. However, such unfair terms immediately sparked outrage among Chinese netizens. Many smaller nations supporting China also condemned Western countries for being unreasonable. A wave of public opinion quickly surged online. These Western countries are utterly shameless, unable to compete technologically. They resort to underhanded tactics. Their so-called Western civilization is nothing but a mask of hypocrisy. Once their interests are threatened, they abandon all rules. Therefore, we must not place excessive trust in the United States. The future belongs to China, and we should fully commit to cooperating with China. Even if they unite to impose sanctions, it won't matter. This ancient Eastern dragon is poised to soar. Start learning the Chinese language now. It's the key to securing better opportunities in the future. Agreeing with the previous comment, you're absolutely right. Thanks for the reminder. I'm signing up to learn the Chinese language immediately. Online sentiment is overwhelmingly supportive of China. Even many netizens in M country can't argue with the facts. Their country's actions have completely violated the principles of free markets. Good heavens, I can't believe our government would make such a decision. It seems our nation's status as the world's dominant power is beginning to decline. I'm heading to China for work. That's where the future lies. Chapter 58, Full-Scale Protection. National Financial Command Center. In a massive conference room, numerous traders rapidly tapped away at their keyboards. Moments later, they halted almost simultaneously. Reporting to the director, all overseas short-selling funds have been safely and successfully withdrawn. Calculate the total profit. Overseas operations yielded a total of 800 billion yuan. Domestic funds remain in the stock market with a market value of 600 billion yuan. It's estimated that, without impacting the domestic stock market, it would be best to gradually sell off the shares over 2 months. This won't affect the airline stock price. Have all domestic short-selling institutions been liquidated? The director inquired again. The largest short-selling institutions have all suffered margin calls. A few smaller, more resilient institutions with limited capital injections have temporarily avoided margin calls. However, China's engine technology has now made breakthroughs. The stock will only rise steadily from now on, with virtually no possibility of decline. Their severe losses and eventual exit are only a matter of time. Alright, then gradually withdraw our funds. But also reserve another 100 billion yuan as a contingency. This will prevent foreign short sellers from suddenly dumping shares and allow for timely market rescue in case of emergencies. We must shut the door on these dogs and eliminate every last speculator. Understood, leader. The head of the Financial Emergency Command Office returned to his office. He placed a call to the Premier. Prime Minister, this is Qiming. Qiming, you're calling me with good news, right? The Premier asked with a smile. The Prime Minister guessed right. Our counterattack was a resounding success. Not only did we inflict massive losses on foreign short-selling institutions, but we also earned 800 billion yuan overseas and over 400 billion yuan domestically. In just a few days, we've earned the equivalent of the tobacco group's annual tax revenue. Director Qiming exclaimed excitedly. Excellent. Everyone worked tirelessly through days and nights. Not at all. Everyone's spirits are high. We've always been at a disadvantage in financial warfare, often taking losses. This time, we've finally gotten our revenge. It's only because the nation achieved timely technological breakthroughs that we could win this battle. Lin Hai is truly remarkable. I'd love to meet him in person. If we could invent more cutting-edge technologies like this, we might just break the dollar's hegemony in one fell swoop. I believe that day will come. The Premier said. Then I shan't keep the Prime Minister any longer. Goodbye, Prime Minister. Goodbye. The news was promptly relayed to the President. The President couldn't help but slap the table in excitement. Excellent. This time we've finally made a name for ourselves. Not only have we broken the monopoly of Western nations, but with this funding, we can invest in the research, development, and production of new weapons. Our nation's high-end weapons still lag significantly behind M nation. We must accelerate their development. The President's secretary also wore a broad smile. Lin Hai is currently helping optimize fighter jet technology, right? If he can truly achieve a significant performance boost for our fighters wouldn't be far behind M's. You're absolutely right. Once we narrow the technological gap to a certain extent, we can compensate with tactical maneuvers. Oh, and one more thing. Lin Hai's influence on the international stage is growing steadily. With various technological breakthroughs underway, we can't rule out Western nations sending assassins. Inform Zhao Tianlai to intensify security measures for Lin Hai. And have the military district cooperate as well. He is our national treasure. Absolutely no mishaps are permitted. Yes, sir. I'll relay the orders immediately. No one has paid attention to the students at the National Defense University. Every single janitor, security guard, and even the cooks at the entire institution have been replaced with new personnel. These individuals are special forces trained within the military, and they have secured the entire National Defense University like an iron barrel. Anyone outside the academy's internal personnel who enters will be detected immediately. Moreover, their entire background records will be retrieved immediately. Any suspicious activity triggers immediate apprehension. The chairman's concerns proved justified. Within days, several foreign spies infiltrating the country were apprehended. Weapons intended for assassination were also found on their persons. After interrogation, all these spies were secretly disposed of. The general public remained completely unaware. The foreign spy agencies were furious, banging on tables daily, smashing countless teacups in frustration. Ever since Lin Hai mastered the Chinook technology, they had spared no effort to infiltrate the National Defense University. Yet every attempt ended in failure. Every spy they dispatched vanished, lost to contact forever. As the highest-ranking officer tasked with protecting Lin Hai, Zhao Tianlai now faced immense pressure. He now provides near-constant protection, rarely leaving Lin Hai's side. Until the chairman issued an order for the military to cooperate. Over 1,000 Special Forces soldiers were deployed at once, meticulously monitoring every corner of the National Defense University, leaving no blind spot. Even the faculty and students of the academy were subjected to a complete re-investigation. The university's president, Wang Kailan, was also assigned the task of assisting in Lin Hai's protection. This year, the National Defense University's military training added a new component.
Should Lin Hai encounter danger, they must risk their lives to rescue him. This was their training regimen and the duty of every student. Nearly all the students had come to regard Lin Hai as an idol. They approached this training with utmost seriousness, hoping that one day, should Lin Hai truly face danger, they would be able to make a difference. Though Lee Moore was a female cadet, she trained with exceptional focus. Especially with the recent technological breakthrough in domestic passenger aircraft engines, Lee Moore knew it was undoubtedly Lin Hai's achievement. Recalling Lin Hai's earlier words that answers would come within 2 months, Lee Moore finally understood the meaning behind those words. Breaking through this technology not only brought glory to the nation but also saved a massive industry. It would also strike a blow against the arrogance of foreign competitors. Lee Moore now felt not just admiration for Lin Hai, but deep reverence. Having conquered the engine technology, she wondered if there would be time for a day together. Recalling the promise Lin Hai had made, Lee Moore couldn't help but blush slightly. Wang Biao was the most displeased of all. From the very beginning, he had harbored no goodwill toward Lin Hai. Now, military training involved daily lessons on how to protect Lin Hai. He seethed inwardly. "You want me to protect you? Just wait, the first chance I get, I'll be the first to take you out." Lin Hai paid no attention to the outside world, finally completing the performance optimization of the fighter jet. Beyond enhancing the engine to boost performance while reducing fuel consumption, he also made minor structural adjustments to the aircraft, aiming to enhance its performance at the lowest possible cost. After the modifications, the overall performance improved by 30%. While it still couldn't match the most advanced fighter jets from M Nation, it wasn't far off. Chapter 59, Shopping Together. To truly surpass M Nation's fighters, besides reverse engineering their aircraft, another path was to acquire more advanced manufacturing technology through mission objectives. After all, due to design limitations, the existing fighter jet's 30% performance boost represents its absolute ceiling. Of course, enhancing national defense combat capabilities isn't something that happens overnight. We can't simply retire all existing aircraft just to research the latest fighter models. Moreover, the more advanced the technology, the higher the cost. Beyond countering M Nation, the upgraded fighters can now outclass any other nation's aircraft. At least within the next decade, their performance won't lag behind. Lin Hai had ample time to complete missions and acquire more advanced fighter jet technology. Lin Hai reviewed the optimized technology once more before sending it directly to President Wang. Wondered what expression Director Wang would wear upon seeing this technology. He stretched comfortably, finally finished the task. These past days have been unbearably tedious. Li Xiuzhan listened to Lin Hai's words. He knew Lin Hai had been working incredibly hard lately. Even though he'd spent most of that time sleeping, he had developed a top-tier engine and helped optimize fighter jet technology. Both of these tasks would normally take the team several years to accomplish. Lin Hai had accomplished them effortlessly on his own. Perhaps it was precisely because he was so exhausted that he needed such long periods of sleep to recover. Li Xiuzhan was particularly worried that Lin Hai might wear himself out. With a gentle smile, he said, "Lin Hai, if you feel tired, please take some proper rest. The scenery at the National Defense University is quite pleasant. Why not go out for a walk?" "All right, I won't hesitate then." Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Lin Hai wanted to go out, Zhao Tianlai quickly asked, "Are you planning to go shopping? It'd be best if you could tell me the route so I can make arrangements in advance." Lin Hai thought for a moment and said, "No need to go to all that trouble. We have a commercial street right here on campus anyway. I'll just wander around campus. I've been at the National Defense University for so long and I haven't even explored it yet." Zhao Tianlai breathed a sigh of relief. He'd apprehended no fewer than 10 spies recently. The pressure on him was immense. Although higher-ups had specifically ordered that all of Lin Hai's requests be accommodated. Even if Lin Hai wanted to go out shopping, he absolutely couldn't stop him, only provide full protection. Protecting him while out shopping was several times more difficult. Staying on campus was much easier. Lin Hai glanced at the time military training had concluded. Due to the need to protect Lin Hai, the military training had actually lasted a month and a half. Numerous additional training sessions had been added. Lin Hai sent Li Moore a message, asking if she was free. Li Moore had just finished military training and was taking a shower in the dormitory. Seeing Lin Hai's message, she was instantly overjoyed. "Of course I'm free. Are you available to meet up now?" "Yeah, just wrapped up all my work. I'd like to take you to the school's commercial street. You've been here so long and haven't been once." "Sure thing. I'll get changed right away. I'll meet you at your dorm entrance." Lin Hai was dressed in very casual clothes. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he spent most of his time at the research institute. His skin had grown increasingly fair. Standing at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, his handsome appearance drew quite a few glances. Many passing girls couldn't help but glance at him twice. Suddenly, one of them realized how familiar Lin Hai looked. "Wow, isn't that Lin Hai?" one girl squealed. She hurried over. Hearing that name, everyone nearby turned to look. "Oh my gosh, it really is Lin Hai. He's my idol. Can I get your autograph? He's even more handsome in person than on TV. How can he be so good looking?" A crowd of girls instantly swarmed around him. Everyone wanted a photo with Lin Hai. The bolder ones even tried to add him on WeChat or ask for his phone number. Soon, the crowd at the dorm entrance swelled. Seeing this was getting dangerous, Zhao Tianlai hurriedly led everyone forward. "Everyone step back. Have you forgotten what we learned in military training?
You can't gather in such large groups. Zhao Tianlai dispersed the crowd. Lin Hai apologized, sorry, maybe next time we can take a group photo together. The girls looked disappointed but had no choice but to leave. Meanwhile, quite a few curious onlookers wondered why Lin Hai had ended up at the entrance to the girls' dormitory, seemingly waiting for someone. Some didn't even walk far, lingering nearby to watch discreetly. Before long, Li Moore emerged wearing a white dress. She had clearly dressed up carefully for today's date. Her skin was exceptionally fair even after military training under the sun, she hadn't tanned. Her appearance immediately drew attention, even drawing admiring glances from other girls. How long have you been waiting? I'm so sorry my makeup took forever, Li Moore hurriedly explained. Seeing you looking this beautiful makes every extra minute worth it, Lin Hai replied with a smile. Li Moore felt a surge of happiness at the compliment. Yet she also felt a bit shy. Let's go. You know the campus better than I do, show me where the lively spots are. Sure thing. Our school's commercial street is really great. It has almost everything you could want, both Chinese and Western cuisine. You can get almost everything you need without even leaving campus. Li Moore said. This was because the National Defense University had many classified matters, so they tried to minimize students going out. The campus facilities are exceptionally well equipped. Especially since the president considered Lin Hai's needs working so hard, he deserves to get out and explore. If we went outside the campus, security would be a major issue. It made more sense to enhance the campus facilities instead. Consequently, numerous new cafeterias and shops opened this year, allowing Lin Hai to remain safely on campus. Over a month into the semester, Li Moore and her roommates had already explored every corner of campus. She brought Lin Hai to the commercial street. During breaks, the commercial street buzzed with activity, teeming with people coming and going. The shopping street offered clothing stores and various snack stalls. Prices were incredibly affordable, making it a favorite among students. Couples strolled together, creating a picturesque scene. This is amazing. I never imagined the school would be so lively. Lin Hai gazed in astonishment at the bustling crowd. Well, with so many students on campus, business here is booming, Li Moore explained. After walking for a while, the two found a restaurant and sat down. This place has great food. What would you like to order? Li Moore asked. I'm fine with anything. Since you've been here before, you order. Lin Hai replied. While Li Moore ordered, Lin Hai noticed a news report on the TV. Someone actually shaped grapes into stars and hearts. Li Moore noticed it too, utterly amazed. Wow, grapes can grow into shapes like that? They're so beautiful. Chapter 60, Agricultural Safety Matters Equally. Shapes like these aren't as easy to clean as round grapes. And the taste should be the same anyway. Is shape really that important? Lin Hai asked, thoroughly puzzled. Of course it matters. Girls definitely prefer things that look pretty. If such grapes truly existed, even if they were expensive, they'd be perfect as gifts for girls, they'd absolutely love them. Li Moore explained. Many girls who saw this news couldn't help but gasp in amazement. They all expressed particular fondness for such grapes. But then the news anchor clarified that these grapes were photoshopped. Currently, no one has successfully cultivated this type of grape. Many people felt it was a real shame. They said that if such grapes truly existed, they'd buy them to taste no matter how expensive. Guys especially thought how romantic it would be to buy such beautiful fruit to give to their girlfriends. Hearing the sighs of many girls, Lin Hai finally realized how much girls actually care about these things. No wonder luxury goods sell so well overseas. The pricier the item, the more it made girls feel prestigious, they'd scrimp and save just to buy something that boosted their image. Seeing Li Moore's deeply disappointed expression, Lin Hai chuckled and said, come on, it's just grapes. It seemed like other fruits could be molded into different shapes. If she didn't want grapes, she could buy other fruits instead. Sigh, to be honest, our domestic fruits just can't compete with foreign ones anymore. They have dedicated agricultural researchers. Take Japan, for example, they've cultivated many high-quality fruits that sell for premium prices. Foreign cherries also command high prices in our country. Even many vegetable seeds seem to be imported from abroad. Beyond military technology, we're starting to fall behind in many other areas too. Li Moore sighed. Lin Hai offered reassurance, such situations will gradually improve over time. Our nation is growing stronger, and the government will gradually prioritize these issues. Once we cultivate more talent, we will surely surpass other nations in every field. I hope that day comes soon. If you weren't specializing in military technology, then venturing into agriculture would surely allow us to surpass foreign countries with ease. Li Moore said with a smile. A thought struck Lin Hai. He quietly opened the Sleep God System store and specifically searched the agriculture section. Searching for agricultural technologies, he actually found techniques to cultivate grapes into various shapes. Not only that, but he could also exchange for grape cuttings. Simply graft them onto grapevines, and they'll bear fruit in the same year. What's more, these grape cuttings weren't expensive at all, just 100 points could exchange for 10,000 cuttings. A bold idea suddenly struck Lin Hai. While cutting-edge technology is crucial, we mustn't overlook the fruits we eat daily. Many imported fruits face patent barriers in China. Domestic farmers are unable to cultivate these premium fruits. They can only be imported from abroad. As a result, imported fruits command exorbitant prices, siphoning off vast amounts of wealth. Consider that a single bunch of grapes can cost several hundred yuan. Just exporting these grapes alone must have netted them billions from China. Then there are imported pineapples and cherries, priced absurdly high.
It's said that importing durians alone costs tens of billions annually. All that money could build so many advanced fighter jets.
What are you thinking about?
Lemur watched Lin Hai staring off into space, waving her hand in front of his face.
Could it be you're still thinking about those grapes? Yeah, I'm asking you, do you really love those star-shaped and heart-shaped grapes that much? If they were actually sold in the market, would you pay a premium to buy them? Lin Hai inquired. If they existed, I'd definitely buy some. Besides eating them, they'd make great decorations on the table. Of course, such grapes would be incredibly expensive. I couldn't buy too many.
So tell me, how much per pound could you afford? If they're delicious, I think people would pay 300 or 400 yuan per pound. But such high-end grapes are probably only something wealthy people would eat regularly.
For ordinary folks like us, getting a gift like this on Valentine's Day would be pretty great. Lin Hai inwardly gasped.
Holy cow, a single bunch must weigh 2 or 3 pounds.
That'd cost over 1,000 yuan. No wonder these business people imported Valentine's Day from abroad.
They've clearly spotted that men are willing to spend big when chasing women.
Lin Hai smiled and said, hearing you talk about it, I'm actually getting interested in cultivating these premium fruits.
I'll ask the principal to set aside a plot for me and see if I can grow these grapes. Lemur stared at Lin Hai with wide, beautiful eyes, utterly astonished.
Did I hear that right? You're really going to do this? Why not? You like these grapes too, don't you? Once they're successfully cultivated, I'll give you the first batch as a gift.
Lin Hai said with a smile.
That's not quite appropriate.
With your exceptional abilities, you should focus on breaking through foreign monopolies in technology for the nation.
You could contribute to the nation. How could you waste your time researching fruit just for me? That's such a waste.
Lemur hurriedly refused. Lin Hai chuckled, don't worry, this won't take up too much of my time. Later, I can have the university establish a new major, recruiting students interested in agriculture. Think of it as a new part-time discipline. If we can truly cultivate grapes in all shapes and sizes, we'll still make a fortune.
Would the principal really agree to your request? It should be fine.
Working on agriculture can just be my leisure activity. After all, I can't spend every day researching cutting-edge technologies. Besides, high-end fruits are monopolized by foreign countries. If we can truly develop these fruits, we could export them for foreign exchange.
That wouldn't be any less beneficial to the country than researching weapons. Lemur found this reasoning very sound and immediately agreed. If such a program were offered, I'd be the first to sign up.
I'm sure many other students would join you in this research. Then let's work hard together and aim for a harvest this year.
Next year we can scale up cultivation. Valentine's Day is celebrated worldwide. Launching these grapes then would guarantee a huge hit.
Lin Hai said with a smile. I used to focus solely on developing advanced fighter jets, never considering practical aspects of life.
Truthfully, if we develop agriculture well, we can still make big money worldwide. Moreover, as a major nation, ensuring domestic agricultural security is crucial. We must cultivate diverse high-quality agricultural products to eliminate reliance on imported seeds. Chapter 61, Teaming Up with the National Defense University for Agriculture. Lin Hai had an idea and acted on it immediately, cultivating a fruit that could take the world by storm. If star-shaped and heart-shaped grapes could truly be cultivated, romantic Westerners would surely pay premium prices for them. They're more inclined to indulge in life's pleasures, willing to spend extra to satisfy their vanity. During meals, Lin Hai was often recognized by others rushing over to take photos and request autographs. Seeing Lin Hai's dates constantly interrupted, Zhao Tianlai quickly sent someone to stop the commotion. Lin Hai and Lemur felt somewhat helpless. Once you become famous, life truly becomes incredibly inconvenient. Their first date ended abruptly. Lin Hai arrived at Wang Kailan's office. Wang Kailan greeted him warmly. Come, take a seat. What brings you to my office today? Principal, I'd like to apply for a plot of land to establish an agricultural program specializing in cultivating premium fruits. Lin Hai stated his purpose. Wang Kailan thought he must have misheard. After all, Lin Hai was the school's top technical expert. Why would he suddenly want to grow fruit? That would be such a waste of his skills. He personally poured Lin Hai a glass of water and placed it before him. Wang Kailan spoke earnestly. Lin Hai, you are a vital talent for our nation. The country desperately needs you right now. You mustn't waste time on trivial matters like this. Taking a break when you're tired is fine, but your research focus mustn't stray. Lin Hai had anticipated Wang Kailan's reaction. With a smile, he explained, Principal, you've misunderstood my intentions. I'm not wasting all my time on this. It's merely a relaxing activity I pursue in my spare time. Moreover, once I cultivate this grape variety, it will surely astonish the world. After patenting it, we could turn it into an exclusive business venture, generating substantial profits for the university. But agriculture requires significant investment and yields slow returns. We're the National Defense University, focused on national defense research. Suddenly diving into agriculture seems a bit out of place, doesn't it? Wang Kailan found it hard to believe that agriculture could generate such substantial profits as Lin Hai claimed. Moreover, domestic consumers share a common perception. High-end fruits cultivated abroad command premium prices, while fruits grown by domestic farmers symbolize affordability and value. How many people would actually pay for premium domestic fruit? Don't worry, President. This is essentially just a club activity. It's just about letting students learn some skills during breaks. After all, not everyone will land a great job after graduation. Agricultural entrepreneurship is a perfectly viable option.
I guarantee it won't interfere with students' regular studies or my research work. All I need is for the school to provide a plot of land. Of course, I'd also appreciate the school's assistance with purchasing other necessary items. I currently have 5 million yuan to invest. Is such a large investment really necessary? Wang Kailan was astonished. He had assumed a small plot would suffice. Investing millions suddenly felt like building an entire farm. Lin Hai pulled up the news article he had read earlier on his phone. This is the grape variety I want to cultivate. Though it was a fake news story, I saw the consumer response was genuinely positive. Grapes shaped like this are bound to hit the market and become a huge hit. Wang Kailan glanced at it, his face filled with disbelief. This stuff is all computer generated. It's completely unscientific. It is indeed fake, but science holds countless possibilities. It's entirely feasible to cultivate grapes like this. Not only can they look great, but their taste can even be improved. I did a quick survey and found that during special holidays, people would pay 5 or 600 yuan, even over 1,000 yuan for a single bunch of these grapes. Even if such grapes yield only 5,000 jin per mu, with each jin selling for 200 yuan, the revenue from 1 acre would reach millions. Principal, do you think agriculture has tremendous potential for growth? Wang Kailan was utterly stunned. He had always been skeptical about agriculture's potential. Investing in agriculture takes too long, and many companies end up losing money. But based on these calculations, the profits could be enormous. If you cultivated 100 acres, that would mean hundreds of millions in revenue. Such profits seem almost unbelievable. Are you certain you can actually cultivate grapes like this? Lin Hai nodded solemnly. I'm quite confident. That's why I hope the school can provide sufficient resources. I absolutely won't disappoint you, Principal. Besides the land, just tell me what else you need. It's essentially a joint venture between you and the school. The school provides the investment, you contribute the technology. Profits will be shared with you. Why are Qingbei University and Peking University so formidable? It's precisely because they have university-affiliated enterprises. They transform developed technologies into marketable products. But the situation at National Defense University is different. They train officers and develop weapons. They can't very well develop weapons and then sell them worldwide. Even if they wanted to, the state would never approve. Agricultural products developed through research are different. These products pose no national security concerns and can be sold normally on the market. If tens of thousands of acres were cultivated, the annual output value could reach hundreds of billions. With the world's vast population and the fact that more developed countries place greater emphasis on holidays like Valentine's Day, sales would undoubtedly be exceptionally strong. Wang Kailan even thought these grapes could command a higher price initially. Only by pricing them higher would affluent buyers feel more prestigious purchasing them. No problem, it's settled. Besides the land, we'll need to purchase some grapevines. Of course, it would be best to get vines that can bear fruit this year. Although it's summer now and most grapes are already ripe, with my cultivation method, they can ripen again in winter. The first batch of grapes could hit the market by Valentine's Day this year. Once we successfully cultivate the first batch, we can use grafting techniques to grow even more grapes next year. Lin Hai said with a smile. Developing technology to serve the nation is certainly no problem. And if we can incorporate some commercial ventures along the way to make more money, that's not a bad thing either. Wang Kailan was already deeply intrigued. He patted his chest in agreement, promising to implement the plan as soon as possible. Especially since Lin Hai mentioned grapes hitting the market this year meant immediate profitability. He immediately convened a meeting with all levels of leadership at the university to discuss the matter. Once everyone had gathered in the conference room, Wang Kailan addressed them solemnly. The university has decided to designate an area for grape cultivation. Do you have any suggestions? The school leaders were all dumbfounded. Why would the National Defense University grow grapes? Principal, are we now adding agricultural subjects to the National Defense University curriculum? Someone asked, clearly baffled. Chapter 62, Lin Hai's directive execute immediately. That's correct. The first project for the agricultural discipline is to grow grapes. Not only do we need over 100 acres of land, but we also need to purchase grapevines that can bear fruit within the same year. Wang Kailan stated. But were the National Defense University isn't growing grapes a bit inappropriate? At first, I shared your concerns, but this project was Lin Hai's initiative. Moreover, it can cultivate high-end grape varieties for the nation. Within a few years, it could generate billions in revenue for our university. With that capital, we can invest in even larger projects. Therefore, this project is well worth pursuing. Wang Kailan explained. Currently, grape prices are not particularly high. Even the imported sunshine grapes in our country have seen their prices drop. Sunshine grapes grown by ordinary farmers sell for around 10 yuan per pound in the market. Considering the high cultivation costs, there's little profit left. Can the grapes we've developed really command a premium price? Asked the finance department director. Wang Kailan smiled faintly. I can't say for sure until the new variety is fully developed. But we should trust Lin Hai's capabilities. He said that once this grape is developed, even the wholesale price could reach over 200 yuan per gene. The profit margin is quite substantial. Everyone was stunned. 200 yuan per gene for grapes? That price is outrageous. The principal, known for her strong-willed nature, spoke up. Such a high price might be hard for consumers to accept. Only a few specially cultivated premium varieties from select countries command such high prices. Domestic consumers don't place such high value on locally grown fruit. The investment is too large, we might end up losing money. The principal is right. Even though our school receives government funding, every penny must be spent wisely.
We shouldn't make investments recklessly just to chase profits. Our National Defense University operates differently from other institutions.
Our primary mission is cultivating elite military talent and defense technology specialists for the nation.
Suddenly switching to grape cultivation is simply unacceptable. Alright, everyone, please settle down. I understand your concerns right now. This skeptical attitude is commendable. However, I can assure you that if this project succeeds, it will undoubtedly yield substantial profits. As for why I'm so confident, I can't disclose the specifics to you. After all, it involves trade secrets.
But I hope you'll join me in placing your trust in Lin Hai's capabilities. Lin Hai has invested his entire 5 million yuan Nobel Prize award as initial funding for this project. If he didn't have such strong confidence, he wouldn't have staked his entire fortune on it.
Everyone else found this utterly unbelievable.
Since arriving at the university, Lin Hai has already broken through 2 cutting-edge technologies and won a Nobel Prize. It was truly hard to fathom why someone like him would suddenly turn to agriculture.
Since the president is so confident, we won't oppose it anymore.
I happen to know there's a vineyard not far from our school. It's about 200 or 300 acres in size. The owner operated it for several years but lost his entire investment. Now the vineyard is practically abandoned. I think leasing that land would perfectly suit Lin Hai's requirements, said the Dean of Education.
A place like that exists? What a stroke of luck. Wang Kailan was overjoyed upon hearing this. It was like someone delivered a pillow just as he was nodding off.
With a dedicated vineyard, all we need is someone to restore it to working condition. It would save a lot of hassle. The lease price for this vineyard shouldn't be too steep, but agricultural investments take time to yield returns. Many investors have lost their entire capital.
Lin Hai finally got his bonus. If he invests recklessly, I fear he'll lose every penny. Will the higher-ups blame us? Someone voiced their concern. After all, Lin Hai's current status is exceptionally sensitive. The slightest misstep leading to negative publicity could tarnish the reputation of the National Defense University itself. If Lin Hai's agricultural investment fails, the National Defense University must at least bear responsibility for inadequate oversight. Rest assured on this point our school can certainly allocate the necessary funds. Let Lin Hai provide the technology, and the university will allocate funds for investment.
If a new variety is successfully developed, Lin Hai and our National Defense University will jointly hold the patent.
Wang Kailan stated.
Seeing Wang Kailan's firm stance, the other university leaders ceased their objections. After all, higher authorities had specifically instructed that all of Lin Hai's requests should be accommodated to the greatest extent possible. Investing in a grape base would cost no more than 10 or 20 million yuan at most. Even if it resulted in a total loss, it would still be considered an acceptable outcome to report to higher authorities. Should Lin Hai propose similar ventures in the future, they would have grounds to intervene. Upon receiving this favorable news, Wang Kailan immediately dispatched representatives to negotiate the lease of the vineyard. The vineyard was overgrown with weeds, bearing abundant grapes that went unattended. All were late-ripening varieties, still unripe at this time of year. The original owner had long suffered heavy losses, and the annual rent for such a large plantation was no small expense. He had been trying to sell it for a long time, but no one was interested. Hearing someone was willing to take it over, he was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he immediately offloaded this hot potato at the lowest possible price. In less than a day, the deal was sealed. The contract was signed, and the lease payment was transferred. Then he called Lin Hai to explain the situation. The land you wanted has been secured, and the grapevines are already in place.
Wang Kailan explained the situation. Lin Hai was overjoyed. That's fantastic.
Having established vines saves a lot of trouble.
I'll transfer the funds to you right away.
Hurry and secure the lease for the vineyard. Don't worry, everything's already taken care of.
The school will provide the investment and you'll contribute the expertise. We'll split the profits 30-70. You take 30%, the school takes 70%. What do you think? Sounds good.
I'll leave it up to you. Although Lin Hai could go it alone and earn more that way. But for Lin Hai, making that much money wouldn't really serve any purpose. Even with just a 30% share of the profits, he'd still rake in over 1 billion yuan annually. Plus, the school's profits can fund better teaching resources for students. What should we do next? These grapes are late ripening varieties, they're not ready yet. I'll create a tutorial. First, hire some people to clean up the vineyard and remove the weeds. Then I'll recruit 100 students from the school as the first batch of trainees. During breaks, I'll personally teach them about grafting and cultivation techniques, Lin Hai explained.
Alright, that's manageable. With your reputation, gathering 100 students will be a breeze. Wang Kailan replied. Chapter 63, Agriculture is also technology.
The school posted an announcement about establishing a grape cultivation interest class, with Lin Hai as the instructor.
This club would only meet during after-school hours. It won't interfere with regular studies.
However, agriculture is demanding work that requires hands-on labor in the fields.
The moment the announcement went out, students across campus were utterly baffled. What's going on? Why would Professor Lin suddenly take an interest in grape cultivation? No clue, but anything Lin the Great teaches must be legit. Gotta sign up first. Whoa, hold on, wait for me. I'm signing up too. Only 100 spots available. If you wait too long, it'll be too late. Personally, I think agriculture is a great field. All the premium fruits we have now are imported from abroad, and they're so expensive. If we could cultivate such a huge market ourselves, we wouldn't have to spend so much on foreign fruit.
Some people expressed complete confusion, while others were genuinely intrigued. Especially when Lee Moore heard the news, she immediately dropped everything and rushed to sign up as fast as she could. If she could get into this class, she'd get to see Lin Hai regularly. Lee Moore hadn't expected Lin Hai to arrange things so quickly. By the time she arrived at the registration site, she was already over 30 in line. All 100 spots were filled within half an hour. Those who missed out beat their chests in regret. The teacher in charge of enrollment could only offer consolation. Don't worry, students who missed out. New subjects may be developed in the future. We'll definitely be recruiting again then. News of this quickly spread across the school's online community. Everyone was curious about what kind of grapes Lin Hai intended to cultivate that warranted such a grand display. Many aspects of the National Defense University were under close scrutiny. The news of Lin Hai's agricultural project immediately drew media coverage. Netizens were utterly perplexed. Why would the legendary Lin suddenly turn to agriculture instead of technology? This is the National Defense University. Could the grapes he grows actually be used as weapons? Seems like a waste of resources. With those capabilities, they should be researching more advanced fighter jets or lithography machines instead. Maybe he's run out of ideas. Can't come up with anything new anymore, so he's just planting grapes and such. Most netizens weren't amused by such sarcastic remarks. They unleashed a torrent of abuse. Get lost, how come I keep running into scum like you everywhere? These traitors never give up, always scheming ways to attack our great Lin. Beyond the comments, some even wrote serious articles analyzing the situation. Personally, I think it's great that Lin is researching agriculture. I carefully looked up the data, and our country's seed security situation is extremely severe. Most premium fruits are imported from abroad and locked behind patents. Even vegetable and grain seeds are controlled by foreign companies. This is extremely disadvantageous for us. Master Lin's agricultural research likely aims to alert the nation to food security concerns. Reading this analytical piece, I find this perspective quite plausible. Technology isn't just about advanced weapons. Food security is equally crucial. Japanese netizens, however, found confidence in this matter. When it comes to agricultural R&D, Japan is still the best. You Chinese have stolen a lot of our agricultural technology. Even Lin Hai might not be able to develop better fruit varieties than ours. We must protect our fruit security and not let the Chinese get their hands on it. Chinese netizens were deeply dissatisfied. Stop acting like a big shot. You Japanese have stolen countless Chinese herbal medicine formulas from us. If you're so capable, develop your own. Stop stealing our formulas. With genius Lin around, he'll definitely cultivate superior fruit and grain seeds. I'll stake my reputation on it. Lin Hai couldn't care less about the online chatter. These past few days, he's been grinding tasks to accumulate points not only to exchange for grape cultivation techniques, but also to obtain some grape grafting branches. The first batch will cultivate 2 varieties. One is a green grape similar to the Sunshine Rose, while the other is the Rose Red. Though visually similar, the varieties differ significantly. The new varieties can be cultivated into star and heart shapes, but crucially, they're twice the size of market grapes and seedless. Their flavor profiles are all top tier. With so many advantages combined, they could easily outshine all existing varieties on the market. Lin Hai was utterly amazed upon learning the cultivation techniques for these grapes. It turns out modern agricultural technology is so backward. Compared to the techniques provided by the system, it was light years behind. To save Lin Hai time, Wang Kalin even assigned him 2 teaching assistants. Their sole responsibility was to handle issues. They quickly mobilized temporary workers from nearby villages to clear the vineyard. Lin Hai finally began teaching his students the first lesson. On Saturdays, neither teachers nor students had classes. Lin Hai held the first class right in the vineyard. Each student was given a set of grafting and pruning tools. They also received a straw hat to shield them from the sun, giving them a somewhat rustic, farmer-like appearance. Everyone was incredibly excited. They were all admirers of Lin Hai. Being able to learn from Lin Hai was a dream come true for them. Lin Hai began with an opening lecture. First, I want to congratulate you all for choosing agriculture as your elective. Though many view agriculture as a low-end industry, I assure you this view is entirely mistaken. Starting today, we will transform agriculture into a high-tech endeavor. By harvest time, you'll realize just how extraordinary agriculture truly is. Though farming is extremely demanding and physically taxing, I hope everyone will persevere. Only when the harvest comes will you truly experience genuine joy. After boosting morale, Lin Hai began his formal lesson. Today's first lesson is pruning fruit trees and grafting new branches. Since the grapes have already set fruit and the weather is currently extremely hot, the demands for cultivating and grafting grapevines are exceptionally high. Our mission is to have the first batch of grapes ripen before Valentine's Day. Hearing Lin Hai's words, everyone felt utterly astonished. Valentine's Day falls in winter, a time of bitter cold. Here in northern China, how could grapevines possibly ripen in such a short time? Though filled with doubt, anticipation prevailed. Because every student knew Lin Hai would never deceive them. This was undoubtedly an advanced cultivation technique in agriculture. As Lin Hai explained, he began pruning the grapevines. He cut away all the nearly ripe grapes and grafted new shoots onto the vines. This made many classmates feel particularly heartbroken. Such fine grapes, nearly ripe, were being cut away entirely. Chapter 64, Wine can be made even from unripe grapes. Lin Hai, these grapes are about to ripen. Isn't it a waste to destroy them all? Lee Moore couldn't help but ask. Lin Hai replied, these grapes have never been properly tended. Their quality is poor, they wouldn't fetch much at market. If we wait for them to ripen, we'll miss another season this year. We'll have to wait until next year to grow good grapes. It may seem wasteful, but this is actually the best choice. Lin Hai explained to everyone, this is the principle of sacrifice for gain. If we don't discard these poor quality grapes, we won't be able to harvest our new variety this winter. After hearing Lin Hai's explanation, the students finally understood the logic behind it. Lin Hai had the cut grapes piled together. Soon they formed a small mountain. Though the grapes had grown, they were far from ripe. They tasted intensely sour and astringent. Only a few grapes showed a hint of red and were barely edible. Seeing so many grapes go to waste, Lin Hai felt deeply regretful. He pulled up the system store and searched for winemaking techniques. To his surprise, he actually found what he was looking for. Even unripe grapes could be used to craft wine with exceptional flavor. However, sugar must be added during fermentation to convert it into alcohol. This entire plot spans 300 acres. Even without proper management, it could still yield 1,000 or 2,000 pounds. 300 acres of grapes would yield a total of 4 or 50,000 pounds. Leaving them anywhere would pollute the environment. We should find a way to turn them into wine. Lin Hai sought out his advisor. I need to order a batch of supplies, preferably within 2 days. Lin Hai listed the wine-making equipment and materials to them. These items are readily available on the market. The advisor said, no problem. Not just 2 days, we can get it done in one. Where should we put these items after purchasing them? Just bring them here. We'll build several prefabricated storage units as quickly as possible to house the wine vats. The instructor looked puzzled. Are you seriously planning to make wine from these grapes? They're not even ripe, they're incredibly sour and tart. The sugar content is far too low. Even if you somehow manage to ferment them, the quality will be terrible. Lin Hai smiled and said, I'm just experimenting. It's such a waste to let all these grapes go to waste. Even if the first batch doesn't turn out well, we can use them again when we get better grapes later. Though the tutor thought the whole idea was rather far-fetched. Their job is to help Lin Hai resolve any issues. Whether it succeeds or not is none of their concern. The winemaking method Lin Hai employed was extremely traditional. It required young women to wash their feet thoroughly before treading the grapes. Lin Hai planned to recruit some temporary workers from the school tomorrow. They would use their break time for winemaking. Not only would this effectively utilize the grapes, but it would also provide the school students with some extra income. With more hands on deck, the work progressed swiftly. Over 20 acres were pruned in a single day. After all, they were just starting to learn and weren't very skilled yet. With a few more days of practice, the pace should pick up even more. Though everyone was sore and exhausted, they were thrilled to have gained so much knowledge. When it was time to wrap up, Lin Hai announced to everyone, today's on me, let's head back to school for barbecue. Wow, awesome. Lin, you're the best. I'm starving, I could eat a whole cow right now. Lin Hai smiled and said, eat as much as you want, no need to be polite. But don't get drunk on the alcohol. The group cheered and piled into cars to head back to campus. 100 people filled over a dozen tables, sitting together to eat. They chatted about amusing things, feeling utterly content. Lin Hai and Lin Moore sat together, experiencing university life for the very first time. Lin God, classes are about to start. Will you be attending with us? A girl asked. Of course. I came to university to learn more knowledge. The research institute is just my part-time job, it won't interfere with my studies, Lin Hai replied. Oh, I see. So that means we'll get to attend classes with you from now on. Exactly. Everyone must study hard and cherish the opportunities here at school. Though Lin Hai encouraged his classmates to study. But for him, sleeping through class was the real priority. You see, class time is just like meetings, you can earn quadruple points. Plus, the system store contains all the knowledge from every course. Simply accumulate enough points, and you can master all the knowledge from 4 years of university. This was far faster than attending lectures. The remaining time could then be devoted to developing other new technologies. Of course, you can't let your classmates learn from you. For ordinary students, diligent study remains essential to graduate successfully. By the time Wang Biao realized Lin Hai was pursuing agricultural studies, it was too late, he hadn't registered. Missing the chance to get close to Lin Hai left him filled with regret. He could only investigate first. He felt that Lin Hai's grape cultivation was definitely not just a hobby. There might be other motives at play. Arriving at the vineyard, they saw some temporary workers laboring there. They were clearing away pruned grapevines and weeds. Wang Biao used his National Defense University credentials to gather information from these workers. What had Lin Hai and his students been doing today? The workers, caught off guard, answered honestly. A farm woman working there remarked, these fine grapes will be ripe in just a month or so. To cut them all down is such a waste. Wang Biao's eyes lit up as he surveyed the piles of grapes in the field. This was a golden opportunity to strike back at Lin Hai. All these grapes are going to be thrown away, hundreds of thousands of pounds worth. The government has been advocating for food conservation, yet Lin Hai dares to waste so recklessly. Overjoyed, Wang Biao photographed every single cut grape to preserve evidence. He planned to wait until every last grapevine was cut down before posting the photos. This would stir up online outrage and damage Lin Hai's reputation. The vineyard was just beginning cleanup, so there were no secrets for others to uncover. Lin Hai paid no attention to matters here. After finishing his meal, he bid farewell to his classmates. Li Moore lingered reluctantly. Though they'd both worked together all day and were exhausted, their hearts felt exceptionally joyful. Will you go to the vineyard again tomorrow? Of course I will.
We must finish grafting all the vines as soon as possible. Delaying any longer would push back the harvest time, and we wouldn't make it for this year's Valentine's Day. I've already asked the instructor to recruit more professionals to help with pruning and grafting. Great. See you tomorrow then. Lee Moore perked up instantly. Chapter 65, Establishing a Branch Campus for Lin Hai. Lin Hai returned to his residence and focused on sleeping to earn more system points. Every university subject could be exchanged for points. After redemption, one could master all knowledge related to that subject within the university. Achieving perfect scores was no longer a challenge. The National Defense University Research Institute was fully focused on developing the supersonic helicopter, only needing to consult Lin Hai when encountering technical issues. For the rest of the time, Lin Hai was relatively free. He either teaches students in the vineyard or takes long naps at the institute. The National Weapons Research Institute received the optimized technology Lin Hai had sent over. They immediately mobilized all technical personnel to begin software simulations. After 2 days and nights of relentless effort, they finally simulated the data. The results stunned everyone. Performance had improved by over 30%, with engine power alone surging by 40%. Crucially, takeoff torque increased by 50%, enabling faster initial takeoff speeds. Fuel consumption was reduced by 30% compared to previous models. With this fuel efficiency gain, the fighter's overall performance skyrocketed. This meant significantly more operational flexibility. With the same fuel tank size, endurance increases by 30%, extending the combat radius beyond previous limits. Alternatively, without extending the combat radius, the aircraft can carry a heavier weapons load. This significantly enhances the fighter's combat effectiveness. Moreover, the aircraft structure has been optimized. The turning radius has been reduced, naturally improving maneuverability. This dramatically enhances its air combat capabilities. An expert trembled with excitement. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. When the dean first proposed having Lin Hai provide optimization suggestions, I was the first to oppose it. How could one person possibly accomplish such a massive workload in such a short time? But now I know I was wrong. Lin Hai cannot be judged by ordinary standards. His importance surpasses even our entire Weapons Research Institute. Director Wang smiled warmly as he said, I had my doubts at first too. But he single-handedly developed the engine for a commercial aircraft, and it's the most advanced commercial engine technology in the world. I knew he wasn't exaggerating. Our newest fighter jet may well depend on him in the future. Director, I have a suggestion. Vice Director Zhao Xin interjected. Speak freely, we'll deliberate together. Lin Hai is a super genius. His aircraft design concepts are truly extraordinary. It's safe to say his mastery of technology surpasses every one of us. This is pure innate talent. No amount of effort could achieve such heights. I agree with everything you've said. Now, please share your proposal. President Wang urged. My proposal is to establish a branch of the Weapons Research Institute at the National Defense University. Merge it with the National Defense University's Weapons Research Institute. Given Lin Hai's extraordinary abilities, doesn't that mean he could reverse engineer the B-2 bomber and Bear Nation's Tu-160 strategic bomber? President Wang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. All the technical staff began whispering among themselves, convinced this idea was worth pursuing. I had mentioned this to Lin Hai once before, and he said that if we could provide as detailed information as possible, he indeed had a high chance of reverse engineering this technology. However, replicating such technology requires substantial funding and time. It might not be achievable in the short term. That's why I prioritized optimizing our existing fighter jets. Now it seems that the projects to replicate the B-2 and Tu-160 can be put on the agenda. I will report this to the chairman immediately to explore the possibility of establishing a branch campus at the National Defense University. President Wang stated. Dean Wang, if the chairman approves this project, could you assign me to it? You know my greatest dream is to build a strategic bomber that rivals the United States B-2. Even if we can only replicate it, I'd be satisfied. Zhao Xin quickly interjected. President Wang did not refuse his request. Nodding in agreement, he said, I can explain the situation to the chairman regarding this matter. If you are indeed transferred there, you must cultivate a good relationship with Lin Hai. You can vent your temper here, but you'll need to rein in your temperament over there. Zhao Xin quickly assured him, Dean, rest assured. If I become the branch director, I'll treat Lin Hai like royalty. Besides, when I lose my temper here at the institute, it's only because I'm frustrated by his potential. Once I'm there, I'll learn diligently from Lin Hai and fulfill all his requests. If it means replicating the B-2 bomber, I'll do whatever it takes. Our nation desperately needs strategic bombers. Without such formidable weapons, our military strategic reach remains too limited. Alright, with such assurances, I can rest easy. Await my good news. President Wang personally visited the chairman's office. He handed the test report to the chairman for review. The chairman was deeply shocked upon reading it. Are you certain these data are accurate? How could such a minor modification yield such a dramatic performance boost? Chairman, rest assured it's absolutely correct. This is the result of 2 days and nights of testing by dozens of experts at our research institute. Lin Hai is a super genius. Seeing the structural modifications he made, all our technical staff were utterly amazed. This design philosophy even surpasses that of M Nation. The reason it only achieves a 30% overall performance boost is because our own fighter jets lack sufficient baseline capability. This is already quite impressive.
Such a significant performance boost has drastically narrowed the gap between our domestically produced fighters and those of country M. The chairman remarked with satisfaction.
The chairman is absolutely right. However, I have one more suggestion, or rather, a personal request. Tell me about it.
I've seen the optimization techniques and realized that Lin Hai's design philosophy is incredibly forward-thinking. If he were to design a brand new fighter jet, its performance would undoubtedly see a significant leap forward. I propose establishing a branch of the Military Industry Research Institute at the National Defense University, with Zhao Xian appointed as its vice president. Ideally, we should replicate the B-2 or Tu-160.
This would greatly benefit our nation's defense development, said President Wang.
The chairman rose upon hearing this and paced back and forth.
This matter is of utmost importance. Both the B-2 and Tu-160 are currently the world's most advanced strategic bombers. Are you truly confident we can replicate them?
The chairman asked with a grave expression. I've discussed this specifically with Lin Hai. If we can provide more detailed information, it is indeed highly feasible. I recommend handing over all our collected materials on this subject to Lin Hai and dispatching experts to assist him.
There is still considerable hope of replicating the B-2 bomber.
Alternatively, we could develop our own strategic bomber with performance that wouldn't be inferior to foreign models.
President Wang stated solemnly. Chapter 66, The Mathematics Professor's State of Mind. Your reasoning is sound.
At present, entrusting this critical task to Lin Hai appears to be the most cost-effective approach with the highest probability of success. However, I cannot make such a major decision alone. I will convene a meeting for a vote as soon as possible.
Please return and await further notice.
Now that we've confirmed the technical feasibility, we should immediately optimize our fighter jets based on existing technology. The chairman spoke up.
Yes, sir.
We will ensure the mission is accomplished. President Wang knew he had swayed the chairman, and this matter would surely pass the vote during the meeting.
After all, the nation's cutting-edge weaponry still lagged significantly behind M-Nation. The nation could not afford to abandon any chance of success. Moreover, Lin Hai had consistently demonstrated exceptional performance, achieving success in every research and development project. Entrusting this demanding task to Lin Hai would undoubtedly increase the likelihood of success. After President Wang left, the chairman lit a cigarette. He stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery. He sighed deeply. That kid really is something. To accomplish such a monumental feat all at once, how should I reward him? It was truly a headache. Lin Hai had the counselor gather some female students to stomp grapes in the vineyard. To avoid being seen, he had them work inside the newly built prefabricated houses. The air conditioning was installed inside, so they wouldn't feel stuffy while working. After all, many people in China couldn't accept this method of making wine. In fact, this is how premium wines are traditionally made abroad. This was strictly adhering to the winemaking techniques provided by the system. After a week, all the grapevines were finally grafted. To protect the vineyard, security fencing was installed around its perimeter. Initially, there was no need to worry about theft. After all, the vines had only just been grafted and lacked Lin Hai's cultivation techniques. Even if someone stole the vines, they wouldn't be able to cultivate them successfully. But once the vines were fully grown and grafted at the right season, the grape varieties could be stolen. By then, the new semester had finally begun, and Lin Hai started his first class. Word spread that Lin Hai was attending, drawing an exceptionally large crowd of students. Even the area outside the classroom was packed with people. They wanted to catch a glimpse of Lin Hai's presence, considering it a great honor to attend his class. But upon entering the classroom, they found Lin Hai sound asleep with his head on the desk. Zhao Tianlai and several others had surrounded him in the center. They wouldn't let other students get too close. The entire class was stunned. Wait, does the legendary Lin Hai really sleep through class like this? Li Moore saw Lin Hai sleeping on his first day of class and gave a helpless smile. She sat with Wang Lili and Zhang Qiuxia. Wang Lili, seeing Lin Hai sleeping so soundly, asked in puzzlement, "Weren't you deskmates in high school? Was he always like this?" Li Moore, long accustomed to this, explained with a smile, "Yeah, he slept through 2.5 years of our 3-year high school program. He was like this in almost every class, even during exams. Even so, he was always the one tutoring me. Wow, he really is a genius. Even sleeping through class, he still managed to do so well." Wang Lili was filled with admiration. "So there's a huge difference between us and geniuses. We can't afford to fall behind, we have to pay attention in class," Zhang Qiuxia remarked. "You're absolutely right. Except for a few geniuses, ordinary people should just focus on studying hard." Wang Lili agreed wholeheartedly. The first class was math. She found out that Lin Hai had also taken this course. The math professor felt particularly nervous. He'd already won the Nobel Prize in mathematics, yet here he was attending his own class. How was he supposed to teach now? Lin Hai probably already knew everything he did, and he knew things he didn't. He spent ages preparing for the first class before nervously arriving at the lecture hall. Sure enough, just as he'd imagined, even the doorway was packed with people. Students were pressed against the windows. Armed with textbooks and notes, they'd come to listen to his lecture. Lin Hai's reputation was simply too great. Attracting so many students was indeed a source of pride for him as a professor. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves. He walked to the classroom door and spoke up, "Students, please make way. The professor is here, please let him in." The students blocking the doorway quickly parted to make a path. The math professor stepped inside and immediately spotted Lin Hai in the front row. He was impossible to miss. Not only was he asleep with his head on the desk, but he was also surrounded by a circle of bodyguards.
The classroom instantly fell silent. All eyes were on how the professor would handle this situation.
To actually fall asleep during the very first class of the semester and right at the front of the room?
This was simply too brazen.
But Lin Hai's status was exceptionally unique. He had won the Nobel Prize in mathematics. What mathematics professor had the qualifications to teach him?
The mathematics professor placed the textbook on the lectern and then walked toward Lin Hai's seat. All the students grew tense, holding their breath to see what would happen next.
Was the math teacher about to lose his temper? The math teacher stepped forward and asked, "This must be Lin Hai, right?" Zhao Tianlai nodded and said, "That's correct.
Because his identity is too important, we need to provide close protection.
Just teach as usual. No problem if he wants to sleep, let him sleep. My question is, will my loud teaching disturb his sleep?" The math professor asked cautiously.
The entire class nearly collapsed on the spot.
That's just ridiculous. Genius treatment really is something else. Even the professor is afraid of disturbing his sleep during class. When will I ever get that kind of treatment? But as for them winning a Nobel Prize? None of them had any confidence they could pull that off. Zhao Tianlai's face showed no expression, but the muscles in his face were twitching slightly. Clearly, he was struggling to suppress his amusement. He replied calmly, "It won't bother him. As long as he wants to sleep, no amount of noise will wake him." The math professor exhaled in relief. "Then I can rest easy.
If all else fails, cover him with a blanket, don't let him catch cold."
Zhao Tianlai gave a slight nod. "Understood."
The math professor actually breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. After all, there was nothing more he could teach Lin Hai, so it was better to let him get some proper sleep. That way, his lectures would flow more naturally. Ignoring the stunned stares of his students, the professor returned to the podium. "Now, let's begin the lecture."
Wang Lili looked envious. "Is this the treatment reserved for geniuses?" Zhang Xiaoxia's expression was also a bit dazed. "I suppose so."
I saw the professor visibly relax. Maybe he was nervous about teaching Lin Hai too.
Li Moore covered her mouth and giggled quietly. Chapter 67, A Howling Online Backlash.
A sudden online post claimed Lin Hai had discarded all the unripe grapes from 300 acres of vineyards. They would have been ready in another month. Such a waste. Not only did it lambast Lin Hai, but it dragged the National Defense University into the criticism as well. To make it believable, they even included pictures.
Some even showed students pruning the vines.
Some rural residents were seen picking the grapes, taking the less sour ones to eat.
Both the article and the accompanying photos.
Both conveyed a sense of profound waste, perfect produce being utterly ruined. The fact that this represents the harvest of 300 acres makes it all the more heartbreaking.
Because it involves Lin Hai, the news immediately trended online. Countless self-media accounts reposted it, flooding every platform. Some people got swept up in the hype, drastically altering their views on Lin Hai. Criticism grew louder by the day. Has Lin Hai gotten a bit too big for his britches? Destroying such prime vineyard land. Even if it's for research on grape varieties, such wastefulness is unacceptable. Such a pity the grapes were fully grown and nearly ripe. Why couldn't he have waited just one more month? Waste is shameful. This is a 300-acre vineyard, hundreds of thousands of pounds of grapes destroyed just like that. This has completely changed my opinion of Lin Hai. I actually used to like him. Even for research, you can't waste this much fruit. Sigh, it seems no one is perfect in this world. Once someone gains status and wealth, they start acting however they please. Lin Hai's die-hard fans are scrambling to defend him. I wonder what the motive is behind publishing this article, but I firmly believe that Lin Hai is absolutely not the type to waste things carelessly. There must be a reason, perhaps to buy time and accelerate the research on new grape varieties. All these marketing accounts just spew out sensationalist news without ever bothering to understand the facts. I still choose to trust the great Lin. I hope he'll step forward to explain things to the public. Summer is almost over, and autumn is approaching. Couldn't the research wait just one more month until the grapes ripen before cutting them down? What a waste. With fruit prices so high these days, destroying the entire crop, how could anyone bear to do that? Online sentiment has turned overwhelmingly negative, with many people starting to condemn the situation. No matter what contributions Lin Hai has made, such wasteful actions are simply unacceptable. As online outrage intensified, some even spread the news abroad. They seized the opportunity to smear Lin Hai and condemn China. They say China is still a developing country, with many people living below the poverty line. To waste food like this is criminal. With so many people starving worldwide, they are destroying fruit trees. Such people have truly terrible character. It's precisely because Lin Hai had gained such immense fame beforehand. Especially after the domestic passenger aircraft incident, Lin Hai became internationally renowned, virtually a household name. Foreign forces seized the opportunity to suppress him. Senior leadership took the online rumors very seriously and ordered Zhao Tianlai to investigate immediately. Zhao Tianlai hastily assured them he would thoroughly investigate the matter. The online information spread far too quickly. Deleting posts was already too late. The only course was to identify the original poster and uncover their motives. Lin Hai's position was highly sensitive and of particular importance to the nation. Zhao Tianlai knew these individuals were targeting Lin Hai. They sought to destroy his reputation while simultaneously smearing China. However, after dispatching technical personnel to conduct a thorough investigation, they discovered that the source of the posts could not be traced. All were reposts. The original post had been deleted, leaving no trace. Listening to the technical team's report, Zhao Tianlai understood this was undoubtedly the work of foreign forces. No matter how skilled an individual hacker might be, they couldn't possibly leave absolutely no trace. All technical personnel, listen carefully, continue the investigation. We must find traces. I will immediately assign additional personnel to you. Bring in the nation's top hackers to assist. Zhao Tianlai was determined to pursue this to the end. Upon seeing the news reports, Li Moore grew extremely anxious. She tried calling Lin Hai but found his phone turned off. She was so anxious she was practically stomping her feet. Everyone in the class knew about this project. It was clearly aimed at cultivating a new grape variety for market release this year. The new grape variety promised higher profits, which could easily offset the losses from cutting down the vines early. It was nothing like what was being reported online. Li Moore urged her classmates to post online together, hoping to clarify the situation for Lin Hai. But their posts were swiftly deleted. They couldn't be found online at all. Naturally, they couldn't explain the real situation to netizens. After all, in the common understanding, grapes need to rest through the winter after fruiting before they can bear fruit again the following year. Current agricultural techniques make it difficult for grapes to bear fruit twice within a single year. Even if they tried to explain, no one would believe them. Lin Hai employed the cultivation method provided by the system. Before the grapes ripened, the tree's nutrients hadn't been fully depleted. Combined with specialized fertilizer ratios, this allowed the vines to replenish nutrients quickly. Moreover, since they began grafting grapes in the first year, the vines weren't overburdened with fruit. This approach ensures adequate nutrient supply and maintains grape quality. But no one would believe any of this. It completely defied conventional planting practices. Lin Hai helped resolve a production issue at the research institute. Glancing at the time, he realized it was time to head to class. Zhao Tianlai, wanting to protect Lin Hai from any negative impact, kept this news from him. Instead, he did his best to conceal it. He decided it would be better to explain everything to Lin Hai after finding the mastermind behind it all. As Lin Hai headed to class, he sensed many students looking at him strangely. Some even pointed and whispered about him from afar. See that? After achieving something, he's really put on airs. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by a large contingent of bodyguards. The state has given him such high honors, yet instead of working hard to contribute to the nation, he's wasting food. I really misjudged him. I'm starting to regret applying to the National Defense University. Chapter 68, Reputation Tarnished. Lin Hai frowned. He hadn't overheard their conversation, but something about the atmosphere felt off. Before, whenever people saw him, they'd either beam with smiles or gaze at him with deep admiration. What on earth was going on today? Why did his classmates all look so peculiar? As he approached the classroom door, Li Moore, Zhang Qiuxia, and Wang Lili were waiting there. They rushed over, anxiously asking Lin Hai, why was your phone turned off when I called? Lin Hai suddenly remembered that he had turned off his phone earlier for work and hadn't had time to turn it back on. I had something to take care of earlier, so I turned off my phone. What did you need? Lin Hai asked, puzzled. He couldn't understand why Li Moore looked so anxious. What else could possibly happen at this point? Have you seen the news online? They're saying we destroyed a huge number of fruit trees, causing massive waste. It sparked a huge online backlash, and it's really bad for you. Li Moore said anxiously. Zhao Tianlai felt utterly helpless. He should have warned Li Moore beforehand. Under no circumstances should she have told Lin Hai about this. The production of the supersonic helicopter was at a critical stage. If he got involved, who knew if it would disrupt the RD schedule? Lin Hai still couldn't understand. Cultivating a new grape variety should only bring benefits, not drawbacks. How could this spark such controversy? Seeing Lin Hai's bewildered expression, Li Moore immediately pulled out her phone and found the news article. I can't explain it well, you should see for yourself. Lin Hai took the phone and read the news carefully. His expression darkened instantly. Who would dare publish such news? Could it be someone from our agriculture class? Probably not. I already checked with them. They said they never took these pictures, let alone released such news, Li Moore replied. Ahem. Zhao Tianlai cleared his throat and explained, I was worried it might upset you, so I didn't tell you about it. We suspect a foreign spy organization has targeted you, specifically discovering your grape cultivation project. They gathered some related evidence and posted it online. We're investigating the person who posted the article, but they're highly skilled and left no trace. Rest assured, no matter how deeply they hide, I will track them down. Then your innocence will be restored. But given how far this matter has escalated, it's not just online users. Even students at our National Defense University have significantly altered their stance toward Lin Hai. They feel Lin Hai has truly made a mistake this time. If this drags on too long, it will severely damage Lin Hai's reputation. Li Moore said anxiously. Lin Hai scrolled through the comments. Seeing so many people still defending him, he felt deeply moved. But those who framed him had prepared meticulously. He couldn't find any opportunity to clear his name. After all, in this world, no one should ever waste food carelessly. Global food supplies were severely scarce, and countless people were still starving. The fruit that destroyed 300 acres of fields at once was indeed a perfect excuse to attack him. That said, the spies' investigation was far from thorough. They only investigated the destruction of nearly ripe grapes, failing to uncover the wine-making operation. Lin Hai spoke up, this spy is very likely within our National Defense University, and their number is certainly small. At most, there can't be more than 3. Zhao Tianlai raised an eyebrow. He had already spared no effort in investigating this matter, yet still found no leads. How had Lin Hai deduced so much information? What's your basis for saying that? Zhao Tianlai pressed urgently. It's simple.
The photographic techniques in the pictures are identical, indicating they were taken by the same person.
Moreover, judging by the lighting, they definitely weren't taken on the same day.
This person has been gathering material from the start, yet without any help. And he didn't investigate this matter thoroughly.
At least, I don't think many people have investigated this matter. This clue could be used to investigate the person's identity.
Of course, whether the person who posted this message is the same as the photographer, that's anyone's guess. Lin Hai explained.
Got it. I'll have someone look into it immediately.
Zhao Tianlai made a call, dispatching his men to thoroughly re-examine everyone who had visited the vineyard.
Check for any suspicious details.
But even if we continue investigating like this, who knows how long it will take? We need to find a way to resolve this matter sooner.
Li Moore said anxiously. Don't worry just yet. It's still too early to tell.
Give it another week and I guarantee we'll have this matter wrapped up easily. Lin Hai said with a smile.
Oh? Do you have a good solution? Li Moore asked eagerly.
Lin Hai was already confident in his plan.
Though the minimum aging time for wine is 1 year,
the flavor reaches its peak after 3 years. But to mitigate these negative effects sooner, we'll need to employ other methods. He prepared 2 barrels of wine to accelerate the aging process, then enlist several authoritative wine tasters to evaluate it. Then he could explain to everyone that he hadn't wasted a single grape. Instead, he had used them all for winemaking. But this matter must remain undisclosed for now. We must wait for the most crucial moment, with authoritative figures present, to prove to everyone that even unripe grapes can produce high-quality wine. Li Moore was about to ask more questions when Lin Hai gently squeezed her hand twice.
Rest assured, leave this matter to me. I will handle it perfectly.
Seeing Lin Hai's confident expression, Li Moore's anxious heart quickly calmed.
After discussing the matter, they headed to class together.
Many classmates had already lost their admiration for Lin Hai because of this incident.
Fewer students than usual came to class together.
Lin Hai couldn't care less, continuing to sleep with his head on his desk during class. He planned to accumulate as many credits as possible to redeem all his courses early. That way, he'd have something to show for himself when exams came around. After all, as a role model at the National Defense University, he slept through lectures daily, so he absolutely had to deliver strong exam results. Otherwise, it would set a bad example for his classmates. As long as he scored perfect marks on every exam, no one would dare criticize him for sleeping in class.
Wang Biao has been in high spirits these past few days.
He had prepared thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. The news had already spread like wildfire, and Lin Hai was powerless to stop it.
Chapter 69, Wang Biao's scheme. Wang Biao came to class with a purpose, to film Lin Hai sleeping during lectures and upload it online. Sleeping through class every day was a complete lack of respect for the teacher and a waste of time. Previously, no one had paid attention to this matter. But once someone's reputation is tarnished, even minor flaws get blown out of proportion. Wang Biao resolved to fan the flames.
He wanted everyone to believe Lin Hai had become arrogant, his character unworthy of the honors he'd previously earned.
That evening, another article surfaced online, complete with accompanying photos.
Lin Hai was in the classroom, snoring away throughout the entire lecture.
He wasn't paying attention at all. The news sparked another massive uproar online. This was truly going too far. If he was going to sleep during class, he might as well have stayed in the dormitory. Teachers work so hard, this shows zero respect for their profession. Forget it, forget it. I'm done being a fan, I'm just gonna be a bystander now. I'm never following him again.
Wang Biao hid under his covers, scrolling through the comments.
The negative reviews kept piling up. Even if someone tried to defend him, they'd just get attacked too. You can sleep anywhere. Even if you're highly capable and don't need to study specifically. But sleeping in class was simply unacceptable. Especially since Lin Hai had bodyguards with him. This behavior is a complete waste of the state's protection for him.
Li Moore grew increasingly anxious and posted online to offer explanations. But she discovered that all her previous explanatory posts had been deleted. Why were my previous posts deleted? This is outrageous. Someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes, trying to ruin Lin Hai's reputation.
Li Moore exclaimed angrily.
Oh no, all the posts I helped share earlier are gone too. Why delete our posts?
Can't we even defend Lin Hai?
Wang Lily turned on her computer to find her own posts had vanished as well. Zhang Xiuxia logged into her account, same thing. This whole thing feels off to me. Maybe it really was those foreign spies, Zhang Xiuxia said with a serious expression.
Should we tell Lin Hai immediately?
He should get the police to investigate thoroughly, Zhang Lily suggested promptly. Li Moore picked up the phone to call, then set it down again.
Director Zhao should already be aware of this. We don't need to worry.
Besides, Lin Hai already said. At most, we'll wait a week, he'll figure out a solution. Li Moore worried it might affect Lin Hai's work. After all, after school, he still had to return to the research institute to continue his work. And it's all cutting-edge technology being researched for the nation. Any matters could be discussed the next day when they met.
Little did she know that Lin Hai was currently pouring all his energy into accumulating points. He was sleeping at the research institute every single day.
And the technicians at the institute all knew Lin Hai's character. He would never deliberately waste food. They hadn't formed any negative opinions about Lin Hai because of the online rumors. The buzz surrounding Lin Hai hadn't subsided in recent days. Some even dug up old stories about him sleeping through high school classes every day.
His exam results were notoriously poor.
Suddenly, many began to doubt the validity of his achievements. Some even suspected he was merely a puppet, with none of these technologies being his own original work. Online rumors grew increasingly sensational, with some deliberately stirring the pot. Zhao Tianlai set up a temporary office within the research institute. He was investigating the sources of these rumors. Damn it, the other side was just too cunning. After taking the photos, they had adjusted the angles using a computer. This makes it impossible for us to pinpoint the exact location where the photos were taken.
However, we can confirm that a spy has infiltrated the National Defense University, posing as a student. Zhao Tianlai's expression was extremely grave.
They had conducted multiple investigations, yet this issue still surfaced. Although they had specifically investigated individuals who had visited the vineyard,
they still couldn't pinpoint the target. Knowing Lin Hai's involvement in agriculture, many students from the university had visited the vineyard.
This made the investigation extremely difficult. The most critical factor was that this spy was highly professional, leaving absolutely no trace.
This is a formidable adversary.
If we fail to uncover them, they will pose a significant threat to us. Once this person graduates and enters a critical department, they will steal our technology and information.
Zhao Tianlai gritted his teeth in anger.
Director, please don't lose your temper. At least we've narrowed it down to over 100 suspects, the chief of criminal investigation reassured him. With thorough investigation, he'll eventually show his true colors,
declared the head of the criminal investigation unit.
Step up the pace. The sooner we catch this person, the better. Otherwise, the damage he could cause would be too great. Yes, sir. A week passed in this manner. Lin Hai had Principal Wang Kailan arrange for several wine experts to be brought in. As the head of a military academy, he had extensive connections. Though it felt highly unusual, Lin Hai didn't say much. He only instructed Wang Kailan to notify the media again, stating that a major announcement would be made soon.
Wang Kailan was utterly baffled, unable to fathom what Lin Hai was up to. Was he planning a wine tasting?
It happened to be a weekend, and the students were already on break.
The venue was set up on the school playground.
Surprisingly, over 100 journalists showed up after all. The buzz about Lin Hai had never died down online. Reporters wouldn't miss a chance to cover anything related to Lin Hai. Upon arriving, Lin Hai first greeted the wine tasters.
Wang Kailan was already bursting with impatience. He pressed, "You asked me to bring these experts here. What exactly is your purpose? You can tell us now."
"I invited you all here to help evaluate the wine," Lin Hai said with a smile. "I hope you'll taste it carefully and give an honest, impartial assessment of its quality."
Lin Hai said with a smile. Not only were the journalists present stunned, even the students watching on the sidelines found it utterly unbelievable. Was all this commotion Lin Hai had stirred up just for a wine tasting? Wang Kailan's face flushed with embarrassment.
If this got out, it would likely cause more negative repercussions. He whispered, "If you wanted people to taste your wine, you didn't need to bring in reporters. You could have just booked a hotel room and let everyone sit down for a proper tasting. Why don't I send these reporters back first? We can taste your wine in my office." "That won't do," Lin Hai said sternly. "This wine is very special. It must be tasted in front of everyone to receive an authoritative evaluation." Sigh, I just can't wrap my head around his approach.
"You're right. This is a military university. After all, we're researching military technology. What's the point of all this nonsense?" Many people murmured among themselves.
Lin Hai paid no heed to the murmurs as he addressed Zhao Tianlai. "Now, have the wine brought forward."
Chapter 70, Rave Reviews.
The crowd gasped. Just tasting wine had turned into such a grand spectacle. What kind of wine needed such a show? The students couldn't care less about such things. They were used to drinking beer and occasionally maybe a glass of white wine. Many had never even tasted red wine in their lives. Wine held absolutely no significance in their lives. Given the situation, the invited sommelier was understandably displeased. But with so many journalists and students present, they couldn't just walk out. At the very least, they had to give the principal some face. They planned to taste the wine, offer a cursory evaluation, and leave as soon as possible. Getting entangled in this could ruin their reputations. Several tasters were astonished to see the poured wine was green. After all, most wines are red or clear, or perhaps yellow. Green wine was virtually unheard of. "What brand is this wine, and why is it this color?" Lin Hai smiled and replied, "Because it's made from green grapes. The chlorophyll is still present in the wine, giving it that greenish hue. As for the brand, I'll keep that a secret for now. Let's hear your thoughts after tasting it. That way, the evaluation will be fairer, free from brand influence." Hearing that the wine was actually green, the onlookers grew curious. "It looks a bit like Midori, but is it really wine?" Some journalists even broadcast live, instantly drawing a large crowd. Netizens flooded the comments. "What the heck is this? A wine tasting event at the National Defense University? I'm baffled, never seen green wine before. Hope they didn't just spike some soda with alcohol. I don't get it. The National Defense University really shouldn't be wasting time on such frivolous nonsense." Most comments were highly critical, condemning the university for such frivolous activities. Several wine tasters approached with skepticism, first taking a faint sniff. Suddenly, it felt like they were standing in a fresh, airy field, surrounded by green meadows and blooming flowers. The sky was azure blue, with the occasional bird gliding overhead. My entire mood became incredibly serene. Or perhaps standing on a beach by the sea, enjoying the gentle sea breeze. The sommelier's expression turned serious. To evoke such profound sensations through aroma alone, this was undoubtedly a top-tier wine.
He couldn't wait to take a small sip. In an instant, the rich grape aroma swiftly filled his entire mouth. A subtle hint of tartness mingled with a touch of astringency, creating a deeply satisfying experience. Yet a hint of bitterness, like the finishing touch on a masterpiece, elevated the wine's aroma beyond the ordinary. It felt as though I were standing amidst an exquisitely beautiful vineyard. I could feel the entire journey of the grapevine, from budding to bearing fruit and ripening, savoring the joy of a laborer's bountiful harvest. Truly unforgettable. What a wine! Truly a top-tier vintage. A wine taster marveled in awe. He was utterly captivated by the wine's flavor, left only with admiration and praise. No amount of flowery language could possibly capture the essence of this wine. The next few tasters shared their impressions after tasting. Every word was praise. Yet after the praise, they furrowed their brows. They urgently inquired, "What kind of wine is this?" I wouldn't claim to have tasted every wine in the world, but I'm confident I've tasted 80 to 90% of the world's wines. This uniquely distinctive flavor profile was a first for us. Lin Hai smiled and explained, "This isn't a branded wine. It's made from unripe grapes harvested from the vineyard. It's precisely because the grapes weren't fully ripe that we could create such a distinctive flavor." At this revelation, everyone was utterly astonished. The winemaker frowned and asked, "That doesn't make sense. Unripe grapes simply don't have enough sugar. How could they possibly ferment and produce wine?" "You're right. To make this wine, grapes alone aren't enough. We must add fructose in specific proportions. The fructose ferments into alcohol, yielding the wine we have now." The wine taster suddenly understood. That explains it. No wonder the flavor is so unique, different from any other wine. But this wine is undoubtedly top tier, worthy of being ranked among the world's finest. Given such high praise from everyone, I wonder what would be a suitable price per bottle for this wine? Lin Hai inquired again. The sommelier didn't respond immediately. Instead, he began to savor it once more. The wine's flavor is unique and truly exceptional. Yet upon closer tasting, it still lacks a bit of richness. Compared to the world's absolute finest wines, it still fell somewhat short. I'd price it at around 3,000 yuan per bottle. The other winemakers also offered their valuations. The lowest bid was 2,800 yuan per bottle, while the highest reached 3,600 yuan. This price is already quite steep. Even world-renowned wines fall within this price range in China. Higher prices are typically reserved for limited editions or more luxurious brands. Truly, you professional sommeliers are spot on. Precisely because these wines have only been aged for 10 days, they need to be stored for 2 years before their flavors become more mellow. By then, the aroma will also be more intense. Lin Hai explained. What? It's already this good right after bottling? If it ages for years, its value would be beyond measure. The sommelier was utterly stunned. After all, freshly made wine doesn't taste very good. It requires extended aging to continue fermenting and mellowing. Judging by its current state, after just 1 or 2 years of aging, it could absolutely become one of the world's most prestigious wines. What's the name of this wine? Because the wine is green in color, we'll call it Green Mood. How about it? After tasting this wine, it's like standing on a flower-covered meadow, feeling the fresh, natural fragrance of the earth. Indeed, its color alone makes it truly unique. It has the potential to become a world-renowned wine. May I purchase a few bottles in advance to add to my collection? As the first batch ever produced, I believe its future appreciation potential is enormous. If this wine takes the world by storm, the first batch's valuation could be limitless. The sommelier exclaimed with immense excitement. It won't be ready for bottling for another month, but when it is, I'll be sure to send each of you a few bottles as a token of my gratitude. Lin Hai replied with a smile. Great, thank you so much. When this wine hits the market, I'll definitely buy more for my collection. I firmly believe this wine has the potential to become a world-class premium spirit. The sommelier declared with fervor. He then turned to the camera and detailed his tasting experience once more, allowing everyone to gain a thorough understanding of this wine. Chapter 71, The Authoritative Sommelier Never Errs. After his presentation, Lin Hai explained to the audience, this winemaking method has significant advantages. First, since the grapes aren't fully ripe, yields tend to be higher. Moreover, the grapes are easier to store and transport. Even distant regions can cultivate these grapes and sell them to wineries elsewhere. Furthermore, harvesting early conserves nutrients in the vines. This allows the vines to produce a second crop more effectively. Alternatively, harvesting only once this season ensures a bountiful harvest next year. There's absolutely no need to worry about insufficient nutrients in the vines leading to reduced yields the following year. For growers, this approach yields remarkably substantial income. After hearing the explanation, both the students and netizens had an aha moment. It seems we've all misunderstood Lin Hai. He hasn't wasted a single grape. Instead, he's turned them into wine and sold them at a much higher price. A single bottle of his wine sells for around 3,000 yuan. That's incredibly valuable. Truly worthy of the title Master Lin. His casual efforts yield such substantial returns. Master Lin, I apologize. I listened to others slander and misunderstood you. Our nation finally has a world-class wine with unique character. I'm confident it will sell worldwide. I never doubted Master Lin's capabilities. Whatever he undertakes could never be as those detractors claim. How could he possibly waste so many grapes? Though most netizens have changed their stance, some still refuse to accept it. They believe Lin Hai is merely putting on a show to clear his name. I call that utter nonsense. It's all fake. Unripe grapes can never produce high-quality wine. I bet that wine is fake, just some other wine mixed together. I know a lot about winemaking, and wine made this way is undrinkable. Lin Hai is nothing but a fraud. It's laughable just hiring a few pseudo-experts and claiming a bottle of wine can sell for 3,000 yuan. They really think netizens nationwide are fools. Many people mock them, but numerous righteous and knowledgeable netizens immediately posted comments refuting their claims. You trolls are disgusting, how dare you question these wine experts? Do you even know how highly regarded they are in the wine world? Sorry, I've never heard of these people. If you're too ignorant and uninformed, don't embarrass yourself. The most renowned among these experts is Mr. Ma Yuhua. He's one of the world's top sommeliers, and his evaluations are highly impartial and globally recognized. There's absolutely no way he'd fabricate anything over such a minor matter. Then there's Mr. Lin Taofeng, whose standing in the global wine community is exceptionally high. Professionals have verified the credentials of several wine tasters, confirming their evaluations of wine are absolutely reliable. A taster's reputation is their professional lifeline. They would never risk their career through carelessness. Given such high praise for this wine, it clearly indicates exceptional quality, placing it among the world's finest. Fans of the tasters also began sharing insights into the wine world. With authoritative explanations and certifications, everyone finally realized the exceptional quality of the wine crafted by Lin Hai. Immediately, someone shared these videos and comments across international online platforms. They were eager to rub it in the faces of those who had mocked Lin Hai. Soon, the entire online sentiment began to shift. Seeing the sommelier's expression shift from initial shock to pure enjoyment, the wine's flavor must be exceptional. I really wish I could buy a bottle to taste the masterful brewing technique created by the great Lin. Me too, though at 3,000 yuan a bottle, it's not exactly cheap. But as the sommelier mentioned, this kind of wine is definitely worth collecting. Who knows? It might even appreciate in value and turn a huge profit someday. Master Lin, please brew more of this. If you produce too little, ordinary folks like us won't be able to afford it. Now it's time for the press conference. A reporter inquired, will this wine be available for regular sale? Lin Hai replied, this is our first experimental batch. Since the wine tasters have given it such high praise, we will mass produce this premium wine by purchasing large quantities of grapes. The majority of the profits will be allocated to support scientific research and development at the National Defense University. This way, the university can fund its own R&D without requiring excessive state investment. Mr. Lin, with such large-scale winemaking, it will certainly consume a huge amount of grapes. Isn't this a waste of land? Lin Hai looked at the questioning reporter as if he were an idiot. Don't other wineries use grapes grown on land? With the enormous amount of wine consumed abroad each year, do you think their grapes just materialize out of thin air? At this remark, all the students burst into laughter. This reporter clearly took money from abroad. He was trying every trick in the book to smear Lin Hai. Too bad his IQ is so low asking such a childish question. This reporter is definitely a troll, we must remember him well. You know what? I looked into this guy's reporting, he's been spreading nothing but negative propaganda about our country everywhere. I hope the government will crack down on these traitors. Master Lin is truly amazing for developing such excellent brewing technology. Not only does it help farmers increase their income, but it also generates more funds for research and development. Master Lin will always be my idol, no one can ever bring you down. Wang Kailan had been particularly worried about holding such a grand wine tasting event at the height of the controversy. If mishandled, it could completely ruin Lin Hai's reputation. But unexpectedly, Lin Hai pulled off this incredible masterstroke. He actually turned all those unripe grapes into wine. And this particular wine was exceptionally unique. Several authoritative experts gave it exceptionally high praise, bolstered by Lin Hai's reputation and the prestige of the National Defense University. It's no wonder this wine is flying off the shelves. He couldn't resist pouring himself a glass to taste it. Indeed, the flavor proved truly exceptional, the wine experts hadn't exaggerated one bit. Wang Kailan also had a great fondness for red wine. One sip was enough to awaken his craving. If not for the crowd watching, he would have loved to drink his fill. Lin Hai, how about giving me the rest of this wine? Wang Kailan asked. Ma Yuhua immediately objected, Principal Wang, you can't hog such a good thing all to yourself. You invited us all here, so this jar of wine must be shared among us. She was absolutely right, no one could possibly enjoy such fine wine alone. Even if you tried to kick us out today, it wouldn't work. Let's find a restaurant together and savor it slowly. The other wine connoisseurs chimed in. This newly brewed wine can't be bought with money, we'll just have to finish this jar to satisfy our craving. No one wants to miss this chance. Chapter 72, Can we pass the exam? Seeing the experts scrambling like children to taste the newly opened jar, no one doubted the wine's quality anymore. All the negative incidents surrounding Lin Hai were completely forgotten. It was a resounding slap in the face for those who spread rumors. Li Moore watched from below the stage, deeply moved. She hadn't even known Lin Hai had used all those grapes for winemaking. But now that she thought about it, Lin Hai's decision to keep it secret had been absolutely correct. This move would expose the spies lurking within the country. After the tasting event concluded, Wang Kailan quickly pulled Lin Hai aside and whispered urgently, this wine is truly exceptional. 300 mu of grapes simply won't be enough. I think we need to ramp up production quickly and buy up as many of these grapes as possible. We absolutely must produce more wine. No problem. Now is precisely the time to buy late ripening grapes. Plus, grape prices are so low this year that many growers are losing money. We can raise the price a bit so the grape farmers can make some profit too.
I'll send the winemaking method to your email shortly.
Keep this strictly confidential, don't let it leak out. Lin Hai replied.
Rest assured, while I can't speak for everything at the National Defense University, our confidentiality protocols are absolutely reliable.
You've just opened up 2 profitable avenues for the National Defense University. Our universities are defunding will suddenly become much more abundant.
The wine won't be ready for market for at least a year, but we can certainly generate revenue through pre-sales. The optimal launch window is 2 years from now, allowing the wine to reach a higher quality level. The grapes will officially hit the market before Valentine's Day. If sales are strong enough, we can expand cultivation next year. As for how to develop it, that's not my concern, I only provide technical support. For business operations, principal, you'll need to find professional talent. Of course I'll handle all these details.
I absolutely won't waste your time. Wang Kailan readily agreed.
His heart was already bursting with joy. Just the wine project alone, if executed well, could build assets worth hundreds of billions or even trillions. China would gain a top-tier wine brand. Especially with patriotic sentiment boosting sales, demand would be guaranteed. Wang Biao stared at the news, his meticulously planned scheme now utterly ruined. He was so furious he nearly smashed his computer.
How infuriating. Where on earth did that guy learn his wine-making techniques? How could he so easily whitewash himself? No way. I absolutely won't let him off that easily.
Even if the grape wasting incident could be overlooked, the fact that he slept through class and disrespected the teacher was undeniable.
Let's see how he explains this one.
In the days that followed, Lin Hai once again became the winemaking technical advisor.
He provided winemaking expertise to the National Defense University.
The National Defense University swiftly built a factory, purchased grapes, and launched its winemaking venture.
During lectures, Lin Hai continued to snore away, finally accumulating enough credits.
He redeemed all the courses available at the university. Even if he graduated immediately, it would pose absolutely no problem.
Following the chairman's convening of the meeting, the proposal to establish a National Defense Aviation Research Institute at the National Defense University was unanimously approved. Zhao Xian was appointed as vice president, leading a team of researchers dedicated to the development of strategic bombers.
Upon receiving this assignment, Lin Hai felt no surprise. After all, President Wang had already mentioned this possibility. Lin Hai also received another system task. After a full month of rest, he would obtain all blueprints for the B-2 bomber. Furthermore, he would be permitted to optimize its performance. Performance could be enhanced by over 30% compared to the B-2 bomber of M Nation. Lin Hai specifically selected the method of acquiring the technology. For every 24 hours of uninterrupted sleep, he would unlock the first segment of the technology. After completing his sleep cycle, Lin Hai handed the first batch of acquired technology to the research team. After Zhao Xian and the experts analyzed the data, everyone was stunned. Lin Hai's claim that he had modeled it after the M-country B-2 bomber turned out to be entirely accurate, not the slightest exaggeration. While studying these technologies, he simultaneously had the components manufactured. The blueprints and data provided by Lin Hai were exceptionally detailed, essentially equivalent to a complete production process.
Zhao Xian was thoroughly impressed.
At every meeting, Lin Hai would slump over the table and snore away.
Zhao Xian never allowed anyone to wake him up.
He would even take off his own coat and drape it over Lin Hai. He feared the air conditioning might be too cold and cause him to catch a chill. All R&D proceeded in strict secrecy, with the hope of one day unveiling China's most formidable weapon.
Finally, midterm exams arrived.
Wang Kailan knew Lin Hai had been sleeping through classes all along, and during breaks he was still responsible for weapon development work. Worried that Lin Hai had neglected his studies, he decided to exempt Lin Hai from taking the exams. With such formidable abilities already, exam scores held no meaning for him whatsoever.
But Lin Hai didn't see it that way.
He slept through classes to earn more points, aiming to secure more advanced technology for the nation. But it did have a negative impact on other students. Some even frequently filmed videos and took photos of him during class to post online. Many people frequently discussed this incident. Lin Hai decided to teach them a lesson.
After receiving Wang Kailan's notification, Lin Hai smiled and said, "Since I'm a student at the National Defense University, I absolutely cannot make any exceptions for this exam. I will take the exam. Are you sure you can handle it? I've seen you sleeping through every class, you probably don't know much about the curriculum, right?" Wang Kailan harbored reservations. If Lin Hai failed the exam, it would become a stain on his record. In the eyes of some of his devoted fans, he would no longer be flawless. Lin Hai chuckled. "I have this unique advantage, I actually remember lectures better when I'm asleep." "Alright then. Since you insist, you'll take the exam just like the other students." After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Kailan agreed. He contemplated, if the results came back unfavorable, he could ask the teacher to inflate his performance-based score to make it look less embarrassing. Li Moore was also feeling a bit nervous. By the time the midterm exams rolled around, many classmates were speculating about how Lin Hai would perform. Could someone who slept through every class really fail? So she organized all her notes and gave them to Lin Hai. At least he could cram intensively before the exam and avoid doing too poorly. Lin Hai looked at the pile of materials Li Moore had brought over and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "These are my notes, covering all the key points the teacher emphasized. Many questions on the exam will definitely come from here. You should start memorizing them right away, they'll definitely help you on the exam," Li Moore urged anxiously. Chapter 73, Perfect Score in All Subjects. Ha, why are you suddenly worried about my exam results? Lin Hai asked with a laugh. What do you mean?
You spend most of your time sleeping obviously because your research work is exhausting.
You haven't even been paying attention in class, no wonder you're worried about your scores. Your status at school is just too special. If you do poorly, it'll affect your fans.
Lee Moore said with a straight face.
Relax, everyone says I'm a genius, right?
I have this amazing skill, I can absorb lectures even while sleeping.
And I remember every single thing the professor teaches perfectly. The exams will be no problem at all.
Lin Hai explained.
Lee Moore looked utterly skeptical. If you're so gifted, why were your high school exam scores so poor? Well, that's because I thought regular tests were such a waste of time. I'd rather get a good night's sleep.
Lin Hai, things are different now compared to high school.
Back then, you weren't famous yet, so your grades didn't affect the school much. But things are different now.
Every aspect of your performance matters to the school, so you absolutely must take exams seriously.
Don't worry, I won't let you down. But I'll keep these materials, they represent your thoughtfulness after all.
Lin Hai took the study materials.
Lee Moore finally smiled, then get back to studying hard. I need to work on my own stuff too. I can't let you get too far ahead of me. Lee Moore waved to Lin Hai and headed back to the dorm to study.
On the day of the exam, Lin Hai arrived at the testing hall punctually.
The moment he entered, all eyes instantly turned to him.
Lin Hai had earned the nickname Sleep God at school. He slept through every single class.
How on earth would he pass his exams?
Many offered explanations. Lin Hai worked late into the night every day to help develop technology. It was only natural he felt sleepy during the day.
Most people held little hope for his exam results.
Even if he fails, it wouldn't be surprising.
After receiving the exam papers, Lin Hai saw that they were all things he knew.
Having mastered all the knowledge from his 4 years of university, these questions were too simple for him. He finished all the questions as quickly as possible. He glanced at the clock. Less than 20 minutes had passed since the exam began. Since sleeping during the exam earned a fourfold bonus in points, Lin Hai laid his head on the desk and fell into a deep slumber. The other examinees' eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Holy crap, what the hell is this? He's already asleep so soon into the exam.
Had he already given up? Lost all confidence in himself? Probably. He never paid attention in class. How could he possibly handle these questions? After the exam, Wang Kailan was even more nervous than Lin Hai.
He had Lin Hai's exam paper retrieved to see what score he'd gotten. The teacher glanced at the paper and froze in shock. The handwriting was as flawless as if printed, displaying the skill of a calligrapher. It didn't look handwritten at all. Every question was answered with the textbook correct answer. After a careful review, not a single mistake was found.
Principal, Lin Hai scored a perfect score on the math exam,
replied the teacher who graded the papers. He's already won the Nobel Prize in mathematics, so getting a perfect score is perfectly normal.
Now let's check the other subjects.
The other grading teachers also reported that Lin Hai had achieved perfect scores on their papers.
Bring them over for me to see. Wang Kailan was utterly stunned and quickly snatched the papers to examine them closely.
Comparing it to the answer key, every single answer was correct.
Not a single flaw could be found. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Could someone who slept through class really remember the lecture content? This is just too much. Even the professor assigned to teach Lin Hai looked utterly helpless. Is this what a true genius looks like? At first, seeing Lin Hai sleep through class didn't seem like a big deal. But as time went on, and then the grape wasting incident came to light, many people began to change their attitude toward Lin Hai. Even the instructors felt he showed a lack of respect toward them. But when the test results came out, they were all left speechless. He'd already scored perfect marks. What more could anyone say? Regardless of how he learned it, he had mastered all the material. Forget sleeping with his head on the desk during class. Even if he were lying flat on it, there'd be no reason to interfere. Moreover, Lin Hai's outstanding performance reflected positively on his teachers. I'm truly impressed. No wonder Lin Hai achieved such remarkable success. Talent like this defies conventional wisdom. From now on, if he wants to sleep, let him sleep. Wang Kailan remarked with profound admiration. Once the exams were graded, the results were immediately announced. Lin Hai's classmates weren't particularly interested in their own scores. Instead, they immediately sought out Lin Hai's results. Seeing his name at the top of the rankings, with perfect scores across every subject, everyone was utterly stunned. What the hell? During the exam, I saw him do about 10 minutes of work before snoring away. How could he possibly get perfect scores like that? Could this be a mistake? Damn, this is just unfair. Sleeping through every class and still getting perfect scores on exams. I thought getting into the National Defense University was impressive, but compared to Lin, I'm nothing. Soon, Lin Hai's scores became known throughout the entire school. Some even took screenshots and posted them on the campus network. It caused a huge stir. The legendary sleeping god scored perfect marks on every single exam? What the hell is going on? Such geniuses aren't unheard of. They're not just top students at elite universities like Peking and Tsinghua. Even at the National Defense University and several other institutions, there were students who scored perfect marks on exams. But achieving perfect scores in every single subject? Lin Hai was the only one. When someone posted his scores online, it sparked another heated debate. See? That's the legendary Lin. Sleeps through every class and still gets perfect scores. Did he memorize the answers beforehand? No matter how talented someone is, their brain can't possibly work that well. Get lost. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Lin the legend will always be the only god in my heart. All you jerks who mock the great Lin for sleeping in class, get your asses out here. I'll give you a good smack. Get your ass out here now. Ignore those jerks. They spend all day trying to trash god tier Lin. Don't they fear losing their conscience? For a few scraps from the US, they'd abandon their own country. These aren't even human, they're all beasts. Well said. The great god Lin is invincible. No matter how much his opponents try to smear him, it won't affect his power. Wang Diao was so furious he nearly spat blood. All his tireless efforts had been utterly wasted. Chapter 74, Domestic Passenger Jet Takes to the Skies. After the midterm exams, the first passenger aircraft engine was finally assembled and ready for test flights. As the engine's developer, Lin Hai was invited to witness the inaugural test flight ceremony. Li Xiuchang and several experts from the Research Institute were also present. Meng Bofiai, director of the Civil Aircraft Development Bureau, personally came to greet them. He was deeply moved at that moment. Domestic technological development had taken over 20 years. Now, the moment for test flights had finally arrived. What surprised him even more was that the engine itself was entirely domestically produced. Seeing numerous journalists carrying cameras, Lin Hai asked curiously, why such a big production for the first test flight? Typically, such significant events were best conducted in secrecy. Small-scale tests should be conducted first, and only after confirming no issues would a public test flight be announced. Without absolute certainty, such risky ventures should never be undertaken. After all, any mishap would deal a severe blow to both the nation's reputation and the relevant industries. Meng Bofiai whispered, actually, after this engine was installed, it has already undergone 3 small-scale test flights. Only after confirming it was completely problem-free did we proceed with the public test flight. This test isn't to verify safety, but to validate performance and fuel consumption data. Ah, I see. Lin Hai realized with a flash of understanding. It seems the nation handles such matters with great caution, not rushing to publicize the first test flight as he had imagined. They arrived at the observation area. Meng Bofiai took out a walkie-talkie and began issuing commands. Test flight preparation, 5 4 3 2 1. Go! The domestically produced airliner slowly started up, taxied down the runway for a distance, then began its takeoff and climb. Seeing their nation's large aircraft soar into the sky and begin testing its various capabilities, everyone couldn't help but cheer. This was an incredibly thrilling moment. Finally breaking through the blockade of foreign cutting-edge technology, we now possess an aircraft independently developed by our own country. Although some components were imported, the most critical parts were domestically produced. Alternatively, they were domestically designed and manufactured overseas. Turn radius qualified. Climb rate meets specifications. All aircraft systems are safe and stable. Excellent. Commence long-range flight testing. Meng Bofiai issued the command. After executing a series of maneuvers, the aircraft proceeded toward its destination. All flight data was transmitted to the base. The entire flight path was broadcast live, allowing netizens worldwide to watch in real time. This was China's confident declaration to the world: domestically produced aircraft are highly reliable and boast exceptional performance. The aircraft has reached its destination. Let's head to the control room. There, we can monitor all the aircraft's data. Meng Bofiai invited the group. Inside the control room, a large screen displayed not only real-time flight status. All data was displayed and transmitted online for global access and analysis. This fuel consumption matches our calculations perfectly. It actually saves so much. Li Xiuchang exclaimed in astonishment. It's notoriously difficult to achieve fuel efficiency while maintaining performance, because these two goals are inherently conflicting. Achieving high performance requires fuel consumption, while excessive fuel efficiency compromises performance and may even affect safety. It wasn't that developing a domestic passenger aircraft was impossible after all these years of R&D. It was the fuel efficiency hurdle that remained insurmountable. The civil aviation industry must be profitable, making fuel efficiency and safety the most critical factors. Unexpectedly, once this hurdle was overcome, we surged to the forefront of the global industry. Moreover, it has left the world's 2 most advanced aircraft manufacturers far behind. The current fuel savings exceed 40%, primarily because the aircraft isn't fully loaded with passengers. It's only natural that fuel efficiency is even better than at full capacity. Lin Hai remarked. Our testing was extremely rigorous, conducted under simulated conditions of full cargo and passenger loads. The current cruising speed is in energy-saving mode, testing the most economical conditions. Although it's shown to be over 1 percentage point more fuel efficient than previous calculations. For an airline, this translates to substantial profits. Meng Bofiai exclaimed excitedly. Oh, this is truly an unexpected delight. Li Xiuchang was utterly astonished. This is all thanks to the engine provided by Lin Hai. It has truly delivered so many pleasant surprises. Even with a 20% increase in speed, fuel consumption can still be reduced by 40% compared to foreign aircraft. This means sacrificing some fuel efficiency to achieve higher speeds. As for which option to choose, that's entirely up to the airlines themselves. Meng Bofiai was basking in glory at that moment, feeling thoroughly pleased with himself. Earlier, when the premier instructed them to proceed with normal production, he had thought the decision was utterly insane. Building so many airframes without engines would have been like producing a pile of junk, squandering vast amounts of national funds. Now, however, that decision seemed profoundly wise. Foreign aircraft manufacturers deliberately inflated prices to protect their profits.
This had consistently created a severe shortage of commercial aircraft globally.
Domestic airlines face multi-year waiting periods for aircraft orders.
They must also pay substantial deposits in advance.
This has placed immense pressure on China's aviation industry.
Consequently, foreign airlines consistently face aircraft shortages.
Even if hundreds of passenger aircraft were produced domestically immediately, they could easily sell out.
Aircraft production lines are now operating around the clock, working overtime without pause. Second and third production lines are being established to triple aircraft production capacity within 2 years. By then, they will not only meet domestic passenger aircraft demand but also export abroad. With such outstanding performance, no country could possibly refuse them. Even if some countries are reluctant to issue airworthiness certificates, operating these aircraft on domestic routes alone would save national airlines substantial funds. After all, no country has any reason to turn down money. The CEOs and senior executives of major airlines were gathered in the conference room, watching the live flight data feed. The president of China's Southern Airlines suddenly slammed his fist on the table. He shouted with overwhelming excitement, "This is fantastic.
This is our nation's very own civil aircraft. I've waited so many years for this moment. Its performance and fuel efficiency completely outclass American and European aircraft. Call to place an order immediately. We need to order 200 units." The finance manager smiled and said, "I think 200 is too few. We must order 500.
Isn't that a bit excessive?" The president hesitated. "Our country has only one passenger aircraft manufacturer and they've just started production. Ordering more naturally means earlier delivery. We also need to consider the domestic production capacity limitations. Delivering 500 aircraft could take several years.
This doesn't conflict with our development strategy,"
the finance manager explained.
Chapter 75, Another Restrictive Trick. The Commerce Department manager concurred. Even if domestic passenger aircraft manufacturing were possible, production volumes couldn't ramp up overnight.
When supplying major airlines, deliveries will strictly follow order quantities. The more we order now, the greater our advantage in the early stages. Moreover, ordering our own domestically produced aircraft requires significantly lower deposits than foreign models.
Although the price is identical to foreign passenger aircraft, its fuel efficiency is remarkably low.
The savings from reduced fuel costs alone would be sufficient to repay the loans.
If supply is sufficient, we could even sell off unused foreign-made aircraft. Your point is well taken. Let's place an order for 500 aircraft at once.
This is a great opportunity to expand our business.
With freight rates plummeting, many companies are opting for air cargo transport. Even without passengers, just hauling cargo can still turn a profit. Other airlines followed suit, with all deciding to place large orders for aircraft. Some ordered hundreds, while the smallest orders were still in the dozens. They all recognized the ultra-low fuel consumption, making these aircraft ideal for cargo transport in the future. Goods can be delivered on the same day, and the cost is relatively low. No one wanted to miss out on such a golden opportunity.
The phones in the commercial department of the Passenger Aircraft Development Bureau rang incessantly.
Major airlines began placing orders.
News of these developments also spread online, allowing citizens nationwide to share in this joyous occasion.
Domestic online views had already surpassed 300 million, as many were still at work during daytime hours.
If it had been broadcast after work hours, the viewership would undoubtedly have been even higher.
Following the announcement, domestic airline stocks surged once more.
Short sellers who stubbornly held their positions suffered massive losses, with many accounts getting liquidated.
Even well-funded institutions couldn't wait any longer, rushing to cut their losses and exit the market. They never dreamed China's domestic technology could be developed so rapidly. With test flights already completed, the next step is to begin deliveries. China's domestic market will be entirely dominated by domestically produced passenger aircraft. With comparable performance and significantly lower fuel consumption, no airline would still choose foreign aircraft.
At the same time, both the aircraft manufacturing industry of the United States and European Airbus saw their stocks plummet once again.
Domestic netizens erupted in celebration. "This is truly amazing. Our domestic scientists are absolutely the best.
Combining cutting-edge technology with China's manufacturing prowess will soon meet market demand.
Let all foreign passenger aircraft go to hell."
Ha, I thought it was a technological breakthrough, but actually producing the aircraft would take at least a year or two.
Who knew our engineers were this capable?
They've already installed the engines and started test flights so quickly. You just don't get it. The nation's scientific and technological production has long been on the agenda. Beyond the engines, numerous domestically produced aircraft have already been manufactured. We just need to install engines from M country before we can start selling them.
But M country insists on sanctioning us.
Well, that's just great.
It's precisely their sanctions that have spurred our leap forward in development. It hasn't been easy. Truly, it hasn't been easy at all. Despite the Western powers' relentless pursuit and blockade, we've still managed to achieve technological breakthroughs. Hats off to our national researchers. This is the true brilliance of the Great Lin. Anyone who dares oppose our nation will be utterly annihilated.
Compared to domestic reactions, international netizens have a completely different attitude.
Some gloat over our misfortune. They've long hoped the US and its allies would get their comeuppance and suffer setbacks. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant anymore. Now, China's passenger aircraft have surpassed them in every aspect. They've completely lost the Chinese market.
With such low fuel consumption, every flight saves significant costs.
Our country should also order new passenger aircraft from China. It saves money and protects the environment. There's no reason to refuse. That makes sense. We shouldn't blindly follow the political correctness of Western nations. We should prioritize our own national interests. Those who once boasted about how great the US is must be at a loss for words now. Huaxia is undoubtedly the future leader of the world. I hope our country's leaders prepare early and build strong relations with Huaxia in advance. Faced with plummeting stock prices, country's passenger aircraft manufacturers can no longer endure. They assumed that even if China possessed the capability to produce passenger aircraft, but that it would take at least several more years to complete the production line and achieve commercial delivery. They believed they could use this time to develop more advanced aircraft technologies and reclaim market share. But China's pace was simply too fast, catching them completely off guard. If this continued, their stock prices would plummet severely. Operational challenges would also arise. Especially since Huaxia's passenger aircraft boasts superior performance, it will undoubtedly attract many countries to compete for purchases. Once production capacity ramps up, their global market share will plummet. This would lead to mass layoffs and reduced tax revenues. They absolutely cannot allow this to happen. They must leverage their influence directly to inform the president. They must do everything possible to restrict Chinese aircraft from entering foreign markets. Only then could their company's stock prices potentially stabilize and rebound. The president of the aircraft manufacturer was anxious, and the governments of country and several European nations were equally concerned. China's rise has been far too rapid, catching them completely off guard. If their passenger aircraft manufacturers were to go bankrupt, the impact on their national economies would be devastating. An emergency meeting was immediately convened to discuss countermeasures against China's passenger aircraft. The heads of several allied nations convened via video conference. The British Prime Minister spoke first. I believe our first step should be for our allied nations to issue a joint statement. Refuse to purchase Chinese aircraft and prohibit their domestically produced airliners from transnational flights. This must certainly be done. But it won't completely halt their aircraft production. As we understand, Huaxia aircraft manufacturing relies heavily on chip technology. We should target China through chip sanctions. Without chips, they cannot produce cutting-edge technology products. The Prime Minister of Gaul proposed. China is the largest consumer of chips. Restricting them entirely would also have some impact on us. This matter requires careful consideration. The President of the United States hesitated. While they desire to sanction China, they also rely on China's supply of inexpensive goods. Without China, the cost of everyday goods would skyrocket. This would significantly impact their citizens. Stop deliberating sanctions can still be imposed now. If they independently master lithography technology, it will pose an even greater threat to us. Better to seize this moment to impose sanctions and destroy their entire technological base. The British Prime Minister proposed a ruthless strategy. Chapter 76, Bad News Chips Under Sanctions. Following consultations, Western prime ministers and presidents immediately finalized the sanctions list. TSMC is prohibited from supplying chips for commercial aircraft to China, while Longwei Company faces sanctions. No more chip foundry services for Longwei Corporation. The sanctions took effect immediately on the day they were announced, leaving China no opportunity to respond. Lin Hai remained completely unaware of these developments, waiting in the command center until the aircraft reached its destination. He carefully examined the complete test data. Both fuel efficiency and safety aspects achieved highly ideal results. With a few more test flights without issues, the domestically produced aircraft could soon be put into commercial use. Chinese netizens were thrilled, flooding online forums with comments. Once the domestically produced aircraft are delivered to airlines, I absolutely must take a flight on a plane made in my own country. Both the aircraft's design and the seat interiors are superbly crafted. It's far more luxurious than imported aircraft. When the aircraft successfully completed its first official test flight, everyone stood up and applauded enthusiastically. Every technician's face glowed with excitement. They had waited far too long for this moment, finally witnessing their nation's own civil aircraft take flight. Meanwhile, Meng Bofiai shared the incoming orders with netizens nationwide via the internet. On the very first day of test flights, they secured over 1,800 aircraft orders, with the total order value exceeding 1 trillion yuan. This news sent netizens across the nation into a frenzy once more. China's aviation market is vast, and it's fortunate that they've successfully developed their own domestically produced passenger aircraft. Otherwise, they would have had to spend over 1 trillion more to purchase passenger aircraft from the United States or Europe. The crux was that these nations, profiting from easy money, had persistently sought to suppress China. With the successful test flight of China's domestically produced airliner and the capture of so many orders, we've finally gotten some serious payback. Ha! Now the US must be stunned. They've been antagonizing us all along, yet they've gained nothing. Instead, they've suffered massive losses. They recklessly hiked prices, only to find their planes unsellable. Now let them use them themselves. Lower fuel consumption means airlines can turn a profit. That's great news. Perhaps in time, airlines can lower fares, making air travel more affordable in the future. You're absolutely right. This gives us another travel option. I hope our country's aviation industry will thrive, making travel more convenient. Netizens flooded in with congratulations. Meanwhile, some online inquired, how is the production pace of our domestically produced passenger aircraft? Can it meet domestic demand? Meng Bofiai responded with a smile, rest assured, our production capacity is more than sufficient. Although we currently have one production line, we are about to build a second and third line. 50 domestically produced passenger aircraft have already been completed. Within a month, they will all be equipped with our own engines and delivered to airlines. Each production line can achieve an annual output of 150 aircraft. Once the production lines are fully operational, annual output will reach 400 to 500 aircraft. This will fully meet the needs of domestic airlines. Kudos to our nation's technological advancement. Director Meng has worked tirelessly, keep it up. Cheers to Director Meng and Lin Hai.
This national treasure marks another breakthrough in overcoming Western embargoes, truly a source of immense pride.
Netizen comments flooded the screen, with everyone brimming with immense pride. People grew increasingly confident. Those who once mocked and ridiculed domestic passenger aircraft have now vanished completely.
They can find no grounds for criticism. To persist would only bring shame upon themselves. After watching the maiden flight ceremony, they rode back to the research institute together. Li Xiaochang remained deeply moved.
Lin Hai, you've done an absolutely outstanding job.
This achievement has brought immense honor and benefit to our nation.
Western nations will never dare to underestimate us again. You flatter me. It was my duty.
Lin Hai remained humble.
To be honest, I'm now even more eager for our supersonic helicopter to be successfully manufactured.
Everything is progressing smoothly now, and the first test flight should be ready in about 6 months. It's bound to astonish the entire world. Li Xiaochang was filled with anticipation.
You're absolutely right. This supersonic helicopter will be the first of its kind to surpass global technology.
It incorporates entirely new design concepts and technologies. Once it's built, we'll finally be able to truly surpass the United States. Lin Hai felt deeply moved.
Without the system, who knows when we could have surpassed M nation in military technology.
In the future, domestically produced B-2 bombers and Tu-160s must all be manufactured. Moreover, their performance must surpass that of other nations.
By then, M nation would never dare to act arrogantly before China again. By evening, news of M nation's sanctions against China had spread.
Restrictions were imposed not only on aviation chips.
Even the chips used in long-way smartphones could no longer utilize M nation technology. Netizens were outraged upon seeing this news. How outrageous!
How shameless of M country. When China was developing its passenger aircraft, they restricted engine exports.
Now they're resorting to dirty tricks by restricting chips. This is disastrous. Can we even produce the chips needed for the aircraft ourselves? If we can't, we won't be able to continue producing passenger aircraft. All that investment, is it really going to go to waste?
The ugly face of the US has finally been exposed. They'll stop at nothing to stifle our progress. We must impose reciprocal sanctions to show them China is not to be trifled with.
This isn't just about halting passenger aircraft production. Longway will suffer even greater impacts. Our domestic smartphones have finally broken into the high-end market and are poised to surpass M nation's Apple. So they've resorted to dirty tricks, targeting Longway company as well. This is disastrous. Without its own chips, won't Longway be unable to continue producing phones? As soon as news of the US sanctions broke, the world's largest chipmaker, TSMC, announced it would follow suit. After completing existing contracts,
they will no longer sign new contracts with Huawei. Netizens were utterly furious. China's two proud industries were being firmly suppressed.
Netizens from M nation and its vassal states now strut around with their chests puffed out.
They've been boasting daily about how awesome Huawei is, claiming it can beat Apple.
But without chips, how will they produce? China's push into high-end products is impossible without M nation's approval. Only M country holds the core technology. Once sanctions are imposed, they're doomed. I've said it before, don't get too cocky. Going against M nation never ends well. We're done for. Any nation that dares oppose M nation will face retaliation and sanctions. We absolutely must play the role of M nation's lackey, even if it means groveling. Only then will M nation spare us its sanctions. Netizens from the Korean peninsula immediately groveled to M nation. Far from feeling ashamed, they took pride in it. Chapter 77, Heavy Losses.
Even some Western-obsessed sycophants in China gloated over the misfortune. You guys keep bragging that Longway Corporation is the best in the universe, but the moment they make a move, it's all over. They claimed Longway could conquer heaven and earth, but it turns out the core technology was still in someone else's hands.
You so-called patriots who shout about love for the motherland day in and day out? You're utterly defenseless against the US. Patriotic netizens, expressing their anger, launched a counterattack to defend the nation's reputation.
I believe Longway Corporation and our domestic passenger aircraft will break through the blockade. Sooner or later, we'll build world-class lithography machines. By then, the US will have no means to sanction us.
I trust Longway will never concede defeat. These challenges are only temporary. Our scientists will undoubtedly master EUV lithography. If it could be broken through, it would have been done already. This is the world's most cutting-edge technology. Even the US cannot produce it independently.
Remember, it represents the collective technological prowess of all developed nations. No matter how capable China is, it's impossible to produce one in such a short time.
Keep blowing your own horn. Let's see if you can blow an EUV lithography machine into existence. Following the sanctions imposed by the United States, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately lodged a protest.
This completely violates the free trade agreement.
Such sanctions are utterly without justification.
But the US had long been determined to sanction China, refusing to allow China to produce advanced jet engines.
And it certainly won't tolerate Longway Company posing a threat to Apple. Meng Bofei was now extremely anxious.
Although he had already ordered a batch of chips for technological use. However, these chips could only support the production of over 100 aircraft.
Once depleted, further procurement would be impossible, halting aircraft production entirely. Longway Corporation was also under immense pressure. Domestic mobile phone CPUs had finally reached world-class standards. Yet globally, only one company could manufacture these chips. That company is TSMC. Yet this company is under the control of the United States and must obey their orders. Faced with US demands for sanctions, TSMC dares not resist. The only course of action left is to fulfill existing contracts. They must deliver every last bit of production specified in those contracts. After all, these were contracts signed in advance. Failure to fulfill them would not only damage their credibility but also incur massive compensation payments. Although Longway Company still had some inventory, these chips simply couldn't sustain operations for long. While lodging a protest with Country M, they urgently convened a high-level meeting. The president of Longway Corporation looked extremely grave. He stated at the meeting, "Our mobile phone business constitutes a significant portion of the company's operations. If this business fails, our company will suffer a severe blow. I'm open to any viable solutions you may have, please speak freely." Everyone looked at each other, unable to come up with a solution. Without chips, phones simply cannot be manufactured. Crucially, only one company globally can produce high-end chips, making them irreplaceable. I believe we should immediately invest massive funds not only to develop our own lithography machines but also to invest in domestic lithography companies. We absolutely must achieve breakthroughs in high-end lithography technology within the shortest possible timeframe. A supervisor spoke up. Of course we must pursue this, but how long will it take to achieve breakthroughs in high-end lithography machines? It could take 10 or even 20 years to catch up. By then, our mobile phone business will have long since collapsed. After all these years, the mobile phone market will have completely transformed. We won't be able to maintain our current market position, the vice president said. He's right. Developing lithography machines is too slow, we simply can't afford to wait. The president of Longway Corporation spoke up. "Since we can't find a solution, I propose selling our mobile phone sub-brand, Star Glory. Once separated from Longway, the Xingyao brand can continue to survive. Use the proceeds to fund ongoing R&D. Even if our mobile phone business can't continue, R&D absolutely must not stop. When the day comes that high-end domestic lithography machines are developed, we will still have a chance to win." The president of Longway made this decision with evident resolve. Even as he spoke, his fists were clenched tightly. It was unbearably frustrating, yet there was simply no other way. We must cut off the arm to save the body, fighting for a sliver of hope. All the department heads were stunned by this decision. Yet upon reflection, it was indeed the best course of action. Without the chip, the company would collapse in no time, becoming worthless. Selling it now could at least secure a valuation of hundreds of billions. These funds should sustain Longway Company for some time. Even with minimal revenue from the mobile phone business, it could sustain ongoing technological R&D. To survive, no one opposed this decision. The next challenge was how to survive under M-Nation's sanctions. The entire office building of Longway Corporation burned brightly all night long as meetings raced to devise countermeasures. Meng Bofiai was equally unwilling to accept this setback. Domestic technology had already entered production, only to face such a blow. He immediately called the Prime Minister to discuss countermeasures. After listening to Meng Bofiai's explanation, the Prime Minister spoke earnestly. "Bofiai, we currently have no access to high-end chips. But aircraft manufacturing absolutely cannot be halted. Your research bureau should explore whether domestically produced low-end chips can serve as substitutes. This issue won't be resolved quickly. We must overcome these difficulties with all our might and break through the enemy's blockade." I understand this principle, but the biggest problem is that without high-end chips, the safety of our passenger aircraft will be severely compromised. Especially during severe weather like heavy fog or strong winds, we cannot rely on advanced electronic instruments. Such aircraft simply cannot meet commercial standards. Meng Bofiai sighed as he spoke. Once the aircraft is initially produced, we can assemble it promptly once the chips become available. The nation will also find solutions, dedicating full resources to developing lithography machines. At the very least, we must produce the chips needed for the passenger aircraft in the shortest possible time. The Premier has no better solution either. Relevant departments are currently meeting to discuss and explore options. They're exploring ways to bypass TSMC's foundry services and provide domestically produced chips that meet national requirements. However, domestically produced chips currently only reach 100 nanometer technology, while aircraft chips require a minimum of 16 nanometer precision. The production technology gap spans several generations, making a breakthrough in the short term extremely difficult. The national government faces immense pressure, with trillion-yuan projects temporarily on hold. Chapter 78, Alternative Solutions for Lithography Machines. This bombshell news swept across the entire nation like a tornado. The entire nation is focused on this development. Longway Corporation, a national enterprise, suffered a devastating blow. Without access to chips, it would not only lose hundreds of billions in annual revenue but also severely impact China's entire mobile phone manufacturing industry. This means that no smartphone manufacturer dares to cross M-country. They could impose sanctions at the drop of a hat, and no company could withstand that. Upon hearing this news, Li Xiuchang immediately sought out Lin Hai, who was dozing off. "Wake up! Something major just happened." Lin Hai snapped awake, puzzled. What could possibly go wrong now? M-Nation is being utterly tyrannical. They've actually started imposing sanctions on our chips. Both Longway Corporation and our passenger aircraft projects are affected. Without chips, production simply can't continue. Li Xiuchang pulled up the news for Lin Hai to review. Lin Hai studied the report carefully, his brow furrowing deeply. He consulted the sleep god system and learned that to build a lithography machine, he'd need to sleep for half a year. And even then, that would only secure the technology. Turning that technology into actual products would take even longer. Neither Longway Corporation nor the passenger aircraft industry could afford to wait that long. Without sufficient products reaching the market, they risked being easily replaced by competitors' offerings. Do you have any better solutions? Li Xiuchang asked anxiously. Even if we can't build the lithography machine, could we compensate with alternative approaches? It's not that we can't build the lithography machine, Lin Hai scratched his head and explained, the problem is the time it takes is simply too long. Li Xiuchang couldn't believe it. Are you confident you can break through EUV lithography technology? If we can truly achieve that, even 3 to 5 years wouldn't be a problem. The current difficulties are only temporary. As long as we can catch up with lithography machine technology, we can reclaim the market. Lin Hai searched the sleep god system to see if there were any alternative lithography technologies. And he actually found a solution. Existing lithography machines could be upgraded to enhance manufacturing precision. Lin Hai immediately asked, what is the maximum precision achievable by our current domestically produced lithography machines? Li Xiuchang, who was quite knowledgeable about these technologies, answered without hesitation, to my knowledge, domestically produced lithography machines can produce a maximum of 64 nanometers. Moreover, yield rates remain a significant issue, falling far short of standard requirements. Lin Hai ran a simulation through the sleep god system. Nodding, he said, then there's no problem. I suggest our National Defense University invest in building a chip factory, purchasing lithography machines and related equipment to produce chips for Longway Company and civil aircraft. That doesn't seem feasible. Producing chips isn't that simple. Even with sufficient equipment, it might not be achievable. After all, production requires high technical expertise and a sufficient number of skilled technicians. Moreover, we don't even have high-end lithography machines. How could we possibly produce chips? Li Xiuchang looked utterly perplexed. Rest assured, leader. Since I proposed this, I'm confident we can produce chips. We only need to purchase a domestically produced 100 nanometer lithography machine, modify it, and then establish the manufacturing process. We guarantee we can produce a 16 nanometer lithography machine. As long as we secure sufficient time, we can manufacture EUV lithography machines. Lin Hai stated with absolute confidence. Are you certain? This is no trivial matter. I know you're unmatched in aircraft technology, but the technology used in lithography machines is vastly different from aircraft. Li Xiuchang hurriedly interjected. I believe this project should be handled internally by our National Defense University first, with complete secrecy maintained. Even after we have the chips, they must be supplied to domestic enterprises in secret. Quietly capture the market. Only when our lithography technology completely surpasses the world's best should we announce it publicly. Lin Hai shared his thoughts. If we possess technology that rivals foreign counterparts, foreign companies will also push full throttle to develop their own, striving to leave China behind as soon as possible. Given their nature, there's a high likelihood they'll also seek to sabotage our efforts. Only when everything falls into place and we completely surpass our rivals will we gain sufficient leverage. Your points are valid, Li Xiuchang countered, but the crux remains, can modifying a 100 nanometer lithography machine truly produce 16 nanometer chips? He remained skeptical. If technological breakthroughs were this easy, China wouldn't be choked off by foreign powers. Currently, every other technology can be compensated for through tactics or scale. But EUV lithography machines are a different story. Their production difficulty is simply too high. It's simply beyond the capability of any single nation to accomplish. Li Xiuchang feared Lin Hai was making bold claims that might backfire if unfulfilled, risking public ridicule. How about this? I'll use all my bonuses and shares in the university to purchase the lithography machines. If that's still insufficient, I'll take out a bank loan in my name. Treat it as my private investment. Even if the technology ultimately fails, I'll bear all the consequences. Lin Hai had already acquired a vast amount of technology through the system, and it had never failed him. Since the system store offered this technology, it was absolutely foolproof. Moreover, he had accumulated a substantial amount of points during this period, which could be used to redeem these technologies. After all, the world's commercial chip technology currently only reaches 16 nanometers. After sanctioning Longway, foreign companies no longer have any rivals. They'll release their technology drop by drop, like squeezing toothpaste from a tube. This maximizes their profits. It is precisely during such an opportunity that China can achieve a technological leapfrog in lithography equipment. By the time they react, they'll discover China's domestically produced chip technology has already far surpassed theirs. By then, China would not only break the monopoly and blockade but could deliver a decisive blow to the rival nation. Li Xiuchang hadn't expected Lin Hai's confidence to be so unwavering. Since you possess such conviction, I will naturally support you wholeheartedly. The authority granted to me by the state is considerable. I can allocate 10 billion yuan in R&D funding to support you. We'll procure 2 production lines for you. Is that acceptable? Additionally, the newly established laboratory will be prioritized for the chip production line. Li Xiuchang stated. Thank you so much. I won't let you down. I'll get the chip production line up and running as quickly as possible. Also, please help recruit some technical personnel, and this must be done confidentially. Lin Hai said happily. No problem, it's a piece of cake. We'll recruit under the institute's name and guarantee we bring in the absolute best technical personnel. Li Xiuchang replied. Chapter 79, Procuring Domestic Goods. Huaxia Microelectronics is the only company in China that persists in independently developing lithography machines. However, its R&D pace lagged far behind international standards. Its current process technology only reaches the 100 nanometer level, capable of producing only the most basic chips. Beyond process technology, its efficiency and yield rates also lag significantly behind comparable foreign lithography machines. Consequently, even domestic semiconductor companies are reluctant to use lithography machines produced by Huaxia's own company. After all, lower-end products yield thinner profit margins, demanding higher stability and yield rates in production. Equipment that frequently malfunctions or produces inconsistent product quality can lead to losses. It could even compromise the final product quality. These shortcomings combined have resulted in extremely low sales volumes for Huaxia Microelectronics Group's lithography machines. The manufactured equipment piles up in warehouses, and even when sold at a discount significantly cheaper than foreign lithography machines, they still remain unsold. Without substantial government subsidies, R&D would be difficult to sustain. Yesterday, two mysterious businessmen arrived claiming they wanted to purchase lithography machines. Upon hearing the news, the president of Huaxia Microelectronics was overjoyed. Without verifying their identities, he promptly invited them into his office. Upon meeting them, however, he discovered that all the clients were unfamiliar faces. Shang Wanhao, president of Huaxia Microelectronics, felt deeply puzzled. He knew every semiconductor company of any size in the country by heart and recognized most of their executives. Yet the people before him were utterly unfamiliar. A nagging doubt began to creep into his mind. Could they be scammers? I'd better be extra cautious. No payment, no shipment. Resolved, Shang Wanhao warmly attended to them. Gentlemen, please have some tea. Which model of lithography machine would you like to order? One of them pulled out the procurement list and said, "This is our purchase order. We're buying 2 of your most advanced photolithography machines and 2 of your most advanced etching machines. When can we expect delivery of this equipment?" Shang Wanhao glanced at the procurement list and realized they were building 2 production lines. This was already a substantial order for them. He quickly replied, "Delivery time for the equipment is no problem. We have stock available in our warehouse right now. How about your payment arrangements?" The other party nodded slightly and said, "We've already inquired before coming. The most advanced domestic lithography machine costs 100 million Huaxia currency per unit, and the most advanced etching machine is similarly priced. As long as the equipment is satisfactory, we can sign the contract and make payment immediately. But we have our own demands." Shang Wanhao was now overcome with excitement. The other party was willing to pay on the spot. What more could he say? He hurriedly asked, "Please state your requirements freely. Our company will do everything possible to meet them. First, we must guarantee the quality of the lithography machines. They must be shipped at the fastest possible pace, and the equipment must be installed and debugged promptly. If this collaboration goes well, we will continue to purchase lithography machine production lines in the future." While delighted, Shang Wanhao also felt deeply puzzled. Although this was the most advanced domestically produced lithography machine, it lagged far behind foreign advanced technology. The products it could manufacture were all at the lowest end of the spectrum. This market has long been saturated. Why build so many production lines all at once? I'd like to remind you that the lithography machines provided by our microelectronics company only have a 100 nanometer process. Even with the best process technology, achieving 64 nanometers is already a significant accomplishment. But doing so would drastically reduce yield rates, making it impossible to meet production requirements. You're spending a fortune on this equipment. You need to think this through carefully. Rest assured, our equipment procurement decision is thoroughly considered. Additionally, our transaction must remain strictly confidential. Otherwise, we'll have to consider partnering with other manufacturers. Shang Wanhao felt increasingly suspicious. This deal felt odd in every way. But with such a deep-pocketed client, he certainly wouldn't pass it up. Selling the equipment would provide the capital needed to continue investing in new technology research. Besides, lithography machines weren't contraband. As long as there were buyers, he was happy to sell. As for what products the lithography machine would be used to produce, that wasn't his concern. "No problem, our company can meet all your requirements." Shang Wanhao nodded in agreement. The contract was smoothly signed, and 80% of the payment was transferred to the company's account. Shang Wanhao felt as if he were in a dream. Securing such a large order so effortlessly. It felt almost too simple to be true. In the past, selling a single lithography machine required immense effort, entertaining clients, gift-giving, and leveraging connections. Only to barely manage to sell one machine. And the buyers always looked utterly disgusted, as if they'd been swindled. Now, customers were coming to us to buy lithography machines, and the payment was so straightforward. Even after the money cleared his account, it still felt unreal. I pinched my thigh discreetly. Ouch. This was real. Definitely not a dream. Right, Shang Wanhao inquired, "Where is the delivery address?" "Just deliver it to the National Defense University. Make sure to disguise the shipment. Don't let anyone recognize it as a lithography machine." Shang Wanhao looked utterly stunned, staring in disbelief at the 3 clients before him. The National Defense University had gained tremendous fame recently. Mainly because Lin Hai had achieved so much there. It was likely that every child in the country who knew anything was already very familiar with the National Defense University. The customer smiled faintly. "We're a company jointly founded with the National Defense University, so we're using their facilities for production. As for credibility, I don't think you need to worry about that, right?" Not worried at all. Absolutely not. Since you're collaborating with the National Defense University, we can ship the goods first without any issues. Shang Wanhao felt completely reassured and exclaimed with immense excitement. Though he couldn't fathom why the National Defense University would purchase such outdated lithography equipment. But the opportunity to do business with the National Defense University filled him with genuine pride. Then we won't disturb you further. We'll be waiting for your shipment to arrive soon. Once installation and debugging are complete, we'll settle the final payment. Rest assured, I'll personally handle this. It will be delivered within 3 days. After seeing the client off, Shang Wanhao couldn't help but jump up. He immediately instructed his secretary to notify senior management about arranging the shipment. This order was no ordinary one. Many details required clear communication. Chapter 80, Full Support. To maintain secrecy and avoid detection by outsiders. The lithography machine was delivered in the dead of night. The cargo was unloaded at top speed, and the tense installation and debugging process began. Li Xiuchang also leveraged his connections to bring in relevant technical personnel. Li Xiuchang's reputation had become too prominent during this period. His influence was naturally formidable. Especially with the backing of the National Defense University, he quickly assembled a team of highly skilled professionals in the field. With these experts on board, recruiting regular staff became much easier. Watching the equipment being installed with intense yet orderly efficiency, Li Xiuchang still couldn't shake his unease. He turned to Lin Hai and asked, "Now that the equipment is here, are you truly confident we can produce cutting-edge chips? Spending money on equipment alone isn't the issue. But the technicians will be arriving soon. If the equipment isn't ready by then, we'll be in big trouble." Lin Hai smiled faintly. "Rest assured, I've got this covered. However, to expedite the production line upgrade, I need every technician from our institute to pitch in. This will at least save us several times the time." "No problem at all. Everyone at the institute can rest assured go ahead and use them. The supersonic helicopter project can be put on hold for now. Besides, production doesn't require constant supervision. We can definitely make time for it." With Li Xiuchang's full backing, Lin Hai rallied the institute staff to work at full speed. He even stopped attending daytime classes. This marked the first time in his life that Lin Hai had ever skipped class. Many classmates who wanted to attend class with him were utterly astonished, finding it utterly unbelievable. "Why isn't Lin Hai in class? Is he feeling unwell?" people asked around. "No idea. He usually just sleeps in class, but he's never been late before. Maybe something came up that he had to handle." Li Moore immediately called Lin Hai to ask what was going on. But the phone only emitted a busy signal. Clearly, Lin Hai had turned off his phone. Li Moore knew perfectly well that Lin Hai must be dealing with something extremely important right now. She couldn't disturb him. Of course, she wouldn't tell the other classmates about this either. When asked, Li Moore simply replied that she didn't know. Anything Lin Hai was doing was related to national security. Not a single word could be leaked. Li Moore possessed that level of awareness. Watching the seat reserved for Lin Hai remain empty. Her heart was completely with Lin Hai, and even during class, she couldn't focus on the lectures. This situation persisted for several days, yet Lin Hai still hadn't returned to class. Some nosy students posted about it online. It sparked a flurry of speculation. Why had Lin Hai suddenly stopped attending classes? Was he developing some cutting-edge new technology again? That's for sure. I'm confident that with Lin's expertise, he'll break through with technology that will shock the entire world. I suspect he hasn't gone off to research new tech at all. It's more likely that since the US imposed sanctions on Longwei and Huaxia aircraft, he's been too scared to show his face in public, wondering if he even has the capability to break through chip technology. So he's simply avoiding public appearances altogether. Just as most people were concerned, a jarringly discordant voice suddenly emerged. And below, many people actually agreed, their tone dripping with schadenfreude. Remember, he once boasted that he could crack any technology within 3 months. But when it came to top-tier lithography machines, he was helpless. This technology represents the pinnacle of global expertise. No individual, no matter how gifted, could possibly develop it in such a short time frame. That makes sense. He could talk big before. But now that the US has imposed sanctions, his big talk can't be delivered. He could only bury his head like an ostrich, hiding from everyone, hoping to slip through the cracks. Optical technology will never catch up to the US. This isn't something a single country can achieve. Even if you gave them the blueprints, they couldn't build it. Lin Hai's fans were utterly furious. Don't get cocky, maybe genius Lin is already researching this technology. It won't be long before he breaks through with the lithography machine. Then it'll be your turn to get slapped in the face. I trust Lin's abilities. He never makes empty boasts. No matter how much those sycophants and Western-loving lackeys try to belittle him, they'll never shake his standing in my eyes. The situation now is completely different from before. No matter how many people sneer and mock, the majority of netizens stand behind Lin Hai. Besides, no matter how skilled someone is, they can't possibly master every single technique. Lin Hai's current achievements are already beyond the reach of many. Countless individuals will never reach his level in their entire lives. Even if he can't break through EUV lithography technology, he remains among the world's top scientists. After all, there are only a handful of people worldwide capable of developing commercial aircraft engine technology. Online hype erupted, with no one willing to concede. The battle even spilled over to foreign online communities. Even abroad, Lin Hai has legions of fans who believe he can crack any technological blockade.
Another group of netizens firmly believed that China simply lacked the capability to manufacture high-end lithography machines. They argued that if the US imposed a full-scale blockade, China's high-end manufacturing capabilities would suffer a devastating blow, rendering it permanently unable to break through. Some have even started online betting pools, wagering whether the lithography machine monopoly can be broken within a year. They simply don't believe Lin Hai can crack such advanced and complex technology within 3 months. That's why the betting period was set at 1 year. Even so, no one believes you can still break through this technology within a year. Even Lin Hai's supporters wouldn't dare bet on his victory lightly. Only a handful of die-hard fans put their money on Lin Hai breaking through the lithography machine blockade within a year. But after that, no new updates were released. Zhao Tianlai deployed substantial police forces, securing the newly built factory with ironclad protection. That day, a meeting was underway in the conference room. Chief Zhao, based on our investigations over the past few days, we've finally identified the suspect. The problem still lies with the overseas students. We haven't secured evidence to apprehend him yet. But in recent days, he's been frequently visiting the factory to secretly gather information. We intercepted his phone communications and discovered he even possesses counter-surveillance equipment. Moreover, the data was encrypted with highly professional techniques. Think about it, how could an ordinary person possibly have such advanced equipment on their phone? He's finally slipped up. Maintain tight surveillance and observe how he contacts his superiors. See if we can follow the trail and apprehend every spy on this network. Zhao Tianlai snorted coldly. Understood. Chapter 81, Test Successful. Wang Biao had no idea he'd already slipped up. Lin Hai hadn't been attending classes lately, and he realized Lin Hai must be working on something extremely important during this period. As the saying goes, one's greatest adversary knows them best. Wang Biao knew Lin Hai wouldn't skip class for no reason. Not even to sleep through lectures. Moreover, he had keenly observed frequent comings and goings at the newly constructed laboratory building of the National Defense University. He had already surmised that this matter must be connected to Lin Hai. Perhaps they were developing some critically important technology. After reporting this information to his superiors, they immediately assigned him a new task to thoroughly investigate the matter. But Wang Biao discovered the security at the experimental facility was extremely tight. Several attempts to infiltrate the facility were thwarted. Though unsuccessful, this experience only reinforced his belief in the facility's critical importance. He was devising ways to find an opportunity to infiltrate. Yet the more frequent his attempts became, the closer he drew to capture. Inside the experimental factory, everyone wore electrostatic suits that tightly covered their entire bodies. Several supervisors stood nervously beside the assembly line, watching intently. This was the first chip produced after the assembly line upgrade. It was also the most advanced chip currently used in Longwei Corporation's smartphones. Today would determine whether they could successfully produce the 16-nanometer chip. Finally, the chip reached its final step and emerged from the machine. The inspector took the chip and began functional testing. After a long wait, the tester exhaled deeply. Don't just stand there, tell us the test results. Li Xiaochan couldn't help but urge. Reporting to the director, this chip's quality is outstanding. It meets all safety and performance requirements. Wow, that's fantastic. Instantly, everyone cheered in unison. They shouted wildly with excitement. Everyone let loose, releasing the pressure and exhaustion they'd been carrying. We thought domestically produced chips were a distant dream, but mass production has been achieved so quickly. And this was made with domestic lithography equipment absolutely immune to sanctions from the US. While 16 nanometers technology isn't the absolute cutting edge, it represents the most advanced commercially available chips. Although TSMC has announced they are experimenting with 8 nanometers processes and plan to complete them within this year. However, achieving full commercial deployment will require additional time. At least 3 to 6 months are required. Especially with Longwei Company facing sanctions, their progress may be even slower. After China breaks through the 16-nanometer process, the operational space is extremely vast. The latest technology is costly and has limited demand. Most applications are limited to the latest flagship smartphones. The more mature 32 nanometers and 64 nanometers processes, however, constitute the bulk of chip production. Breaking through 16 nanometers technology would allow direct access to the largest chip market. TSMC believed that following the US's lead in sanctioning Longwei Corporation would earn Washington's approval. Yet they could never have imagined that this decision would plunge them into an abyss. Not only would Longwei no longer require their chips, but China would seize the majority of the global chip market. Soon, China will establish another trillion-dollar industrial chain. And it would be completely unaffected by the United States. Not long after, chips from the second production line officially rolled off the assembly line. This batch was prototypes for chips destined for domestic passenger aircraft. After testing, they fully met the performance requirements. Li Xiaochan was so overcome with emotion he was at a loss for words. Hold on a moment, I'll report this matter to the leadership. Now our domestically produced passenger aircraft can finally enter full-scale production, and Longwei Company will no longer face a chip shortage. I'm sure our national leaders will be thrilled to hear this news. Li Xiaochang said with immense excitement. Hold your horses. My stance remains unchanged. While we can now produce chips, we currently have only 2 production lines. To increase production capacity, we'll need not only more equipment but also massive amounts of electricity. The supporting infrastructure absolutely cannot be neglected. Completing these projects will be a massive undertaking.
My recommendation is to keep this information strictly confidential. Do not disclose it prematurely. First, let's complete all production.
By the time they notice something's amiss, it'll be too late for M country to intervene with other measures.
Lin Hai proposed. Then I'll draft a detailed report, submit the samples, and include your recommendations.
Additionally, we must urge the state to expedite infrastructure improvements. The required power supply network must be built at the fastest possible pace.
Lin Hai smiled faintly and reminded, one crucial thing, don't forget to keep Huaxia Microelectronics supplying us.
If no stock is available, repurchase the lithography machines they previously sold.
Current production timelines are too lengthy. It's more practical to repurchase some second-hand equipment at a premium and modify it. Time is of the essence, the sooner, the better. Understood. I'll issue the orders immediately.
Li Xiuchang nodded solemnly. Although Shang Guanhao had secured a major contract, his joy was tempered by lingering unease.
Research institutions ordering equipment from their company carried significant weight.
If they were satisfied with the equipment, publicizing it could potentially drive massive sales.
But if they were dissatisfied, future business operations would become even more challenging. As soon as the installation and debugging team returned, Shang Guanhao urgently inquired about the customer's feedback. The response he received left Shang Guanhao utterly perplexed.
They sent us back immediately after installation and debugging. No product testing was conducted.
They didn't say they were satisfied, nor did they say they were dissatisfied. What on earth is the National Defense University up to?
After a month of constant anxiety, he was sound asleep late one night when a phone call jolted him awake.
Still half asleep, Shang Guanhao was about to unleash a tirade on the caller.
He assumed it was some late-night prank call. But seeing the caller ID instantly wiped away all traces of sleep. This was the big client from last time.
He quickly answered the call. Mr. Shangguan, I hope this late call isn't disturbing you? Not at all, not at all. Is there a problem with the equipment that you're calling at this hour? Rest assured, I'll send someone over immediately to resolve it. Shang Guanhao sensed something was amiss.
To protect both the client and the company's reputation, he knew he had to deliver exceptional after-sales service.
You've misunderstood. I'm calling to order more lithography equipment. We'll take every single one capable of achieving 100 nanometer fabrication. Ship all available inventory.
If inventory falls short, contact previous equipment suppliers and see if they're willing to sell.
Shang Guanhao was utterly dumbfounded. Had he gone mad from the pressure of sales, hallucinating now? Chapter 82, Acquisition paused a turn of events. Shang Guanhao cautiously double-checked, am I still half asleep dreaming this? You want second-hand equipment too? Absolutely no mistake. And I'm dead serious about this. As long as there are no quality issues, we'll take all the used equipment at a discounted price. As the manufacturer, you can also charge a portion of the fees. We won't let you work for nothing. Also, ramp up production of new equipment. We'll take whatever you can supply right now.
I'm certain this isn't a dream. The order demand is real.
Shang Guanhao hung up the phone and nearly jumped 3 feet in the air. He immediately called the company's senior management. Everyone must assemble immediately to discuss shipping arrangements.
He also contacted previous manufacturers to inquire whether they were willing to sell off the lithography equipment they had previously purchased. Larger semiconductor manufacturers typically didn't use the lithography equipment they bought. They only activated domestic production lines when order volumes became overwhelming. Yield rate issues are critically important. Even a 1,000th increase can significantly impact quality during mass production. They generally avoid using domestic equipment unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing that Huaxia Microelectronics was willing to repurchase this equipment, many manufacturers were eager to sell it directly at low prices. For them, selling the equipment meant securing substantial funds. This allows them to expand their facilities and purchase foreign equipment. Since Huaxia Microelectronics initiated the purchase, even the government couldn't accuse them of not supporting domestic products. To counter M nation's chip blockade, the Prime Minister led the State Council in seeking countermeasures. First, a series of policy supports were introduced. Any enterprise investing in R&D for lithography-related industries and achieving tangible results would receive subsidies and incentives. The government fully supported investment and R&D in the lithography machine industry. However, Longwei Corporation faced an extremely dire situation. The mobile phone industry suffered near devastating blows, with no viable solutions in sight. The State Council expressed support for the solution proposed by Longwei Company. After hearing the report, the Premier stated, "We support Longwei Company's plan to cut off the arm to save the body. The local state-owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission will fund the acquisition, and the price must not be too low." This would serve as indirect support for Longwei, ensuring it secures sufficient capital to continue its development. With the united efforts of the entire nation, we will eventually achieve breakthroughs in lithography technology. Prime Minister, there's an urgent call from academician Li Xiuchang. He says he has something extremely important to report to you. All right. The Premier took the call. This is the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, there is a matter of utmost urgency I must report to you. Is now a convenient time? I'm in a meeting. You may proceed directly. Here's the situation. Our research institute purchased a domestically produced lithography machine and modified it. We've successfully produced chips for domestic aircraft and 16-nanometer long-way chips. Although we currently have only 2 production lines, this can address the most urgent needs. Additionally, we have placed an order with Huaxia Microelectronics to construct sufficient chip production line equipment. We require the full support of the state. Li Xiaozhang reported on the events of the past few days. The Prime Minister was now at a loss to describe his own emotions. His eyes were wide, his entire expression frozen in a blank stare. After listening to Li Xiaozhang's entire report, he remained unresponsive for a long while. This was simply too unbelievable. He could accept breakthroughs in other technologies. The nation had long sought to develop its own lithography machines, yet after years of effort, it remained far behind the West. Whether it was patent barriers or technological blockades, they were nearly impossible to overcome. Especially given the severe shortage of domestic technical personnel. Compounded by systemic issues, massive investments yielding no long-term returns made sustained progress nearly impossible. After Li Xiaozhang finished his report, there was silence for a long while. He couldn't help but ask, "Premier, are you still listening?" "I'm listening. Is everything you've said true? You can't make such claims about matters of this magnitude. Can you actually produce it successfully, or have you only demonstrated a prototype so far?" The Premier pressed for confirmation once more. "The samples have been successfully produced and rigorously tested. We are now proceeding with normal production. At least for the chips on passenger aircraft, there is absolutely no need for concern. Sufficient supply is guaranteed. We are also working at full capacity to increase production of mobile phone chips for Longwei Company. I believe it won't be long before we can meet their demands. I can guarantee this absolutely no problem." Li Xiaozhang replied promptly. "Good work. You've once again made a significant contribution to the nation. Your proposal may be adopted." Everyone watched the Premier take the call, unsure what had transpired. After hanging up, the Prime Minister resumed his expressionless demeanor. He stated, "The matter of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission acquiring the Longwei sub-brand should be put on hold for now. Let's discuss the next issue." Everyone looked puzzled upon hearing this. Wasn't the primary purpose of today's meeting to discuss acquiring Longwei's subsidiary? Why was it abruptly cancelled after just one phone call? Could someone be blocking this deal, someone even above the State Council's authority? Though deeply puzzled, they all knew the rules. Since they hadn't been informed, they weren't allowed to ask unnecessary questions. Soon after, the chairman also received a top-secret document. After reading it, he remained silent for a long time. After an unknown period of time, the chairman dialed a phone number. "I agree." Longwei Company had already prepared for the handover of its sub-brand. Sales of the mobile phones are also being deliberately scaled back. We're extending the sales timeline as much as possible to prepare for breakthroughs in new technology. Perhaps one day the nation will break the chip monopoly and once again supply Longwei Corporation with the chips it needs. At that point, Longwei Corporation will still have the opportunity to compete for supremacy in the global mobile phone market. The president of Longwei suddenly received a mysterious phone call. The phone number was completely unfamiliar. But anyone who knew his number was definitely no ordinary person. The president answered, "Hello? Hello, President. We can manufacture chips for Longwei Company and have already produced samples. Would you be interested in collaborating?" President Longwei was utterly shocked. But he quickly realized this was undoubtedly a scam. There was only one factory in the world capable of manufacturing chips for Longwei. They had already announced that after the contract expired, they would no longer manufacture chips for Longwei. To protect themselves, they would never defy the orders of Country M by secretly supplying products to Longwei. Therefore, he concluded the caller was undoubtedly a fraudster. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Scammers these days were moving fast enough to target him personally. Chapter 83, Having Our Own Production Line. The Longwei president hung up immediately, unwilling to waste words on these scammers. Now, all that remained was to await the acquisition by the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. He also contemplated the future path for Longwei Corporation. Even if the company could fetch hundreds of billions in a sale, Longwei's future path would be far from smooth. Those hundreds of billions would only cover a few years of R&D investment. If they still couldn't secure advanced mobile chips by then, there would truly be no other option. The only option would be to cut the mobile phone business. The path for domestic smartphones to ascend to the high-end market has been completely blocked by Western nations. The phone rang again immediately. President Long hung up again. But the call came through again. President Longwei was truly furious. He answered and snapped, "Listen up, you scammers. If you dare make any more prank calls, I'll have you arrested. This is Li Xiaozhang from the National Defense Military Academy. We've met before. How have you been?" A somewhat familiar voice came through the phone. President Longwei was utterly astonished. Although he rarely had the chance to meet Li Xiaozhang had been appearing frequently on television lately. After all, the team he led had developed numerous cutting-edge technologies. Especially since Lin Hai was also a member of that team. President Long was quite familiar with him. "Academician Li? So this phone number belongs to you?" "This isn't my personal number, but the phone number of the newly appointed president of the National Defense University Semiconductor Company. When I called you earlier, it was mistaken for a scam, so I had to ask him to speak to you." Li Xiaozhang explained with a smile. "Could it be that you were referring to President Longwei's heart suddenly racing, pounding with excitement?" "Exactly. Our National Defense University has temporarily broken through chip manufacturing technology, capable of producing chips down to 16 nanometers. I formally invite you to come for an inspection. If there are no other issues, we can provide chip supplies for you. However, for national strategic reasons, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. We'll discuss the details when we meet." "No problem.
I'll head to the National Defense University immediately today. President Long Wei has no reason to doubt Li Xiuzhang. I'll be awaiting your arrival at the National Defense University.
After hanging up, President Long Wei's heart continued to pound violently. He had anticipated the company would face several years of the most challenging times.
But unexpectedly, the National Bureau had already prepared contingency plans.
Should M Nation impose sanctions, they now had a strategy to respond. At last, the years of hard work invested in Long Wei Company could be preserved. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. He immediately dialed another number. Suspend the sale of the mobile phone subsidiary immediately.
Await my next instructions. Soon, a private jet landed directly at the Defense University's dedicated helipad. President Long Wei arrived with the company's senior executives and technical staff.
Li Xiuzhang personally led his team to greet them. The moment they met, the two men clasped hands firmly.
President Long Wei couldn't wait to ask, is everything you said on the phone true? Don't lie to me. Are you that lacking in confidence in our domestic technology?
Li Xiuzhang asked with a smile.
But why haven't I heard anything about this before? If we could truly break through these technologies, the state should have informed me by now. President Long Wei expressed his deep confusion.
They'd been pushed to the brink of selling their subsidiary, and the state was even facilitating the acquisition.
If we possess the technology to produce high-end chips, why waste time on trivial matters?
Some matters can't be explained in a few words.
Let's continue our discussion while touring the factory.
But let's establish the rules up front. No photography or videography allowed here. Everything must remain confidential, not a single word can be shared outside. Li Xiuzhang stated with an extremely serious expression.
President Long Wei nodded. Rest assured, I understand the rules.
Inside the factory, 2 production lines were operating at full capacity. Li Xiuzhang led them on a tour while explaining, after learning that domestic chips were being suppressed by the United States, we dedicated ourselves to researching breakthrough solutions. Later, by modifying domestic lithography machines, we finally succeeded in producing 16-nanometer chips. This production line is dedicated to manufacturing the latest technology chips for your company, Long Wei.
The other line exclusively supplies domestic passenger aircraft. Since the domestic passenger aircraft requires fewer chips, we'll resume production for you immediately after completing their orders. Furthermore, subsequent production lines are being constructed at full capacity. We guarantee we can meet supply requirements within 3 months. Domestic lithography machines can actually be modified to this level? That's unbelievable. If we can achieve this level, there's absolutely no need to purchase lithography machines from the US. There's no longer any need to use TSMC for chip manufacturing. President Long Wei was intensely excited yet simultaneously filled with profound doubt. He was well aware of the development level of domestic lithography machines. A 100-nanometer process offered virtually no benefit to Long Wei Company. How exactly could they be modified to produce 16-nanometer chips? This represented a gap of several generations in technology. Without over a decade of relentless research and development, it was simply impossible to achieve. Li Xiuzhang relished seeing others utterly astonished. He said with a smile, of course it's impossible for others, but we have a super genius. Lin Hai devised the solution, and he also led the technical team in modifying the production line. The equipment runs exceptionally stable, and the yield rate of the products produced is even higher than TSMC's. Moreover, these production lines are merely short-term alternatives. In the future, our National Defense University's Research Institute will also strive to crack the production technology for high-end lithography machines. By then, we'll shift from defense to offense, completely suppressing M Nation's high-tech capabilities. Lin Hai, it was him all along. Though utterly surprising, upon reflection, it was entirely predictable. Lin Hai had once boasted he could crack any technology within 3 months. Who would have thought that his bold claim would be fulfilled once again today? Reaching the end of the production line, Li Xiuzhang continued, these are the qualified products we've manufactured. Your technical staff are welcome to inspect them at their convenience. If everything checks out, we can discuss a supply contract. Based on your requirements, we can plan the scale of the production line. Great, no problem. The president of Long Wei wasted no time, immediately instructing his team to test the domestically produced chips. If the chips proved flawless, it would truly be a game changer for Long Wei. They would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to capture more market share. They could even completely dominate Apple in the high-end smartphone market. I have one small request, I wonder if it might be granted? I wish to meet Mr. Lin Hai in person. President Long Wei inquired. Chapter 84, Quietly Making a Fortune. It's not convenient right now. He's been utterly exhausted lately and has been sleeping constantly. I'll definitely introduce you both next time the opportunity arises. Li Xiuzhang replied. President Long Wei felt a touch of disappointment, but since the man was sleeping, he couldn't very well force him to come. He could only agree, then please convey my gratitude to him on my behalf. You're welcome. It's what our technical staff should do. As long as Long Wei is satisfied with our products, we'll be long-term partners going forward. Li Xiuzhang said with a smile. While the two were chatting, Long Wei's technicians had already completed their inspection. They excitedly rushed over to report, President, we've finished testing. The performance is excellent, and the quality is absolutely flawless. Moreover, we discovered the chip's energy consumption is 20% lower than TSMC's chips. For us, this represents a significant performance boost. President Long Wei was instantly thrilled upon hearing this. He gave a thumbs up and praised, the National Defense University is truly impressive.
To achieve such a significant improvement in the manufacturing process, this will allow our phone performance to leap forward once again. With these chips, I'm confident Longway's phones will reach a whole new level. You flatter us. We've always believed Western technology was the world's best. But we've caught up now. Our products don't have to be inferior to theirs. Lin Hai also made a suggestion. Although we can now produce chips ourselves, Lin Hai suggested we keep this development under wraps for now. Longway could leverage this opportunity to focus solely on selling phones. Not only would this serve as excellent publicity, but it would also shield us from further suppression by the M Nation.
The president of Longway strongly agreed with this proposal. This is a smart approach.
We can leverage the limited edition marketing strategy to drive consumer demand.
Moreover, we can provide superior chips domestically, so there's no need to worry about chip shortages.
After discussing for a while, the two parties smoothly signed the supply contract.
With all concerns resolved, Longway Company launched its marketing campaign in full force.
Especially as patriotism surged among citizens. Witnessing domestic enterprises facing challenges, the public rallied to support Longway. Those looking to upgrade their phones prioritized purchasing Longway devices. This even led to market shortages due to panic buying. Longway's production lines worked overtime, running at full capacity. With a large international fanbase, rumors that Longway would soon be unable to obtain chips and its phones would become collector's items spurred many supporters to rush to purchase devices. Many fans are rushing to buy them as quickly as possible. The high-end flagship models, in particular, are selling exceptionally well. Watching Longway's sales soar, competitors and politicians in M countries scoffed in disdain. They knew Longway's contract was about to expire, and once all these chips were sold, the company would no longer be able to produce phones.
Moreover, they'd heard Longway was seeking to sell its sub-brands.
They all secretly agreed not to make any acquisitions. They planned to let the company rot in Longway's hands, soon becoming worthless.
Thus, these politicians and competitors showed no reaction to the hot sales of Longway's phones. Instead, they all adopted an attitude of watching the show unfold. This matter was kept strictly confidential from the vast majority of Longway employees, known only to the highest level executives. Every time domestically produced chips were manufactured, they were secretly transported to Longway's mobile phone factory. Outsiders knew nothing about this. Yet over time, as Longway phones sold increasingly well, their inventory levels appeared to be rapidly depleting.
Yet Longway's inventory remained remarkably plentiful, which struck many as highly peculiar.
Wasn't Longway supposed to be sanctioned and unable to obtain chips anymore? How could the phone still be selling so briskly?
Especially the high-end models, whose sales kept climbing without any sign of shortages.
Some people began to question this, discussing it online. Something just doesn't feel right. Is Longway Company selling phones so aggressively because they plan to liquidate their inventory and then exit the mobile phone business altogether? The real question is, after selling for so long, just how much inventory did they stockpile? Longway phones have already topped global sales this month, surpassing both Samsung and Apple. These sales figures are absolutely insane. I think Longway has just given up. Once they sell off all the phones, they'll shut down the mobile division immediately. They even mentioned selling off their sub-brands, but after all this time, no manufacturer has stepped up to take them over. Looks like it's become a hot potato they just can't offload. Whenever Longway is mentioned, many people take schadenfreude in their misfortune. Even though they're all Chinese, they can't wait for Longway to go under. Instead, they're constantly hyping up those explosive phones from Korea and those fruit-branded phones from the US. They genuinely believe foreign phones are superior to domestic ones. It's hard to fathom what these people are after, mysteriously looking down on their own country's products while worshipping foreign goods. Huawei's loyal fans certainly won't let these people mock Longway online. What a joke! Longway Company topped global sales this month, proving our Chinese phones earn worldwide consumer trust. It's precisely because of their fear of Longway that M country acts so unreasonably, relentlessly suppressing the company. This only proves they're scared our technology has surpassed theirs. Rest assured, I hear Longway won't abandon its phone business. Even without chips, they'll keep developing. The day our domestic lithography machines achieve breakthroughs, we will undoubtedly return as champions. With the nation's full support for the lithography machine industry, I believe we'll overtake them in a few years and completely defeat M Nation's shameless blockade. Ha, this is laughable. Everyone here is just a keyboard warrior. Let's see when they can actually build those lithography machines. Will it take 10 years or 20? By then, who knows how far M's technology will have advanced. China will never catch up. All this talk of surpassing the US, yet they control every cutting-edge technology. Can't we just admit defeat gracefully? Why must we constantly shout about competing with an opposing M country? Well, now we're in a fine mess. One move from them and we're completely finished. Online debates rage daily, always on the verge of erupting. Some fiercely defend Longway Company, while others respond with sarcastic remarks. While some bash Huaxia, many netizens counter these critics. This topic consistently dominates online traffic. After all, Longway Corporation is crucial to Huaxia. The vast majority of citizens hope the company can weather this storm. Chapter 85, Insane. How many chips are left? Longway Corporation has gone extremely low-key, focusing solely on shipping and selling phones while ignoring all other inquiries. It lets all kinds of rumors run rampant online. This approach has ironically sustained their visibility, ensuring smooth smartphone sales. They've even saved significantly on advertising costs. Domestically produced chips have been integrated into the phones. Many users who purchased them reported improved smoothness and longer battery life. Praise for Longway phones continues to pour in.
The more this happens, the better Longway's reputation becomes, driving up sales.
Daily sales figures have been climbing steadily. But the company didn't rest on its laurels. Instead, it launched a groundbreaking foldable phone. This new technology has once again ignited global excitement. Launching a new technology at this juncture left consumers in awe.
However, competitors in the industry showed little reaction.
Existing chip contracts were about to be fully utilized. What was the point of launching a new phone now? Instead, the new phone required massive R&D investment in the creation of new molds. All these endeavors demand substantial financial investment. Everyone in the industry finds it utterly baffling. Is Longway really willing to invest such massive funds just to maintain its influence? Was it really worth investing such large sums of money without making a profit?
Some even wrote numerous articles criticizing Longway's actions.
Yet Longway remains silent on all these matters, smoothly launching new products regardless.
Both the fruit company and the explosive company from the Stick Nation are waiting for the day when Longway's chips run out. Globally, only one company can manufacture these chips. No other firm possesses the capability.
It all comes down to how much chip inventory you have left and how many tricks you can pull off.
Faced with Longway's aggressive offensive, these two international mobile giants showed no reaction whatsoever, simply continuing their operations as usual. They both believed Longway had ceased to be a threat. Once Longway phones completely exited the market, they could even raise their phone prices. After all, aside from Longway, only these two companies remained in the global high-end smartphone market. Other Chinese manufacturers may have decent sales, but their high-end offerings consistently fail to gain global recognition.
At best, they could only produce entry-level phones. Profits remained extremely thin, making these manufacturers unattractive to the two giants.
Ironically, this situation provided Longway with an opportunity to expand further. Seizing this moment to broaden its market reach, news of successful deliveries for domestically produced passenger aircraft has also been frequent lately.
Domestic airlines are delighted, yet also deeply regretful. Finally, they could operate domestically produced aircraft, significantly reducing operational costs.
The regret stems from the fact that due to chip shortages, only a few hundred domestically produced aircraft can be delivered. Without chips, production cannot continue. Some airlines are even considering whether to purchase aircraft from the United States or European manufacturers like Airbus.
Even foreign aircraft manufacturers' stocks began to rebound, rising almost daily.
They stand ready, waiting for the moment when Chinese airlines can no longer bear the burden and must turn to them for aircraft. That day, a cargo truck drove into the production base of China's passenger aircraft.
Meng Bofiai received a call and came to greet the delivery. Seeing Zhao Tianlai as the delivery person struck him as odd. Why are you personally delivering the goods? What's in the truck? The moment they met, Meng Bofiai couldn't help but ask.
Zhao Tianlai smiled faintly and countered, "Congratulations on the successful delivery of the domestically produced airliner.
Consider this entire shipment as a congratulatory gift for you." Meng Bofiai replied with a wry smile, "Is this really congratulations, or are you just mocking me? Just say what you mean. What's all this secrecy about?"
Zhao Tianlai produced a letter and said, "This is a letter from Academician Li addressed to you. You should read it yourself."
Meng Bofiai opened it with curiosity and read carefully. His entire body froze abruptly, as if he'd witnessed something utterly unbelievable. His entire body trembled with excitement. He snapped his head up and fixed Zhao Tianlai with an intense stare. "Is everything in this letter true?" Zhao Tianlai smiled and said, "I've delivered everything to you. You can see for yourself if it's true. The regulations to be followed should also be clearly outlined in the letter from Academician Li.
This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Get the passenger aircraft into production and delivery quickly before country reacts. This period should be relatively worry-free." Meng Bofiai nodded repeatedly in agreement. He remained utterly exhilarated, muttering repeatedly, "Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. We've actually managed to produce chips of this caliber ourselves.
Nation's blockade has utterly failed. Director Meng, the goods have arrived.
Please sign for them promptly.
I must return to report immediately. Lin Hai's safety is paramount now.
I must provide close protection.
If these goods weren't so critical, I wouldn't have personally escorted them here," Zhao Tianlai stated. "Understood. I'll have the crew unload immediately." Meng Bofiai was so overwhelmed he could barely speak.
He immediately called to have the crew rush over and unload the cargo. Time passed 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Whether it was Longway Company's phones selling like hotcakes or Huasha's domestically produced passenger aircraft being delivered smoothly,
the high-ranking officials of Nation increasingly sensed something was amiss. They possessed extremely detailed data.
They knew exactly how many phones Longway had sold and how many chips remained in stock.
Yet current phone sales far exceeded chip orders.
Unless the phones are shipped without chips installed, it's impossible to fulfill these orders. Moreover, Longway's phone chips are entirely self-developed, making it impossible to source them through other manufacturers. Any other phone manufacturer daring to purchase chips for Longway would face severe sanctions.
No phone manufacturer would be that bold.
Yet Longway's phones are selling exceptionally well, growing increasingly popular. Especially after the launch of foldable phones, sales have been climbing steadily.
Apple and Samsung's monthly sales figures have been declining steadily, and they've finally begun to sense something is amiss. When did Longway Corporation stockpile such a massive amount of chips? How much longer before their chip reserves are completely depleted?
Previously, many estimated they could only last a little over a month. But now, 3 months have passed and daily phone sales continue to grow.
This doesn't make sense. Something must be wrong. Many suspect TSMC secretly manufactured chips for Longwei Company. How dare they defy the orders of the M nation? They must be out of their minds. Chapter 86. The US is stunned. The US immediately issued an inquiry letter, sternly reprimanding TSMC for secretly manufacturing chips for Longwei Company. Such actions would be met with severe penalties, not only fines, but also remote shutdowns of lithography equipment. TSMC would suffer massive losses. Unable to fulfill contractual obligations to manufacturers, they would also face massive compensation claims. TSMC's president felt utterly wronged upon seeing the inquiry letter. They had long since fulfilled their previous contract obligations and had not produced any chips for Longwei Company since. As for why Longwei Company was still aggressively selling phones at this point, they had absolutely no idea. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to me. Although TSMC can manufacture chips for semiconductor companies worldwide, there are two other companies that also possess top-tier chip manufacturing capabilities. One of them is the explosive conglomerate from South Korea. Although they have fewer lithography machines, they also possess EUV lithography equipment, and their technical capabilities are not significantly inferior to TSMC's. The other chipmaker is the world's largest computer processor manufacturer, Intel Corporation in the United States. The most advanced lithography equipment is sold to these three companies, though TSMC purchases the largest volume. Moreover, only TSMC offers foundry services to other manufacturers. TSMC's president was determined not to be wrongly accused, much less face unjustified sanctions. He promptly led his company's top executives to the US, presenting evidence to prove they had absolutely not violated the ban and certainly hadn't continued chip production for Longwei. Despite being the world's premier chip manufacturer, TSMC adopted an exceedingly submissive posture upon arriving in the US. In front of the Americans, they never stood tall. He bowed and scraped before everyone he met. They respectfully submitted all evidence. We have consistently followed Country M's orders and have not produced a single additional chip for Longwei. There must be some misunderstanding here. We hope Country M will send personnel to conduct a thorough investigation and clear our name. We would never violate the embargo, even by a few hours. We have always been utterly loyal to Country M, declared the president of Taiwan Semiconductor with utmost deference. The M country official examined the submitted evidence. Since Longwei Company was sanctioned, TSMC had actually received more orders than before. This is because Apple and Samsung, anticipating a surge in their smartphone sales, they placed massive advance orders not only to fill the production gap left by Longwei's sanctions, but also forced TSMC to work around the clock to meet contractual deadlines. Failure to meet deadlines would expose TSMC to massive compensation claims. This explains why TSMC's CEO rushed to the US to provide explanations after receiving the inquiry letter. Reviewing this evidence, the M country officials looked utterly perplexed. Weijidian simply didn't have the spare capacity to secretly produce chips for Longwei Company. It seemed they had genuinely misunderstood Longwei had been using its existing inventory all along. It was highly likely that their stockpiles of chips or phones were simply too large. Even without access to new chips, their existing inventory could sustain sales for a considerable period. Understood. Since TSMC has not violated the ban, we will naturally refrain from imposing sanctions on your company. You may leave now. Ensure your company resumes chip production for Fruit Incorporated immediately. Do not disrupt their production capacity, declared a high-ranking official from Country M. Well, there's one thing I'm not sure if I should mention. With the crisis averted, the TSMC president breathed a deep sigh of relief. But to demonstrate his loyalty, he decided to voice his suspicions. It would be best to thoroughly investigate this matter to prevent future issues from arising and causing trouble for him. Speak freely. Having misunderstood Wanjie Electronics, the M country official softened his tone considerably to appease him. We have an account book here detailing all transactions related to Longwei Company's contract manufacturing through our company. We've discovered a highly unusual discrepancy. The total number of mobile phones currently sold by Longwei Company exceeds the quantity of chips produced. This means their phones either lack proprietary chips or likely utilize M country chips. Alternatively, they may have found other factories for contract manufacturing. Although the explosive group in Korea and your country's Intel Corporation have no official contract manufacturing agreements, but driven by profit, they might be secretly manufacturing chips for Longwei Company, explained the president of TSMC. Upon hearing this explanation, the M country official suddenly snapped to attention. They carefully examined the ledgers. They discovered that sales of Longwei phones had already exceeded 1 million units. Over 1 million chips was no small number. Which company dared defy M Nation's ban and actually manufacture for them? Moreover, although M Nation's chips were popular worldwide, nearly all mobile phone manufacturers except Apple were using them. But M Nation has already banned any manufacturer from selling chips to Longwei. This indicates there must be significant issues at play. The information you've provided is crucial. We'll launch an immediate investigation. We are well aware of your loyalty to the M country. You may return now. This matter will be thoroughly investigated. Subsequently, Country M's intelligence agencies swiftly launched investigations. They dispatched large teams not only to Intel Corporation and the explosive company in South Korea. They examined chip production processes to determine whether they were secretly manufacturing chips for Longwei phones. Additionally, they conducted market investigations to trace the origins of chips used in Longwei phones. They soon discovered that Longwei phones exclusively used chips from their own company. This meant that another manufacturer must have been secretly producing chips for Longwei. This infuriated M Nation's leadership, who vowed to thoroughly investigate the matter. However, after meticulous investigation, it was confirmed that neither South Korea nor Intel in their own country had manufactured any chips for Longwei. This left the M Nation utterly baffled, unable to fathom where Longwei's chips were actually coming from. Had Longwei developed independent chip manufacturing capabilities? Or were they conjuring these chips out of thin air? This left Country M utterly baffled. One by one, intelligence operatives were left utterly bewildered. Yet they dared not leak the information. They had to investigate thoroughly first, then impose severe sanctions on the other side. How bizarre. Utterly unbelievable, like seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Only 3 companies worldwide possess EUV lithography machines. How did Longwei acquire high-end chips? Who can give me the answer? Chapter 87, completely baffled. The top brass in M Nation were going mad. They couldn't comprehend what was happening. Even if China had the capability to produce lithography machines, they couldn't possibly have failed to detect it. After all, the lithography machine supply chain is enormous. Simply tracing the chain's suppliers would reveal China's development level in this field. Yet to date, China's most advanced lithography machine technology could only produce 100 nanometer class machines. Such machines could only produce 64 nanometer chips at best. Moreover, attempting to force production of higher grade chips results in extremely low yield rates. The resulting costs are simply too high for commercial viability. Yet Longwei's smartphone sales continue to surge, creating a mismatch between device volume and available chips. Could it be that Longwei is repurchasing previously sold phones? They could be dismantling the chips from these second-hand phones to produce new devices. This would explain how they could sustain operations and keep selling more phones without new chips. A researcher at a US think tank suddenly considered this possibility. This scenario isn't unheard of. During the era of rampant counterfeit phones, many knockoff manufacturers sought to cut costs. They would purchase large quantities of phones, recover chips from the second-hand devices, refurbish them. They used these refurbished chips to manufacture new phones. This resulted in exceptionally low production costs. However, this approach also had significant drawbacks. The quality of refurbished chips from second-hand devices was highly unreliable. This was the primary reason why many people found their knockoff phones unreliable. They never imagined Longwei Company would dare to employ such methods. Counterfeit phones are now virtually absent from the market. No one would even consider such a possibility. If Longwei really had the audacity to do this, the impact would be devastating if the truth came out. The moment this theory was proposed, everyone was thrilled. There was no other possibility. Country M has